Lin Feng and Su Luoxue are reborn together, in their previous life. Lin Feng discerned the despicable nature of his girlfriend, and it was only when the lovesick Su Luoxue took her own life for him that he recognized her unwavering affection. In this new life, he is determined to redeem and compensate this woman who has loved him throughout her existence. However, upon eagerly awaiting Su Luoxue's return home, he is met with the abrupt declaration, "Let's get a divorce, Lin Feng." Under the boy's shameless pursuit, their relationship gradually improves. "Luoxue, I like you. But I'm a vampire. I adore vampires. It's like cosplay, my favorite. But I'm 6 years older than you." "Yes, and that's why you are so intoxicating now. But, Luoxue, I love you." Chapter 1. Lin Feng, let's get a divorce. Xia Ningbing, you scoundrel. In the villa, Lin Feng abruptly awakens from his slumber, gasping and surveying his surroundings in terror, a thin sheen of sweat coating his back. The bed is strewn with flowers, the entire room enveloped in a vivid crimson hue. Lin Feng is momentarily bewildered. Had he not perished? Why does this room resemble his own so closely? He gazes at the furnishings for a while before recollecting the arrangement. Indeed, this is his room, and today marks his birthday. The decor is a gift prepared by Su Luoxue for him. Could it be that he has been reborn? In a moment of dawning realization, Lin Feng's eyes widen in disbelief as he stumbles out of the room. His room is on the 3rd floor, and the grand hall below is an open space that extends to the 3rd floor. He merely needs to lean over the railing to glimpse the living room below. In the exquisitely elegant villa, the maids bustle about, preparing for his birthday celebration. And at the center of the living room stands a grandiose cake. It is at this moment that Lin Feng confirms his rebirth. Su Luoxue is a lovesick girl, a vampire in his previous life. While still a freshman in college, he was abducted by her and forced into marriage. She was obsessive and dark, yet exceptionally kind to Lin Feng. However, he could not accept such a love, especially as he was still entangled with half a girlfriend, Xia Ningbing. Xia Ningbing was Lin Feng's classmate from high school. During their first year, he became infatuated with the class beauty. Gradually, he feigned casual interest to weave himself into Xia Ningbing's world. Later, he discovered her character was quite amiable. After the college entrance examination, he launched a fervent pursuit. Xia Ningbing did not explicitly agree, yet her words hinted at a desire to be his girlfriend. At that time, Lin Feng reveled in his joyous naivety, utterly oblivious to the fact that he was being played. Thus, for him, Su Luoxue's actions were merely those of a homewrecker. No, her actions were even more severe than that of a mistress. He could only tell Xia Ningbing to wait for him, assuring her that he would soon break free from Su Luoxue's clutches. He transferred a quarter of the money Su Luoxue had lavished upon him to Xia Ningbing, keeping the remaining 3/4 for his parents. Upon receiving the funds, Xia Ningbing assured him she would wait for him to escape, telling him not to be afraid, as she would be waiting for him outside. However, this arrangement was discovered by Su Luoxue, and she ceased to send him any more money thereafter. During that time, Lin Feng felt trapped in Su Luoxue's villa, his heart racing with trepidation. Every day was tasteless, and he found it impossible to sleep. Though Su Luoxue allowed him to use her phone, she threatened him with Xia Ningbing and his family. He dared not report her to the authorities, enduring day by day. Su Luoxue's controlling nature was almost pathological, binding him to the bed daily. Only on his birthday, or during special occasions, was he granted freedom. She constantly dispatched others to surveil him. Later, Su Luoxue confessed her identity as a vampire of the Blood Clan, which made Lin Feng recoil from her like a venomous serpent. In Blue Star, vampires feasted on human blood, and countless reports of vampire-related murders flooded the news. This only heightened Lin Feng's anxiety within the villa, where he felt as if he might not see the sun rise again. Yet, contrary to his fears, Su Luoxue had never harmed him in the slightest. In fact, on this very day in his past life, Su Luoxue had prepared a birthday banquet for him. At that time, Lin Feng believed Su Luoxue was merely putting on a show to ruin the birthday celebration she had meticulously arranged. When Su Luoxue returned and beheld the devastation within the villa, she was rendered speechless for a long while. She did not chastise Lin Feng, but instead retreated into solitude, consumed by sorrow. After processing her emotions alone, she looked at the boy with reddened eyes, her voice almost hoarse. "If Ah Feng wishes to leave, then please do. I will no longer hinder you." At that moment, Lin Feng thought he must have misheard. Tentatively exiting the villa, he discovered that Su Luoxue indeed did not obstruct him, and he hurried back to find his half-girlfriend, Xia Ningbing. However, when he found Xia Ningbing, she was in a hotel, entwined in bed with her ideal man, Su Xia. Upon noticing Lin Feng's arrival, Xia Ningbing felt a surge of annoyance. Yet, she soon grew bold and revealed the truth to him. She and Su Xia had already consummated their relationship, and she had merely toyed with Lin Feng to extract his resources. In simpler terms, she saw him as a personal ATM. Ultimately, she and Su Xia heartlessly pushed the disoriented boy from the hotel. Meanwhile, Su Luoxue had completely lost hope for Lin Feng. This time, she did not send anyone to follow him. Upon hearing the news of Lin Feng's fall, she assumed he had chosen to end his life to escape her. Before the police could ascertain the final outcome, this prominent businesswoman in Jiang City committed suicide alongside Lin Feng. Before her leap, she stood atop the hotel building, contemplating the agony of Lin Feng's demise. There was both sorrow and a sense of release. Shaq Feng, loving you is truly painful. Had I known it would come to this, we should never have met. I shall no longer entangle myself with you. In the end, both souls departed this realm. A.S. Lin Feng, now a lost spirit, witnessed this scene. His heart seemed to be pierced. It was at this moment that he began to recall Su Luoxue's kindness towards him. He remembered how she had consistently warned him to stay away from Xianingbing, proclaiming that she was not a good person. Regrettably, he found himself utterly powerless, ultimately consumed by a profound hatred for his own foolishness, incessantly berating both himself and Xianingbing. Little did he know that just as he unleashed his vitriol upon Xianingbing, a miraculous twist of fate would grant him a second chance at life. As memories flooded back, Lin Feng shuddered violently. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted it was 5:50-7, as Su Luoxue would return in 3 minutes, and this time, he vowed not to ruin everything. In this lifetime, he was determined to grow old together with Su Luoxue, seeking to make amends for the love she had bestowed upon him. However, as the 3 minutes elapsed, the villa's gate remained stubbornly shut, and Lin Feng sensed an unsettling disquietude. He could not have misremembered. Despite his previous disdain for Su Luoxue, he could never mistake this time. With a heavy heart, Lin Feng slowly opened the villa door, yet outside, there was still no sign of Su Luoxue. Anxiously, he dialed Su Luoxue's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed." Listening to the cold, mechanical voice, an ominous premonition surged within Lin Feng. He recalled that she had always answered his calls instantaneously. Even when his intent was to chastise her, the enchanting beauty would listen to his complaints with a smile. In her words, the more fiercely he scolded her, the more exhilarated she became. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at his phone. Surely, he hadn't altered the timeline with his return. Could it be that Su Luoxue was no longer in this world due to the butterfly effect? After an agonizing 10 minutes of waiting, a luxury vehicle slowly approached the villa's entrance. It was Su Luoxue's dedicated business car. The door swung open, revealing her secretary, Xiaoqing. With Lin Feng's hopeful gaze upon her, a graceful figure clad in professional attire gracefully descended from the vehicle. Su Luoxue emanated a commanding aura, her presence imbued with an ethereal coolness. Combined with her breathtaking beauty, she was enough to captivate any man's attention. "Luoxue, you're back." Lin Feng stepped forward to take Su Luoxue's hand, only to have the beauty recoil, as if electrocuted. Indeed, Su Luoxue had also been reborn. Seeing the boy standing before her and calling her Luoxue sent a tremor through her heart. Yet, the flicker of excitement in her eyes quickly morphed into confusion. She distinctly recalled that in her past life, Lin Feng had not come out to greet her. Merely staying inside would have been a considerable improvement. Stealing her resolve, she remembered the pressing matter at hand and spoke coolly. "Lin Feng, please step inside. I have something to discuss with you." "Very well," he replied. Xiaoqing, standing beside Su Luoxue, was acutely aware of what her employer was about to address. She also understood the extent of her boss's infatuation and how much she cherished the boy before her. Yet now, her employer appeared to maintain an air of nonchalance. Seemingly unperturbed, Su Luoxue entered the villa. Her formidable presence caused the maids to bow their heads in unison. "Greetings, mistress." "Greetings, young master." Simultaneously, they silently lamented what mischief the young master had been up to today. Why was the atmosphere around Su Luoxue so oppressive? Upon witnessing the birthday celebration prepared for Lin Feng within the villa, a pang of anguish gripped Su Luoxue's heart. "Remove all of this at once. Leave the cake untouched. I will dispose of it later." Her words rendered the entire villa's inhabitants speechless. Lin Feng's foreboding feelings intensified. Everything today felt exceedingly unusual. Su Luoxue had directly addressed him by name, and the light in her eyes seemed to have dimmed. After a moment of stunned silence, he stiffly turned to Su Luoxue. "Luoxue, what is the matter? Why the sudden change?" Without meeting his gaze, Su Luoxue tossed the folder she held onto the coffee table. "Lin Feng, let us divorce." Chapter 2. I disagree. Few moments of pursuing the wife. No self-torture. As this is a Yandere redemption story, it will swiftly escalate to a fervent crescendo. After the fervent crescendo, the female protagonist regains her Yandere persona. The vampire merely serves as a weak buff. It is merely a playful buff. The essence remains in the Yandere spirit. I disagree. Luoxue, what has transpired? Why the sudden announcement of divorce? Lin Feng's mind spiraled into chaos upon hearing Su Luoxue's intention to part ways. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. A catastrophe at the outset? Observing his beloved boy appear as if he had lost his soul, Su Luoxue felt her heart ache unbearably. Simultaneously, she could not help but fantasize whether this was a sign of the boy's change of heart. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she scoffed bitterly. her gaze towards the boy growing ever more indifferent. Lin Feng, are you reluctant to part with money? Or do you doubt my words? Have you not yearned for freedom all along? I offer it to you now. Additionally, I shall provide you with a severance fee, as much as you desire within my means. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness, and once steadied, he lunged towards Su Luoxue. I disagree. Luoxue, what has come over you? I do not want any of this nonsense about freedom. All I want is you. Witnessing the boy's reddened eyes, tears began to gather in Su Luoxue's own. It is nothing. I simply no longer wish to indulge you. Initially, I merely sought to share your bed. Before the enchanting beauty could finish her statement, Lin Feng's face grew larger in her view. His lips met hers, warm and soft. Su Luoxue's pupils dilated, her breath quickening, her hands clutching the boy's shirt tightly. The maids, who had been mere spectators, quickly lowered their heads, while those on the second floor rushed upstairs in a flurry. In an instant, the villa fell into a profound silence, leaving only the hurried breaths of Lin Feng and Su Luoxue. After what felt like an eternity, Su Luoxue finally regained her composure, mustering all her strength to push the boy away. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? I have made it clear that I am merely playing around. I can give you money. What more do you want from me? After venting her frustrations, Su Luoxue collapsed onto the floor, grasping her skirt tightly as she sobbed. What exactly do you want from me? Luoxue. Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, yearning to assist the beauty on the ground. Yet she rebuffed him with a wave of her hand. Do not touch me. You shall sign that agreement tonight. We will divorce by tomorrow. If you desire money, I can offer you all my savings. With that, she defiantly rose, leaving Lin Feng with a sorrowful yet resolute silhouette. Lin Feng did not pursue Su Luoxue. Her current state was too volatile, and chasing after her might provoke her further. He settled onto the sofa, gazing at the divorce agreement, his thoughts flickering. Indeed, he had been reborn, yet certain circumstances had shifted. In his previous life, he had ruined the meticulously planned birthday celebration Su Luoxue had prepared for him, leading her to grant him the freedom he sought. Was it possible that Su Luoxue had always intended to divorce him, to offer him that very freedom? Lin Feng's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted. The trajectory of events seemed entirely beyond his control. However, one thing he could ascertain was that he absolutely could not divorce Su Luoxue, even if her words held truth. What if she toys with him? What of it? A man of stature cannot be broken by mere games. He would welcome it. Moreover, who, with a mindset of playful indulgence, would sacrifice everything for their plaything? He crumpled the divorce agreement into a ball and, with a decisive toss, discarded it into the trash bin. After completing this act, he ambled over to the enormous birthday cake. The cake towered at half his height, adorned with an array of fruits, topped with two small figurines. One represented little Lin Feng, and the other, little Su Luoxue. Both figurines donned wedding attire, hand in hand, gazing ahead. Lin Feng removed the two figurines, playing with them in his hands, feeling a bittersweet sensation. With a plastic knife, he sliced into the cake, cutting a generous piece onto a small plate, and waved to a nearby maid. Hello, could you deliver this to Luoxue? Also, please inform her that the cake is delightful. Thank you. Oh, certainly, young master. The maid accepted the cake, nodding at Lin Feng, swallowing hard as she averted her gaze, her heart silently lamenting. Young master, please do not speak so gently. If my sister sees this, I will be doomed. Lin Feng was accustomed to physical training. Although Su Luoxue restrained him daily, he still retained some room for movement, albeit confined to a single room. Initially, he had succumbed to despair within those confines. However, he soon realized he could not remain so defeated. What if an opportunity to escape arose? Yet, within the room, there was little to occupy his time. His routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and exercising. While he might not be competition-ready for bodybuilding, he certainly possessed six-pack abs. Coupled with his physique and face, he was a veritable heartthrob. The maid, blushing, ascended to the third floor. Uncertain of what Su Luoxue had communicated, she quickly returned to the first floor, lifting her skirt as she hurried. Her expression towards Lin Feng was somewhat awkward. Young master, the head of the household requests that you sign the agreement promptly. She will dispose of the cake herself. Attend to your own affairs. Lin Feng waved dismissively, having anticipated such a scenario, and sat on the sofa, indulging in the cake alone. He had intended to invite the maid to join him, but remembering that this cake was meticulously crafted for him by Su Luoxue, he dismissed the thought. Given the cake's immense size, he could only consume a fraction, storing the remainder in the refrigerator. In the dead of night, Su Luoxue opened her room door, her gaze fixated on the cake in her hands, her eyes flickering. She slowly made her way to the first floor, contemplating the discarded divorce agreement in the trash. She was unaware of Lin Feng's intentions. Though the paths of this life and the last diverged, Lin Feng's previous life had been driven by a desire for freedom. She did not wish to imprison him any longer due to her selfish desires, nor did she want the boy to meet an untimely demise because of her. Upon noticing the absence of the cake, she assumed Lin Feng had discarded it. Though she claimed indifference, a twinge of sorrow lingered in her heart. With her head down, Su Luoxue settled on the sofa, taking small bites of the cake Lin Feng had cut for her. A warm tear unexpectedly fell upon her hand, and her pace of eating slowed. "Ah Feng, what is it that you truly desire? I have given you all that I can." The following morning, Su Luoxue emerged from her room with a sullen expression. She was not one to wake with a foul mood. Her biological clock was impeccably punctual, rising each day at 7 o'clock without fail. However, the events of the previous night had deprived her of a restful slumber, causing her to sleep until 9. Upon seeing their mistress emerge, the maids bowed in unison. "Good morning, head of the household." Su Luoxue yawned, and as she regained her senses, the recollection of last night's events caused her a headache. Grasping the hand of the nearest maid, she inquired, "Where's Lin Feng? What is he doing now?" "He is in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, young mistress." Su Luoxue felt a flicker of curiosity, yet she was ultimately resigned to her heartache. No longer wishing to concern herself with the boy's matters, he would no longer be the young master here, and thus, you need not treat him with such deference. Su Luoxue sighed softly as she descended the stairs, her gaze falling upon the agreement still languishing in the trash bin. She pursed her lips and made her way to the kitchen. There, Lin Feng was frying eggs, with a steaming basket of her favorite shrimp dumplings waiting. Upon noticing her arrival, Lin Feng greeted her with a warm smile. "Luoxue, please take a seat at the dining table. You've woken up late, so I'll prepare another breakfast for you." Had this been the Su Luoxue of her previous life, she would have been utterly elated. Yet now, she harbored no desire to maintain any connection with the boy. The thought of his tragic demise in the hotel sent a chill through her heart. Chapter 3. The warm face meets the cold shoulder. The image of the boy's horrific end sent a shiver down her spine, and her eyes gradually hardened with resolve. "There is no need for this, Lin Feng. I have told you, I will give you whatever amount you desire. I do not cherish these things you do." Lin Feng stiffened momentarily, then, as if unfazed, took the hand of the beautiful girl beside him. "It's fine. If you don't like this, I can learn to make something else. Stop pretending. I'll transfer it to you." Su Luoxue exclaimed, as if jolted by an electric shock. Withdrawing her hand from his grasp, she pulled out her phone and transferred 50 million to Lin Feng's account, continuing to regard him with a derisive smile. "Is this sufficient? If not, I can send more." Hearing the notification of the transfer, Lin Feng's gaze fell, and he gently grasped Su Luoxue's hand once more. "Luoxue, do you believe in me? I seek nothing but you. Let go. Release me." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Su Luoxue desperately pulled her hand away. Taking a few deep breaths, she looked at the boy, who still averted his gaze, her eyes devoid of the tenderness that was once uniquely his. "Play your games as you wish. I'll say it once more. Whatever amount you desire, I can provide." With that, she strode out, offering him no chance to counter. Lin Feng stood rooted in place, rendered speechless for a long while. To claim he felt no pain would be a lie. The repeated warmth met with cold indifference stung deeply. Yet, recalling how he had treated Su Luoxue similarly in the past, he felt a modicum of relief. She had endured his behavior for 2 years. He felt less inclined to wallow in self-pity. He owed her far more than mere words could repay. Outside, Su Luoxue glanced back at the boy's despondent figure, her heart wavering slightly. Nevertheless, she would not succumb to regret. "I am a vampire. A woman who brings plague and catastrophe. Ah Feng has already perished because of me in the past. Such a tragedy shall not repeat itself. Driver, please proceed." "Certainly." After completing breakfast, Lin Feng stored the food in the refrigerator. He had already eaten, and the leftovers would serve as lunch when reheated. He had spent the morning lounging on the sofa, occasionally picking up his phone to search for ways to appease an angry girlfriend. Buy a ring? A handbag? Does Luoxue even desire such things? Observing the suggestions for lovelorn singles on his phone, Lin Feng felt they were utterly untrustworthy. While they might work for other girls, Su Luoxue was a formidable businesswoman. Would she truly care for trifles? Yet, he felt compelled to try. Perhaps something would prove useful. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was Xia Ningbing. Upon seeing her name, he instinctively considered blocking her. However, recalling how she had pushed him down the stairs, he decided he could not let it go that easily. He would indulge in a bit of verbal retaliation first. As he watched the incessantly ringing phone, his expression darkened. "Hello, Lin Feng. Why did you take so long to?" Before she could finish her complaint, Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of insults. He called her all manner of names, even inquiring about the worth of her mother. Xia Ningbing was no virtuous individual, and her mother was not a decent person either. Knowing her daughter was playing both sides, she had encouraged her to deceive both parties, choosing the one she favored for marriage. He deemed such people worse than those who would push an elderly lady into traffic. After venting his frustrations, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He blocked Xia Ningbing on WeChat and his phone, then lay back on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Moments later, his phone rang again. Lin Feng answered, instinctively preparing to unleash another tirade, but suddenly remembered he had blocked Xia Ningbing's number. Upon seeing the caller ID, he nearly dropped his phone. "Hello, Mom." The woman on the other end spoke gently, her tone tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Xiaofeng, when are you coming home? Mom misses you." Hearing his mother's voice caused Lin Feng to lower his gaze. He hadn't returned home in 2 years, offering the excuse of studying and working part-time in Jiangxing, where the pay was better. His mother, having worked tirelessly all her life, had awaited news of her son achieving success, only to be met with the specter of death. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never witnessed his mother, Yi Xiaoxia, react to the news of his demise. Yet, he could only imagine her profound sorrow. His eyes moistened. "Mom, I will be home in the next few days." On the other end, Yi Xiaoxia rejoiced at her son's words, responding with repeated affirmations. "Xiaofeng, let me hear your voice again." After finishing lunch and taking a brief nap, Lin Feng changed into casual attire and stepped out, feeling confident with 50 million in his Alipay account. He took the supercar that Su Luoxue had bought for him, a vehicle that had languished in the garage, gathering dust, due to his prior reluctance to accept her gifts. But now, it was an offering from Su Luoxue. How could he refuse to drive it? Arriving at the mall, Lin Feng's first stop was a jewelry store selling engagement rings, reputed to symbolize fidelity. Although he had dismissed such advertisements as mere tricks to fool the gullible in his previous life, he now felt compelled to purchase one. "Welcome. Which is your most expensive piece?" Su Luoxue had little interest in work that day, her mind wandering elsewhere. She could hardly focus on the proposals presented to her. Her secretary, observing her distracted state, wore a worried expression but could only fret in silence. As she continued to stare at the proposals in a daze, her phone vibrated incessantly. It was Su Mingyao, Su Luoxue's close friend. "Hello, Mingyao. Why do you sound so lethargic? Did you have a wild night last night?" Upon hearing Su Luoxue's voice, Su Mingyao stifled a giggle, though Su Luoxue was in no mood for levity. "No. Of course. You wouldn't be having fun with that pretty boy. What is bothering you? Is it that Lin Feng again?" Su Mingyao's tone rose when mentioning Lin Feng. Her disdain evident. She viewed him as an ungrateful playboy, believing Su Luoxue's affection for him was misplaced. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact, often causing Su Luoxue distress and tears. Had it not been for Su Luoxue's intervention, Su Mingyao felt she could have killed Lin Feng 100 times over to settle the score. "I'm considering divorcing him." As Su Mingyao pondered how to teach Lin Feng a lesson, a surprising piece of news struck her like a bolt from the blue. After a moment of shock, her tone shifted to one of excitement. "Really? That would be splendid. I've always said he has just a pretty face." "Sister, in Jiangcheng, what kind of man could possibly resist your allure? Let us celebrate with a drink in a few days." "All right, you choose the venue." "Oh yeah." Su Luoxue could almost envision Su Mingyao dancing with joy on the other end of the line. Her spirits had lifted slightly, though her expression remained inscrutable. Chapter 4. Has Lin Feng left? After enduring 3 more hours, the alarm Su Luoxue had set for 6 o'clock rang, prompting her to cap her pen and stretch languidly. "Xiao Qing, let us leave a bit later tonight. I don't wish to return home too soon." "Understood." Xiao Qing nodded slightly. Su Luoxue typically adhered to a strict 6 o'clock schedule, but yesterday had been an exception due to Lin Feng's birthday. A workaholic by nature, she never stayed late unless it was for him. Xiao Qing, of course, harbored no complaints, with a monthly salary of 30,000 and a plethora of year-end bonuses. Staying late was hardly an inconvenience. It took Su Luoxue a full half-hour to finally rise and head home, and by the time she arrived, it was already past 7. With her gaze lowered, she strolled to the entrance of the villa but hesitated to step inside. The mere thought of Lin Feng still being in the villa filled her with aversion. Surely he should have left by now, after all. She had been rather vocal about her feelings today. After a moment's contemplation, she pursed her lips and made her way to the dining table. The meal was prepared for 2, and it was immediately apparent that Lin Feng was not the one who had cooked it. He was not of her world. His culinary skills extended only to frying an egg, and at best, he could manage the most mundane of dishes. Noticing that the boy had yet to join her at the table, Su Luoxue frowned slightly. "Where is Lin Feng? Why hasn't he come down for dinner? Do I have to wait for him to eat?" The maids nearby all lowered their heads, none daring to speak. After what felt like an eternity, one of the maids, braving Su Luoxue's imposing aura, stepped forward. She was the head maid, the only one bold enough to approach in such a situation. "Mistress, that young master Lin Feng left in the car you gifted him this afternoon and has yet to return." "What do you mean he hasn't returned?" "That's..." Su Luoxue instinctively began to scold, but halted as she processed the maid's words. "Well, it's just as well. I didn't want to see him anyway. You all go upstairs and tidy up. I shall eat at my leisure." "Yes." Once the maids had retreated to the second floor, Su Luoxue lowered her gaze and began to pick at her food, though her eyes soon brimmed with unshed tears. Her hand froze in midair. It was better this way. After all, he had never cared for her. Now there was no one to bother her, no one to threaten to uproot her sanctum. Yet, why did her heart ache so? Hey, Luoxue, I'm back." Just as Su Luoxue was lost in sorrow, a familiar voice echoed from the villa's entrance. Lin Feng stood there, bags from the mall in hand, a goofy smile plastered across his face. Hearing his voice, several maids descended the stairs, casting tentative glances at Su Luoxue. "Mistress, should we help Lin Feng with his things?" Su Luoxue regarded the boy for a moment without expression before returning her gaze to her meal. The maids fell silent, heads bowed as they retreated upstairs. However, Lin Feng was not one to require assistance. He approached Su Luoxue with measured strides, showcasing the items he had purchased that day. "Luoxue, look." I bought this RD diamond ring. You know, a man can only buy this once in a lifetime. Before he could finish, Su Luoxue set down her bowl and stood, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the items he had brought. I'm eating. If you enjoy buying such things, feel free. It has nothing to do with me. Give them to whoever you wish. The boy's expression faltered momentarily, yet he resumed his casual introduction as if nothing had happened. I also got some food for you, and oh, flowers, yes, flowers. Observing the boy's pitiful demeanor, tears threatened to spill from Su Luoxue's eyes once more. Not daring to linger at the table, she turned and ascended the stairs. Fear gripped her. She was terrified that if she looked back, her heart would soften. No one could possibly love her. She could not allow herself to be ensnared in this illusion. She could not forget the terror etched on Lin Feng's face when she revealed her vampiric identity, how he had recoiled from her like she was a venomous serpent. That had been true heartache. Luoxue. As she reached midway, Lin Feng's voice, tinged with disappointment, called out behind her, prompting her to quicken her pace. After dinner, Lin Feng lowered his gaze to clear the table, and the maids refrained from intervening. They genuinely feared crossing Su Luoxue, worried that their attempts to assist Lin Feng might provoke her displeasure. Su Luoxue had told them not to be overly courteous to Lin Feng, yet she had not issued any further instructions. What? Did you return to simply sit around? Or do you wish for me to wash the dishes myself? As they remained uncertain amidst the shifting dynamics, Su Luoxue's icy voice resonated from above. Why yes. The maids hurriedly rushed into the kitchen, anxious to avoid further reprimand. Lin Feng, having overheard Su Luoxue's words, set down his dishes and flashed a silly grin in her direction. Su Luoxue initially intended to ignore him, but the intensity of his gaze proved too radiant to overlook, ultimately leading her to bite her lip and retreat to her room. The following morning, Lin Feng prepared breakfast as usual, while Su Luoxue continued to ignore him. Yet, this time, she refrained from mocking him. Taking the meal prepared by the maid, she made her way out. Lin Feng watched Su Luoxue leave the villa, then stored the breakfast in the refrigerator before removing his apron. With her absence rendering his time there dull, he had contemplated returning home briefly. However, upon recalling Su Luoxue's unstable emotions, he quickly dismissed that thought. His mind was a tumultuous whirl. The surreal nature of his rebirth, coupled with Su Luoxue's aversion to him, clouded his thoughts entirely. Each day felt like a chaotic explosion in his head, leaving him breathless and anxious. After some deliberation, Lin Feng resolved to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Hoping to dissipate his negative emotions, Jiangqing was still somewhat unfamiliar to him, so he decided to meet up with his brother first. Chapter 5 Chenhaoren. Lin Feng attended Jiangqing University, a prestigious dual first-class institution. It had been 2 years since he had set foot on campus, but he had heard from Su Luoxue that he had not been expelled. It seemed she had employed some special means to safeguard his academic standing. Driving his sports car onto the campus grounds, Lin Feng felt the air invigoratingly fresh. Truth be told, despite the villa's spaciousness, 2 years of confinement had nearly suffocated him. After a leisurely stroll around the campus, he stopped in front of his former dormitory and pulled out his phone to call his good friend, Chenhaoren. The call connected quickly, and Chenhaoren's voice boomed through the receiver. What the hell? You've risen from the dead. Fenggo actually thought to call me? Stop chatting. Are you in the dorm? Come downstairs. Wait, you're downstairs already? I'm on my way. In about 20 seconds, Chenhaoren hurried downstairs. Spotting Lin Feng standing next to his sports car, wearing sunglasses, he rushed over, incredulous, and began to prod at Lin Feng. No way. Fenggo, you've struck it rich? This is a sports car, right? Lin Feng couldn't suppress the grin tugging at his lips as he removed his sunglasses and placed them on Chenhaoren. Indeed, a sports car. My girlfriend gifted it to me. What? Is it Xianingbing? Chenhaoren furrowed his brow, recalling that he and Lin Feng had been inseparable since birth, sharing everything from secrets to the same pair of undergarments. They attended the same school from elementary through university, and he was well aware of Lin Feng's pursuit of Xianingbing. Yet, what exactly did he know about Xianingbing? When Lin Feng first became involved with her, he had vehemently advised against it. However, once Lin Feng resolutely declared his affection for her, Haoren ceased to intercede. Had he perhaps misjudged her character? Was Xia Ningbing truly some affluent heiress from the capital, with her previous pretentiousness merely a test for Lin Feng? And had his brother, having successfully passed her trial, now found himself in a relationship with her? Lin Feng gave him a light pat on the shoulder, dismissing the subject. What of Xia Ningbing? Do not mention her again. My girlfriend is far more beautiful. Haoren shot Lin Feng a scornful glance, realizing that this meant the luxury sports car was not purchased with Lin Feng's own savings. Rather, it was likely a gift from an older, wealthy woman. A wealthy woman? Attractive? Interested in his brother? He scrutinized Lin Feng closely, secretly astonished that his friend indeed might possess such charm. Suddenly, jealousy seeped into his tone, and he retorted, I'm not envious. I'll earn my own money for a sports car. No, for a hypercar, just like yours. Lin Feng watched him stew in frustration for a moment before casually offering. Want to take it for a spin? Really, my benefactor? Lin Feng chuckled, placing the keys in Haoren's palm and nudging him toward the driver's seat. Why would I deceive you? Just take it slow. This was a gift from my girlfriend. At that moment, Howard cast aside any irritation at Lin Feng's earlier jibes. After all, this was his benefactor. What was wrong with finding him a benefactress? The two remained mostly silent in the car, with Howard lost in the thrill of driving a luxury vehicle. Relishing the envious glances from passers-by, he occasionally flashed a crooked smile, though he drove cautiously, fearing even the slightest scratch would render him unable to repay the cost. After a couple of laps around the school, he reluctantly relinquished the driver's seat. What a rush. Fengji, now I understand that the most crucial aspect of driving such a car is to keep a firm grip on one's composure. Lin Feng reclaimed the keys and lazily stretched. Howard, you don't have class this afternoon, do you? None at all. Why? I'm taking you to the mall to help me select a gift for my girlfriend. You can lend me your thoughts. Howard's smile gradually faded. Although Lin Feng proclaimed his girlfriend to be more beautiful than Xia Ningbing, Howard's imagination conjured the image of a wealthy, elderly woman. Was his brother truly addicted to living off the favors of others? Ultimately, he could only sigh. But really, Lin Feng's taste is questionable. Why choose me, a single dog? Thus, in the mall, one could witness two grown men meandering about. One would inquire of the other, I think this one is lovely, what do you think? I believe any of them would suffice. They wandered for several rounds, purchasing nothing, rendering Lin Feng's solo shopping trip the previous day far more productive. Howard, I suddenly regret bringing you along. Lin Feng's voice dripped with exhaustion. At this rate, they could shop all day without making a single purchase. Shopping was already tiresome, and having Howard along was utterly draining. I can't help it. I've never had a girlfriend. By the way, Fengji, what does your girlfriend even look like? Upon seeing Howard's inquisitiveness, Lin Feng opened his photo gallery, intending to show him a picture of Su Luoxue. However, to his dismay, he realized there were no photos of them together or even any solo shots of Su Luoxue. He lowered his gaze, feeling as though he owed her far too much. What's wrong, Fengji? Nothing. Tonight I'll take you to meet my girlfriend. I guarantee you'll be utterly astonished. All right, just don't go back on your word. After spending the morning in the mall and accumulating numerous bags, Lin Feng escorted Howard back home. Wait, Fengji, is your girlfriend truly a wealthy woman? You bought so many things without batting an eye. Howard was genuinely astonished. Lin Feng never bothered to check prices. Sometimes, he would even demand the most expensive items from the store, and having such a friend was quite the status symbol. Lin Feng shook his head. Shallow. You only focus on the fact that my girlfriend is wealthy? He inserted the key into the ignition of the sports car and drove toward the villa area. Fengji, are you planning to buy a villa? At that moment, Howard felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the grand garden, gazing out the window at the opulent villas. After about 10 minutes of driving, Lin Feng halted before a vintage-style villa. Is it possible that your Fengji's girlfriend owns a house here? Without wasting words, Lin Feng guided Howard straight into the villa. Wait, this garden is even larger than my home. Upon entering through the iron gate, Howard's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt more exhilarated than riding a roller coaster. To see his brother achieving such success filled him with pride. Fengji, you mustn't forget me in the future. All right. Lin Feng was uninterested in idle chatter and led him directly toward the main entrance. Good day, young master. The moment they stepped inside, a chorus of cheerful female voices greeted Howard, their clarity ringing in his ears. Originally, Su Luoxue had instructed the maids not to address Lin Feng as young master. However, due to Su Luoxue's somewhat protective demeanor the previous night, the maids had convened a small meeting, deciding that they would still refer to Lin Feng as young master whenever Su Luoxue was absent. When she was home, they would refrain from using that term. Yet their duties remained unchanged. This approach aimed to avoid offending anyone. Should Su Luoxue eventually forgive Lin Feng and ensure they were not subjected to any ill treatment by the young man? Wow, your lifestyle is truly extravagant. Howard was momentarily taken aback by the maid's presence. Gazing at their pure and graceful faces, he felt genuine envy. This was what life was meant to be. Even if his girlfriend were an elderly woman, it would still be acceptable. However, with so many girls present, he dared not display his feelings openly. Instead, whispering to Lin Feng greeted the maids and led Howard upstairs to his room. Lin Feng's chamber was designed as a gaming room, featuring an ensuite bathroom, a long table, a massive bed, and 2 gaming chairs. On the dining table sat 2 computers, all purchased by Su Luoxue. She had no understanding of gaming, but had researched that boys enjoyed playing games, and they preferred girlfriends who would accompany them. Su Luoxue initially believed this would help improve her relationship with Lin Feng, but alas, it did not. These 2 computers, each worth 20,000, had gathered dust in the room for over a year. Howard, utterly fatigued from envy, flopped onto Lin Feng's bed, tears unexpectedly slipping from his eyes. This bed was softer than that of his girlfriend. On the bed lay 4 iron chains. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Do you want your dog to be more human? Get up. I called you over to play games with me, not to act as a pet. What game? Let's play. I'll take you to new heights. The two immersed themselves in gaming within the confines of the room for an entire afternoon, only pausing when Lin Feng finally removed his headphones at the sound of his phone alarm ringing at 5 o'clock. Howard, if you wish to continue playing, feel free. I must go downstairs to prepare dinner for my girlfriend. Hey, wait for me. Chun Haoran hurriedly followed in Lin Feng's footsteps, feeling that remaining here to play games would be akin to a death sentence. It was an unsettling sensation, akin to sneaking over to a friend's house to play games only to be caught by their mother when she unexpectedly returned. The mother would reprimand the child, yet the friend would insist on ignoring the situation and continue playing. By 6 o'clock, the 4 dishes and a soup were finally completed. If these dishes were to appear in an ordinary household, they would be considered quite lavish. However, in a villa, they felt somewhat out of place. Don't be deceived. Wealthy individuals do not feast on seafood and lobster at every meal. What you see is merely a portrayal of affluent families in television dramas. Lin Feng placed all the dishes on the dining table before finally removing his apron. Just a moment, my girlfriend will be back soon. Today, Su Luoxue seemed particularly ungracious, not returning to the villa until 7:30. Luoxue. Upon hearing the sound of the car, Lin Feng immediately pulled Chun Haoran outside to greet her. Su Luoxue still donned her tailored office attire, which, in Lin Feng's eyes, was rather unremarkable. Yet, it exuded an air of elegance, accentuated by Su Luoxue's voluptuous figure. Surprised by the presence of a guest, Luoxue frowned at Chun Haoran, her gaze then falling on Lin Feng's hand gripping Haoran's sleeve. She bit her lip tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Lin Feng would rather touch a boy. Luoxue, this is my good brother, a friend I've grown up with. I simply came to hang out with him today and will return this afternoon. Su Luoxue absorbed none of this, her mind fixated on the notion of growing up alongside Lin Feng. If only she too could have shared those childhood moments with him. After a brief pause, she emerged from her reverie. Her eyes regained their cold demeanor, and she responded with a soft, indifferent hum. Chun Haoran swallowed hard, sensing a palpable tension between his brother and this wealthy lady. Furthermore, wasn't she supposed to be a charming lady of wealth? This did not align with the logic he had anticipated. Nevertheless, it must be said that Su Luoxue was undeniably beautiful. Her appearance was truly impressive. Even if she did not seem particularly invested in his brother, it appeared Lin Feng had nothing to lose. With Chun Haoran present, Su Luoxue refrained from making Lin Feng uncomfortable, accompanying the boy as he enjoyed the 4 dishes and soup he had prepared. So, Haoran, isn't my girlfriend stunning? I must tell you, Luoxue and I are already officially registered. She is now my wife. Lin Feng placed a piece of beef into Chun Haoran's bowl, hardly eating much himself as he continually introduced Su Luoxue. Indeed, she was very beautiful. Chun Haoran dared not look at Su Luoxue. Her aura was somewhat intimidating. However, seeing Lin Feng's genuine smile, he understood that his feelings were sincere. When Su Luoxue heard the boy's compliments and the pride with which he declared her his wife, a sense of astonishment washed over her. Did Offing truly think this way? Could it be that Offing genuinely? But before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Lin Feng placed another piece of beef into Chun Haoran's bowl. Initially, he merely wished to encourage his friend not to be shy. Little did he know that this gesture would nearly provoke a fatal incident. Su Luoxue's expression suddenly turned menacing, her gaze directed at Chun Haoran, filled with malice. Lin Feng had never served her food before, not even once. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the dining table in an instant. Lin Feng quickly sensed Su Luoxue's change in demeanor and tentatively placed a piece of beef before her. The palpable tension dissipated immediately. After finishing the beef offered by the boy, Su Luoxue expressionlessly rose from the table. Once she had completely ascended the stairs, Chun Haoran tremulously turned to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, I felt as though your girlfriend wanted to kill me with that look. Did you not sense the atmosphere grow colder? Not at all. Luoxue was merely eating. She only glanced at you, right? Chun Haoran shivered. Brother Feng, I think I should head back to school now. I'll catch up with you later. Sure, I'll see you off. After escorting Chun Haoran home, Lin Feng hurriedly returned. He was acutely aware of Su Luoxue's unusual demeanor at the dinner table that evening. It seemed her Yandere tendencies had resurfaced. Yet, rather than feeling fear, Lin Feng felt elated. Su Luoxue's jealousy was a clear indication that there was hope for their relationship. In recent days, he had almost begun to think he had crossed into a parallel universe. Upon returning home, Lin Feng ascended the stairs slowly, tiptoeing as he knocked on Su Luoxue's door. Who is it? It's Luoxue. Lin Feng distinctly heard the laziness in Su Luoxue's voice when she first spoke, but upon realizing it was him, her tone shifted to one of indifference. May I come in? Lin Feng gently opened the door. Inside the room, Su Luoxue had removed her OL jacket, wearing only the shirt beneath, which accentuated her allure even more. Luoxue, what? Have you decided to divorce me? Before Lin Feng could finish, Su Luoxue interjected. Although the boy had been acting unusually over the past few days, she had believed it to be a reward from fate. However, who was Su Luoxue? Once she made a decision, it was final. She was now uncertain about Lin Feng. Yet, rather than remaining by his side, it seemed wiser to release him sooner. For that would ease her heart. She truly did not wish to witness the boy's tragic demise again. Each time she recalled that scene, her heart ached. Luoxue. Lin Feng stepped forward, gently grasping Su Luoxue's hand, his gaze burning with intensity. Luoxue, do you trust me? I genuinely wish to treat you well. In this life and the next. Noticing Su Luoxue's lack of resistance, Lin Feng tightened his grip on her hand. I was wrong before. Can you forgive me? Although Lin Feng could not see Su Luoxue's expression at that moment, he could feel her hand tense. Luoxue, do you no longer have feelings for me? I can pursue you. Before he could finish, Su Luoxue's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She yearned to confine the boy here, to make him her own Lin Feng, solely hers, to gradually mold him into someone who saw only her. Just as she began to move closer, wanting to draw the boy into her embrace, the haunting image of his tragic demise collided with Lin Feng's handsome visage in her mind. She jolted back to reality, forcefully pushing the boy away. Go away. I don't want to hear you say such things. I don't like anyone. Witnessing the shattered expression on Lin Feng's face, Su Luoxue realized that he had succumbed to despair, causing her heart to twist in agony. Go away. I said leave. Chapter 7. The Accident. Go away. As Lin Feng exited Su Luoxue's room, he found himself softly repeating a particular phrase. Moments earlier, he had attempted to embrace her, yearning to convey the sincerity of his feelings. Yet, upon witnessing the near collapse of Su Luoxue's demeanor, as her fingernails dug into her palm, he relinquished this approach. It seemed prudent to allow her some time to regain her composure. Standing before her door, Lin Feng murmured in a dazed state, reflecting that his existence was wholly devoted to Su Luoxue. What if this version of Su Luoxue was not the one he had known? In his previous life, aside from his parents and sister, she was the sole person who loved him. Yet that love appeared to have vanished. Inside the room, Su Luoxue clutched the blanket tightly, tears streaming down her face. Why was this happening? This was hardly the salvation bestowed upon her by fate. Why, at her most desperate moment, did she encounter a boy whose every thought and gaze was consumed by her? Dragging herself to the bedside table, she found a frame containing a candid photograph of the boy as he slept. In truth, Lin Feng had arrived too late. Had he come to her room at the moment of his rebirth, he would have seen every wall adorned with images of himself, all surreptitiously taken. 15 minutes later, with her voice hoarse from crying, Su Luoxue helplessly curled up under her blanket. The following morning, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his routine of preparing breakfast, while their relationship seemed to have deteriorated irreparably. As Su Luoxue passed by, she wouldn't spare him a glance, nor utter a single word. Lin Feng had grown accustomed to this, completing his futile tasks before heading to school to seek out Chen Haoren. However, as soon as he parked outside the dormitory, he encountered two individuals he least wished to see. Su Xia, entangled with Xia Ningbing, caught sight of Lin Feng in the distance and let out a derisive laugh before slipping her hand beneath Xia Ningbing's clothing. Ah, Su Ge, what are you doing? Xia Ningbing playfully chided, provoking a wicked grin from Su Xia. Come on, let me show you something fun. Before Xia Ningbing could react, Su Xia had led her directly before Lin Feng. Kiss. But before he could finish his taunt, a gust of wind struck his face, followed by an intense sting. Mere moments later, Xia Ningbing screamed beside him. He hit me. He hit me. Su Xia stared incredulously at Lin Feng, not anticipating that the madman would resort to violence before he even had a chance to mock him. Meanwhile, Xia Ningbing had completely lost consciousness. Su Xia shook the girl beside him, but when she received no response, his pupils trembled uncontrollably. You lunatic, you've killed her. Su Xia's vision began to blur. His frail body could hardly withstand such an impact. Lin Feng, arms crossed, looked on at the pair with a disdainful chuckle. If you lack the strength, don't provoke others. And when Xia Ningbing wakes, perhaps you should inquire if she wishes to go to India, where many would appreciate her talents. Fury ignited within Su Xia upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He had intended to mock Lin Feng, but he hadn't even begun to speak. Enduring the pain, he questioned, on what grounds do you strike us? How have I provoked you? Nothing in particular, simply an aversion to your presence. If you feel wronged, consider it merely my hand growing restless. After venting his frustrations, Lin Feng dismissed the half-conscious Su Xia and called Chen Haoren to come down. A real man should be able to withstand a single slap. Truly embarrassing. When Chen Haoren descended to find the two sprawled on the ground, he was taken aback. He glanced at Lin Feng and then at Xia Ningbing on the floor, ultimately deciding to speak up. Brother Feng, this let us go. Ignore these trivial matters. All right, meanwhile. In the office, Su Luoxue continued to rub her temples, finding the proposals on her desk utterly unreadable. Her mind was consumed by the image of the boy's sorrowful figure from the previous night and the memory of his tragic demise in her past life. Does our boss require assistance with anything? Xiao Qing asked, her concern evident upon seeing Su Luoxue's fatigue. If this continued, the state of the company was the least of her worries. She feared for her boss's well-being. Yes, Xiao Qing. Please have the driver bring the Pagani from the garage. Understood. The driver acted swiftly, arriving in under 10 minutes with the sleek Pagani parked outside the company. After hanging up, Su Luoxue slipped off her high heels while seated and made her way to the door, not forgetting to delegate her responsibilities. Xiao Qing, do not approve any proposals today. If there is a genuine emergency, have them call me. Got it. As she climbed into the Pagani, the driver noticed her unusual demeanor and felt compelled to warn her. Whenever Su Luoxue requested the Pagani, it invariably meant she intended to speed. However, she offered no opportunity for persuasion. After dismissing the driver, she dialed her close friend, Su Mingyao. Mingyao, do you have time today? I wish to go out for drinks. Su Mingyao hesitated momentarily before quickly agreeing. Sure, just let me finish my current tasks. I'll be ready in half an hour. After concluding the call, Su Luoxue shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, achieving 100 kilometers per hour in 4 seconds. Once on the highway, she accelerated to 140. Her spirits lifting slightly. Yet, the thrill of speed was short-lived as the boy's sorrowful visage re-emerged in her thoughts. Alongside the recent shifts in his demeanor, how he consistently prepared breakfast for her each morning, undeterred by her dismissive glances. It was in this contemplation that she realized she was still driving. In the next instant, her vision darkened. Lin Feng and Chun Haoran had spent the day engrossed in video games. After venting their frustrations, they returned to the villa to prepare dinner. Once the meal was prepared, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting Su Luoxue's return. He was aware of her desire to avoid him these past few days. Based on recent patterns, he anticipated her arrival at the same time as the previous evening, 7:30. However, as the clock struck 7:30, Su Luoxue remained absent. When he tried calling her, he was met with a notification that the line was busy. After repeating this several times and reflecting on past experiences, Lin Feng deduced that Su Luoxue had blocked him. He sighed deeply, recognizing that earning her trust was far more challenging than he had imagined. After sitting on the sofa for over half an hour, a sense of unease washed over him. He rose to inquire with the maid if she had Su Luoxue's contact information. Normally, she hadn't provided her number to the maid, but a few days prior, in preparation for Lin Feng's birthday party, she had shared her contact details with the head maid. After several rings, the call was finally answered, but it was not Su Luoxue's voice. Instead, a female voice, straining to keep her tone low, responded, "Your boss, Su, is unavailable. She won't be returning home tonight." Recognizing the voice of Su Luoxue's close friend, Lin Feng inquired urgently, "Su Mingyao, where is Luoxue? Where is she right now?" Hearing the boy's anxious tone ignited Su Mingyao's fury. It was this very pretty boy who had caused her dear friend to suffer a car accident, and now he had the audacity to feign concern for Su Luoxue. Initially intending to terminate the call, she suddenly recalled something and, with gritted teeth, declared, "City 1, come to the main entrance. I will meet you there." With that, the call ended. Lin Feng wasted no time, seizing his keys and hastening to the garage. By the time he arrived at City 1, he was drenched in cold sweat. Su Mingyao had not divulged the details of Su Luoxue's condition, and Lin Feng was enveloped in a shroud of dread throughout his drive. Upon parking, he dashed towards the entrance, where Su Mingyao awaited him, true to her word. "Su Mingyao, what happened to Luoxue?" Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, a sharp slap resonated in his ear. Su Mingyao glared at him with reddened eyes, as if to say, "You wish to know?" In a similar vein, Lin Feng denied her the opportunity to complete her thought. A gust of wind accompanied Su Mingyao's slap, sending her crashing to the ground. "Where is Su Luoxue?" Lin Feng demanded, his gaze fixed on the fallen Su Mingyao. Softness would not suffice to deal with someone like her. Only a firm hand would bring her to her senses. Regardless, even if she responded to gentleness, Lin Feng would still deliver 2 slaps. No one had ever struck him in this manner throughout his life. "Fine, follow me." Su Mingyao, clutching her stinging face, capitulated completely and led Lin Feng to the 3rd floor, in front of Su Luoxue's hospital room. Su Luoxue had already been through the emergency room once. However, according to the doctor, her organs appeared largely unharmed, which was a stroke of luck. "If you dare to come in and make things worse, I will ensure you suffer." Before entering the room, Su Mingyao shot Lin Feng a warning glance. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng had no ill intentions. Yet, should the boy harbor any harmful thoughts, her security team would swiftly subdue him. This was the confidence that allowed her to bring Lin Feng to the ward. Once she had given her instructions, Su Mingyao opened the door. This was a VIP room in the hospital, and it was Lin Feng's first encounter with such a setting. The room was entirely private and bore little resemblance to a typical hospital ward. It resembled an upscale apartment. Su Mingyao guided Lin Feng to a position 2 meters from Su Luoxue's bed. "All right, you cannot cross this line." She held out her hand to block his advance. The 2 bodyguards nearby grew alert at her words. "You needn't be so wary of me." Lin Feng sighed, yet he refrained from further protest. Convincing Su Mingyao would be more challenging than persuading Su Luoxue. Su Luoxue had been in a car accident on the highway, but fortunately, she had escaped with her life. The vehicle had merely brushed against the guardrail, preventing it from rolling over. Although she had not suffered any life-threatening injuries, hospitalization was inevitable. Lin Feng observed the bruises on Su Luoxue's face, lowering his gaze in silence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he murmured, "Su Mingyao, I need to ask you something. Can you step outside with me?" Su Mingyao was exasperated, finding his request amusing. Even Su Luoxue would not dare to order her around. However, given that Su Luoxue was still unconscious, she opted not to reprimand Lin Feng loudly. Once outside the room, Lin Feng disregarded Su Mingyao's irate expression. "Su Mingyao, did Luoxue's accident occur because of me?" "Humph. Who else would it be for if not you? My sister only drives recklessly when arguing with you. She was supposed to invite me for drinks." Su Mingyao's anger escalated, and by the end of her tirade, She felt an urge to slap Lin Feng again. Yet, the scorching sensation on her face quelled that impulse. Watching Lin Feng's seemingly indifferent demeanor only fueled her ire further. Do you truly care nothing for Su Luoxue? She has suffered such a significant incident, yet you appear unfazed. No wonder Su Luoxue is divorcing you. Lin Feng, observing Su Mengyao's escalating fury, retorted. I have not divorced Su Luoxue. I tore up the divorce agreement. With that, he strode back into Su Luoxue's room, leaving Su Mengyao fuming in place. After standing in the ward for over 2 hours, Lin Feng finally shifted his legs, which had grown numb, and turned to Su Mengyao. Can I sleep on the sofa tonight? Don't push me to anger. Your presence here is already quite generous of me. Not long after Lin Feng exited the room, Su Luoxue slowly opened her eyes. Mengyao. Su Mengyao thought she was hallucinating, but upon realizing Su Luoxue was genuinely awake, she hurried over to her bedside. Sister, you're awake. You have no idea how worried I was. Tears streamed down her face. After all, she was only 2 years older than Lin Feng and could still be considered a girl. The past few hours had been fraught with anxiety, fearing that something might happen and Su Luoxue would never awaken again. I'm fine. Su Luoxue gently squeezed her hand, though her eyelids felt heavy. You should rest a bit longer, sister. Your recovery is the most important thing. What would you like to eat? I have no appetite. By the way, how long has Ah Feng been here? Sister, I've been by your side for so long, and you're only concerned about that pretty boy? Upon hearing this, Su Mengyao realized that Su Luoxue had been awake for some time. Su Luoxue smiled faintly, stroking Su Mengyao's hair. I was just asking. He has been here for about 3 hours. I don't know what he was doing. Moreover, he told me he doesn't want to divorce you. Could that be true? The thought of Lin Feng's smug expression when he claimed he didn't wish to divorce Su Luoxue made Su Mengyao want to give him a good beating. Now, she simply sought a denial from Su Luoxue. Su Luoxue spoke with a hint of fatigue. I have divorced him, but it seems the divorce hasn't been finalized. What Lin Feng wishes to do is beyond my control. How dull. Su Mengyao rolled her eyes. Ultimately, it was still Su Luoxue's fault for indulging Lin Feng. Did Su Luoxue really need anyone's consent to get divorced? If others were as unreasonable as Lin Feng, the grass on their graves would be 3 meters high by now. After chatting for a while longer, Su Luoxue suddenly grasped Su Mengyao's hand tightly, a hint of insecurity in her voice. By the way, Mengyao, do I look unattractive with these injuries on my face? Su Mengyao was at a loss for words. Is this what you call a divorce? It feels more like being in the throes of young love. Chapter 9, Visiting Sister-in-Law. The following day, Lin Feng arrived at the hospital at 8 o'clock with breakfast. Su Mengyao, who had previously vowed not to let him in, did not stop him this time. She regarded him with a somewhat sour expression. Who are you trying to impress by bringing breakfast? You nearly drove my sister to her grave yesterday, and now you're pretending to be considerate. Lin Feng ignored her, casually making his way to Su Luoxue's room. This time, Su Luoxue did not feign sleep. Having heard Su Mengyao mention that the boy had stood by her bedside for over 2 hours, she knew that she could no longer maintain the act. It was pure coincidence that she had awakened just 10 minutes before he left yesterday. 10 minutes was manageable, but 2 hours was beyond her capability to fake. Luoxue, you're awake? Upon seeing Su Luoxue conscious, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. After a moment of incoherent speech, he approached her bedside and took her hand. Su Luoxue felt the intensity of his gaze and instinctively withdrew her hand, turning her head away. She had intended to scold him, but she hesitated to inquire whether he had completed the divorce agreement, finding herself at a loss for words. Instead, she could only murmur, what brings you here? Surely, you must be here to see my sister, Luoxue. Otherwise, what other purpose could there be for your visit? Lin Feng found himself amused by the beauty's question. Luoxue, I prepared this breakfast for you. Please enjoy it while it's warm. Upon seeing the increasingly well-prepared breakfast in Lin Feng's hands, Su Luoxue's expression grew even more awkward. However, given Su Luoxue's naturally reserved demeanor, her cheeks would have flushed crimson if she were more expressive. You can put it down. I will eat it myself later. All right. Outside the door, Su Mengyao seethed with frustration. She could not comprehend what tricks Lin Feng had employed to ensnare her sister's heart so thoroughly. Simultaneously, she prayed that Su Luoxue would not fall into the snare of love once more. After all, she had only just extricated herself from that quagmire. Yet it appeared that Su Luoxue was slipping back in. There was little conversation between the two, for Lin Feng had previously avoided Su Luoxue like a venomous snake, hardly exchanging more than a few words with her. Moreover, Su Luoxue tended to be taciturn. Since his reincarnation, the words she had spoken to him had exceeded those of their previous life. Thus, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for topics of conversation. Unable to discover common ground, Su Luoxue did not feel particularly embarrassed. The intensity of the boy's gaze, however, made her uncomfortable. Lin Feng, you should head back. All right. I will visit you again tomorrow. Remember to eat breakfast. You need to replenish your strength. MHM. Once the boy departed, Su Mengyao stormed over to the bedside table and picked up the breakfast. Upon noticing the simplicity of the ingredients, she could not help but snicker. I thought it would be something gourmet, but it turns out to be mere scraps unworthy of even a dog's appetite. Su Luoxue, lying in the hospital bed. Coughed a couple of times. Mingyao, please hand the breakfast over to me. Huh. Sister, if you want breakfast, I can make it for you. Is this even fit for human consumption? Su Mingyao muttered under her breath. Although Lin Feng's cooking was not too shabby, she felt compelled to disparage him a little. He had once caused her sister great pain, and now he had merely sweet-talked Su Luoxue back into his good graces. How could she not be incensed? Just give it to me, Su Mingyao pouted, holding the breakfast high above her head. But first, tell me when you plan to divorce that pretty boy. It seems to me that you have fallen for him again. Su Luoxue was at a loss for words and could only resort to the excuse she had used the day before. It should be soon, it better be. After Su Luoxue finished her breakfast, she handed the container back to Su Mingyao. By the way, Mingyao, could you fetch a chair for me? Sitting here seems rather tiring. Su Mingyao widened her eyes. Was she genuinely concerned for Lin Feng, who had been squatting there? Amused by her sister's demeanor, she exclaimed, Sister, I don't think you've even considered divorce. That evening, after preparing dinner, Lin Feng visited Su Luoxue at the hospital once more. However, when he arrived, she had already fallen asleep. Thus, he could only sit quietly in a chair beside her, gently placing his hand atop the beautiful woman's. It was only by feeling her warmth that Lin Feng could truly believe in the reality of the moment. Gradually, he fell asleep, holding Su Luoxue's slightly chilly hand. He was oblivious to how much time passed before Su Luoxue stirred awake, her gaze immediately falling upon the boy resting by her bedside. One hand cradled his head while the other remained gently atop hers. As she gazed at him, a mixture of sorrow and complexity swirled within her eyes, but beneath it all lay a more turbulent affection. She was unsure whether her feelings were right or wrong. Aware that she was a potential source of trouble, she still found herself welcoming the boy's kindness. At 9:30, Su Mingyao roused Lin Feng from his slumber. Hey, how long do you plan to linger here? Disoriented from sleep, Lin Feng took a moment before rising, lowering his voice to glare at Su Mingyao. Why are you shouting? Aren't you afraid of waking Luoxue? He rubbed his numb arm. Had Luoxue not awakened at all? No. Why do you have so much to say? Su Mingyao replied impatiently, fearing that if Lin Feng continued to doze off, he might end up spending the night there. Fine, I'll take my leave then. If Luoxue wakes up in the middle of the night, just order her some takeout. I'll discard my dinner. It was meant to be thrown away anyway. Su Mingyao retorted but ceased her jabs at Lin Feng, urging him to leave. As he exited the patient room, Su Mingyao swiftly closed and locked the door. Her movements fluid and precise. After completing her task, she returned to Su Luoxue's room, finding her beloved sister sitting up. Gazing blankly at the hand Lin Feng had just held, Su Mingyao felt a throb at her temples. What on earth is happening? The following day, Lin Feng arrived at the hospital at 8:30, accompanied by the somewhat awkward Chen Haoren. Initially, Chen Haoren had been sleeping in the dormitory but rushed downstairs upon hearing Lin Feng's call about Su Luoxue's car accident. However, he now felt a twinge of regret. Arriving at the hospital, he recalled that his sister-in-law seemed to harbor some dislike for him. Wow, Brother Feng, is the VIP ward in the hospital this luxurious? Our dormitory feels more like a sick bay. Lin Feng slapped Chen Haoren's shoulder, exasperated. Did you come here to admire the ward? Remember what I told you. Strive to win your sister-in-law's favor. Otherwise, you won't see me again. Got it, Chen Haoren promised, patting his chest. Lin Feng had repeated this dozens of times during their journey, and he felt that if Lin Feng said it a few more times, he might need to visit an ear specialist for calluses. Lin Feng arrived a half-hour late, and Su Mingyao had begun to think he would not come at all. As she was in the midst of discussing his shortcomings with Su Luoxue, upon seeing Lin Feng knock on the door, she could not help but roll her eyes and said petulantly, Come in. Lin Feng ignored Su Mingyao, but Chen Haoren was unable to do so. He had initially believed he was merely visiting his mother-in-law, but upon seeing Su Mingyao, he stammered, Sister, hello. Su Mingyao possessed an exceptionally pure and innocent appearance. Had Lin Feng not had any grievances with her, she might have earned a score of 93 or 94, given Chen Haoren's fear of women. It was no surprise that he stammered, as he had never encountered such a beautiful woman aside from Su Luoxue. Lin Feng could only facepalm in exasperation. This adopted son was truly embarrassing him. Hurry up, why are you addressing her? You came to see your sister-in-law. Oh how shameless. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Mingyao stuck her tongue out at him but did not linger on him for long. Instead, her gaze shifted to the slightly limping Chen Haoren following Lin Feng. This boy seemed rather interesting. Chapter 10, Going Home. Upon entering the room, Su Luoxue did not pretend to be asleep. Her expression remained unchanged upon seeing the boy enter. However, when she noticed Chen Haoren following closely behind him, her pupils dilated in surprise. After confirming that the two had no physical contact, she resumed her indifferent demeanor. Sister-in-law? This is a gift I prepared for you. Chen Haoren spoke incoherently as he placed the fruits he had purchased on the bedside table, quickly covering his mouth afterward. Damn it! Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to give him a reluctant kick. All the advice he had given him earlier now seemed futile. Watching his boy flirt with someone else, Su Luoxue's expression soured once more. Lin Feng, oblivious to her discomfort, proceeded to prepare breakfast as usual, the only difference being the addition of a chair in front of the bedside table. Luoxue, here is your breakfast for today. Lin Feng had expected Su Luoxue to leave it untouched as she had done before, but to his surprise, she sat up straight and began to eat. Elated, Lin Feng reached out to take the spoon from her hand. Luoxue, let me feed you. Su Luoxue quickly dodged, asserting, no need. Her curt response momentarily left the boy speechless. Oh, I thought you threw away the breakfast I made before. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Feng scratched his head, having believed his efforts were in vain. Seeing Su Luoxue actually eating his breakfast eased his worries. How is it? The taste should be acceptable, right? It's all right. Su Luoxue had initially been reluctant to engage in conversation, but Lin Feng's endearing, awkward demeanor tugged at her heartstrings. She longed to tell him that she had eaten every breakfast he had brought her. Chen Haoran made a couple of perfunctory remarks of concern before exiting the ward. He wished to follow Lin Feng's lead and gain Su Luoxue's favor, but her gaze towards him was always that of an adversary. Feeling suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, he decided he could no longer remain inside. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to be directed solely at Chen Haoran, while Lin Feng appeared blissfully unaware, contentedly watching Su Luoxue enjoy his breakfast. What are you looking at? Su Luoxue found it impossible to ignore the boy's intense gaze. Luoxue, you're so beautiful. I just want to gaze at you longer. Lin Feng grinned unabashedly, delighted to see Su Luoxue less resistant to his presence than before. After she finished eating, he gently took the lunchbox from her hands and held her hand. Luoxue, I plan to return home tomorrow, so I want to be able to bring you breakfast. Please remember to eat on time. Once you recover, I'll take you to meet my parents, so they can see their daughter-in-law. Lin Feng, you should go back. Su Luoxue interrupted him before he could finish. The thought of meeting Lin Feng's parents made her grip the blanket tightly. She felt unworthy and feared that her ongoing insistence on divorce disqualified her from such an encounter. Hearing that Lin Feng would return home left her feeling a twinge of disappointment. All right, Lin Feng did not press the matter further, biting his lip before standing to leave the room. Outside, Chen Haoran was blushing furiously, captivated by Su Mingyao's flirtations. He was at a loss as to where to place his hands, his gaze fixed resolutely on the floor. Hey, handsome, what is your name? You smell wonderful. By the way, what is your relationship with Lin Feng? Why are you his subordinate? How about I help you become his superior? Lin Feng, witnessing his inept friend, pulled him up from the sofa, glaring at him with annoyance. Let us go, what are you still doing here? Oh, okay, I'm coming. Chen Haoran fell in line behind Lin Feng, relieved to escape. Lin Feng was determined to prevent his brother from falling prey to Su Mingyao. Each encounter with her ignited his urge to confront her. Though he understood her intentions were for Su Luoxue, he found her insufferable. Once the door closed, Lin Feng kicked Chen Haoran in irritation. The girl you were just talking to is a vampire. If you fall for her, just wait for your brother to clean up the mess. A vampire? Chen Haoran exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Having just been flustered by her, he could hardly reconcile the idea of such an innocent-looking girl being a vampire. Brother Feng, should we call the police? Isn't that dangerous for sister-in-law? As his words trailed off, he felt as though his throat had been constricted, fearing the worst. Lin Feng chuckled, are you scared? Chen Haoran gulped, secretly admiring Lin Feng's audacity. Su Luoxue has never harmed me. In fact, she has always protected me. You don't need to worry about that. Lin Feng was unfazed by Chen Haoran discovering Su Luoxue's true nature. A vampire who had never harmed anyone could coexist peacefully with humans, particularly one as influential as Su Luoxue. Pushing her to the edge could pose a significant threat to society. After returning to the villa and swiftly washing up, Lin Feng fell into a deep slumber, knowing he needed to wake early for his trip home. The task of testing Su Luoxue's boundaries was trivial compared to the importance of soothing that beautiful girl. Ideally, he hoped to return to Jiangqing the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng sensed that Su Luoxue had already warmed to him, yet he couldn't fathom why she was still reluctant to acknowledge him. Regardless, he had to endure. After all, he had brought this upon himself in his previous life. Lin Feng's family was not particularly affluent. By standard definitions, they barely qualified as a middle-class household. Before departing, he used the 50 million Su Luoxue had gifted him to purchase some items from the big city, not merely for appearances, but because he hadn't returned home in 2 years. And it would be remiss not to bring back something nice. Well, perhaps it was also a matter of pride. He wanted his parents and sister to see him as a successful individual, and the mere thought of it brought him joy. The journey home from Jiangqing was lengthy. Even with the highway, it took nearly 2 hours, not accounting for some rural roads. By the time he finished shopping and drove back home, it was already evening. Arriving at the village basketball court, Lin Feng parked the car and strolled toward his house with bags in tow. However, before he could enter the foyer, he overheard Yi Xiaoxia's voice inside. Speaking with her was a woman Lin Feng could not recognize after 2 years away. Mom, I'm back. Yi Xiaoxia, who had been chatting, quickly stood and rushed to the entrance upon hearing her son's voice. Oh, little Feng is back? Her tone was filled with surprise, though her expression turned slightly puzzled when she saw the multitude of bags Lin Feng carried. Little Feng, why did you buy so many things? It's nothing. Just some ordinary items. Lin Feng smiled as he placed his purchases on the coffee table, only to be met with a sharp voice cutting through the air. Isn't that Lin Feng? Where have you been making big money for the past 2 years? Chapter 11. Lin Xiao. Lin Feng turned towards the source of the voice. A slightly plump middle-aged woman he could not recognize. After a moment of contemplation, he was reminded of who she was. That is your fifth aunt. Yi Xiaoxia quickly clarified upon noticing her son hesitating. Lin Feng now recalled her identity. This so-called fifth aunt was known for her disdain towards the impoverished, always favoring those with wealth. The children of their family had never held her in high regard. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxia's words, Aunt Wu quickly waved her hand dismissively, lamenting that today's children are so uncommunicative that getting them to speak is an insurmountable challenge. Yi Xiaoxia could only respond with an awkward smile, inwardly reflecting that Aunt Wu's son was hardly any different. Aunt Wu was exceedingly strict in disciplining her son, to the point where he seemed on the verge of developing social anxiety. Though the boy achieved commendable grades, they paled in comparison to her own son, Lin Feng, of whom Yi Xiaoxia felt genuine pride. Hearing Aunt Wu disparage her son, she was reluctant to engage further in conversation. Brother, over here. Just as Lin Feng was about to interject, his younger sister Lin Xiao, seated across from the two adults, waved at him. Disregarding Aunt Wu's insistent remarks, Lin Feng sauntered over to Lin Xiao, who eagerly tugged at his arm, wanting him to sit beside her. He sensed that she was likely up to no good. What do you want? He inquired. Nothing much, I just missed you. Where have you been all these years? Lin Xiao replied with a cheerful grin, clinging to Lin Feng's arm without uttering another word. Observing her obsequious demeanor, Lin Feng could surmise her intentions but chose to play along. Did I not tell you I'm working part-time? He said. Brother, you must have earned quite a bit, right? My shopping cart is a bit full. Lin Xiao continued to cling to the boy's arm, appearing sweet and innocent. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. During his time with Su Luoxue, Lin Xiao frequently pondered when he would return, though she had never adopted such a lowly tone before. His sister had never been one to mince words. With her sycophantic demeanor, it was evident that her shopping cart was indeed overflowing. All right, let me have a look, he said. Keep your voice down. If Mom hears, she'll kill me. Lin Xiao urgently covered Lin Feng's mouth, fearing that if Yi Xiaoxia learned she was pestering him for gifts, she would be the one in trouble. Noticing that Yi Xiaoxia's attention was elsewhere, Lin Xiao tightened her grip on Lin Feng's arm, as though afraid he might escape. Here, let me show you. But there might be a lot. Lin Xiao confessed, unlocking her phone and opening a shopping app, revealing a total amount due of over 2,000 yuan in her cart. Lin Feng promptly stood up and approached Yi Xiaoxia. 2,000 yuan? Isn't that highway robbery? He exclaimed. Brother, no? Lin Xiao gasped, breaking into a cold sweat. She hastily pressed him back onto the sofa, whispering urgently in his ear. I know it's a bit pricey, but I really like it. Just buy me this little camera, okay? You said you spoil me the most, and you once called me your little princess. Lin Xiao began to act coy, feeling somewhat embarrassed but determined to persuade Lin Feng to indulge her. He shivered at her audacity, suppressing a laugh at her shamelessness. He gently patted her shoulder, finally ceasing his teasing. All right, I'll show some mercy this once. But you mustn't tell Mom, and besides, I'm not the one who spoils you the most anymore. I have a girlfriend now. Really? Lin Xiao hardly registered Lin Feng's mention of a girlfriend. All she cared about was whether he would clear her shopping cart. Listen first. Look at how much money your brother has now. Lin Feng displayed his Alipay balance on his phone, urging her, don't tell Mom. Upon seeing the figure on Lin Feng's phone, Lin Xiao snatched it from him, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what? Brother, did you rob a bank? She struggled to contain her excitement, feeling as though she was on the brink of becoming a little heiress overnight. She tightened her grip on Lin Feng's arm, silently vowing to never call him old again and to refrain from sharing her whimsical thoughts around him. She resolved to be a docile and obedient little sister from now on. However, her joy was short-lived as Aunt Wu's shrill voice pierced through, attacking her eardrums. Xiaofeng must have earned quite a bit out there, bringing back all these things. They must be worth a fortune. As she spoke, she subtly gestured toward the various packages Lin Feng had brought. Yi Xiaoxia quickly laughed nervously, avoiding comments on the value of the items. Lin Xiao tugged on Lin Feng's arm, genuinely disliking Aunt Wu's presence. After Lin Feng had revealed his balance to her, she was certain that the items he brought back would be equally impressive. Brother, what did you bring back? Gifts for you and our parents. Just open them, he replied. All right. Lin Xiao released Lin Feng's arm and rushed over, selecting the most exquisitely wrapped package to unwrap. Yi Xiaoxia wanted to intervene, but found herself at a loss for words. If the items Lin Feng had brought back turned out to be extravagant, it would be acceptable. However, if they were rather ordinary, Aunt Wu's critical tongue would surely unleash its scorn. To her surprise, Aunt Wu's mocking voice did not materialize. Instead, Lin Xiao was practically bouncing with delight. Wow, brother, is this for me? She exclaimed, unveiling a high-end foldable smartphone nestled within the elegant packaging, one of Lin Feng's gifts for her. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, that's for you. There are two more. Those are for Mom and Dad. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiao eagerly tore into the other packages, discovering two identical phones inside. While they lacked the extravagance of her foldable phone, their size and design clearly indicated their quality. Lin Xiao's grin never faded as she continued to unwrap the gifts Lin Feng had purchased, revealing everything from premium liquor to other extravagant items. If only he had brought back an aircraft carrier. Mom, look, this is what brother bought for you, Lin Xiao exclaimed, placing the phone into Yi Xiaoxia's hands while cradling her own foldable phone with affection. She then dashed over to Aunt Wu, sincerity lacing her tone. Aunt Wu, this phone is quite nice. You should ask my cousin to get you one too. It's really user-friendly. Aunt Wu chuckled awkwardly before rising to take her leave. Sure. I'll head home now. Except for Yi Xiaoxia's brief acknowledgement, no one paid her any mind. Once Aunt Wu had distanced herself, Yi Xiaoxia looked at the array of gifts with a furrowed brow. Xiaofeng, why did you buy so many things? Though delighted by the abundance of gifts, which indicated that her son was indeed earning well in Jiangcheng, she had always been frugal and felt a pang of regret at such lavish expenditures. Mom, don't worry. I have it all under control, Lin Feng reassured her. Yet Yi Xiaoxia remained unconvinced. How can you say you have it under control after buying so many things? You're still just a student. No matter how much you earn from a part-time job, you shouldn't spend it all like this. Save your money. If you want to buy something for Chiao, I won't say a word, but your father and I can do without any of this. After a lengthy discussion between Lin Feng and his sister, Yi Xiaoxia finally relented, smiling as she accepted the gifts from Lin Feng. Chapter 12. The Confrontation. As Yi Xiaoxia headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Lin Xiao immediately clung to Lin Feng's arm. Brother, what do you do in Jiangcheng? Why not take me along? Upon witnessing Lin Feng's considerable earnings, she felt a surge of desire. She had always been somewhat lethargic, showing little interest in academics. If Lin Feng were to propose taking her to Jiangcheng, she would enthusiastically follow him without hesitation. What are you doing here? You're only a freshman in high school. And this money isn't actually mine. It's from your sister-in-law. What? Lin Xiao's grip on the boy's arm faltered. It wasn't Lin Feng's own earnings? 40 million? A wealthy mistress? At 80 years old, as she glanced at Lin Feng's appearance, her expression darkened further. Despite their frequent banter, she had to concede that she had never encountered a more handsome boy than her brother. It was hardly surprising that he had a sugar mommy. He was her sole brother. Although Lin Feng often teased her, he truly doted on her. In light of this, she would prefer to forego the money altogether. The thought made her grip on Lin Feng's arm tremble. Brother, why don't we just return the money to your girlfriend? Lin Feng instantly grasped her intentions. What? Do you think your sister-in-law is an old hag? Lin Xiao remained silent, rolling her eyes as if to convey her thoughts. If I have the chance, I'll bring your sister-in-law to meet you, and you'll change your mind then. At the mention of Su Luoxue, a smile unconsciously graced Lin Feng's lips. Entirely oblivious to the fact that his sister was contemplating racing upstairs to inform Yi Xiaoxia. As if joking, would he really spend 2 years without returning home? All for a beautiful and wealthy girlfriend? Lin Xiao was skeptical. If it were true, Lin Feng would undoubtedly flaunt it before her. Her only wish now was for her brother not to become ensnared in that lifestyle. She gazed at the 3 folded notes in her hand, which suddenly seemed far less enticing. Brother, I can't bear to part with you. Don't be so mushy. Go to hell. After dinner, Lin Xiao washed the dishes and then sat beside Lin Feng on the sofa, both engrossed in their phones, watching the 2 siblings behave like 2 little layabouts. Yi Xiaoxia found it quite unbearable. Xiaofeng, now that you're back, your sister doesn't have to do her homework anymore. She's inherently lazy. Mom, how can you say that about your own daughter? Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxia label her as lazy, Lin Xiao couldn't help but protest. She was merely a bit slow. Her poor grades had nothing to do with laziness. Her body didn't spring into action just because Yi Xiaoxia had said a few words. After all, she had a free pass whenever Lin Feng was around. If not now, then when would she indulge in her phone? In truth, Yi Xiaoxia didn't wish to play the villain. She wanted the siblings to communicate more and foster their relationship. Yet Lin Xiao's academic performance was dismal, far inferior to Lin Feng's in his youth. She genuinely feared that Lin Xiao might not secure a place in university and struggle to find a job. As a native of the countryside, Yi Xiaoxia placed great importance on education. After Yi Xiaoxia left, Lin Feng lightly nudged Lin Xiao. Why do you always get scolded by mom? Having grown weary of scrolling through his phone, Lin Feng began to play with Lin Xiao's high ponytail. I'm just biding my time, gathering my strength for the final moment. Mom just doesn't understand. Lin Xiao shot him a fierce glare and swatted his hand away from her hair. Whenever Lin Feng played with her hair, it always ended up in a tangled mess. Tonight, I'll treat you to barbecue. Just let me mess with your hair a bit. Won't mom scold us? Who cares? If anyone gets scolded, it will be me. All right. That night, the 2 snuck some late-night snacks, only to be caught by Yi Xiaoxia, leading to a scolding. Lin Feng rose at 7:30 the next morning. Unable to help it, his biological clock had adjusted to such a routine. However, this was precisely what he desired. He would have preferred to wake up at 6. In his childhood, Lin Xiao had been an early riser, often sneaking into his bed on weekends. If he didn't allow her to snuggle in, she would go tell their mother. Now, he had finally found the opportunity. Lin Feng dashed into Lin Xiao's room, yanked the curtains wide open, and lifted the blankets off her. Get up, Lin Xiao. Look at the time. It took a full 30 seconds of shaking before Lin Xiao finally turned over. Feeling her brother still shaking her, she delivered a merciless kick in response. However, Lin Feng, undeterred, continued to shake her until she begrudgingly checked her phone. Seeing the time displayed as 8 o'clock, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Are you out of your mind? It's not even 8 yet. I'm just worried you might sleep through the day. Fine, go back to sleep. Go to hell. In the end, Lin Xiu didn't fall back asleep. Even if she had, Lin Feng would have continued to rouse her. After brushing her teeth and having breakfast, she slumped against Lin Feng's shoulder, scrolling through her phone once more. Brother, what are we having for lunch? I don't know, just not your favorite. Go die? The following evening, Lin Feng set off back to Jiangqing, unable to shake off his worries for Su Luoxue. Seeing that his parents and sister were doing well, he felt at ease to stay there. Arriving in Jiangqing at 10 o'clock that night, Lin Feng had originally hoped to meet Su Luoxue. However, he ultimately ran out of time and had to concede that it would have to wait. He didn't rush to wash up. Instead, he picked up the dumbbells on the floor and began to exercise. He had purchased the weights online a few days prior, but had been too busy comforting Su Luoxue to use them. Now he finally had time to work out. After completing 8 sets of 6 repetitions and 10 sets of 3 minutes of planking, he finally stopped. His training wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It stemmed from the fact that wealthy women were often attracted to muscular men. He believed Su Luoxue would appreciate it too, which was why he had bought the equipment. The next morning, Lin Feng's arms felt slightly sore. He had forgotten to stretch after his workout last night, but it was nothing serious. After preparing breakfast for Su Luoxue, he set off to Jiangqing University to pick up Chen Haoran. As Lin Feng stepped out of the car, he intended to call Chen Haoran. But a group of students armed with various weapons approached him, one even wielding a small knife. Lin Feng thought he had stumbled into some dramatic campus scene and instinctively tried to retreat to his car. However, a sudden gust of wind from behind thwarted his attempt to escape. After receiving a slap, Lin Feng recognized the person before him. It was Su Xia, the very one who had slapped him a few days prior. Lin Feng, you son of a gun. You dare say my woman is for sale? I'll tell you that the old woman who is keeping you is also for sale. Initially, Lin Feng had wanted to retreat to his car. But hearing Su Xia's words ignited a furious fire within him. He was an emotional person, and upon hearing that statement, a single thought consumed his mind. He would fight Su Xia to the death. Su Xia was eager to confront Lin Feng, but in the next moment, Lin Feng delivered a powerful blow that sent Su Xia reeling, knocking out his 2 front teeth. Lin Feng held his own against the gang of fragile college students. Regardless of their physical prowess, the most crucial factor was their hesitance to strike with their iron rods. The student with the knife was merely there to intimidate. In a fit of rage, Lin Feng's training proved worthwhile as he took down one of the college students, seizing his weapon to fight back. Although there were many attackers, the college students had never witnessed such a scene before. Upon witnessing Lin Feng, bloodied yet resolutely standing, they were stripped of any remaining courage to descend further, particularly as the gravity of causing a fatality weighed heavily upon them. Chapter 13. Entering the courtyard. Brother Feng. Just moments after those students departed, Chen Haoran dashed down the stairs. He had classes during the 3rd and 4th periods that morning, and Lin Feng had not contacted him, which ordinarily would have meant he would not have awakened so early. However, upon hearing that a fight had erupted downstairs, he had initially intended merely to witness the commotion. Little did he know that the unfolding events would directly involve his brother. At this moment, Lin Feng, still under the influence of adrenaline, stood amidst his injuries. Upon seeing his brother rushing towards him, he could only smile reassuringly. Haoran, I'm fine. Yet in the next instant, darkness enveloped him. Meanwhile, in Su Luoxue's hospital room, Su Mingyao observed the despondent Su Luoxue with a heavy heart, simultaneously cursing Lin Feng in her thoughts. Damn it, I knew he was no good. I warned you not to get involved, and now look. He has vanished, leaving you foolishly alone. After keeping Su Luoxue company until 9 o'clock, Su Mingyao gently patted her shoulder. Sister, don't wait any longer. It's time to sleep. Su Luoxue lowered her gaze, having genuinely believed that Lin Feng had reciprocated her feelings over the past few days. Yet, she was forced to confront the reality that it was merely her own delusion. A sharp pain gripped her chest once more, but her eyes remained cast down, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. The room was enveloped in silence until the shrill ring of a phone shattered the stillness. Su Luoxue bit her lip and picked up her phone, a flicker of hope igniting within her. However, upon seeing the caller ID, her spirit sank, and she let her hand fall helplessly. The beautiful woman, overwhelmed by sorrow, had forgotten that she had previously blocked the boy's number. Su Mingyao, already irked, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Su Luoxue's dejected demeanor. Wishing she could inflict 1,000 tortures on the caller, she picked up her phone and pressed the answer button, eager to vent her frustration at Lin Feng onto the other party. Heizi, you better have a good reason. On the other end was a gang leader known as Heizi. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's furious tone, he stammered, we're looking for Miss Su. Cut the nonsense and get to the point. One of our brothers was injured, and when we visited him in the hospital today, it seemed like we spotted Lin Feng there, but I'm not entirely sure before he could finish. Su Luoxue snatched the phone from Su Mingyao's grasp, urgency lacing her voice. Where is he? At the 4th Municipal Hospital, in the emergency room. Wait for me at the entrance. Inside the hospital, Lin Feng had been transferred to a regular ward, still wearing a blue wristband. Is this a hospital? The disoriented Lin Feng scanned his surroundings, feeling a sense of unease due to the sudden change in environment. Brother Feng, you're awake. Chen Haoran, having just settled the medical fees, hurried over upon noticing Lin Feng's consciousness returning. Lin Feng began to recall the events that transpired, a wry smile playing on his lips. Why did you bring me to the hospital for these minor injuries? There weren't many in that group who could fight. As he spoke, a sharp intake of breath escaped him as he lightly touched his face. Damn it, those brutes have no sense of restraint. They say one should avoid hitting the face initially. The group of university students had no intention of inflicting serious harm, nor targeting Lin Feng's face. However, as the confrontation escalated, some were compelled to act with greater severity. Chen Haoran grasped Lin Feng's hand, placing it at his side. Brother, don't touch your wounds. Does it not hurt? Chen Haoran was on the verge of losing his composure, watching Lin Feng carelessly touch his own injuries, his temples throbbing in response. He recalled how bloodied Lin Feng had appeared when he assisted him into the hospital, feeling a chill run down his spine. Why didn't you call me for help during such a significant incident? And if you couldn't fight, why didn't you run? Lin Feng ignored his admonitions, inexplicably drawn to touch his wounds again. Another gasp escaped him, and he instinctively withdrew his hand under the covers. Chen Haoran, unable to bear the sight, chuckled. Still showing your teeth? Come on. Lin Feng was in no mood for banter, his expression shifting to concern as he looked at Chen Haoran. Haoran, do you think I'll need stitches on my face? What if I end up disfigured? What if your sister-in-law no longer finds me appealing? Chen Haoran was rendered speechless, uncertain whether to curse or console him. Brother, even if you were disfigured, you would still be handsome, all right? Yet, seeing Lin Feng's anxious demeanor, he refrained from berating him and instead offered solace. Fine, today I'll concede that Brother Feng is even more handsome than me after a bath. You're worried about your sister-in-law's opinion? Stitch me up as many times as needed. It's no big deal. After their playful exchange, Chen Haoran resumed his questioning, determined to extract a satisfactory answer. If you don't call your brother during a fight, what kind of brother are you? Honestly, I'm quite upset. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Seeing their stance, I knew they wouldn't escalate to a real fight, and I didn't have time to call you. It was purely an accident. As for why I didn't run, I initially intended to, but that bastard Su Xia insulted your sister-in-law, and in that moment, I couldn't think of anything else. I was too busy protecting your sister-in-law to care about anything else. Once I'm discharged, I'll drag him out. Chen Haoran, noticing Lin Feng's growing agitation, quickly pressed him down, speaking soothingly to calm his emotions. Outside the ward, Su Mingyao leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, silent. Shortly after Chen Haoran entered, she and Su Luoxue had arrived at the ward, overhearing Lin Feng's words clearly. Lin Feng's actions were undoubtedly foolish, almost absurdly so. However, this brother-in-law was one she could approve of. After a sigh, she patted Su Luoxue's shoulder, offering a wry smile. Go on, coax my good brother-in-law back. Yet, Su Luoxue did not appear as sorrowful as Su Mingyao had anticipated. Her eyes betrayed no emotion. Su Mingyao refrained from further persuasion and turned to leave. Not long after Su Mingyao departed, Su Luoxue too made her way downstairs. However, at the moment of her turn, this formidable businesswoman of Jiangxing felt tears welling in her eyes. The ICFA Ade that had remained unchanged for years was suddenly marred by two streams of tears, and her steps grew heavier as she descended the stairs. Su Xiao, how dare you bully Feng? Though I, Su Luoxue, have left the underworld, I am far from powerless. Chapter 14. I heard you were looking for me? Su Luoxue hurriedly dialed a number as she descended the stairs, rushing towards Lin Feng's room. Upon seeing Su Luoxue before him, Lin Feng could scarcely believe his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes repeatedly, he finally confirmed that his wife had indeed arrived. Luoxue, elder sister, sister-in-law Su Luoxue resumed her icy demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement as she saw the two greet her. Despite receiving no response, Lin Feng could not suppress his goofy smile, sitting up to make room for Su Luoxue on his bed. Luoxue, please sit here. Seeing his pitiful state, Su Luoxue pressed down on the boy's attempt to rise. Sit still, don't move your wounds. Although Lin Feng wanted to get up, he lacked the strength and had no choice but to obediently lie back down. Luoxue, you haven't fully recovered yet. And my injuries are not serious. Su Luoxue's body trembled slightly. She could hardly endure Lin Feng's words. Each time he bowed his head in apology or uttered such sentiments, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him, nurturing him until he affectionately called her darling. Alternatively, she fantasized about confining him within the villa, binding his hands and feet with iron chains in her room. Whenever the boy sought her favor, she would feign ignorance or disregard him, her heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Lost in her own world, it took Su Luoxue a moment to regain her voice. My injuries are nothing. I will come to see you every day. Please take care of yourself. After speaking, she cast a fleeting glance at Chen Haoran, who stood across from her, causing a chill to run down his spine. Yet, she refrained from uttering anything further. Presently, she felt devoid of any identity or position to chastise this die-hard companion who was constantly by Lin Feng's side. Luoxue, could you perhaps come back in a couple of days? The boy's voice cut through her thoughts, prompting her to retract her previously menacing demeanor and focus on Lin Feng. Upon hearing his words, Su Luoxue's pupils quivered, but she noticed the boy's hand covering his face. To her surprise, the usually oblivious beauty had discerned the unspoken emotions. "It's fine. You should still look handsome after the stitches, and Lin Feng is Lin Feng, unchanged by mere appearances." Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Luoxue, you heard that?" Su Luoxue awkwardly affirmed with a slight nod. After a brief period of discomfort, she turned toward the door, declaring, "I'll come back tomorrow." Without waiting for the boy's response, she strode out of the room. The fear of rekindling her feelings gripped her, a sentiment reinforced by her past experiences, despite her efforts to lock away her heart. However, when the enchanting beauty received a call from He Zi and hurried to the hospital, she was destined to be the losing side in this game. Chen Haoran took a 3-day leave, intending to care for Lin Feng throughout his recovery. Aside from attending to Lin Feng's needs, he engaged him in conversation, almost attending to every aspect of his life. Despite Lin Feng's repeated attempts to persuade him to return to class, he remained indifferent. Su Luoxue arrived at the hospital by 7 o'clock, even earlier than Lin Feng had come to visit her. However, as expected, Lin Feng remained soundly asleep at that moment. Upon noticing Su Luoxue's arrival, Chen Haoran discreetly exited the room. Su Luoxue placed the fruits she had brought for Lin Feng on the bedside table. Gazing down at his sleeping visage, Lin Feng had narrowly escaped disfigurement. Had those thugs been a bit more forceful, he might have required stitches for real. Memories of the boy's words from the previous day flooded her mind. "I pamper your sister-in-law too much. How dare he insult her?" The anger etched on his face had been unmistakable, leaving Su Luoxue momentarily stunned. As she sensed movement around her, Lin Feng groggily opened his eyes, the sight of her silhouette instantly brightening his mood. "Luoxue, why are you here so early? Your injuries?" Su Luoxue interrupted him coolly. "Does it still hurt? I've arranged for you to be transferred to a VIP room. The nurse will come to take you shortly." "Oh, it doesn't hurt anymore." Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words after being interrupted, leading to a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Su Luoxue bit her lip, equally unsure of what to say. The normally stoic and ICCO now fidgeted nervously with her fingers. Lin Feng could hardly suppress a laugh. He had never seen her this flustered, which made her oddly endearing. Seeing the boy's smile made Su Luoxue's heart flutter. She longed to gaze at his cheerful face, but feigned a sideways glance to appear oblivious. "Luoxue, may I hold your hand?" Lin Feng could no longer contain himself at the sight of her seemingly bashful demeanor. He laughed until the pain from his injuries forced him to stop. Su Luoxue turned slightly, still avoiding his gaze, and, without responding, she found her hand resting on the edge of the hospital bed. "Luoxue, why don't you turn toward me? I want to see you. I want to look out the window. There's nothing to see anyway. You could call your good buddy back to show you. It seems you two share a good rapport." Lin Feng's face lit up with joy upon hearing her words. "What is there to see? My Luoxue is the most beautiful." Su Luoxue's lips quivered as she inhaled softly, choosing not to counter his statement. Lin Feng pressed on, "Luoxue, when I recover, I'd like us to explore the world together. There are countless rivers and mountains we have yet to witness hand in hand. Or, we could stay home. And I could prepare meals for you every day when you return. That sounds quite nice too." As he rambled on about his dreams for the future, Su Luoxue suddenly withdrew her hand, as if electrocuted. "Let's talk about that later, once you're healed. For now, focus on your recovery." The complexity of emotions etched on her face as she exited the room was palpable. She dared not glance back at the boy on the bed. Once in her sports car, she took a moment to compose herself, allowing her tumultuous emotions to gradually calm. However, after receiving a phone call, her eyes transformed, radiating a chilling intensity. With a mere, detached wait for me to the caller, she sped away from the hospital. Before long, her Pagani arrived at a desolate, abandoned factory, its engine's roar echoing across the empty expanse. As Su Luoxue stepped out of the vehicle, the gang leader He Zi hurried over, obsequiously stating, "Miss Su, as per your request, I've captured those individuals, and they are all inside. Lead the way, bring me the one named Su Xia." Of course. The door to the abandoned factory swung open, revealing dozens of college students tied up within. Su Xia, however, was not among them. He was under special care from Su Luoxue, confined to a deeper cell. This chamber was crawling with vermin, filled with the remnants of those whom Su Luoxue had treated with particular attention, their corpses still fresh and teeming with maggots. As the door creaked open, a nauseating stench assaulted the senses. A flicker of light barely penetrated the darkness, causing the mentally unstable Su Xia to instinctively shut his eyes and bolt toward freedom, only to be seized by He Zi's men and forcibly brought before Su Luoxue. In truth, Su Xia had been captured for some time, but He Zi had chosen not to inform Su Luoxue immediately, opting instead to torment him until he was nearly lifeless before finally dialing her number. Su Xia appeared utterly deranged, his gaze fixated on Su Luoxue with a foolish grin. Beautiful sister, beautiful sister." Su Luoxue's expression was one of stoic indifference as she looked down upon Su Xia, her words sending chills down his spine. "I hear you've been searching for me?" Chapter 15. I adore scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Su Xia's pupils widened. Although he still appeared somewhat unhinged, His mind was regaining clarity. He seemed to grasp some clue, but was oblivious to the true identity of the captivating woman before him. I wasn't looking for you, I promise. Fear painted Su Xia's face as he stammered, uncertain of her intentions. The mere sight of her smile felt akin to being trapped in an icy abyss. You know Lin Feng, don't you? Su Luoxue spoke slowly, her expression devoid of emotion, which was the most intimidating aspect of her demeanor. Su Xia trembled, clutching himself tightly, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Who are you to him? Before he could finish speaking, Su Luoxue seized the iron rod from the ground and swung it with force. Although her face bore little expression, it was evident that every fiber of her being was exerting strength. Su Xia pleaded for mercy at first, but was met only with an overwhelming silence. The darkness magnified his pain infinitely. Initially, he could still let out a few wails, but gradually, his cries diminished into mere subconscious groans. Seeing Su Xia lying on the ground like a dead dog, Su Luoxue narrowed her eyes. She discarded the rod in her hand and turned to Heisei. He won't die, will he? Heisei shuddered and quickly replied with a forced smile. He won't. Just wait a few days until we can lock him up. We must ensure he doesn't perish from the things inside. Yes. The current Heisei exhibited none of the swagger of a gang leader. His mental state was utterly frayed. Don't touch that woman. Keep a close watch on her. Yes, Miss Su, take care. After leaving the abandoned factory, Su Luoxue gently pinched her brow, suppressing the urge to vomit. It had been 2 years since she last set foot here. Initially out of fear that the boy would discover her actions and fear her. Although Lin Feng was unlikely to find this place, the anxiety lingered. Yet, she never anticipated that her return would be due to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's injuries had kept him in the hospital for a full week, and he was finally released after serving his time. When the doctor announced that he was no longer in critical condition, Lin Feng joyfully grasped Su Luoxue's hand. In truth, had it not been for Su Luoxue's insistence on keeping him hospitalized, Lin Feng would have attempted to leave on his own. Luoxue. The doctor said I can go home now. For an entire week, Su Luoxue had yet to give Lin Feng a proper glance, merely responding with a faint hum while gazing out the window. Lin Feng was driven home by Su Luoxue, who remained silent in the car while he sought topics to discuss. Luoxue, tonight I will cook for us. I think we should eat something light. How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Or, no matter what he suggested, Su Luoxue's responses remained indifferent, causing Lin Feng's smile to gradually fade. Luoxue, do you want me to disappear from your life? I feel like you've changed so much. If you don't like me like this, I could leave. But I'd hate to part with you. Su Luoxue tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Be quiet. I'm driving. And didn't I say I like scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Huh, did you? Be quiet. Oh. When the two returned home that evening, the maid had already prepared dinner, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat regretful. Luoxue, didn't I say I would cook? At that moment, Su Luoxue's expression was no longer devoid of emotion. This was, of course, intentional. Lin Feng had just recovered from a serious illness, and she could not possibly allow him to cook. However, seeing the disappointment etched on his face stirred a pang of guilt within her. I forgot. You shouldn't exert yourself right after being discharged, but I would really love some scrambled eggs with tomatoes. All right, I'll fry it for you. Watching Lin Feng dash into the kitchen, Su Luoxue's lips curled into a faint smile, though a sense of unease washed over her. She ended up consuming nearly all of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes at dinner. Although she remained largely silent, she no longer retreated upstairs alone as before. Lin Feng's gaze never left Su Luoxue as he ate, and he eventually recalled their previous conversation in the hospital. Luoxue, you said we would go out to have fun once I recovered. How about I plan the itinerary for tonight? Initially, Su Luoxue had been lost in thought under Lin Feng's watchful eyes. Now, upon hearing his words, an unmistakable awkwardness crossed her face. My company has been busy lately. I have many proposals to review. It's not that we can't go, but... Observing Lin Feng's disappointment, Su Luoxue's demeanor shifted. She realized that her heart was softening. When she first returned from her rebirth, she had resolved to divorce Lin Feng. Yet, she found it increasingly difficult to push him away from the villa. Now, witnessing his expression, she was left pondering her own thoughts, continually reassuring herself that this was merely a delaying tactic. Lin Feng was not so naive as to misunderstand her intentions. For now, she decided to finish her work before making any plans. However, last night, Su Luoxue had acted uncharacteristically, no longer icy toward Lin Feng. Seeing him mention travel again made her anxious, perhaps feeling that she was not adequately appreciating his goodwill. She subtly hinted several times that she was not entirely opposed to the idea of traveling. When Lin Feng still failed to respond, she sought him out again after her shower, her hints growing increasingly explicit. She was on the verge of exclaiming, I want to travel. Yet Lin Feng remained unperturbed. The thought of Su Luoxue's anxious expression from last night made him want to laugh. It wasn't he until laughter brought tears to his eyes that he paused, pulling out his phone to browse through his album. The top image was one he had secretly taken yesterday, capturing Su Luoxue's profile as she refused to look at him in the hospital. The silhouette in the photo began to merge with the enchanting figure in his memory. Unable to resist, he traced his fingertip over the screen, the warm tears cascading onto it. You, at last, resemble her. In the office, Su Luoxue appeared particularly distracted while reviewing proposals, even more so than before her accident. Her assistant, Xiaoqing, worried that the company might go bankrupt if this continued. It seemed the boss was more aimless than she was. Su Luoxue stared at a proposal, resting her chin on her hand. Her gaze fixed on a picture frame containing a photo she had secretly taken of Lin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, she abruptly pulled out her phone and opened the album. It contained videos she had recorded over the past few days using a pinhole camera. Although they were videos, the stills captured were clearer than those taken with an ordinary phone camera. Gazing at the boy's smiling face, her lips instinctively curled upward. It was the first time Xiaoqing had seen Su Luoxue smile since she joined the company, causing her heart to flutter. Su Luoxue was naturally beautiful, yet previously she always exuded an air of melancholy. Now, her smile struck a chord with her little secretary. A glance back, and 100 charms arise. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison, seemed to be a verse tailor-made for Su Luoxue. However, speaking of which, Bai Ji had not penned any new poetry in a while. One wondered if he had retired. She rather enjoyed this particular content creator. Chapter 16, The Turtle Sage. Su Luoxue remained lost in thought over the photographs when her phone screen suddenly transformed into an incoming call page. Without hesitation, she pressed the reject button, resting her arm on her forehead while returning to her reverie over the photos. Outside the company, the security guard was earnestly advising Lin Feng. Young man, our boss despises young men like you trying to climb the social ladder. And you brought flowers too. Lin Feng smiled at the guard. Aware that no amount of persuasion would help, he needed tangible proof. He rummaged through his pockets and produced their marriage certificate. Sir, this is your boss, right? This is our marriage certificate. The guard squinted at the certificate for a while, nodded, and then bent down to search for something in the cabinet. Lin Feng noticed that the guard had stopped looking at him, but did not open the door to let him through. He initially assumed that the old man intended to turn a blind eye, nimbly vaulting over the railing to enter the company. It was only after Lin Feng had sprinted several dozen meters that the old man slowly lifted his head, an old pair of reading glasses in hand. Hey, young man. I'm nearsighted. Could you let me take a look? Suddenly, as Lin Feng's figure receded into the distance, the old man's veins bulged prominently, causing his security uniform to tear apart instantaneously. The door to the security room was yanked off its hinges, and he tossed the reading glasses to the ground before gradually donning a pair of sunglasses. Youngsters these days lack martial ethics. Ultimately, Lin Feng was apprehended by the old security guard. It wasn't that he couldn't outrun the old man. Rather, he genuinely had no idea where Su Luoxue's office was located. Furthermore, he couldn't find the company's stairs, and the elevator required a swipe card. When he mentioned seeking Su Luoxue, the female employees completely ignored him, particularly when they saw the bouquet he held, further disinclining them to engage. In hindsight, he should have taken the maid's phone. He had intended to surprise Su Luoxue. The old man, having captured Lin Feng, began to chide him incessantly. Hey, you little rascal. Are you trying to get me fired? Old man, are you Master Rashi? Master Rashi? It's been ages since anyone called me that. Just when Lin Feng thought his efforts would be in vain, the elevator display flickered from the 7th floor down to the 1st, and the doors began to open slowly. Xiaoqing, young master? After a brief pause, Lin Feng hurried to Xiaoqing's side, smugly glancing back at the old man. See, old man, I told you I knew your boss, Su. Xiaoqing seemed to grasp the situation, nodding at the old man. Grandpa Turtle, this indeed is our young master. You can head back now. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Did you really have the surname Turtle? Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it, and turned to Xiaoqing, asking, Xiaoqing, could I borrow your card for a moment? I want to surprise Su Luoxue. Xiaoqing inwardly sighed. Her boss was already in a foul mood. And now this young master was up to something again. Did he aim to infuriate her boss? A surprise? She thought that anything short of a fright would be the best outcome. Unbeknownst to her, the events of the past 2 weeks had altered her perception of Lin Feng, who was indeed handsome but often left her boss in tears. Young master, could you wait for me to hand this document to someone first? It won't take long. Sure, I'm not in a hurry. As they ascended to the 7th floor, not a word was exchanged between them. Lin Feng pondered whether Su Luoxue would be pleased to see the flowers, while Xiaoqing worried about the potential collapse of the company. Before entering Su Luoxue's office, she mustered her courage to caution Lin Feng. Young master, Su has been rather out of sorts these past 2 weeks. It would be best not to provoke her. Little did she know, Lin Feng's desire to see Su Luoxue only intensified at those words. With no other option, Xiaoqing led him inside. Su Luoxue remained propped up on her arms, engrossed in a photo album. She didn't lift her gaze when Xiaoqing entered. Ahem. Before Xiaoqing could prompt, Lin Feng had already approached Su Luoxue from behind. Upon catching sight of the photographs on her phone, his pupils constricted sharply. Su Luoxue, still lost in thought, turned swiftly upon sensing a familiar fragrance wafting toward her. Lin Feng, why you're here? After a moment of surprise, she quickly shielded her phone. Though her actions only served to amplify her attempts at concealment, Lin Feng presented the flowers to her, unable to suppress his smile. As he gazed at her, Su Luoxue felt her heart flutter with every expression he made. Luoxue, I've missed you too. The boy gently took her hand. And though she wished to retort, words eluded her, leaving her to bow her head in silence. His declaration echoed in her ears, stirring a tempest in her heart. Xiaoqing stood frozen in place, bewildered by the unfolding scene. After a moment, she received a piercing glare from Su Luoxue, compelling her to exit the office while discreetly closing the door behind her. Luoxue, Xiaoqing mentioned that you've not been in the best spirits? Lin Feng stood behind Su Luoxue, almost enveloping her, his hands crossing over her shoulders to clasp her delicate hands. Su Luoxue had never encountered such an intimate moment. The boy's actions left her biting her lip, her blood racing. The intoxicating scent emanating from him was utterly irresistible. Before long, her gaze was suffused with a morbid affection for the boy. Abruptly, she broke free from his grasp, shoving him onto the sofa in the office. Her breath quickened, and as she opened her mouth, revealing fangs reminiscent of a vampire, it seemed she might bite into his neck. In that fleeting moment of contact with Lin Feng's skin, clarity washed over her, and she scrambled to escape, only to be ensnared by Lin Feng's firm hold. Luoxue, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Su Luoxue's eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, Lin Feng, let me go. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng held her tightly, cradling her head against his neck. Luoxue, I've missed you. Ultimately, Su Luoxue still managed to wriggle free from the boy's embrace, clutching the flowers as she wept softly in her office chair. She undeniably felt the boy's overwhelming affection, yet fear gripped her heart. In her past life, she had endured 2 years of indifference from him, and her pride and confidence had long been eroded. Furthermore, he had died because of her in that lifetime, leaving her too frightened to risk it again. Luoxue, I will wait for you. Lin Feng stood behind her, his demeanor now gentle, merely caressing the back of her hand. Su Luoxue shivered involuntarily, dropping the flowers to cover her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing her distress, Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart. He picked up a tissue to wipe away her bittersweet and reluctant tears. Su Luoxue felt resentment, resenting the heavens for their cruelty toward her. Despite her firm resolve to leave, she found herself captivated by the boy's smile and kindness. She would inevitably fall into that trap once more. Each flutter of her heart was a gamble. When she placed her bet again, she had already lost completely. Chapter 17, Interrogation. Throughout the afternoon, Su Luoxue remained restless, while the boy sat on the sofa, tenderly observing her silhouette. The beautiful lady remained seated from afternoon until evening, and even when her 6 o'clock alarm rang, she made no move. Lin Feng approached to turn off the alarm, gently taking Su Luoxue's hand, and spoke softly. It's dark now, Luoxue, may I take you home? Su Luoxue returned home with Lin Feng in his car, which he drove slowly and steadily. Upon arriving, Lin Feng entered the kitchen, donned an apron, and began to prepare dinner. He had specifically instructed the maid that morning not to cook for them, intending to take on the culinary duties himself. Throughout their time together, he refrained from mentioning the events in the office, as though they had never transpired. Watching the boy tie his apron, Su Luoxue felt an inexplicable warmth, as if she were experiencing a sense of home. Today, Lin Feng was preparing Western cuisine, planning a candlelit dinner for Su Luoxue. He placed the flowers he had given her that morning on the table, igniting the candles he had arranged beforehand. Setting aside everything else, this candlelit dinner was indeed being prepared with great care. The dishes prepared were rather difficult to describe. After serving the meal, Lin Feng finally removed his apron and wiped his hands upon it. Luoxue, this steak is something I learned to make online. It might be a bit overcooked. Su Luoxue could only muster a non-committal in response to his words, and softly murmured at the end, I like it even if it's burnt. Lin Feng, on this day, offered little in the way of conversation, focusing intently on cutting the steak. The steak on Su Luoxue's plate remained untouched. In the following days, Lin Feng continued his routine of delivering flowers to Su Luoxue's company, discreetly tucking little love notes within the blooms. However, he refrained from lingering, merely sitting on the couch for a brief moment before departing, ensuring he did not interrupt her work. Only after the boys had left the office did Su Luoxue embrace the flowers, removing the little note attached. The mountains have trees, and the trees have branches. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware. During these days, besides delivering flowers, the boy took the time to craft several heartfelt notes for her. Observing these love letters, Su Luoxue couldn't help but smile softly, placing the note into her cabinet. Her desk drawer had accumulated several such letters, each with its unique exterior and varying content. After leaving the office, Lin Feng drove to the school and picked up Chun Haoren from the dormitory. Brother Feng, is your injury healed? Chun Haoren was well aware of Lin Feng's intentions and felt an urge to rush to Su Xia's dormitory immediately. Yes. Have you carefully observed Su Xia's movements? Upon hearing this, Chun Haoren, who had been eager to act, suddenly fell silent. Not yet. These past few days, Su Xia has been practically invisible. I haven't seen him around campus at all, though I did encounter Xia Ningbing a few times. By the way, Brother Feng, is it just the two of us? Should I gather more people? Lin Feng glanced around, reassuring him, you need not worry about that. We will have sufficient manpower. Thus, for the next few days, Lin Feng and Chun Haoren lay in wait for Su Xia. Yet, amidst their pursuit of vengeance, Lin Feng did not neglect his primary duty, continuing to deliver flowers to Su Luoxue daily. After 2 days of waiting, they failed to spot Su Xia, but instead found themselves confronted by an officer. The officer approached Lin Feng and presented his badge. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng? We need your cooperation regarding a missing person case and a public brawl incident." Lin Feng had a fair idea of what was unfolding. Being assaulted by a group fell under the category of public brawl. He chose not to elaborate and complied with the officer's request. Chen Haoran, witnessing his friend being taken away, was frantic, wanting to follow, but the officer wouldn't allow it. "Don't worry, we won't wrong any innocent person. Just wait here for the outcome." Lin Feng waved his hand repeatedly. "All right. Focus on your studies. Nothing will happen." The police car drove to the nearby station, and the journey was silent. In the interrogation room, Lin Feng recounted how he had been surrounded and beaten by Su Xia and his gang, withholding no details from the police. After all, they must have some video evidence to have sought him out. The officer nodded at the interrogator beside him. Lin Feng's testimony aligned closely with the footage they had obtained. The officer tapped the table. "Mr. Lin, there is one more matter you need to assist us with, and that is the disappearance of Su Xia." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Su Xia is missing? No wonder I haven't been able to find him these past few days." He was oblivious to the underlying details and could only truthfully state that he knew nothing. The police frowned, but Lin Feng's demeanor suggested he was not being deceitful. Suddenly, the officer slammed the table. "Mr. Lin, you were assaulted, and your retaliation constitutes self-defense. However, Su Xia and the individuals involved in the attack have all vanished 3 days later, and we have video evidence of your interactions with Su Xia during that time." Lin Feng's pupils dilated momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Is that so?" The officer, noticing the shift in Lin Feng's expression, became serious. "Mr. Lin, please cooperate with my investigation. The information you possess is crucial to us." Seeing the officer's urgency, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief within. He could surmise certain things. However, the officer was likely unaware of the entire situation or lacked substantial evidence. Lin Feng resolutely maintained that he knew nothing, prompting the officer to storm out of the interrogation room in frustration. After a while, another officer entered, appearing older and more authoritative, likely the station chief. Yet, the chief also struggled to extract any information from Lin Feng, leading to a stalemate in the interrogation room. "Comrade Lin, if you choose not to speak, you may have to cooperate with us for a few more days." Lin Feng was unperturbed. If his memory served correctly, interrogations typically lasted no longer than 24 hours. He figured the chief was trying to intimidate him. Even if he were to be detained, he had ample time on his hands. He could even boast about having been within the system afterward. Thus, Lin Feng and the chief exchanged glances, but before they could reach a conclusion, a sudden roar of engines echoed from outside. A Pagani came to a steady halt outside the police station, followed by several luxury vehicles. Su Luoxue gracefully alighted from the sports car, her long legs striding into the precinct. "Chief Chow." The man referred to as Chief Chow was the same one who had been locked in a silent standoff with Lin Feng. He squinted at Su Luoxue for a moment before turning to the unseen interrogation room. "Here to bail someone out?" Su Luoxue's icy demeanor revealed no emotion as she merely cast a fleeting glance at Chief Chow. He remained silent, aware that Su Luoxue had previously frequented this place, yet he had never been able to gather sufficient evidence to hold her accountable. Chief Chow ignored Su Luoxue and returned to the interrogation room. Inside, Lin Feng continued to sit obediently, greeting Chief Chow as he entered. Chief Chow paid him no heed, instead directing his gaze toward the other officer in the room. In his estimation, anyone associated with Su Luoxue could not possibly be a good person. "Has he said anything?" "No." Chief Chow was not surprised by this response and turned to Lin Feng with a half-smile. "Do you know Su Luoxue? What is your relationship with her?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Su Luoxue? I'm not sure. What is going on then?" Chief Chow produced his phone, displaying information regarding Lin Feng's marriage to Su Luoxue. Lin Feng burst into laughter. "Oh, you mean Luoxue? She is my wife. I usually don't call her by her full name." "Chief Chow, feel free to ask me anything. I will certainly cooperate." Chapter 18, Luoxue bites me. In truth, Lin Feng did not wish to engage in such antics. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. His acting skills were not particularly refined, and he struggled to control many micro-expressions. Adopting a persona of a rogue seemed a more effective ruse, especially when it concerned Su Luoxue, for he dared not take any chances. Surprisingly, it was quite entertaining and a tad thrilling. Yet, he was perhaps overthinking it. Even if he claimed that Su Xia and his gang had been taken by Su Luoxue, the chief would struggle to find evidence, at most apprehending a few of the henchmen. As expected, he was detained for a full day. The following morning, he was summoned for interrogation, and after yielding no fruitful results, he was finally released. As Lin Feng exited the interrogation room, he stifled a yawn, sporting a few bruises under his eyes. Initially, he had contemplated returning to the villa for a brief respite, but upon witnessing the enchanting beauty he had longed for seated in the police station, he abruptly stifled a yawn. Luoxue? Lin Feng was not particularly surprised by Su Luoxue's arrival. Rather, he was filled with delight. Ever since he had been struck by Su Xia, he had discerned that Su Luoxue had been covertly shadowing him. Consequently, he felt no apprehension regarding a lack of assistance when seeking retribution against Su Xia at school. Su Luoxue understood that her presence in the police station was entirely normal. However, she had not anticipated personally coming to bail him out. With a gentle nod, Su Luoxue rose and extended the breakfast she had meticulously prepared to the young man. Noticing the dark circles beneath his eyes due to sleeplessness, she bit her lip softly. "You should eat breakfast first. You must be famished." The individuals accompanying Su Luoxue were from her company's legal department, and they only rose after their boss did. After the boy finished his breakfast and allowed some time for digestion, Su Luoxue drove him back to the villa. She maintained a leisurely pace, concerned that he might feel uncomfortable in her vehicle. "Oh, by the way, Luoxue, I haven't given you flowers today. I need to make time for that when I return." Throughout the car ride, the boy had persistently inquired about Su Luoxue's arrival and whether she had eaten breakfast, but such trivialities were abruptly interrupted by his sudden statement, causing Su Luoxue to grip the steering wheel more tightly in surprise. The stunning beauty gradually brought the sports car to the roadside, her gaze wandering as she clutched the wheel, too timid to meet his eyes. After a prolonged silence, she took a deep breath. "Lin Feng, the person you see is not the real me. You do not truly understand me." Su Luoxue yearned to confess her past, the violence she had inflicted upon others, and her cold-hearted demeanor towards strangers, yet the words remained lodged in her throat. Ultimately, she could only utter, I am not worthy." Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest. Su Luoxue's tone was excessively humble, a stark contrast to the domineering and fragile girl he once knew. It was he who had dulled her inherent pride and confidence. He took her delicate hand that gripped the steering wheel and spoke with profound gentleness. "Luoxue, do you trust me?" Su Luoxue's heart raced more fervently. The air around her felt suddenly thin. I don't know." Lin Feng then turned her face toward him, compelling her gaze to meet his. "Luoxue, life is long. I will take my time to understand you. The days ahead are plentiful, and I cannot envision my existence without you. No matter what, you will always be my Luoxue." Su Luoxue's eyelashes fluttered as she grasped the boy's hands that cradled her face, slowly lifting her head. "Lin Feng, will you wait for me? I truly do not know right now." Upon uttering this, she lowered her gaze once more. Seemingly afraid of his rejection, Lin Feng remained silent, crossing over the center console of the sports car to embrace Su Luoxue. Before long, her body began to tremble, her arms wrapping tightly around him. Observing the suppressed expression on Su Luoxue's face, Lin Feng guided her head to his neck, whispering gently into her ear, "Luoxue, can you bite me?" The captivating beauty's eyes brimmed with tears, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Within 3 seconds, chaos erupted within the confines of the car. A half-hour later, they arrived at the company, where Lin Feng lay languidly on the office sofa, utterly drained. "Luoxue, you looked so adorable when you bit me," he remarked. Seated in a chair, Su Luoxue hesitated to respond, her pupils quivering as she recalled the earlier scene, her heart racing uncontrollably. Lin Feng truly did not fear her. He smelled so delightful. In that moment, Su Luoxue bore no resemblance to the fragile girl. She was simply too obedient. Indeed, it was proven that a vampire could replenish their energy after feeding. Su Luoxue's productivity soared, accomplishing more than a day and a half's worth of work in just one day. Lin Feng, experiencing the effects of his first feeding, felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body and soon succumbed to sleep on the sofa. Hearing the soft sounds of Lin Feng's slumber, Su Luoxue finally dared to turn her head. Approaching him, she noticed the 2 distinct red marks on his neck, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Both the boy himself and his intoxicating scent captivated her. In essence, her affection for Lin Feng was both physiological and psychological. It was a love that penetrated deeply into her very being. After standing beside the sofa for a while, she could no longer resist leaning down to inhale his intoxicating scent. She lingered there for half a minute, fighting the urge to take a bite. Although a vampire feeding on a human did not necessarily lead to death, excessive feeding could leave the boy weakened. Panting, she straightened up, turning her gaze away from Lin Feng, and opened her phone to search for handcuffs and chains. By evening, Lin Feng began to regain his strength, and upon waking, his first impulse was to tease Su Luoxue. He repeatedly remarked on how adorable she had looked when she bit him, continuing to provoke her, hoping the enchanting beauty would indulge him once more. Fortunately, Su Luoxue possessed remarkable self-restraint. Otherwise, Lin Feng would likely have found himself in quite a vulnerable state. "Luoxue, I thought you no longer wanted me," he chirped on their journey home, blissfully unaware that the beauty beside him had nearly lost control multiple times due to his teasing. Su Luoxue's voice trembled slightly, grateful for her cool demeanor. Otherwise, her cheeks would have blushed fiercely. I just feel unworthy. How could that be? In this lifetime, I shall recognize only you, Luoxue. In the next life, and the one after that, it shall remain the same." Lin Feng vowed, pounding his chest, leaving Su Luoxue's gaze wandering, unsure of how to respond. In recent days, Lin Feng had scarcely left Su Luoxue's side, accompanying her to and from work without fail. Although he frequently teased her, leaving her flustered and speechless, it did not affect her work pace in the slightest, much to Xiao Qing's astonishment. However, her amazement was short-lived, as her position was soon moved from the 7th floor to the 6th, no longer serving as Su Luoxue's personal secretary. Chapter 19. A Proposal? After soothing Su Luoxue, Lin Feng began contemplating another matter, a proposal. Although he and Su Luoxue had already obtained their marriage certificate, the occasion had been devoid of romance, entirely forced upon them. The photograph on the certificate, albeit attractive, was solely upheld by their good looks. He envisioned a proposal filled with romance. After deliberating on the proposal, Lin Feng turned his thoughts to their life after marriage. Su Luoxue was 6 years his senior, and he was uncertain about her inclinations in that regard. However, he was certain that physical fitness was essential. He certainly did not wish for Su Luoxue to demonstrate her prowess with just 2 fingers. With these thoughts in mind, he called Chun Haoren and learned that his friend had no classes that weekend, prompting him to drive to the school to pick him up. Once in the car, Chun Haoren looked at Lin Feng with an apologetic expression. Brother Feng, I haven't encountered Su Xia in the past 2 weeks, despite my best efforts to find her. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled the situation. After leaving the police station, he had been too preoccupied with comforting Su Luoxue to inform Chun Haoren. My apologies, Haoren. There's no need for you to search anymore. Su Xia may no longer be among the living. Chun Haoren's mouth fell open in shock for a considerable time, but ultimately, he refrained from probing further. Brother Feng, what are we doing today? You'll find out soon enough. Bringing Chun Haoren to the nearby gym, he stared in disbelief with his mouth agape. Brother Feng, did you summon me here merely to accompany you in your fitness endeavors? Lin Feng nodded. Isn't the purpose of coming to the gym to exercise? Or are you here to seek out the bearded man? Chun Haoren felt a surge of frustration. After spending 2 years at university, he had transformed into a fragile student, fearing he would collapse after merely a short while of exertion. Was this truly a matter of life and death? Brother Feng, I fear that if I attempt this, I shall become the subject of ridicule. I suspect I would be down on the ground after just a couple of reps. Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance his way. No one will mock you for not lifting weights. They will only deride those who fail to return the next day. Moreover, if you neglect your training, your future wife might regard you with squinty eyes. Chun Haoren found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Lin Feng was mistaken about one thing. The reason a wife might look at him with squinty eyes might not solely be due to his lack of physical stamina. Well, perhaps it was somewhat true. It all amounted to inadequacy. He hoisted a dumbbell, worked out for a while, and then set it down, casting a hesitant glance at Lin Feng. By the way, Brother Feng, I think I've developed feelings for a girl recently. Lin Feng's interest piqued immediately. Chun Haoren was notoriously timid around women, and he had never heard him express affection for anyone before. Who is she? Do I know her? Well, you do. It's Su Mingyao. Lin Feng's expression froze in shock. Having previously warned Chun Haoren against getting involved with Su Mingyao when she flirted with his friend, he had hoped to steer him clear of potential heartache. He never anticipated that in just a few weeks, Chun Haoren would fall for her. Are you unaware of who she is? Lin Feng asked incredulously. To him, vampires fell into 2 categories, Su Luoxue and the rest. Chun Haoren, feeling chastened by Lin Feng's words, muttered, but isn't that the same with your wife? Lin Feng fell silent, scratching his head, momentarily at a loss for words. They lingered in silence for a long while until Lin Feng finally broke the stillness. So, how is your relationship progressing? Quite well. I believe Su Mingyao has some interest in me too. Our conversations go smoothly. Lin Feng couldn't help but be overly concerned. The news was rife with stories of vampires who drained their victims to death, and his best friend was too naive when it came to matters of the heart. Even if Su Mingyao didn't harm him, Lin Feng feared she might toy with Chun Haoren's emotions. Su Mingyao had left him blushing and flustered during their first encounter. What if she was a heartless seductress? After 3 hours at the gym, Chun Haoren spent at least an hour and a half sitting on the floor. Were it not for Lin Feng's encouragement, reminding him that women favored abdominal muscles, he might have remained seated for 2 hours. Lin Feng set down the barbell, his upper body exposed, revealing chiseled muscles that left Chun Haoren awestruck. Brother Feng, how long have you been training? I want muscles like yours. As he reached out to touch them, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped. Step away, my muscles are only for your sister-in-law to admire. I've been training for almost 3 years now, though I didn't exert myself as intensely during my senior year. Oh, I see. Chun Haoren had thought he could achieve such results in just a few months. But upon hearing this, he quickly waved his hand. Lin Feng offered no further persuasion. After their workout, he took Chun Haoren to a street-side barbecue stall. Chun Haoren found the workout manageable but devoured skewers with gusto, matching Lin Feng's appetite. After finishing their meal, Chun Haoren hastily offered to pay, and Lin Feng made no attempt to stop him, instead sitting back in a daze. Here you go, Brother Feng. After paying, Chun Haoren returned with a box of beer, cheerfully handing Lin Feng a bottle. Brother Feng, it seems we haven't had a chance to catch up like this in ages. By the way, what prompted your sudden desire to start a business a couple of years ago? Lin Feng fell silent, taking a swig of beer, unsure how to respond. Should he confess that he had been abducted 2 years ago and kept locked away? Fortunately, Su Luoxue's delusional tendencies had some redeeming qualities, as she respected his autonomy and sought to win him over with love. Otherwise, Lin Feng felt he might have become a mere shell of a person by now. However, truth be told, though being drained by Su Luoxue left him weak, it also felt strangely pleasant. Faced with Chun Haoren's inquiry, Lin Feng could only fabricate an excuse, claiming he dreamt of the Duke of Dreams, who advised him to drop out and earn a living. Chun Haoren, though skeptical, drunkenly followed along with Lin Feng's story. When will the Duke of Dreams send me a message? I too wish to earn money like you, Brother Feng. I want to buy a grand villa. Brother Feng, what is the scale of your company now? What do you do? Can I work for you after I graduate? Lin Feng sighed. Are you still pursuing me, huh? He took a deep breath and finally decided to speak the truth. Actually, I never started a business. The villa belongs to your sister-in-law. I've been relying on her support for the past 2 years. Those words left both men in stunned silence. After a while, Chun Haoren raised his beer bottle. Come on, Brother Feng, let's drink. All right, cheers. They refilled their glasses, and as they became tipsy, Chun Haoren returned to the earlier topic. Brother Feng, you've got skills to be with your sister-in-law. No business venture, yet you have a villa. Cheers. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Had he known, he wouldn't have mentioned it to Chun Haoren. He would surely carve a tombstone for him when he passed. My Brother Feng, no business, yet he owns a villa outright. Just the thought of it made him want to die. Perhaps he should strangle this guy while he was drunk. Chapter 20. Miss me? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng summoned a designated driver. He first ensured Chun Haoren arrived back at the university safely before calling for another driver to return home. Upon arriving at the villa, he was greeted by Su Luoxue, who awaited him at the door. Seeing the boy inebriated, Su Luoxue couldn't help but frown. For the past few days, Lin Feng had been by her side, and she had forgotten to arrange for someone to protect him discreetly. Moreover, she had blocked Lin Feng's contact, and they hadn't reconnected since. The fact that the boy returned home at 10 o'clock genuinely alarmed her. Thankfully, he was found. Otherwise, she would have turned Jiangqing upside down. However, seeing him in such a drunken state heightened her anxiety. Could Lin Feng have been out carousing? Had he grown weary of her novelty and sought another woman? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes turned red, and she slowly pulled handcuffs from her pocket. The past few days had been filled with unease for Su Luoxue. When Lin Feng had mentioned that life was long, and one should never be without their own, she genuinely believed he had feelings for her. Yet, his previous demeanor toward her left her apprehensive. She felt as if the past few days had been surreal. While she reveled in happiness, she also feared the boy would leave her. Now, she found herself unable to live without Lin Feng. Even if he only deceived her with sweet words to keep her spirits high, it would suffice. Each day had been a nightmare for her. As long as Lin Feng did not relinquish him, her heart would remain in turmoil. Just as she prepared to cuff the boy, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Su Luoxue before him, he leaned against her. Luoxue, I missed you. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxue retracted the handcuffs, her body visibly trembling. When Lin Feng noticed the silence, he looked up at Su Luoxue. Luoxue, you don't miss me? I don't. Su Luoxue maintained a stern expression, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her. Forget it, forgive him this time. Lin Feng rose from his slumber at 10 o'clock the following morning, hastily brushed his teeth, and purchased a bouquet along with a love letter before driving to the company. Upon entering the office, he placed the flowers and letter upon his desk. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, Su Luoxue appeared to have become more enchanting. This compelled him to indulge in a playful tease with the captivating beauty. Su Luoxue found herself once again ensnared in the boy's playful grasp. Although she dared not meet his gaze, she remained focused on the matter at hand. Lin Feng, it seems we have yet to add each other on WeChat. I've just sent you a friend request. Little did she know, those words caused the boy to halt his actions instantaneously. What was the point of a request? You wouldn't seek me out, nor would you miss me. Su Luoxue's expression abruptly stiffened. It seemed the boy had not forgotten the events of the previous night, still harboring a grudge. Moreover, even if I missed you, I couldn't voice it. Observing that Su Luoxue showed no inclination to explain, Lin Feng merely pursed his lips. Luoxue, I won't be returning home for the next few days, but if you find yourself yearning for me, I shall return. Su Luoxue's eyes widened. Lin Feng had already been absent the previous day, and now he intended to leave again? For several days? Oh well. It's not as if I want him around anyway. He can go wherever he pleases. Lin Feng was indeed resolved not to return home for a few days, as he was busy planning an extravagant proposal. Brother Feng, have you decided on a location? In a CAF, Chun Haoren languidly sipped his coffee. Lin Feng had dragged him to exercise and now insisted on brainstorming ideas for the proposal. Yes, he was delighted. But there was no need to subject a single man to such torment. It seemed he was merely a target for their amusement. Lin Feng shot a glare at Chun Haoren, who, when asked for suggestions, could only respond with the weather. If I had it figured out, would I need to ask you? Let me confess, I haven't even devised a plan for the proposal. Chun Haoren's temples throbbed in response. Well, you're rather proud. The two sat in the CAF, staring blankly at one another, unable to conceive a viable plan. Forget it, Brother Feng, I'll check for some tips on Douyin. Alright. 10 minutes later, as Chun Haoran's phone emitted the sound of a gaming tutorial, Lin Feng snatched it from him. He gazed incredulously at the tutorial titled, Tap and Tap. No, didn't you say you were going to look up strategies? This is what you call a strategy? Chun Haoran quickly reclaimed his phone, realizing he had meant to search for confession tips, but had forgotten the moment he opened Douyin, instinctively starting to scroll through videos. Brother Feng, calm down. It's muscle memory. I'll look it up right now. Forget it. Let us hit the gym and clear our minds. Upon arriving at the gym, Chun Haoran observed Lin Feng immersing himself in his workout and couldn't he help but comment. One could hardly tell if he was there to exercise or to escape reality. The two worked out until noon, yet still hadn't he devised a sound strategy. It wasn't he until after Chun Haoran mentioned that Su Mingyao wanted to invite him to an amusement park that Lin Feng suddenly had an epiphany. How had he not thought of it before? An amusement park, a Ferris wheel, fireworks, a confession, combined, it was a surefire plan. Without hesitation, Lin Feng began searching for renowned amusement parks in Jiangxing. It turned out that Jiangxing had 3 amusement parks nearby, one of which even boasted an aquarium. This is it. Let us go. After driving to the amusement park, Lin Feng purchased tickets and surveyed the area. He realized the park lived up to its reputation and promptly sought out the manager. Originally, Lin Feng intended to boast about booking the entire venue. But upon hearing the price, he nearly choked. Mr. Lin, our rates are fixed. To book the venue for a day, it would cost around 40 million. And you must contact us 2 months in advance. This amusement park in Jiangxing was quite famous, attracting both local and international visitors. Most importantly, the costs for food and lodging were exorbitant, and booking the venue would incur significant losses for the hotels involved. Lin Feng chuckled nervously. Huh? Why wasn't he really planning on booking the entire place? Chun Haoran was equally astonished. What did 40 million even mean? However, he refrained from expressing his shock too overtly, fearing it might embarrass Lin Feng. Ultimately, Lin Feng opted not to book the venue but instead requested a small fireworks display. For Lin Feng, this option was not prohibitively expensive, although the manager informed him that he would need to wait a few days for confirmation, as fireworks required proper planning. After finalizing all arrangements, Lin Feng realized it was already 7 o'clock. He drove to a nearby restaurant, and after setting up the proposal site, both of them found their appetites considerably improved, eagerly perusing the menu. Cheers. Cheers. Brother Feng, I am sure sister-in-law will be overjoyed. If I were a woman, I would be eager to marry you. Lin Feng shot Chun Haoran a sidelong glance, his mind drifting into contemplation. Truth be told, he felt no absolute certainty about the success of the proposal. Externally calm, he was internally fraught with anxiety, even bordering on suffocation. Chun Haoran noticed his silence and kept drinking, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he followed Lin Feng's lead. In the end, Chun Haoran drank himself into oblivion, while Lin Feng propped his head up, pinching his temples. Just as he too was on the verge of collapse, his phone suddenly chimed. Lin Feng quickly grabbed it. It was a message from Su Luoxue. He barely caught the first word before it vanished. Luoxue retracted a message. Lin Feng stared at the screen for a moment before bursting into laughter, the oppressive weight that had enveloped him dissipating in an instant. Lin Feng, Luoxue, are you thinking of me? There was a prolonged silence from the other end before Lin Feng sent another message. Lin Feng, Luoxue, I miss you. After what felt like an eternity, a response finally arrived. Luoxue, a little. Chapter 21, a faint? Due to the small-scale fireworks display, approval was granted rather swiftly. On the third evening, the manager informed Lin Feng of the joyous news, inquiring when he would like to come. Naturally, Lin Feng decided on the following evening. He could hardly contain his excitement. After hanging up, he rose from the sofa and approached Su Luoxue, gently taking her hand. Luoxue, how about we visit the amusement park tomorrow? The amusement park? Su Luoxue recoiled slightly at the boy's proximity. Yes, the amusement park. I want to take you there to unwind. Besides, I've heard that the success rate for proposals at aquariums is 90%, and this amusement park conveniently has one. Su Luoxue trembled slightly. Although she didn't fully comprehend human emotions, as a shrewd businesswoman, she certainly understood the implication of his words. The blood within her surged, and her voice quivered. A proposal? Who do you wish to marry? Even though she already knew he was referring to her. The captivating beauty's grip on his hand tightened, her pupils quivering. Lin Feng, not adhering to the expected script, squeezed her hand and curiously inquired, right? Who do I wish to marry? Upon hearing this, Su Luoxue shuddered again, burying her face in the contract and falling silent. At this moment, Lin Feng softly coaxed her. If you follow me, you'll find out. Does Luoxue not wish to know? The following day, Lin Feng rose early to prepare breakfast, and Su Luoxue woke unusually early as well. Is Luoxue awake so early today? Su Luoxue realized that the boy was teasing her. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. However, there was an inexplicable joy bubbling within her. What could this possibly mean? After finishing their meal, the two set off for the amusement park. As Su Luoxue surveyed her surroundings with curiosity, she recalled having seen the amusement park online. Yet, being the aloof CEO that she was, her gaze quickly returned to its original focus after a cursory glance. Their remarkable good looks ensured that they turned every head in the park. Lin Feng turned to the expressionless beauty beside him. Luoxue, how about we hold hands? Look at all those couples holding hands. Instead of immediately rebuffing him, Su Luoxue glanced around and noticed that indeed, many couples were intertwined in this manner. Stealing a furtive glance at the boy, she found his gaze fixed on her, causing her to swiftly avert her eyes. Today, Lin Feng appeared particularly jubilant, his innocent peach blossom eyes radiating warmth. Su Luoxue felt her breath quicken involuntarily as her hand brushed against the back of his. Lin Feng promptly seized the hand of the enchanting beauty. Luoxue, where shall we head to first? I don't know. All right, let us try the free-fall ride. Lin Feng pulled Su Luoxue towards the attraction with a light jog. As one of the park's most popular rides, the queue was predictably long, yet Lin Feng was determined to experience it. He entertained thoughts of scaring Su Luoxue, hoping that afterward she would cling tightly to him. It was Su Luoxue's first encounter with such a ride. She didn't find it particularly frightening, yet her heart raced with anticipation, not due to the ride itself, but rather because of the proximity to Lin Feng. The line was so lengthy that there was barely any space left between them, her body nearly pressed against his. With Lin Feng holding her hand, she felt her mind teetering on the edge of sanity. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. Noticing the slight tremor in her pupils, he assumed she was simply afraid and gently caressed her hand. A wave of comfort washed over him. Was Su Luoxue genuinely frightened of the ride? If so, this presented the perfect opportunity for him to play the gallant hero. Don't worry, Luoxue, I'll protect you. Su Luoxue did not dare to meet his gaze, yet she couldn't bring herself to withdraw her hand either. After an hour's wait, they finally boarded the ride. However, Lin Feng was disappointed to find that Su Luoxue did not display any signs of fear. Her expression remained as impassive as ever. Once on the ride, she visibly relaxed. At its peak, she dangled her feet and leaned over to survey the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Yet Lin Feng remained undeterred. Convinced that Su Luoxue was merely putting on a brave front, he placed his hand gently on her thigh to offer reassurance. But Su Luoxue reacted like a startled cat, the warmth of his palm sending shivers down her spine. She bit her lip to stifle any sound and dared not look down. Lin Feng, amused by the sight of her biting her lip, couldn't resist teasing her further. The beauty's face became rigid in response. The ride descended safely amidst the screams of children. Lin Feng stood up slowly, smiling at Su Luoxue. Did you enjoy it, Luoxue? However, Su Luoxue remained seated, eyes closed, lips pressed tightly together. When Lin Feng reached for her hand, she flinched as if shocked. Luoxue, are you feeling unwell? No. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Luoxue bravely took hold of his hand. Lin Feng mentioned he intended to propose to someone today. She couldn't afford to mess it up. Lin Feng led Su Luoxue on a whimsical adventure, passing by several aquariums without entering. Luoxue, let us play bumper cars. I loved it as a child. At the sound of his voice, Su Luoxue quickly averted her gaze from the aquarium. Lin Feng keenly noticed her distraction, eager to test her reactions. He felt confident that his chances of success were nearly certain. After enjoying all the attractions except for the Ferris wheel and the aquarium, the moon hung high in the sky. Su Luoxue's anxiety intensified, and as they approached the aquarium once more, she tugged at his arm. Lin Feng, it seems we haven't explored this place yet. Shall we go in and take a look? Lin Feng smirked mischievously. Oh, it does seem we haven't. Let us go inside. Su Luoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she softly agreed. The aquarium was not particularly large, yet it was well equipped, even featuring mermaids interacting with visitors. Luoxue, look, a shark. From the moment they entered the aquarium, Su Luoxue's mind wandered, her occasional glances at Lin Feng betraying her distraction. He seemed oblivious to her inner conflict, casually guiding her through the exhibits. It appeared that his earlier mention of proposing was merely a jest. As they reached the aquarium's end, Lin Feng halted, turning to the beautiful girl with a smile. Luoxue, did you enjoy today? Su Luoxue's body tensed instantly. It was fun. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, taking her hand as they walked out. Since you enjoyed it, we should come again. Chapter 22. I also love Lin Feng. The moment Lin Feng spoke, a wave of insecurity washed over Su Luoxue. Unpleasant memories began to invade her thoughts. Her eyes turned red with unshed tears. What if Lin Feng didn't propose to her? Did that mean he intended to propose to someone else? She realized she could not bear to lose him. If that were his intention, she would resort to extraordinary measures to keep him by her side. This time, she would not let him leave. She would confine him in her villa for eternity, ensuring he wouldn't jump off a building. Luoxue, let us ride the Ferris wheel before heading home. Due to the dim evening light, Lin Feng failed to notice the redness around Su Luoxue's eyes. She merely responded with a faint feeling her blood run cold. As she held his hand, the exhilaration of her heartbeat had vanished. Lin Feng's words fell on deaf ears. Her thoughts were consumed with how to keep him close. As they boarded the Ferris wheel, Lin Feng patted the staff member's hand beside them. The staff member cast a surprised glance at Su Luoxue, but upon receiving a stern look from Lin Feng, promptly returned to their duties and gave an okay sign. The Ferris wheel ascended at a leisurely pace. and Lin Feng attempted to engage Su Luoxue in conversation. Yet, her gaze was fixed vacantly on the window, oblivious to his words. Lin Feng ceased his teasing, pondering whether he had overstepped his bounds. Perhaps not. However, this was not the time for such concerns. The most pressing issue at hand was the proposal. As the Ferris wheel reached its apex, Lin Feng retrieved the ring he had prepared, dropping to one knee before Su Luoxue with a flourish. Su Luoxue remained tense throughout, mistaking the sound for Lin Feng's potential escape. Instinctively, she reached out to grab him, but instead encountered a small box. The sudden movement nearly caught Lin Feng off guard. After a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. Luoxue, I neglected to mention that the success rate for confessions at the aquarium stands at a remarkable 90%. While atop the Ferris wheel, it reaches a perfect 100. Will you, dearest, consent to marry me? Lin Feng gazed at Su Luoxue with deep affection, as fireworks outside burst forth in splendid display, amidst the surrounding clamor. All that echoed in Su Luoxue's ears was the boy's earnest question, will you marry me? This breathtaking beauty felt as if her heart had been struck, and she soon realized the gravity of the moment. The gloom that enveloped her heart did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified, constricting her chest and unleashing a torrent of self-doubt. I am unworthy of Lin Feng. I am unworthy. Su Luoxue shook her head vehemently, tears cascading down her cheeks. Although Lin Feng remained oblivious to the reasons behind her distress, he instinctively moved closer, gently enveloping the sobbing beauty in his arms. How could you be unworthy, Luoxue? I am resolute in my intention to marry no one but you in this lifetime. Su Luoxue wept in his embrace, her voice trembling as she stammered, I was just thinking, upon returning to the villa, to knock you unconscious and keep you entirely by my side. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, and he replied earnestly, that sounds splendid. I would relish being locked away by Luoxue. He could feel Su Luoxue trembling in his arms, her hands slowly tracing along his back. But I am still a vampire. I am a calamity. It matters not, for I adore the way Luoxue bites me. The sobs of Su Luoxue gradually subsided, though her body still quivered. Lin Feng, I am 6 years your senior. 2 gold bricks, and I've already gained an advantage before I've even won your heart. Lin Feng, receiving no response, chuckled and tightened his embrace around Su Luoxue. Does Luoxue still believe she is unworthy of me? Meeting you has been a singular surprise in my life. Luoxue, please say yes. At this moment, Su Luoxue slowly lifted her head, her makeup now a poignant testament to her tears. Is this truly real? In reply, she was met with the boy's profound kiss. Afterward, Su Luoxue felt her blood surge once more, teetering on the brink of losing control. Lin Feng, may I bite you if you please? Certainly. Upon returning home, Lin Feng adjusted his collar, revealing numerous bite and kiss marks from Su Luoxue adorning his neck. Had the Ferris wheel's rotation lasted longer, he mused, they might have succumbed to even greater abandon. Su Luoxue, however, appeared less restrained, holding the boy's hand without a care for the strawberries on her neck. Yet, her cold, serene visage seemed somewhat expressionless, though Su Luoxue was elated. Her icy demeanor betrayed none of it. Luoxue, are you not happy? Lin Feng noticed her lack of joy, mistakenly believing that her acceptance of his confession would bring her delight. At the very least, a smile to appease him would suffice, yet none came. Su Luoxue was momentarily befuddled by the question. Was she unhappy? She felt sheer joy since Lin Feng's confession, reveling in happiness from that very moment. She had been content even before the confession. I am not unhappy at all. Why would Lin Feng think so? I have not seen you smile. Smile? Su Luoxue was bewildered. She recalled smiling. Surely she had. Lin Feng chuckled softly at her expression of confusion. Reflecting on their 2-year acquaintance, he realized she had not smiled even once. Perhaps it was due to her inherently cool disposition. This simply would not do. An idea sparked in Lin Feng's mind. He must make this enchanting beauty smile. As their conversation continued, they entered the villa's foyer. The maids, upon seeing their employer and the telltale marks on her neck, hurriedly greeted her with a respectful sister before lowering their heads. Su Luoxue, noticing the maids addressed only her and not Lin Feng, felt a surge of indignation. Did they not see Lin Feng was also present? Have they grown too bold? Young master, good day? The maids could not voice their grievances, having previously been instructed by Su Luoxue to treat Lin Feng with less formality. This was more like it. After finishing their late-night snack, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue hastily washed up and returned to their respective rooms. In his chamber, Lin Feng found sleep elusive, his emotions still riding high. The memory of the delicate beauty pressing against him on the Ferris wheel, biting his neck, sent shivers of excitement through him. In the dead of night, Lin Feng lay in bed, gazing at Su Luoxue's photos on his phone. Most pictures were candid shots taken earlier that day, with the topmost image capturing the moment he proposed while they were en route home. In the photo, Su Luoxue's cheeks bore 2 trails of tears. Upon noticing him taking her picture, she lunged to snatch the phone away. After a few moments, Lin Feng reluctantly set the phone aside, deciding to turn off the light and sleep. For tomorrow, he would continue showering Su Luoxue with flowers and love letters. Staying up late was not an option. Time passed, and suddenly, Lin Feng's door creaked open. Su Luoxue stealthily approached the boy's bed, gently wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Luoxue? Lin Feng, having drifted into a light sleep, was immediately roused by the sweet scent of Su Luoxue. She responded softly with a hum, her embrace trembling slightly. Lin Feng turned to hold his captivating beauty close. Luoxue, what troubles you? In his arms. Su Luoxue grasped his chest, her breath quickening. Lin Feng, I am so afraid, fearful that you might leave me. As she spoke, her body quaked with genuine fear. The past few days had been surreal. She dreaded this being merely a dream, one from which she might awaken unceremoniously. Silly girl, sleep now. I shall still be by your side tomorrow. MHM. Su Luoxue's breath remained unsteady, haunted by the fear that this was all a fleeting illusion. Should she awaken, she would have to face Lin Feng's disdain or worse, his cold, lifeless form. After a significant pause, her breathing gradually stabilized. Just as she intended to close her eyes and drift into slumber, she suddenly spotted two small wooden dolls. Due to Lin Feng's habit of sleeping with a nightlight, the figures were vividly illuminated. They were the very dolls she had placed atop Lin Feng's birthday cake. He had not discarded them. He had preserved them. Lin Feng, having slipped into a light sleep, sensed the tremors of the beautiful figure beside him. Instinctively, he reached out to soothe her, but Su Luoxue held him firmly in place. Lin Feng, give them to me. I am afraid. You want them? Lin Feng, previously rubbing his sleepy eyes, was suddenly alert. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted Su Luoxue into his arms and began to peel the layers of an onion. Within a minute, the room was enveloped in warmth. Ah, Feng says he loves me. I love you most dearly, Luoxue. I want to hear it again. I love you. In this lifetime, I shall love no one but Luoxue. I love you too, Feng. Chapter 23. Who has shackled me with chains beneath my feet? At 5 in the morning, Lin Feng lay beside the already sleeping beauty, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. What a tumultuous past he had endured. Although Su Luoxue exuded a cool demeanor, her beauty and figure were absolutely captivating. Did this stunning beauty not realize? It mattered not, for Lin Feng was well aware. And yet, the most significant revelation was that he had witnessed Su Luoxue smile. Even if only for a fleeting moment, he had truly seen it. A smile that radiated from the depths of her heart. When Su Luoxue smiled, she was truly enchanting. Of course, she was equally captivating in tears. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng finally awakened from his slumber. He gazed at the serene visage of Su Luoxue, who lay soundly asleep beside him, and nodded in satisfaction. This, indeed, was the essence of fulfillment. However, as he attempted to rise, he found his feet ensnared as if bound by some invisible force. Lin Feng glanced toward the foot of the bed, his expression stiffening in shock. When had this enchanting beauty locked his feet? The chain was surprisingly long, just sufficient to allow him access to the bathroom within the room. Not wishing to disturb the slumbering beauty beside him, he resolved to wait for her to awaken before inquiring about the situation. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng's stomach began to growl, yet the lovely maiden remained in her deep slumber. She had indeed been quite thoroughly overwhelmed by Lin Feng the previous night. Showing no signs of waking, with gentle persistence, he began to shake her softly. Luoxue, it's rather late. You must awaken. Due to Lin Feng's exceedingly tender approach, it took a full 5 minutes for Su Luoxue to stir. Feng. As she opened her eyes and beheld Lin Feng's gentle gaze, her pupils fluttered. It took her a moment to recall the tender moments they had shared the night before, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Upon witnessing the beauty awaken, Lin Feng gently inquired, Luoxue, my legs are locked. Did you do this? Hearing his words, Su Luoxue's expression momentarily froze before her delicate form began to tremble violently. I'm so sorry, Feng. I was truly frightened. I thought that by doing this, I could feel that you wouldn't leave me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lin Feng could not bear to see Su Luoxue in tears, soothingly patting her back. Luoxue, do not cry. I have told you before. I am more than willing to be bound by you. It's perfectly fine, truly. He mused that perhaps this beautiful maiden possessed a hint of a Yandere trait. Moreover, her fear was entirely understandable. Su Luoxue's sense of security was alarmingly low. He resolved to provide her with more assurance in the future, gradually winning over this captivating beauty. Unbeknownst to him, however, the maiden who had buried her face in his chest, weeping softly, was slowly beginning to smile. Reminiscent of the fleeting smile he had glimpsed the previous night. At 6 in the evening, Su Luoxue finally awakened fully, intending to rise and dress in order to prepare dinner for Lin Feng. Yet, as she attempted to sit up, she gasped and fell back onto the bed. The sharp pain coursing through her body caused tears to well up in her eyes. Her inherently composed nature compelled her to stifle the tears. Clenching her teeth to endure the pain, Lin Feng hurriedly scooped her up and laid her back down on the bed. Luoxue, perhaps we should call a maid to fetch some medicine? Su Luoxue, nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, dared not move, only responding with a faint mm. Once they were both dressed, Lin Feng picked up Su Luoxue's phone and dialed the maid. The maid arrived promptly, her superior entering the room and instantly flushing upon sensing the intimate atmosphere. With averted eyes, she placed the medicine on the bedside table. Clearly intimidated by the aura in the room, Lin Feng took the medicine and began to apply it to Su Luoxue's wounds. Given how thoroughly he had overwhelmed her the previous night, Su Luoxue could not help but shed tears as he tended to her. "It's all right, Luoxue. Don't cry." After applying the medicine, Su Luoxue found her arms free, resting limply against Lin Feng's. Observing the tears cascading down her cheeks, Lin Feng felt a pang of both heartache and adoration. Every frown and smile from this beauty filled his heart with joy. Even her tears were achingly beautiful. The stark contrast of her vulnerability was almost too much to bear. "I must be more careful. I can't bear to see my beloved in such distress." Lin Feng gently caressed Su Luoxue's face, only to have her grasp his hand. "No, it's only in this way that I can feel your love for me." "Ah Feng. Very well, then there shall be ample opportunity for you to cry," he replied. After finishing with the medicine, Lin Feng called the maid again, this time requesting her to bring dinner, and he instructed her to prepare several nourishing soups. The one in need of nourishment was not himself, but the exquisite maiden in his arms. Glancing at the remnants of her injuries, Lin Feng turned to Su Luoxue. "Luoxue, shall we cut your hair?" Confused as to why it was necessary, she instinctively nodded in agreement. After half an hour, the maid began to bring in the dishes. Each maid who entered could not help but blush at the charged atmosphere, some unable to restrain their gazes. They caught sight of Lin Feng cradling the frail Su Luoxue, and the chain binding his legs, leading them to murmur amongst themselves about the captivating scene they beheld. Once the maids had departed, Lin Feng began to feed his lovely companion. Midway through her meal, Su Luoxue gazed toward the door and said, "Ah Feng, I wish to dismiss all these maids." Why?" Lin Feng asked, perplexed as to why she would make such a statement while they were eating, especially since the maids had done nothing wrong. "Are you worried about them?" Su Luoxue's tone shifted to one of danger, a murderous intent flashing across her icy countenance. She would not permit her beloved to entertain thoughts of other women. "No, I just found it sudden. I love only you, Luoxue. How could I worry about them?" Su Luoxue's demeanor softened, yet her eyes remained watchful. "It's just that they are all women, and I don't want any other woman to see Ah Feng. Not even for a moment." In response to Su Luoxue's possessive declaration, Lin Feng chose to acquiesce, empathizing with her feelings. Were there male security personnel or caretakers in their household, he too would feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, he was utterly enamored with Su Luoxue's assertive nature. Her aloofness paired with a unique blend of dominance and possessiveness was utterly captivating. "Please, continue to be just as you are." As for winning over Su Luoxue's Yandere tendencies, he believed there would be ample time for that in the future. With a sigh of relief, Su Luoxue felt reassured that Lin Feng was not reluctant to part with the maids. "Very well, I shall dismiss them all tomorrow." After finishing their meal, Lin Feng found himself unable to leave due to Su Luoxue's binding, so he remained in bed, holding her close. He reached for his phone to check messages, only to have Su Luoxue toss it aside. Her meaning was clear. Lin Feng was to think only of her, with no distractions permitted. He complied wholeheartedly. Yet anxiety began to creep in. He truly appreciated Su Luoxue's possessiveness, but if he could not even glance at his phone, it felt almost suffocating. While a day or two of this might be manageable, Lin Feng pondered the sustainability of such an arrangement over time. He gently massaged her shoulders and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. "Luoxue, what if we installed a projector or a television in the room? It might be rather dull just sitting here." Su Luoxue's demeanor shifted once more, her lips biting down hard as she contemplated his suggestion. After a moment, she spoke. "Do you think a television is more appealing, or do you believe I am less captivating without one?" "No, that is certainly not the case." Lin Feng slowly stroked her hair. "We could watch television together. I could hold you while we do." Su Luoxue neither agreed nor rejected the notion, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. She understood that watching television could allow for closeness, yet she longed for a face-to-face embrace. She wished for their eyes to be solely focused on each other. Her possessiveness had always been intense, and now that Lin Feng had surrendered himself to her, it had only intensified. Chapter 24. Ah Feng is solely mine in this entire world. For the next 3 days, Su Luoxue focused on recuperation, gradually restoring her health. By the evening of the 5th day, the room was still infused with warmth. Lin Feng, initially concerned for Su Luoxue, found himself helpless against her stubbornness. From his vantage point, he gazed down at the enchanting beauty before him. "Luoxue, do you truly not wish to explore the world beyond these walls? Remaining confined here means missing out on countless delightful experiences we could share." Su Luoxue bit her lip, her gaze fixated on the boy's face, her pupils quivering. It took her a moment to realize Lin Feng was addressing her. She hastily shook her head. "Ah Feng is mine, my entire world. I shall not venture anywhere." The following day, Lin Feng awoke earlier than Su Luoxue, lying on his side, admiring her exquisite features. It wasn't that he lacked the desire for activity. Rather, his movements were constrained to the small confines of the room. Bound by Su Luoxue, he was limited to a mere 60 or 70 square meters. Nevertheless, watching her serene sleeping face was a delightful way to pass the time. After half an hour, however, he resolved to engage in some exercise within the room. He completed 10 sets of dumbbell lifts, push-ups, and planks, and by the time he finished his shower, Su Luoxue was stirring awake. She had not intended to rise so soon, yet the intoxicating scent emanating from Lin Feng was irresistible. Upon opening her eyes and seeing him beside her, she remained silent, merely fixated on him. While she yearned to linger a bit longer, her phone rang, disrupting the moment. It was a call from Xiaoqing. Su Luoxue had been absent from the company for 5 days, and chaos had ensued in her absence. Su Luoxue merely uttered an "oh," her expression betraying no emotion. Yet Lin Feng could discern her disappointment. With a gentle smile, he enveloped her in his embrace, asking, "What troubles you? Do you not wish to return to the company?" Su Luoxue lowered her gaze and softly murmured in agreement. His tenderness was utterly captivating, making it difficult for her to part from him. As for Luoxue's intentions, "I believe your financial situation is quite sufficient," Lin Feng remarked, feeling indifferent. He was unaware of the extent of Su Luoxue's wealth, yet he presumed it would sustain them for several lifetimes. Su Luoxue shook her head, clarifying that her initial purpose in establishing the company was not for financial gain, but to assist the homeless vampires. Not all vampires were malevolent. Some had never harmed anyone and merely wished to integrate into human society, yet they faced ostracism due to their identities. The company she founded employed predominantly vampires, and its purpose was to provide for them. After weighing her options, she ultimately decided to return to the company. It was not that she valued the vampires more, but rather that thoughts of Lin Feng influenced her decision. Reflecting on her circumstances, she realized that without wealth and power, would Lin Feng still be by her side? Though he had entrusted himself to her, she felt a twinge of insecurity. Harsh as it may sound, she feared Lin Feng's affections might not be genuine. Even if his love for her was sincere, what if she lacked status and influence? Would she have been able to bring him back so quietly? Would she have been able to leverage her power to threaten his family and Xianingbing? Thus, her actions were ultimately for his sake. Before departing, she gazed intently at Lin Feng for a considerable moment. "A Feng, as I head to the company, will you promise not to run away?" Hearing her words tugged at his heartstrings. He realized how much of a fool he had been, as her sense of security was alarmingly low. After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke across his face. He was physically bound at the moment. "Run away? I'm hardly able to move," he chuckled, gently squeezing Su Luoxue's hand. "Luoxue, you could take me with you to the company. I would be delighted to accompany you." "Absolutely not," Su Luoxue declared. Though she felt secure after gaining Lin Feng, she was even more inclined to keep him hidden away. He belonged to her, and her alone. Not even a fleeting glance from another could be tolerated. Lin Feng, having no means to persuade her otherwise, could only shake his head resignedly at the chains binding his feet. He felt akin to a gilded canary, perhaps even worse off. However, the notion of being a wealthy patron was not entirely displeasing. After a while of idleness on the bed, he settled at his gaming desk to reach out to Chen Haoran, hoping to see if he had time to play. Receiving a negative response from his close friend, he resigned himself to gaming alone. After a few rounds, Lin Feng glanced at the time. Only an hour had passed since Su Luoxue left for the company. He removed his headphones and sighed, pondering how he would endure the day. The adage that the best gaming companions are friends seemed increasingly poignant. Lin Feng flopped onto his bed, rolling about in boredom, even resorting to picking up Su Luoxue's fallen lipstick. Another hour has slipped by. As he stared at it, an idea struck him. He could maintain a journal, chronicling the daily life he shared with Su Luoxue. When they grew old, they could reminisce about their youth and those cherished moments. Additionally, he could even publish these entries as a novel on a platform. He might even earn a little pocket money. Of course, he would need to ensure that the content remained relatively mild. He had heard that the platform's scrutiny was rather strict. Yet, he thought, there was no need for excessive worry. He had heard of an author who went by the pen name Guoxiao, known for writing pseudo-incest stories. Others had published 3 volumes without a care. Why should he fear anything? Nonetheless, it should be noted that Guoxiao's works typically featured characters with no blood relation. The male lead merely referred to the female lead as sister. Lin Feng mused that Guoxiao's situation wasn't so dire. He recalled friends in his dorm who would play games and refer to others as mama, only to find themselves romantically involved later. Wasn't that far worse than Guoxiao's tales? Yet, he also acknowledged that the platform's rigorous review process likely had its rationale. Everyone faced their own challenges, and he could empathize with that. Chapter 25. Sister, how have you become so voluptuous? Upon arriving at the company entrance, Su Luoxue stood for over 2 minutes. Regret washing over her as she recalled the warmth shared with Lin Feng, only to face a mountain of paperwork awaiting her. She felt that coming to the company was perhaps the gravest mistake of her life. As she entered her office, she found the door ajar. Su Mingyao was seated in a relaxed manner, casually chewing on a lollipop with her legs crossed. Su Luoxue's mood lightened slightly. "Mingyao, what brings you here?" Su Mingyao had initially intended to greet her beloved sister, but upon hearing the question, her brow furrowed. "Sister, you should not ask what brings you here. That sounds like a rhetorical question in human terms. You ought to express your happiness by saying, You actually came. With that, she seemed to notice something, jumping from her chair to stand before Su Luoxue, pinching her cheek. Sister, after just a few days apart, how have you become so voluptuous? Su Mingyao exclaimed, glancing enviously at Su Luoxue's curvaceous form before comparing it to her own rather lackluster physique, nearly inciting an outburst of frustration. And why does your complexion appear so rosy? Sister, you seem to have transformed into a stunning beauty. Su Luoxue, known for her perpetually icy demeanor, had never exhibited such a vibrant appearance. Su Mingyao, curious as a child, began to inspect Su Luoxue from head to toe, only to be met with a gentle push. Su Mingyao had always enjoyed admiring her own figure, though she found little appeal in it. However, now she was acutely aware of the boy's preferences. The exquisite beauty's serene visage bore an expression of grave seriousness. Mingyao, you mustn't touch recklessly, this belongs to Offing. The boy had completely surrendered himself to her. And Su Luoxue felt an overwhelming desire to belong entirely to Lin Feng. Su Mingyao nearly choked on her own saliva upon hearing this, gazing incredulously at the stunning beauty before her. Sister, have you too done that? Su Luoxue was initially perplexed by Su Mingyao's words. It was only after Su Mingyao elaborated that she grasped the implication and nodded in acknowledgement with nonchalance. Su Mingyao felt as though the sky had fallen. She was not only Su Luoxue's close friend, but also her sister, and she harbored a crush on her elder. How could Lin Feng so swiftly have claimed her sister utterly? How long had it been? It was no wonder Su Luoxue appeared so radiant, even walking with a slight limp. Yet, she soon accepted this reality. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Su Luoxue's ear. Sister, what does it feel like? Just a good feeling. Su Luoxue continued, but midway through, she sensed something awry, her tone turning somewhat irate. Mingyao, you must not entertain any thoughts about Offing, nor ask about him. Offing belongs solely to me. Su Mingyao was taken aback by Su Luoxue's fierce demeanor and hurried to placate her. Oh dear sister, that was not my intention. It's only natural to be curious. Curiosity is forbidden. Only I may be curious about Offing. All right. Then you may be the only one curious. I shan't compete with you. Once she had calmed Su Luoxue, Su Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively inquired, Sister, do our many years of friendship not compare to a man? It does compare. Su Mingyao finally smiled, reassured. She had thought, how could a mere man hold such significance? However, he could not compare to Offing. After their playful banter, Su Mingyao ceased to disturb Su Luoxue as she worked, instead clutching her phone and giggling on the sofa. Despite Lin Feng's absence, Su Luoxue's work pace remained undeterred, indeed becoming even more fervent. Previously unencumbered by distractions, she now felt as though a solitary light glowed for her amidst the myriad of homes. The thought that the boy was still locked away stirred a tremor in her heart. She knew she could not rush him. Doing so would only instill fear within him. She needed to gradually help him acclimate, ultimately binding him to her side for eternity. At noon, Su Luoxue returned to deliver a meal to the boy, indulging in a brief nap before hastily returning to the office. Having missed work for several days, her desk was strewn high with proposals. Even if she exerted herself, completing them all today was impossible. The clock struck 6, and the wait felt interminable. True to her resolute nature, Su Luoxue would not break her rule of not leaving work until the alarm rang. She dutifully toiled until 6. Each time she finished a proposal, she glanced at her phone. With the final 10 minutes approaching, she ceased her work, sitting in her chair and counting down the seconds. The moment the alarm sounded, she sprang to her feet and hurried downstairs. Hey, sister, we're going out for drinks tonight. Why the rush? No, I must go home now. We can discuss it tomorrow. Upon returning home, the villa was devoid of its usual liveliness. Su Luoxue had indeed dismissed all the maids, leaving not a single one behind. However, she had compensated them ahead of time with their year-end bonuses, a gesture of gratitude for their diligent service. Lin Feng remained unaware of his enchanting companion's arrival. Engrossed at his gaming desk, typing away on his computer worth 200,000, Su Luoxue swiftly approached and turned off the computer without uttering a word. Tightly grasping the boy's hand as her gaze deepened with fervor, the boy's temples throbbed. Surely, the novel had an autosave feature? With a resigned sigh, he turned to embrace his captivating companion. What did it matter? Even if it hadn't been saved, he could always rewrite it. Luoxue, are you a cat? Why do you walk so silently? Su Luoxue offered no reply, but soon her body began to tremble. The alluring beauty seized the boy's shoulders, throwing herself onto him and biting his neck with reckless abandon. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and after a moment, he chuckled, stroking her hair. Take it slow. No one is competing with you. After about 10 minutes, Su Luoxue rose, licking her lips, and firmly pressed the boy down onto the bed. Offing. She retrieved the key from her clothing to unlock the chains binding him, her warm breath enveloping him entirely. Lin Feng was still in disbelief. Was everything not fine moments ago? After being consumed by the alluring beauty, he felt somewhat weakened and was utterly unable to escape her grasp. The room's temperature soared. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that the commotion in the room began to subside. Initially, Su Luoxue had the upper hand in their playful tussle. But as Lin Feng regained his strength, the balance of power shifted back to him. The beauty in his arms remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, tears spilling down her cheeks. Chapter 26. The Pervert. Offing, I'm hungry. After their tender moments, Su Luoxue had nearly drifted into slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by her hunger. All right, I shall prepare a late-night snack. I'm quite hungry myself. Given that Lin Feng had not eaten dinner either, his legs felt unsteady, prompting him to hasten his cooking. By 11 o'clock, he quickly prepared 3 dishes and a soup, then hurried upstairs to bring down the enchanting beauty. As Su Luoxue descended, her stomach growled audibly, but after consuming 2 pieces of meat, she set down her chopsticks, seemingly losing her appetite. The following morning, Lin Feng found himself dragging the chains to the restroom, completely oblivious to when Su Luoxue had secured them. Su Luoxue was a peaceful sleeper, never tossing and turning. Lying quietly, Lin Feng lay on his side, watching his wife. Captivated by her resplendent beauty, he could not resist planting several kisses on her luscious face. Su Luoxue awoke around 11, her eyes slightly reddened, her lips pressed together in silence. Lin Feng gently embraced her, expressing concern. Are you still in pain? Though this was not her first encounter with the boy's cruelty, her body, unaccustomed to such exertion from years of inactivity, felt the toll. It was a full hour past noon before she finally rose. During her slumber, Xiaoqing and Su Mingyao had called several times, but she paid them no mind. Akin to a sovereign neglecting their court, after sharing lunch and a nap with Lin Feng, she reluctantly made her way to the office, offering a stern warning to the boy before leaving. In the office, Su Mingyao leaped from her chair upon spotting the tardy Su Luoxue. Observing Su Luoxue's slight limp, Su Mingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, do you no longer care for this company? A bit. Su Mingyao fell silent for a moment before recalling the day's agenda. Sister, you promised me yesterday that we would go out for drinks. You cannot back out. Su Luoxue felt dazed, unsure if she had indeed made such a promise. Her thoughts had been consumed by Lin Feng, leaving her unaware of when she had agreed. Nevertheless, she did not wish to dampen Su Mingyao's spirits. Very well, I will call Xiaoqing to buy some alcohol. Drinking at work? Su Mingyao realized then that Su Luoxue was truly indifferent to the company. It seemed her dear brother-in-law had managed to tame Su Luoxue completely. It is uncertain whether her dear sister maintains such a frosty demeanor, devoid of expression, when she is being bullied. Su Mingyao suddenly found herself intrigued. Upon receiving the news, Xiaoqing felt as though the sky had fallen. President Su had yet to arrive at the office, and upon her return, she was merely indulging in alcohol. Due to Su Luoxue's negligence, Xiaoqing now bore heavy responsibilities, toiling until 10 each night. After hastily purchasing some beer, she stepped out of the office, only to be called back by Su Luoxue. Xiaoqing, your performance bonus this month is an additional 50,000, and your year-end bonus is an extra 200,000. Upon hearing this, the once weary Xiaoqing instantly perked up. After expressing her gratitude to President Su, she left the office with a silly grin, feeling that the hardships of the past few days were trivial in comparison. Su Mingyao twisted open a beer bottle, her gaze alighting on this scene. Sister, you truly are affluent, earning hundreds of thousands in just a few days of work? Su Luoxue also uncorked a bottle for herself, regarding this sum as mere pocket change. To her, these funds bought precious time spent with Lin Feng, a value that far exceeded the monetary amount. Never mind, sister. I did not come to discuss my wonderful brother-in-law today. I wanted to share that I have feelings for his good friend, Chen Haoran. However, he is rather shy. Could you perhaps persuade my brother-in-law to lend me a hand? Su Luoxue's expression darkened upon hearing Chen Haoran's name. Absolutely not. I will not permit your brother-in-law to converse with anyone apart from me. If you are interested, pursue him on your own, should you succeed. I shall reward you with 5 million. Su Mingyao gasped, sensing that her sister harbored some disdain for Chen Haoran. Furthermore, her words bore an unsettling resemblance to a certain possessiveness. You cannot allow Lin Feng to interact with others? Sister, I am merely concerned about the possibility of failure. I cannot ascertain Chen Haoran's feelings for me. Su Luoxue's expression darkened even further. I will help you capture him. Sister, what kind of method is that for pursuing someone? Su Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle, pouring herself another drink. What if your brother-in-law pursued you in such a manner? After a moment of contemplation, Su Luoxue conceded that it might not be entirely unappealing to be tied up by Lin Feng. However, the stipulation was that he must not step outside. Your brother-in-law was won over by me through such means. Is there a problem with that? Moreover, if Ah Feng were to bind me, I would not object. At last, Su Mingyao understood why Lin Feng had previously rebuffed Su Luoxue. Her sister's methods of courtship were undeniably extreme. Throughout the afternoon, despite Su Mingyao's persistent pleas, Su Luoxue remained adamant in her refusal. The captivating woman was determined to seize Chen Haoran. Should he resist, she would cut off his resources. If all else failed, she would resort to more drastic measures. After all, there were countless strategies at her disposal. Of course, she had never employed such tactics against Lin Feng. This approach was reserved for Chen Haoran, with no regard for his well-being or emotions. By the end of the day, Su Mingyao was left speechless, drowning her frustration in alcohol. Sister, I truly believe you ought to reconsider your approach. I shall help you establish a proper perspective on love. Not at all. Ah Feng claims he is quite pleased being bound by me. Su Mingyao was rendered utterly speechless. So, it turned out her dear brother-in-law had a penchant for bondage. What could she possibly say? Such a peculiar individual deserved to be punished by her sister with a whip. Ultimately, she decided that her sister should not reward him. Over the course of the afternoon, Lin Feng transitioned from a relatively acceptable brother-in-law, in Su Mingyao's eyes, to a rather abnormal figure. Surely, he wouldn't beg her sister to trample on him, would he? Chapter 27. The Emergence of a Possessive Obsession. After her conversation with Su Mingyao, Su Luoxue returned to her work. When the afternoon alarm rang, she hurried home in her sports car. This time, she did not disguise her footsteps. Upon entering the villa, she swiftly ascended the stairs and pushed Lin Feng, who was still typing away, against the wall. Luoxue. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. As he attempted to speak, Su Luoxue silenced him with a kiss. You have been muted by the group owner. The beautiful maiden's eyes instantly turned crimson as she grasped the boy's shoulders and sank her teeth into his neck. Lin Feng felt his eyelids grow heavy, torn between the urge to resist and a reluctance to do so. Observing Su Luoxue's infatuation with him, he let out a bitter smile before succumbing to sleep. When he awoke, it was already 8 o'clock. The moment he opened his eyes, he noticed Su Luoxue, with skin as smooth as jade, sleeping beside him. Unable to resist the impulse to reach out, he quickly realized he had been imprisoned by the enchanting maiden. Furthermore, his clothes had mysteriously vanished. Sensing the boy's movements, Su Luoxue slowly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon him, her voice trembling. Ah Feng, you can only be mine. You belong solely to me. Luoxue, what is going on? Lin Feng urgently inquired, but the lovely maiden offered no response, instead beginning to torment him in the same manner he had once done to her. Lin Feng could only endure Su Luoxue's playful torment. An hour later, Su Luoxue sighed softly, collapsing onto the bed. Luoxue? Luoxue? Lin Feng attempted to rouse the maiden, but she paid him no mind. With no other option, he resigned himself to closing his eyes alongside her. However, his hands and feet were bound, rendering sleep impossible. At 8 o'clock, Su Luoxue finally opened her eyes, tightly gripping the boy's wrist. Ah Feng, do not leave me. Luoxue, please tell me what is happening. Lin Feng, still bound, longed to caress the beautiful maiden's head, but found himself unable. Hearing the boy's tender tone, Su Luoxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. When Su Mingyao mentioned Chen Haoran, she had felt a surge of possessiveness. Chen Haoran and Xia Ningbing were obstacles in her path to claiming the boy for herself. Yet, she could not eliminate them. The thought of Lin Feng discovering such news and spiraling into despair terrified her. Thus, the only solution was to keep him securely locked away, ensuring her peace of mind. Only when the boy was entirely under her control could she truly believe he belonged to her. She yearned for both his body and soul to be hers. Ah Feng, you used to like Xia Ningbing, didn't you? I am so afraid. Even if you are merely deceiving me, could you not prolong the ruse a little longer? Su Luoxue's voice carried a hint of obsession, causing Lin Feng's hair to stand on end while simultaneously evoking a pang of sympathy within him. Had she believed he was merely deceiving her while he had been teasing her? Could this be the reason for her emotionless facade while he had tormented her? Luoxue, I have only ever loved you. I do not even know anyone named Xia Ningbing. I swear. Ah Feng has never liked Xia Ningbing. Su Luoxue's expression remained stoic, yet the possessive undertone in her voice softened somewhat, indicating her satisfaction with his declaration of exclusive affection. Shueshue, trust me, Xia Ningbing's fate is inconsequential to me. I have loved only you in this lifetime. Upon hearing the boy's heartfelt declarations, Su Luoxue's pupils quivered. Lin Feng had never loved Xia Ningbing. He had only ever loved her, and he called her Shueshue, a term that felt intimately close. Observing Su Luoxue's reaction, Lin Feng surmised that if he were to profess that he had adored her since birth, she would likely believe him. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to rectify Su Luoxue's possessive tendencies. Luoxue, you see, you have misunderstood me. Call me Shueshue. Very well, Shueshue. Now, could you perhaps assist me in freeing these chains? My heart belongs solely to you. The mere utterance of Shueshue seemed to cast a spell over Su Luoxue. The boy's call caused her pupils to tremble each time. Su Luoxue swallowed hard, her hands poised in midair, hesitant to act. After taking a deep breath, she bestowed a kiss upon the boy's lips. Yet, she was aware that others harbored affections for Ah Feng, and it seemed Lin Feng was rather fond of him as well. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind. Who dares to conspire against me? Until he heard the name Chen Haoran escape the lips of that enchanting maiden. Any retort he might have had was instantly swallowed back. What was he doing here? He discreetly recalled the work penned by Guoxiao, Rebirth, Saving My Yandere Vampire Girlfriend. It was a single female lead. No one had informed him that this narrative had morphed into a dual male lead tale. Furthermore, he would not accept it. His backside was meant for other purposes. Do not speak to him of such trifles. Shueshue, I believe you are mistaken. Chen Haoran and I are brothers. There is no mutual affection. Su Luoxue was profoundly dissatisfied with this response. Brothers? She had heard Su Mingyao speak of the phrase brothers are like limbs. This simply would not do. Lin Feng could only belong to her. Did Chen Haoran wish to claim the boy's brotherly bond? In an instant, the aura of that beautiful maiden turned perilous once more. Ah Feng, I have heard from Su Mingyao that you and Chen Haoran share more than a brotherly bond. You are also sworn comrades, inseparable since childhood. Lin Feng's pupils widened, but as he prepared to dispute, Su Luoxue's fragrant breath enveloped him, and she sank her teeth into his neck. As his eyelids began to droop, a singular thought crossed his mind. He should have dealt with Su Mingyao more decisively at the hospital entrance. Upon awakening, Su Luoxue was no longer atop him. She sat at the edge of the bed, enjoying the takeout she had just ordered. Upon noticing the boy's awakening, she offered the spoon to his lips. Ah Feng, open your mouth. Luoxue, the truth is, I and Chen Haoran. Upon hearing the boy mention Chen Haoran as soon as he awoke, Su Luoxue set down her bowl and chopsticks, positioning herself atop him. Her breath grew unsteady once more. Ah Feng, you cannot speak of others. You may only call my name, and you must address me as Shueshue, do you not remember? After saying this, she reached for the food container, taking a bite before slowly leaning closer to the boy's lips. Lin Feng's pupils quivered, yet he could only comply with Su Luoxue's wishes and eat obediently. Su Luoxue's demeanor returned to its previous coolness, her tone calm, yet seemingly laced with a warning. Ah Feng, eat well, and do not mention anyone else's name again. Lin Feng felt an unsettling sensation. Why was Su Luoxue's Yandra disposition becoming increasingly pronounced? Little did he know that Su Luoxue was merely afraid of scaring him. She had temporarily concealed her Yandra traits. The questions regarding Xia Ningbing and Chen Haoran arose only after she had fully claimed the boy's body. Before she had obtained his physical form, she had not dared to inquire, terrified he might confess to having affections for Xia Ningbing or Chen Haoran. Fortunately, the boy had entrusted himself entirely to her, asserting that he liked only her. Chapter 28. Must I do it myself? If Lin Feng were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it amusing that he had entirely surrendered to Su Luoxue. Was it not she who had given herself to him? He cooperatively finished his meal, and after much persuasion, managed to secure an explanation from Su Luoxue. The beautiful maiden gently placed a kiss on his forehead. Ah Feng, speak. Yet, in her heart, she resolved to ignore whatever the boy might say, having finally found a convenient excuse to keep the boy bound. How could she let him go so easily? The boy pondered his words for a moment, coughed a couple of times, and earnestly stated, Shueshue, consider this. You and Su Mingyao spend nearly every day together. Would that not make me jealous? Mingyao has no such intentions. Su Luoxue instinctively retorted. Yet according to her prior assertions about Chen Haoran, it did indeed seem so. Lin Feng observed the complex emotions flickering across her face, and at last, the weight in his heart lifted. Then I shall ensure that Shueshue does not meet with Su Mingyao again and remains solely by my side. What would Luoxue think? Su Luoxue's gaze turned intricate, yet she soon provided her answer. Mingyao is not as important as Lin Feng. Since Ah Feng desires my company, I shall cease to meet Su Mingyao. Lin Feng was genuinely taken aback by the pathological possessiveness exhibited by this beautiful maiden. Su Luoxue truly cared for no one but him. After further entreaties, Lin Feng finally managed to persuade Su Luoxue to relinquish her initial thoughts, reluctantly accepting Chen Haoran's status as the boy's sworn brother. Seeing Su Luoxue finally relent, Lin Feng inquired, then, Shueshue, should you not assist me in unbinding? No. Su Luoxue grasped the boy's wrist, and although she had accepted Chen Haoran's position, she still yearned to keep the boy confined. Lin Feng, however, would not yield. His primary objective was to prevent Su Luoxue from reverting to her Yandra state. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Observing the boy's refusal to relent, Su Luoxue bit her lip and lowered her demands. Then, Ah Feng, may I bind you for just one day? Just one day will suffice, for I am afraid. Ah Feng, you once promised you would allow me to bind you. Witnessing the beautiful maiden's downcast demeanor, Lin Feng felt his resolve waver. Indeed, Su Luoxue merely lacked a sense of security. A man must endure, let it be just for a day then. Ultimately, both parties made concessions, and Lin Feng's crisis was averted. In his desire to provide the beautiful maiden ample reassurance, Lin Feng did not close his eyes throughout the night. When Su Luoxue next opened her eyes, it was already 3 in the afternoon of the following day. She had not even awakened the previous night to lock Lin Feng up. Upon realizing Lin Feng was not beside her, a jolt of anxiety coursed through her, prompting her to rise and seek the boy. However, a sharp pain in her waist caused her to emit a soft groan, tears welling in her eyes. Just then, Lin Feng, having finished dinner, returned to the room. Upon seeing his beautiful maiden's body trembling, he felt an uncomfortable twinge and reached out to support her. He had initially intended to avoid distressing Su Luoxue, but her need for security left him with no choice. The previous night, he had mobilized 100 elite forces, leaving no trace of the enemy. With an overwhelming force, he had obliterated the Su army. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he felt somewhat guilty. Luoxue, how about we go eat first? By the time they finished their meal, an hour and a half had elapsed. Back in bed, Su Luoxue handed the iron chains to the boy. Ah Feng, You must chain yourself. She had intended to do it herself, yet her body simply would not permit it. Lin Feng's expression fell instantaneously. To bind me is one thing, but must I do it myself? Shue, how about we find a longer chain? This one is too short for my hands. It is quite uncomfortable for sleeping. Su Luoxue had initially wanted to refuse. She wished to bind the boy such that he could not move at all. Yet, ultimately, love triumphed over possessiveness. Then, Ah Feng, go to my room's bathroom. There is a longer chain there. All right. Lin Feng had merely asked casually, not anticipating that Su Luoxue indeed possessed such chains. However, what astonished him further lay ahead. Upon opening the bathroom door in Su Luoxue's room, he found an array of burlap sacks, ropes, chains, and handcuffs, everything one could imagine. Lin Feng could not help but swallow hard, his mind racing with doubts. Could he truly remedy Su Luoxue's Yandra affliction? Ultimately, he chose a longer hemp rope. Returning to his own room, under Su Luoxue's watchful gaze, Lin Feng bound himself. Having accomplished all this, he gently kneaded Su Luoxue's waist to help her relax. If she did not engage in some stretching exercises soon, he feared this beautiful maiden would be unable to rise from her bed for 3 days. The boy applied just the right amount of pressure, causing Su Luoxue to feel a delightful ache in her waist, both painful and pleasurable. She tightly pressed her lips together to stifle any sounds of discomfort. Half an hour later, the enchanting maiden grasped the boy's hand and declared, Lin Feng, my waist no longer aches. The boy, embodying a sense of righteousness, persisted in his ministrations. I'm merely helping you out. Relax a little, or you'll never know when you'll feel better. Su Luoxue chose not to comment further on the boy's intentions, recognizing that his desire for her body was a form of affection. In fact, she almost yearned for him to tease her further. Unsurprisingly, the following day, Su Luoxue had not fully recovered. Before being playfully teased by the boy, she had been a dedicated and responsible boss, taking great care of her company and employees. Now, however, her thoughts were consumed with how to bind Lin Feng to her side. Her days were spent either sleeping until noon or the afternoon, with no early rising to speak of. Meanwhile, the diligent Xiao Qing at the company did not enjoy such luxury, tirelessly reviewing proposals. If she found any suitable, she would send them to Su Luoxue for approval. Even Su Mingyao became embroiled in the situation, frequently visiting Su Luoxue's office to lend a hand. Observing Su Luoxue engrossed in replying to Xiao Qing's messages, Lin Feng once again proposed his previous suggestion. Luoxue, how about I accompany you to the office? This way, we can see each other constantly. Wouldn't that provide more security than keeping me tied up at home? This time, Su Luoxue did not immediately refuse. Instead, she contemplated the feasibility of his proposition. She had indeed been wary of her employees' prying eyes. However, the discomfort of not seeing the boy was truly unbearable, as she found herself anxiously awaiting the 6 o'clock alarm. All right, I'll think it over. Chapter 29, A Firm Hand in Marriage. On the third day, Su Luoxue made a remarkable recovery. In the office, Su Mingyao propped her legs up on the desk, her fair limbs elegantly displayed as she reviewed proposals. Upon seeing Su Luoxue enter, she dashed over to embrace her elusive sister. Sister, you're finally back. I have no idea how to interpret these proposals. Sister, how come you've become even more beautiful again? After chatting with Su Mingyao for a while, Su Luoxue began to delve into her work, while Su Mingyao continued to observe her closely. Sister, how can you transform so rapidly? Is it possible that you've drained your husband dry? What do you mean drained dry? Su Mingyao whispered conspiratorially in Su Luoxue's ear, and by the time she grasped the implication, she cast a subtle, disapproving glance at her. Don't speak of that. That's a manifestation of Ah Feng's love for me. You mustn't pry. Oh no. That's not what I meant. Su Mingyao hurriedly clarified, puzzled by her sister's fierce possessiveness over Lin Feng. It seemed as though she wished for Lin Feng to be seen by no one but her. Concerned that Su Luoxue might misunderstand, she intended to enlighten her. Besides, as her sister, was it not reasonable to ensure her own interests? Me and my sister-in-law? That certainly warrants a discussion. After much persuasion from Su Mingyao, Su Luoxue's suspicions were allayed, though she was reminded to exercise moderation. Su Mingyao could not help but fantasize about her future with Chen Haoran, wondering if she too would end up draining him as Su Luoxue had Lin Feng. In the evening, Lin Feng was struggling in the restroom, hindered by 4 bindings that rendered movement exceedingly difficult. Writing novels had become a luxury, and he could only manage planks on the bed. At this moment, his phone on the bedside table rang. It was Chen Haoran. Hey, Feng Gu, are you free now? Want to go out for drinks tonight? Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. Your sister is quite strict with me. She likely won't allow me to go out. Chen Haoran chuckled on the other end, surprised to discover that Lin Feng was under such stringent control. Feng Gu, this won't do. If I were in a relationship, I certainly wouldn't let myself be managed so tightly. Lin Feng tugged at the chains binding him, but offered no rebuttal. By the way, Feng Gu, you can't seriously be spending every day with your sister. What about our brotherhood? Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing Su Luoxue. Her gaze icy as she observed the boy on the phone. She had heard everything. Striding over to him, she snatched the phone from his hand and glared at the screen, as if she could visualize Chun Haoran's loathsome face. Brotherhood? Ah Feng can only be my what-nonsense brotherhood. Luoxue Lin Feng attempted to explain, but Su Luoxue silenced him, waiting for her rage to subside. On the other end, Chun Haoran, hearing their heavy breathing, hastily ended the call. Su Luoxue, witnessing the call disconnect, tossed the phone aside and gazed at the boy with a glint of allure in her eyes. 20 minutes later, the enchanting maiden appeared even more beguiling. Observing the boy's weakened state, she pressed her lips together. Lin Feng, now accustomed to Su Luoxue's bloodletting, did not immediately succumb to slumber. He had begun to develop some resistance. He weakly wrapped his arms around Su Luoxue's waist. Luoxue, why did you return so early today? Lin Feng distinctly remembered receiving Chun Haoran's call at just past 5, while Su Luoxue typically left the office at 6. This habit had remained unchanged for the 2 years since he had been reborn. Su Luoxue regarded the boy's injured neck, her tone flat. I've set my alarm for 5 o'clock. The moment it rings, I leave work. Watching the boy stifle a laugh, her eyes suddenly turned dangerous. Had I not returned early, I would have been oblivious to Ah Feng's infidelity. Fool, infidelity isn't meant to be used this way. I'm with Chun Haoran, the boy tried to explain, but Su Luoxue covered his mouth. I know. Meng Yao informed me today that brotherhood and love are different. But I don't care. Lin Feng paused for a moment, realizing he had perhaps been too harsh on Su Meng Yao earlier. Leaning his chin on Su Luoxue's shoulder, he murmured, Wife, I want to discuss something with you. Luoxue, upon hearing the boy's familiar yet distant address, Su Luoxue's body shivered involuntarily. What is it? Can I not be bound by this iron chain every day? Lin Feng's tone was laced with seduction, whispering into the ear of the beautiful maiden, causing her skin to prickle with goosebumps. Su Luoxue initially intended to acquiesce, but then quickly recovered. Ah Feng, do you wish to leave me? Is this not good for us? Su Luoxue fixed her gaze on the boy, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She had thought the burlap sack in the restroom would no longer be needed, yet it seemed it would soon be put to use again. Sensing danger, Lin Feng hastily accelerated his speech. Luoxue, please let me finish. That name, Luoxue, was utterly devastating for her. No matter how unwilling she was to hear the boy's explanation, it felt instinctual to nod, urging him to continue. Luoxue, I can't remain bound like this forever. My parents and sister at home will miss me. I'll also take you to meet my parents. Su Luoxue pressed her lips together, convinced that anyone who stood between her and Lin Feng's intimacy should be eliminated. Su Meng Yao had once remarked that the emotions humans harbor for their family are profoundly intense. Currently, she hesitated to voice her opinions, fearing the potential for missteps. Lin Feng, perceiving the situation as somewhat theatrical, gently squeezed the hand of his beautiful companion. My dear wife, you cannot confine me here when you are not home. I am consumed by thoughts of you every moment, a torment that rivals the agony of severed flesh. Su Luoxue remained silent, even expressing tacit agreement with the boy's sentiments. Upon hearing his heartfelt confessions, she felt as though she had perhaps been too excessive in her actions. She should gradually accustom him to this, rather than imprison him abruptly. It seemed she had acted rather hastily. Then, shall I only restrain Lin Feng for 6 days a week? Lin Feng's lips twitched in response. Luoxue, you just heard Chun Haoran call me a henpecked husband. Now he is mocking me. Su Luoxue's gaze darkened. Mock her man? I shall eliminate him tomorrow. No. Lin Feng quickly grasped Su Luoxue's hand, suspecting her words were uttered with intent, yet lacking evidence to support his theory. Luoxue, while I can heed your words at home, I cannot have the world perceive me as henpecked. It is a man's final vestige of dignity. Although Lin Feng presently relied entirely on Su Luoxue, his words remained resolute, exemplifying the notion of a man thriving on soft support. Would Luoxue truly bear witness to my defeat at the hands of another man? Su Luoxue's pupils quivered. She would willingly sacrifice her life for him. How could she tolerate Lin Feng's loss to another? Very well, I shall only bind Ah Feng for 5 days a week. She was determined to make Lin Feng the happiest man in the world. Chapter 30. Strategy successfully executed at 7/10. Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile, reveling in the effectiveness of Luoxue's strategy. He had successfully captured Su Luoxue's heart to the tune of 2/7. He enveloped Su Luoxue in his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Luoxue, we still have time together, right? Chun Haoran mocks me. You shall grant me 1 day of freedom each week. Surely, I cannot only spend 1 day with my wife, or worse, none at all. Su Luoxue clenched her fists tightly. This simply would not do. How could she allow herself to fall short of Chun Haoran? She nearly declared her worth to be 7 days, but suddenly faltered. 7 days. Did that not imply she could not bind Lin Feng? She needed to gradually lead him into this, not revert to a state of liberation all at once. Ultimately, she could only tremble and raise 2 fingers. 2 days. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, teasingly whispering in her ear, Is my esteemed wife only worth 2 days? Surely, 3 is more fitting? To his surprise, Su Luoxue shook her head vehemently, gripping the boy's hand tightly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Ah Feng, I am sorry. I can only feel at ease when I see you bound. I do not want 3 days. Lin Feng hurriedly reassured her, silently cursing himself for causing her distress. Fine. 2 days it is. Do not be upset, Su Luoxue. From her initial possessive obsession to now making concessions, Lin Feng realized he must not pressure her too severely. Pushing this delicate beauty too far could drive her to madness. They both made sacrifices for love. After reaching an agreement, Su Luoxue reluctantly released Lin Feng from his chains. As the bindings fell away, she covered her mouth tightly, her pupils trembling, feeling as though a piece of her heart had vanished. Ultimately, tears brimmed in her eyes. Falling silently, Luoxue, I am not leaving your side. Do not cry, please. Su Luoxue shook her head vigorously, wiping her tears incessantly. I am just heartbroken. It truly hurts. That evening, they refrained from ordering takeout, with Lin Feng opting to cook for them instead. At the dining table, Su Luoxue sat dazedly, the traces of her tears still fresh, her body trembling. Lin Feng gently caressed her cheek, tenderly wiping her tears away. After a while, Su Luoxue straightened up, playfully tugging at the boy's shirt, and bit him fiercely. At 8 in the morning, Lin Feng tiptoed out of bed, planting a gentle good morning kiss on his beautiful companion before descending to prepare breakfast. Not long after Lin Feng's departure, Su Luoxue stirred awake, rubbing her eyes against the morning haze. Upon realizing the boy was absent, her heart sank. The previous night, he had showered her with love and security. And while she knew he would not abandon her, an inexplicable worry gnawed at her. Suppressing her discomfort, Su Luoxue hurried down the stairs, finding Lin Feng in the kitchen, donning an apron as he prepared breakfast, stirring a feeling of inexplicable warmth within her. For reasons unknown, witnessing the boy in an apron preparing a meal for her filled her with happiness. Moreover, this side of Lin Feng seemed more alluring. It was also fortunate that Su Mingyao was not present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly comment, this is because Su Luoxue revels in the notion of her husband. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng guided his beautiful companion to a chair. All right, let us eat quickly. My Luoxue has grown thin. Although Su Luoxue did not grasp the teasing tone of his words, she merely nodded faintly. After a short while, she sensed something amiss. The boy across from her had not touched his chopsticks from beginning to end, merely watching her eat. Ah Feng, you should have some breakfast too. If I finish, what will you eat? With a smile, Lin Feng caressed Su Luoxue's cheek. Is my breakfast not right here? Su Luoxue blinked in surprise. Her pristine eyes suddenly tinged with crimson. Although the boy often teased her, this was also a testament to his love. Were it not for her physical limitations, she would wish for him to tease her every hour of every day. Seizing the bowl and spoon from his hands, Su Luoxue tightly grasped his hand and led him upstairs. I am not eating anymore. All right, I will eat a couple of bites to replenish my strength. 3 minutes later, the villa was enveloped in warmth. By noon, Lin Feng rose, stretching his waist. Su Luoxue, you stay home and rest. I shall go out to play with Chen Haoran. I have prepared lunch, so if you want to eat, just heat it up. No. Su Luoxue opened her eyes a crack, weakly clutching the boy's pinky. Luoxue, you promised me this. Ah Feng, stay with me while I sleep. We can go later. Watching his beautiful companion speak with sleepiness in her voice, Lin Feng had no choice but to stay and accompany her. This rare display of pleading from her, despite her usual cold demeanor, felt like Su Luoxue was being affectionate. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Feng drove to the school, observing the students chatting and laughing, lost in contemplation. Having been taken away by Su Luoxue for 2 years, it felt as if he had lost so much. Although Su Luoxue treated him well, youth could not be quantified by mere wealth. After a moment of despondency, an idea struck him. He could invite Su Luoxue to attend university alongside him. This could not only compensate for their lost youth, but perhaps also deepen their relationship. It might even remedy Su Luoxue's obsessive tendencies. Campus romance, such an enticing prospect. However, he was uncertain whether Su Luoxue, burdened with her work commitments, would acquiesce to his seemingly childish request. As soon as Chen Haoran received Lin Feng's call, he hurried downstairs, only to find Lin Feng standing there, foolishly wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng immediately withdrew his hand and said, Haoran, in the future, do not lean so close to me. Confused, Chen Haoran anxiously inquired, Brother Feng, have I done something wrong? Lin Feng gazed at him with utmost seriousness. Your sister-in-law is feeling jealous. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, refrain from such familiarity with me. I fear that one day you may vanish. Chen Haoran's face flushed instantly. No, Brother Feng, I'm not like that. Besides, I have a girl I like. I heard from Mingyao that Su Luoxue is her sister. However, upon mentioning Su Luoxue, Chen Haoran instinctively shrank back. Recalling the way Su Luoxue had looked at him during their previous encounter sent shivers down his spine. He had always thought Su Luoxue exuded a cool, commanding aura. Little did he know that his sister-in-law was envious and might even wish him harm. Chapter 31. A simple gesture, starting from mother. Brother Feng, I believe you are right. At a street stall near the school, Chen Haoran raised his glass to toast Lin Feng. He had come to understand that his sister-in-law genuinely loved Brother Feng, and he had no grounds to criticize her. Moreover, he only had one life, insufficient for reckless abandon. It would be prudent to speak less. Brother Feng, I need to tell you something. I wish to confess my feelings to Su Mingyao. As soon as Chun Haoran finished speaking, Lin Feng nearly choked on his drink. After coughing for a while, he managed to steady himself against the table. Haven't you only known each other for a short time? Aren't you afraid of women? Chun Haoran's expression grew somewhat awkward. Indeed, he and Su Mingyao had not known each other for long. Yet, he genuinely felt an attraction to her, despite not fully understanding why. I feel that Su Mingyao is different from other girls. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, bemused by how quickly his foolish son had fallen for someone else. I want to see your chat records. Sure. Chun Haoran, with no reservations, took out his phone and opened the chat page with Su Mingyao. Lin Feng frowned as he read through it. While Chun Haoran's words were quite innocent, Su Mingyao's responses were rather suggestive, appearing somewhat flirtatious. It became evident that she was subtly indicating her interest in Chun Haoran, hoping for him to confess his feelings. Lin Feng felt uncertain. Previously, he had thought about asking Su Luoxue for her opinion. However, the past few days had been consumed with teasing the beautiful girl, causing him to completely forget about that matter. Haoran, you aren't in a rush to confess, are you? I'll ask your sister-in-law tonight. Chun Haoran hesitated. Maybe that's not a good idea, Brother Feng. What is wrong with that? It's just a simple inquiry. Lin Feng was convinced it was necessary to ask. What if Su Mingyao was indeed a heartbreaker or simply wanted to take advantage of Chun Haoran? He could not allow such a situation to unfold. Moreover, he wanted to find out if Su Luoxue had ever been in a relationship. His best friend was still a virgin. He could not let Su Mingyao exploit him. Brother Feng, I assure you, Mingyao is certainly not a heartbreaker. You need not inquire further. I have researched her zodiac traits, and they align with her character. Just then, a familiar yet strange female voice echoed from a distance. It's that insufferable Xia Ningbing. Upon seeing the boy, Xia Ningbing rushed over in a fluster. Get lost. If you come within 3 meters of me, I will make sure you regret it. Lin Feng wasted no time, his gaze seething with fury directed at Xia Ningbing. It was all Su Xia's fault for sending someone to ambush him, causing him to forget about this wretched girl. He had already refrained from mentioning how she had deceived him emotionally and financially in his past life. Now, she had even pushed him off a building, leading Su Luoxue to follow suit in despair. Lin Feng's mind was busy concocting elaborate plans for Xia Ningbing's demise. It was clear that simply beating her would not suffice. A fate of utter ruin was the bare minimum he envisioned, ensuring she met her end in despair. Xia Ningbing instinctively stepped back, keeping her distance of 3 meters from the boy. She dared not take a risk. After all, she still remembered the punch Lin Feng had delivered to her at the dormitory. Yet, seeing the boy's attitude toward her now, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Previously, he had been willing to offer his life for her. 2 years ago, after Lin Feng had been abducted, she had felt a pang of anxiety at first. She was unaccustomed to having her devoted ATM absent from her side. Later, upon learning he had been taken by a wealthy woman who seemed to possess a strong possessiveness over him, she began to pressure Lin Feng to transfer money to her, promising that they would be together once he was free. In the subsequent week, Lin Feng had sent her a substantial sum of 100,000. When Xia Ningbing received that money, she was overjoyed and headed to a hotel with her brother Su Xia. At that moment, she thought to herself, if Lin Feng were to send her 100,000 every week, she and Su Xia would never have to worry about their livelihoods again. She had not taken Lin Feng's abduction seriously, nor had she considered reporting it. She was solely focused on receiving money from him. But now, with Su Xia gone and Lin Feng no longer infatuated with her, she found herself plagued by worries day after day. Lin Feng, what has become of you? You weren't like this before. Weren't we good friends? Xia Ningbing felt an intense premonition. If she failed to reclaim this ATM now, his heart would truly drift away from her. Upon hearing her insipid words, Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself and slapped her across the face. Weren't you delightedly spending my money at the hotel with Su Xia? Why are you suddenly playing the emotional card now? Xia Ningbing cupped her face, the sharp sting causing her to shed tears involuntarily. Lin Feng, you misunderstand me. Su Xia is merely my brother. How could you accuse me like this? That day, I only brought him to tour the school. Her tearful expression evoked a sense of pity in those who beheld it. Chun Haoran was incensed. Was Xia Ningbing attempting to steal his affection? Although Su Luoxue had not treated him well, he could no longer tolerate Xia Ningbing's duplicitous actions. With a mere gesture, starting from mother, he retorted, with a wave of my hand, your mother goes flying. This left Xia Ningbing's face utterly mortified. At that moment, Lin Feng's calm voice interrupted Chun Haoran. It's all right, Xia Ningbing, I understand you. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Ningbing's eyes, and she choked back her tears. I knew it, Lin Feng, you certainly. After all, I was also a wretched girl in my past life. I completely understand your actions. Having uttered those words, Lin Feng dismissed Xia Ningbing and turned to leave with Chun Haoran. Impressive, Brother Feng. I thought you would feel sympathy for Xia Ningbing. Chun Haoran gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. He found Lin Feng's way of rebuking her far more effective than merely hurling insults about her ancestry. Lin Feng kicked him lightly in annoyance. Do you really think so little of me? Chun Haoran sheepishly scratched his head. Indeed, he did hold such a belief. The Lin Feng of old had been entirely devoted to Xia Ningbing. He could see that Xia Ningbing had always toyed with Lin Feng's emotions, and naturally, he held no affection for her. Although Lin Feng had heeded his words, he later remarked that Xia Ningbing was not that kind of person, stating, "I have looked into it." At that moment, Chen Haoran found himself utterly speechless. "Enough of this, Haoran. Please show me around the campus. I can barely recall what my alma mater looks like. Brother Feng, are you coming back to attend classes?" Originally, Chen Haoran had been pondering why his best friend had suddenly lost interest in Xia Ningbing, but upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he was instantly filled with excitement. Lin Feng was returning to class. That meant his university life would no longer be mundane, filled only with the monotony of playing on his phone. That wretched high school homeroom teacher had claimed that college was full of fun and even mentioned finding a girlfriend. Damn it, here he was in his third year, and if it weren't for encountering Su Mingyao, he would hardly have exchanged more than a few words with any girl. "Well, I want to bring your sister-in-law along to experience campus life together and strengthen our bond." Chen Haoran, taken aback, replied, "If I remember correctly, Su Luoxue is 26. At that age, she must have graduated long ago, and how was Lin Feng able to return to school after such a long absence?" After a moment of astonishment, Lin Feng finally revealed the truth to Chen Haoran. "What? You're telling me that after 2 years of not attending school, you haven't been expelled? Just how powerful is your sister-in-law?" Chapter 32, The Return of the Yandere. After showing Lin Feng around the school, Chen Haoran reinforced Lin Feng's determination to bring Su Luoxue to campus. Even if Su Luoxue couldn't find time to attend classes, a leisurely stroll would suffice. That enchanting beauty was confined to a monotonous routine, alternating between work and the villa, which was far too stifling. Despite its spaciousness, the villa lacked vitality. Prolonged isolation could lead to a sense of despair. After exploring the campus, Lin Feng drove back to the villa. As he parked in the underground garage and spotted both Su Luoxue's sports car and a business vehicle, his heart skipped a beat. He had completely forgotten that Su Luoxue had set her alarm for 5 o'clock. On his first day out, returning late might provoke that enchanting beauty's ire. He pondered for a moment, then slapped his face. "What am I afraid of? I am a man determined to live off my wife." His wife, who commanded the business world, would still be under his influence come nightfall. Although there were times when that alluring beauty retaliated, the advantage ultimately lay with him. Besides, it wasn't even nighttime yet. He wasn't out all night long. He simply hadn't returned home before her. With renewed courage, Lin Feng stepped into the villa, immediately sensing a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Su Mingyao was also present, seated beside Su Luoxue, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. "Brother-in-law, you finally returned?" Lin Feng felt something was amiss as Su Luoxue strode toward him. "Shui, let me explain." However, Su Luoxue granted him no time for explanations. She had already been feeling unsettled about the matter of untying the boy's bond, and upon returning to find him absent, her Yandere tendencies flared. She silenced him outright. With an icy yet alluring gaze, Su Luoxue kissed him, trailing from his forehead down to his chest. It was as though she intended to melt him into her embrace. Sinking her teeth into his neck, Su Mingyao was utterly taken aback by this scene, covering her eyes and repeatedly muttering, "Indecent, indecent." Yet, her sparkling eyes peeked through her fingers, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to display such a side before her older sister. He looked like a wolf dog, but his demeanor was that of a soft little puppy. Was it the latter? Or had her sister transformed him into this? Chen Haoran was clearly more straightforward, having immediately perceived Lin Feng's shy little puppy nature. A smile had not left her lips that day. She had certainly gained something from this visit. She resolved that when she and Chen Haoran were together, she, too, would make slight adjustments to him. Half an hour later, Su Luoxue wiped her lips, firmly gripping Lin Feng's shoulders. "Ah Feng, it's just good that you're back. Fool, I told you I would never leave you." Lin Feng felt a bit drowsy. Usually, Su Luoxue would only draw upon him for 20 minutes, but today, she nearly drained him entirely. "Yes, I know. I just couldn't help it. This is how I feel you beside me." Initially, Su Mingyao had been enjoying the show, but upon witnessing this, she quickly turned her head away. Was this how they spoke sweet nothings? Wasn't her sister supposed to be aloof? And brother-in-law? Hadn't he previously expressed disinterest in her sister? The scent of romance overwhelmed her. Had she known, she would have opted to tease Chen Haoran at home instead. Lin Feng and Su Luoxue seemed utterly oblivious to the light bulb seated on the sofa. One was eager to indulge, while the other was willing to listen. After a lengthy moment, Lin Feng, with great effort, managed to guide the enchanting beauty to the sofa, gently caressing her hair and inhaling her fresh scent. "Dear wife, Shui, have you been waiting long for my return? Just call me next time." Before Lin Feng could finish, Su Mingyao, her head lowered, timidly interjected, "Brother-in-law, I actually came to ask you for a favor." She could no longer tolerate the display of affection between the couple, feeling increasingly restless. She certainly did not wish to bask in their radiance. "What is it?" Lin Feng finally recalled the presence of the light bulb in the villa. Su Luoxue, however, was far less patient than Lin Feng, shooting a fierce glare at her younger sister. Did she not see Lin Feng calling her Shui and doting on her? How could she be so oblivious? Had she known, she wouldn't have brought her along, nor would she have suggested Lin Feng encourage Chun Haoran to confess his feelings. In her eyes, it might be better to eliminate the distraction entirely. Time and again, this individual had interrupted her intimate moments with Lin Feng. Su Mingyao shivered in fright. Unable to meet her elder sister's gaze. Brother-in-law, I have developed feelings for Chun Haoran, and, as she spoke halfway, Su Mingyao discreetly glanced at Lin Feng. Noticing his lack of emotional response, she gained the courage to continue, I really want to know what Chun Haoran thinks of me. Could you please ask him? Lin Feng, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, choosing not to look at Su Mingyao any longer, but instead focusing on the enchanting beauty beside him. Wife, I forgot to mention, when I visited you after your car accident, someone slapped me, and it still hurts. Su Mingyao's heart sank, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Feng. No way, didn't you fight back at that time? That slap nearly knocked me unconscious. Are you here to file a complaint? Yet, Su Luoxue was entirely taken in by Lin Feng's complaint. Although she was not articulate, her piercing gaze was enough to convey her current fury. Who is it? Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Su Mingyao, who was shaking her head vigorously, nearly moved to tears. Her elder sister had previously cherished Lin Feng above all else. Back then, Lin Feng had been a rebellious wolf, and she had been willing to pamper him unconditionally, even ignoring his insults. Now, with Lin Feng so devoted to her, she felt a tinge of jealousy towards his apparent affection for Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao felt that as soon as he uttered his name, Su Luoxue would truly flay him alive. Fortunately, Lin Feng was merely trying to scare her. Otherwise, Su Mingyao might have genuinely faced dire consequences today. She sighed, letting go of the thought of her husband, and merely wished to convey her feelings. But as her gaze returned to Su Luoxue, she could no longer muster any sympathy for herself. The enchanting beauty's voice was neither warm nor cold, and it seemed that Ah Feng had been secretly observing Mingyao, perhaps even smiling. Lin Feng's heart raced, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Having just been drained of his vitality by Su Luoxue, his body could hardly withstand it. Su Mingyao watched this scene, her eyelids twitching incessantly. She believed today was the most thrilling day of her life. Witnessing her beloved sister seemingly attempting to crush the boy into her embrace. Cold sweat broke out on her brow. Mingyao, aren't you leaving? Do you wish to see your brother-in-law? After a while, Su Luoxue's voice, cool yet laced with a hint of seduction, whispered in Su Mingyao's ear. Su Mingyao felt as if her ears were about to burst, and in the next moment, she hurriedly sprang to her feet and fled towards the villa's exit. Observing Su Mingyao's hasty retreat, Su Luoxue displayed neither joy nor sorrow. Struggling, she lifted the boy into her arms and ascended to the second-floor room. Placing him on the bed, she slowly approached, retrieving the handcuffs that had remained untouched for an entire day, her eyes ablaze with madness and fervent love. Ah Feng, I truly adore you, wishing to keep you by my side forever. However, today you dared to glance at Mingyao. If you misbehave, I shall have no choice but to confine you, for only I shall behold you. Chapter 33. I seem to have felt it. Lin Feng awoke to the clock striking 8 in the evening. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself once again shackled by the enchanting beauty, and darkness claimed him once more. He sensed a tingling softness around his neck and sighed helplessly. All the effort he had invested over the past few days, had it all returned to square one? Luoxue? Lin Feng gently called out to the beauty sleeping atop him, wishing to clarify the events of the day. 10 minutes later, Su Luoxue rubbed her eyes and sat up, perhaps still groggy from sleep. The frail facade of the once ill beauty had faded significantly. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the boy securely bound to the bed and spoke softly. What's wrong? Ah Feng better think carefully about what he wishes to say. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly replied, Shueshue, did we not agree that you would only bind me 4 days a week? He quickly added, Shueshue, you look remarkably beautiful today. However, this flattery fell flat with Su Luoxue, who had never cared for such trivialities. Because Ah Feng is disobedient, because you looked at Su Mingyao and even smiled at her. Su Luoxue's expression remained neutral, but her words dripped with jealousy. Shueshue, I have only ever loved you. My glance at Su Mingyao was purely incidental. And speaking to others requires eye contact. Otherwise, it is impolite. Su Luoxue ignored Lin Feng's protests, her gaze flickering. Ah Feng, you are the man I adore. You need not show courtesy to anyone. Only others should respect you. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Yes, Shueshue, I understand. So, may I prove my love for my wife? Su Luoxue bit her lip, ultimately granting the boy his freedom, looking down at him from her elevated position. Ah Feng can only love me. Half an hour later, Su Luoxue's voice trembled. Ah Feng, do you truly only love me? Lin Feng wiped away the tears from the beautiful girl's face. Yes, don't cry. I love you dearly, with a love that spans a lifetime, eternally. 3 hours later, Su Luoxue's emotions finally settled. From now on, Ah Feng can only look at me. Her voice, no longer fragmented, was husky and raspy. In my eyes, there has only ever been Luoxue. It is Shueshue. Su Luoxue shot the boy a glare, her emotions causing her to cough repeatedly. Yes, Shueshue. I told you to drink water first, but you wouldn't listen. After bathing and helping Su Luoxue into her clothes, She had already drifted off to sleep. Lin Feng, both amused and exasperated, descended the stairs to fetch some water. He cradled the beautiful girl and coaxed her to drink. Luoxue, have a sip of water. Su Luoxue opened her eyes drowsily, drank the water, and promptly fell back into a deep slumber. Lin Feng placed a tender kiss on the beauty's forehead, his eyes brimming with joy. Luoxue, good night. The following morning, the first thing Su Luoxue did upon waking was to search for the boy, not for anything in particular, but simply to bask in the happiness of being near him. After preparing breakfast, Lin Feng took Su Luoxue by the hand to the dining table, discussing the day's itinerary as they ate. Shueshue, how about I accompany you to your company today? Su Luoxue blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. Feng, do you really want to go to the company with me? Why would I lie to you? Su Luoxue's eyes sparkled, her lips curving slightly. But soon she reverted to her usual icy demeanor. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly grasped her shoulders. Luoxue, were you just about to smile? You looked incredibly beautiful just now. Su Luoxue blinked, seemingly perplexed by Lin Feng's excitement. Had she smiled? It seemed so. She then forced a stiff smile. Feng, do you wish to see me smile? Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he quickly waved his hands. I enjoy seeing Luoxue smile, but not a forced smile. Only when you smile sincerely is it truly captivating. Su Luoxue nodded, though she didn't quite grasp the sentiment. Regardless, she paid it no mind, as the boy's words felt like mere fluff. Noticing the beauty's pleasant mood, Lin Feng decided to broach the topic of Su Mingyao. This matter could not be delayed. Otherwise, he might be left to clean up the mess for Qin Haoran. Shueshue, may I ask you something? Please don't get angry, alright? Whatever Feng says. I will not be angry. Su Luoxue's tone was calm, utterly unaware of how her next words would contradict her previous promise. I just wanted to inquire about Su Mingyao. Upon hearing her name, Su Luoxue's eyes instantly turned frigid. She seized Lin Feng by the neck, pressing her red lips against his, rendering him speechless. As long as Su Luoxue was not draining his blood, Lin Feng had no reason to fear. Once the enchanting beauty had her fill, she licked her lips, giving him a chance to finish his sentence. Luoxue, my brother Qin Haoran has feelings for Su Mingyao, and I merely wanted to ask about her character to prevent her from hurting my brother. Su Luoxue's gaze turned icy once more. You dare inquire about Mengyao's character? You even mentioned Qin Haoran's name. Lin Feng sensed the brewing storm and swiftly swept the stunning beauty into his arms, rushing to the sofa to set her down. 2 hours later, Su Luoxue lay on the sofa, gazing longingly at the boy's chiseled features, unmoving. Feng, you truly are only helping Qin Haoran inquire, right? You have no feelings for Mengyao? Lin Feng patiently explained to the enchanting girl, despite having repeated himself countless times in the past 2 hours. Of course, my heartfelt affection for you, my beloved wife, is beyond her comprehension, is it not? Let it be known that this time, and this time only, shall we refrain from mentioning the names of other girls, particularly in such moments. With a sense of resolve, Su Luoxue accepted this singular concession. Witnessing the boy's eager compliance, she found herself reminiscing about the time spent with Su Mingyao. Mingyao had never dated anyone and possessed a rather amiable disposition. However, it was imperative that Qin Haoran refrain from any mischievous intentions, otherwise, should he vanish one day, she could not guarantee the outcome. As she spoke, Su Luoxue cast a pointed glance at Lin Feng, the implication unmistakably clear. Lin Feng smiled and drew Su Luoxue closer, his warm breath caressing her delicate cheek. Luoxue, can you not yet feel the depth of my love and the safety I provide? I truly love you, Luoxue. Embrace me. Can you sense it? The beautiful maiden's pupils flickered as it was the first time Lin Feng had held her with such intensity. It was warm. Once she regained her composure, she returned the embrace tightly. Feng, I think I can feel it. Chapter 34, Su Mingyao's Apology. The two remained entwined for a full half-hour before reluctantly parting. As Su Luoxue stepped away from Lin Feng's embrace, she felt a sudden sense of emptiness, her spirits plummeting. However, she soon adjusted her demeanor and retreated to her room to fetch an office attire, preparing to accompany the boy to the company. Lin Feng, upon observing her, couldn't help but frown. It seemed she had donned this outfit at least thrice before. Did she truly possess so few garments? One would expect a wealthy heiress to have more than 3 outfits, yet here was his beloved wearing the same attire repeatedly. Was this in alignment with her previous extravagant expenditure of 50 million? He rose and headed towards Su Luoxue's room, eager to uncover the truth. What awaited him was indeed a revelation. Su Luoxue's wardrobe contained only loungewear and office attire. Though her closet could accommodate 2 or 3 wardrobes, the clothing was rather mundane, utterly failing to match Su Luoxue's exquisite image. Most astonishingly, there wasn't even a single pair of stockings in her collection. Back in his own room, Lin Feng gently took hold of the beautiful maiden's hand and earnestly proposed. Luoxue, shall we find a time for me to accompany you to shop for clothes? Your collection seems alarmingly sparse. Su Luoxue shrugged indifferently. These clothes suffice for me. Why would I need so many? And indeed, her daily routine revolved around a simple 2-point journey, requiring neither excessive attire nor frivolous garments suited for young girls. Lin Feng chose not to press further. contemplating that he might later drive Su Luoxue to the mall or perhaps to upscale boutiques to procure a few haute couture outfits for her. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Feng was greeted by the sight of his sister-in-law, seated with her legs crossed on the office chair. Although she was not indecently exposed, the scene was undeniably audacious. Sister, brother-in-law. As Su Luoxue ascended the stairs, she had been engaging in light-hearted banter with Lin Feng, but upon witnessing Su Mingyao's provocative posture, her expression turned icy. She approached and, like a hen gathering its chicks, hoisted Su Mingyao and unceremoniously tossed her onto the sofa. Su Mingyao, detecting Su Luoxue's displeasure, quickly adjusted her skirt and stammered, "Sister, I didn't expect brother-in-law to be here today." Su Luoxue shot her a glance. "From now on, you are not to sit in my chair." "Understood." Su Mingyao lowered her head. Having initially intended to seek Su Luoxue's forgiveness and clarify the events of the previous night. However, the situation had clearly worsened. Su Luoxue, maintaining her frosty demeanor, approached her desk. Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. "Who has dared to anger my Luoxue? Allow me to discern the source of her discontent." Seated at the office chair, Su Luoxue picked up the proposal on her desk, wholly lacking the motivation to work. Lin Feng affectionately caressed the beautiful maiden's hair, taking the document from her grasp to divert her attention. "Luoxue, do teach me how to interpret this. I wish to assist you in alleviating some of your workload." Though Su Luoxue harbored doubts about Lin Feng's comprehension, she nonetheless proceeded to guide him hand in hand. Unsurprisingly, Lin Feng struggled to grasp the material, but this was to be expected. If he had mastered it instantly, it would have been quite suspicious. In truth, the densely packed text in the proposal already made him dizzy. That night after the college entrance examination, it felt as though all his knowledge and intellect had been expunged. Now, encountering text made him feel nauseous. Lin Feng felt like a mere disruptor, resigning himself to allow Su Luoxue to work while he observed in silence. With the boy beside her, Su Luoxue swiftly regained her efficiency. The once towering pile of proposals on her desk diminished by a tenth over the course of the morning. Lin Feng quietly admired the beautiful maiden at work, increasingly captivated by her diligence. His wife was truly remarkable, both beautiful and capable. When the clock struck noon, Su Luoxue finally paused her work. "Ah Feng, shall we go for lunch?" "Indeed, I shall follow your lead, Luoxue." Meanwhile, Su Mingyao watched with envy. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she had endured an entire morning of their affectionate display. Although Su Luoxue and Lin Feng had only arrived at the company around 10:30, an hour and a half was sufficient to leave her feeling utterly miserable. She had not intended to be a third wheel, but an unsettling premonition urged her to confront Su Luoxue. If she did not clarify matters today, she feared her sister would ignore her in the future, prioritizing her romantic relationship over their friendship. Therefore, just before Su Luoxue and Lin Feng exited the office, Su Mingyao slid in front of them, smoothly kneeling on the floor. "Sister, I was wrong. Last night, I did not intend to seduce brother-in-law. I merely..." As she spoke, her words tumbled into incoherence, her nervousness rendering her speechless. This was the most mortifying moment she had ever experienced in her long acquaintance with Su Luoxue, an utter embarrassment that felt as though she had lost face entirely. In the end, she chose silence, repeatedly bowing her head before Su Luoxue and Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Luoxue, who remained expressionless, and sighed. What is the meaning of this? Hasn't the Qing dynasty long since fallen? Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing Su Luoxue's unpredictable temperament. After a prolonged silence, Su Luoxue leaned down to lift Su Mingyao's chin, standing slowly before addressing her. "Ah Feng, do you think I should forgive Su Mingyao? A question of life and death?" Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. "I shall heed Luoxue's wishes." Su Luoxue lowered her gaze, pleased with his response. Ultimately, she could not bear to let Su Mingyao kneel for so long, gently pulling her to her feet. "It's all right, Mingyao. Ah Feng loves only me, and I trust you." Su Mingyao felt a wave of despair wash over her. "If you trusted me, why not let me up sooner?" Yet she dared not voice her dissent, merely nodding vigorously. Su Luoxue sighed. "Regarding matters involving Chun Haoren, you may inquire about them in my presence, but private discussions are strictly prohibited." "Yes, sister. I promise I won't." Satisfied, Su Luoxue took Lin Feng's hand and led him toward the elevator. Typically, Su Luoxue dined at the office, and today was no exception with the boy by her side. Aside from attending social events, she had never set foot in the company cafeteria. The employees within the company were taken aback at the sight of Lin Feng seated beside Su Luoxue. "Isn't that the handsome fellow who came a few days ago?" They were aware that Lin Feng had been at the company for quite some time, yet they were even more cognizant of Su Luoxue's severe aversion to men. Aside from the elderly security guard, there wasn't a single male in the office. Nonetheless, it must be said that Lin Feng was indeed handsome, and the two of them appeared to be quite the match, which could easily explain Su Luoxue's double standards. Su Luoxue enjoyed excellent treatment at the company, with meals prepared to the standards of a high-end hotel, though delicacies such as hairy crabs and Australian lobsters were not included. It was Lin Feng's first visit to the cafeteria, and he curiously glanced around. Previously, when he brought flowers and love letters to Su Luoxue, she had never invited him to dine there. After collecting their meals, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue hurried back to the 7th floor. Su Mingyao watched their departing figures, contemplating whether to follow them, but lacking the courage. What if her dear sister was to indulge in some office romance? She dared not intrude upon Su Luoxue's refined demeanor. In the office, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue sat together on the sofa. At that moment, Su Luoxue held a bowl, occasionally tossing some food into the boy's bowl. Entirely devoid of the demeanor of a high-powered CEO, Lin Feng chuckled as he devoured the delicacies she offered, and suddenly remarked, "Shue, how about I take you to meet my parents sometime?" Su Luoxue, who had been eating, trembled at the mention. Meeting the parents? Deep down, she had always envisioned eliminating any obstacles that hindered her intimacy with Lin Feng. However, she also understood that such a move would not bring him joy. Thus, the prospect of meeting the parents was a dilemma she had long avoided. Does Ah Feng really want to introduce me to your parents? I'm not too keen on it, Su Luoxue admitted, fear gripping her heart. She dreaded the thought of Lin Feng's parents disapproving of her, or worse, rejecting her once they discovered her true nature as a vampire. Upon noticing the delicate tremor of her figure, Lin Feng set down his utensils and comforted her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Luoxue, allow me to share some of my safety with you. Are you afraid of meeting my parents? Feeling the warmth radiating from him, Su Luoxue's trembling ceased. After a moment's pause, she softly murmured her deepest fears. Ah Feng, I truly fear that if your parents do not approve of me, would you still want me? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, initially believing she was concerned about typical in-law dynamics. What a leap of imagination. She had already worked herself up to such a state over this. Moreover, if anyone were to be deemed unworthy, it would be Su Luoxue looking down upon herself. He still couldn't fathom what it was that this enchanting lady saw in him. Foolish girl, if anyone were to abandon anyone, it would only be you abandoning me. Besides, my parents are unaware that I am already married. In a couple of years, they will likely pressure me to find a girlfriend. Su Luoxue's eyes widened in alarm, and she grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly. Ah Feng, would you seek out another girl then? Her heart raced at the thought. If Lin Feng were to respond affirmatively, she would undoubtedly confine him to her side. She couldn't bear the idea of other women laying eyes on him, nor did she wish for him to see anyone else. Lin Feng squeezed her hand, bemused by how inaccurately she perceived her own position. Those pampered daughters in dramas were often fickle. He had no reason to fear that Su Luoxue would abandon him. He thought of the characters in television shows or novels, where a seemingly devoted heroine would suddenly be replaced by an elusive figure. Logically, he should be the one in danger. Shivering at the thought, he felt fortunate that his wife was Su Luoxue. Otherwise, he would have endless worries. Of course not. If Luoxue is unwilling to go, it's perfectly fine. I can simply tell my parents that I shall never marry. However, Luoxue, even though we are legally wed, we have yet to hold a wedding ceremony. I have owed you so much in the past few years, and I wish to make amends. I believe a wedding witnessed by my parents would hold greater significance. I wouldn't want my wife to be perceived as a hidden and shameful bride. What do you think, Luoxue? Upon hearing Lin Feng's assurance that he wouldn't be seeking a girlfriend per his mother's wishes, Su Luoxue's initial reaction was one of slight disappointment, which gradually transformed into happiness. She had heard that marriage should be celebrated with a wedding. She didn't particularly care for it. As long as Lin Feng was by her side, she needed nothing more. But seeing the yearning expression on his face stirred something within her. Not only could she not bear to be apart from him, but she also wished to possess him completely. She wanted to fulfill all his desires, anything he cherished. She yearned to provide, except, of course, for granting Lin Feng complete freedom. Nevertheless, her possessiveness had yielded to her affection. Otherwise, she wouldn't allow him 4 days of freedom each week. However, the prospect of meeting the parents remained a significant challenge for her. After an internal struggle, she sighed and set down her bowl. Ah Feng, could you allow me a moment to think it over? Of course, Luoxue. Whenever you're ready, just let me know. No matter your answer, my love for you remains unchanged. Seeing that Lin Feng bore no disappointment on his face, Su Luoxue felt a bit of her psychological burden lift. With the boy's understanding nature, her heart fluttered, and she leaned forward to kiss him. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao had spent an hour at lunch and lingered for another half-hour below. She reasoned that even if the two above were indulging in an office romance, they had more than enough time. Resolutely, she gathered her dishes and took the elevator to the 7th floor. However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of her sister kissing the boy. Watching Su Luoxue's skillful and assertive actions, Su Mingyao felt her heart race, hastily shutting the door. Although she had experienced Su Luoxue's dominance the day prior, witnessing it again left her quite shaken. She had always thought of Su Luoxue as somewhat unapproachable, utterly oblivious to human emotions. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Beneath her frosty exterior, she was not only playful but also remarkably proactive. However, if she were to witness Su Luoxue in tears, speaking in fragmented sentences, her perception would surely shift. 10 minutes later, she cracked the office door open slightly, waiting silently for another 10 minutes. Eventually, she slowly opened the door, only to find her brother-in-law taking the initiative. It turned out they were both quite the players. After waiting outside for over 10 minutes, She finally dared to open the door when the sounds within had ceased. Su Luoxue had been so engrossed in her serious conversation that she assumed Su Mingyao had just arrived. Su Mingyao cautiously approached the sofa, her gaze averted, daring not to look at the pair. Sister, I wanted to ask my brother-in-law about something regarding Qinhaoren. Su Luoxue licked her lips and replied, go ahead, but you must ask in my presence. Only then did Su Mingyao muster the courage to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Brother-in-law, could you help me gauge Qinhaoren's feelings? After a moment, she quickly added, I am genuinely sincere about Qinhaoren. Can you assist me? Lin Feng had initially thought to tease her, but recalling past events, he immediately stifled his playful thoughts. He had no desire to witness Su Luoxue's distress again. Observing Su Mingyao's expression, which seemed sincere, he sighed and said, there's no need to worry, just express your feelings. Qinhaoren likely has some interest in you as well. Ultimately, he chose to lend a hand to Su Mingyao. However, it would be more accurate to say that his intention was to assist Qinhaoren. With that foolish demeanor of Qinhaoren, he couldn't fathom when his son would ever find a girlfriend. Moreover, Su Mingyao provided a sense of assurance. If she treated Qinhaoren poorly, he could whisper sweet nothings into Su Luoxue's ear at night. Upon hearing the answer she longed for, Su Mingyao broke into a silly grin, only to later remember the presence of others and awkwardly make her exit. You two can take your time. I shall take my leave first. At 5 o'clock, Su Luoxue's alarm clock rang punctually. Today, with the boy by her side, time seemed to fly, and she felt no urgency to return home. Wherever the boy went, she would follow. However, Lin Feng was in a hurry. He had planned to take this enchanting beauty shopping for clothes. As soon as the alarm rang, he immediately took her downstairs. Once they descended and got into the car, Lin Feng drove Su Luoxue to a nearby large shopping mall. Su Luoxue recognized that this was not the way home and turned to look at the boy in the driver's seat. Ah Feng, aren't we going home? Silly girl. I mentioned this morning that we would go shopping for clothes. Have you forgotten? Su Luoxue blinked, her heart melting. The corners of her lips slowly curled into a smile, though she remained blissfully unaware of her own charm. The boy, too, was oblivious to the beauty surrounding him as he focused on driving. Chapter 36, Shopping for Clothes. After getting out of the car, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue strolled hand in hand into the mall. Their combined attractiveness was nearly unparalleled, ensuring they turned heads at every corner. Lin Feng reveled in the attention, relishing the disdainful glances from passers-by. I have such a beautiful wife, do you? However, Su Luoxue could not share in that enjoyment. She wore a sullen expression, her gaze fierce as she observed those who dared to admire her boy. Noticing her discontent, Lin Feng tightened his grip on her hand. Luoxue, please don't be upset. I want to see you happy while we shop for clothes. Su Luoxue pressed her lips together, still appearing somewhat glum. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, led her to a public bench and began to coax her. Luoxue, think about it. Those women can only look at me, but my beloved wife can have me tied up for 3 days a week, doing whatever she pleases. Instantly, Su Luoxue perked up, her breathing becoming heavier. Although she still disliked other women gazing at her boy, Lin Feng's words significantly lifted her spirits. Ah Feng, let us go home. I want to. Lin Feng sighed, reluctant to see Su Luoxue's delicate demeanor falter. However, he couldn't bear to see her furrowed brow and had no choice but to resort to this strategy. It seemed effective, as Su Luoxue's mood brightened considerably. Yet, she appeared impatient. All right, let us finish shopping first, and then we can head home. Tonight, I'll let you tie me up for an hour? Okay. Despite her discomfort, Su Luoxue no longer insisted on going home. According to Lin Feng's plan, she could indulge in teasing him for an hour. Seeing her delight, Lin Feng felt a slight tightening in his smile. Perhaps he had offered too much. He suspected that even if he suggested just 10 minutes, she would still be overjoyed. However, as a man, he had to keep his word. With Su Luoxue beaming, he found it acceptable to make some sacrifices. They wandered around the first floor, and Lin Feng spotted several outfits that would suit Su Luoxue exquisitely. Yet, those were merely suitable. He was a man of considerable means, having over 40 million. How could he allow his wife to wear anything less than perfect? Su Luoxue paid no heed to the detours Lin Feng took her on. After he had mentioned, my beloved wife can tie me up for 3 days, she cast a challenging glare at the women eyeing Lin Feng. Although her expression remained fierce, it now carried a hint of provocation, as if she were treating this as a game, thoroughly enjoying herself. After about 10 minutes of browsing, a white long dress caught Lin Feng's attention. He immediately pulled Su Luoxue over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luoxue, this dress would look absolutely stunning on you. Let us hurry. Upon arriving at the store, the female attendant warmly greeted them. Welcome. Taken aback by the striking couple, she couldn't help but gasp. The dress was displayed on a mannequin, and Lin Feng couldn't resist reaching out to feel the fabric, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This dress embodied a youthful elegance. Though Su Luoxue's demeanor was far too cool to fit into that category, she would undoubtedly look exquisite in it. Sir, this is an international brand. Crafted from the finest materials, the attendant explained, noticing Lin Feng's fascination. He understood immediately why the fabric felt so luxurious. Glancing at the price tag, He was pleasantly surprised to find it only cost a little over 1,000. Anything that suits Su Luoxue, I'll buy it all. He didn't rush to pay, instead taking his time to browse the store. Ultimately, he purchased 3 dresses, one white, one light pink, and one deep red. Initially, he intended to buy one in every color, but alas, only these 3 dresses were worthy of Su Luoxue. Approaching the checkout counter, the attendant smiled and pointed to the fitting rooms. Sir, you can ask your wife to try them on to see if they fit. Hearing the suggestion, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Try on clothes? I know Su Luoxue's measurements perfectly. I could design a rocket with that precision. The attendant didn't press further. After all, the sale was made, and whether or not the dresses were tried on was up to the customer. She merely offered a friendly reminder. With 3 dresses sold, she anticipated a nice commission, and once Lin Feng and Su Luoxue left, she couldn't help but giggle to herself. However, recalling Lin Feng's striking appearance and his nonchalant spending, she felt a twinge of envy compared to her own dull partner. I'm a beauty in my own right. Am I not? She mused. Why can't I find a handsome man like him? Or at least a charming boy toy? With a sigh, she pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and clicked flip. No. Gazing at the unsightly image on her screen, she could only console herself. Time is relentless. Oh, how I long for the days of my youth. With the dresses in hand, Lin Feng hurriedly took Su Luoxue on a shopping spree. He had set out to buy clothes, but as they passed an intimate apparel store, he initially intended to walk straight past it. Yet, he found himself pulling her back, leaning in to sneak a glance inside. They even have a section for adult items. Though Su Luoxue was not particularly knowledgeable in this area, she gleaned some understanding from the styles on display. The lingerie shop, located in this bustling mall, saw little business. In truth, Lin Feng had never witnessed anyone enter while accompanying Lin Xiao on shopping trips before. Why had he seen it, you ask? Purely by accident, of course. He was a man of integrity. Especially in front of his mother and Lin Xiao, he would feign ignorance when passing by the lingerie store, turning his head away. The shop was nearly deserted, but upon seeing Su Lin and her companion approach, a sales attendant promptly greeted them. Lin Feng remained silent, merely tugging Su Luoxue towards the intimate apparel section. It must be said that city dwellers certainly know how to indulge. The array of options left Lin Feng utterly astonished. He no longer cared about whether the items were worthy of Su Luoxue. As long as something caught his fancy, he would seize it. Initially, he was somewhat reserved, pretending to be disinterested, even standing by for a while before picking up a piece of lingerie. Occasionally, he would meander through the regular section. However, his pretense soon faded. The sheer variety was overwhelming. If he continued to act demure, he feared he might never make a selection. After spending 20 minutes in the store, Lin Feng had managed to choose over 30 items. Admittedly, some of these were consumables, and he had picked a few extra. Some lingerie displayed did not even come in Su Luoxue's size, compelling Lin Feng to approach the sales attendant with a measure of embarrassment. Excuse me, do you have these in other sizes? My wife can't wear them. Certainly, sir. May I ask what size your wife typically wears? The attendant's eyebrows twitched as she regarded the substantial stack of clothing in Lin Feng's hands. Was this handsome gentleman particularly energetic? Lin Feng sheepishly rubbed his nose. Turning to the smiling beauty beside him, feigning modesty, Luoxue, what size do you wear? Su Luoxue shook her head, oblivious. You silly, don't you know you wear a 34D? Chapter 37, Past Events. Lin Feng was uncertain of the emotions he harbored upon exiting the lingerie store. He only remembered that as he stepped out, the people around him were whispering amongst themselves. After purchasing the lingerie, Lin Feng did not pause. He traversed the mall twice before finally coming to a halt. It wasn't fatigue that caused him to stop, but rather the realization that he had exhausted all the clothing options suitable for Su Luoxue. As he walked through the mall, burdened by numerous bags, he frequently endured the curious stares of passers-by. Lin Feng, now emboldened, met these gazes with a contemptuous air, observing the boy's jubilant demeanor. Su Luoxue found it amusing. Ah Feng really enjoys shopping? Or perhaps it's the items here that captivate him. Initially, he merely intended to buy Luoxue a piece of clothing. But the thrill of shopping was undeniably delightful. Lin Feng smiled at Su Luoxue, acknowledging that shopping indeed felt exhilarating. Yet, what thrilled him more was the prospect of returning home to see Su Luoxue donning the clothes. Su Luoxue had been waiting for Lin Feng to express this sentiment, and upon hearing him say so, she wasted no time. Since Ah Feng enjoys it, let this mall be under your name. Henceforth, you may purchase whatever you desire. What? Lin Feng was bewildered on the drive home. He had merely gone out to buy clothes with Su Luoxue, and now he found himself the owner of a mall. Was this the sensation of being a kept man? Upon arriving home, Su Luoxue hurriedly pulled the boy from the car. She was indifferent to the shopping and the mall. All she could recall was Lin Feng's words. She could bind him to her will, and whatever she desired was within reach. Lin Feng did not resist, obediently allowing the beautiful maiden to ensnare him. Once she had tethered the boy's freedom, Su Luoxue looked upon her handiwork with satisfaction. 3 minutes later, she gazed down at the boy, who was utterly immobilized, a sight for her to relish. Her heart quivered with excitement. Under the boy's astonished gaze, she picked up the exclusive white dress, reminiscent of the pure moonlight, and the black camisole he had purchased for her. Enfin, it seems you favored these two outfits the most, so I shall fulfill your wishes. You silly. These two styles clash completely. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback as he watched the beautiful maiden change before him. The white dress was an emblem of purity, while the black camisole was a remnant of his shopping trip. Together, they embodied a dissonance that felt almost sacrilegious. Nonetheless, Su Luoxue still looked stunning in them. After changing, Su Luoxue could not resist teasing the boy, disregarding any concerns. Noticing his flushed cheeks as he averted his gaze, she gently cradled his face. Enfin, look at me and call me wife. Su Luoxue playfully tormented the boy for half an hour, drawing energy from his neck for another 30 minutes. For Lin Feng, this hour felt like an eternity. He was determined to conclude this chaotic encounter. Luoxue, surely an hour must have elapsed by now. Can you release me? Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he gazed at Su Luoxue. Having endured half an hour of her playful torment, he longed to teach her a lesson. Su Luoxue's voice came out slightly breathless, showing no intention of releasing him. Lin Feng was unaware of the passage of time. How could he know it had been an hour? His pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Luoxue. Fraud. Deception. If this enchantress is not subdued, peace will elude the world. At this moment, this enchantress appeared to be at only 60 to 70% of her full strength, making it the perfect opportunity to subdue her. Lin Feng was pleased to find that Su Luoxue had learned to lie, yet the timing was utterly inconvenient. Shueshue, are you not being unreasonable? We agreed on 1 hour. Bound by the celestial ropes, Lin Feng could only bow his head in supplication. Su Luoxue ignored his pleas. Lying beside the boy, she reveled in the sight of his futile struggles, deriving immense satisfaction. In 2 days, Enfin would be completely bound to her. As her thoughts settled, she continued to tease the boy. Lin Feng, observing the excitement in Su Luoxue's eyes, felt a shiver run down his spine. The clock struck 9 by the time Su Luoxue decided to release Lin Feng. Initially, he had intended to completely subdue her, but the sound of her stomach growling reminded him of her needs. Ultimately, he could not help but feel empathy for his beloved wife and proceeded to prepare dinner. At the dining table, Su Luoxue continued to contemplate a gradual approach to bind the boy. Enfin, do you truly not wish to be bound by me? The thought of only being able to bind him 3 days a week filled her heart with an uncontainable ache. Lin Feng, exasperated, pinched the delicate skin of the beautiful maiden. Of course not. Shueshue, think about it. If I'm bound, how will I take you shopping? How will I show you the wonders of the outside world? This world is nothing without you, Enfin. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle at the maiden's unreasonable affection. Yet, he was puzzled as to why she held such deep affection for him. He resolved to inquire further today. Luoxue, why do you like me? I am so utterly lacking. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxue fell into a reverie, recalling their first encounter. At that time, Lin Feng was merely 7 or 8 years old, having found her, abandoned by the orphanage. That day, she had been the subject of ridicule from the other children, who claimed she bit them indiscriminately. They had long known of her vampiric nature. However, the kind-hearted orphanage director had accepted her, regardless of her origins, taking her into the fold. Su Luoxue had never harmed anyone within those walls. Yet the other children loathed her, avoiding her as if she were a venomous snake. While playing games, she was perpetually isolated and ostracized by her peers, who even took advantage of the director's inattention to hurl stones at her. Su Luoxue could not fathom the source of their animosity towards her. However, she refused to conform to their expectations, retreating into her own small world, silently enduring the injustices she faced. A turning point emerged with the arrival of a new director following the previous one's demise, a man who did not offer her the same protection. He not only turned a blind eye to the bullying inflicted by other orphans, but subtly encouraged their torment. In truth, this director harbored sinister intentions towards the innocent Su Luoxue, who, despite being only 15 or 16, had blossomed into a striking beauty. This nation offered no specific legal protections for vampires. Though he lacked the courage to act overtly, he intended to comfort her once the bullying became unbearable. Yet, Su Luoxue had matured beyond her years, recognizing that some of the cruelty directed at her was incited by this director. Before he could act on his vile intentions, Su Luoxue could no longer withstand the torment and fled the orphanage while he was distracted. Once outside, she wept bitterly, feeling the world's cruelty envelop her, leading her to contemplate the futility of existence. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a boy appeared before her, offering her a piece of candy. Luoxue, Luoxue? Her reverie was interrupted by Lin Feng's gentle voice calling her name. His figure gradually merged with that of the boy from over a decade ago. Tears welled in Su Luoxue's eyes as she embraced him tightly, longing for the love and security he provided. Lin Feng, give me. Chapter 38. The Arrival of Lin Xiao. The following day at 10 o'clock, Su Luoxue rubbed the sleep from her eyes and, as usual, hurried downstairs. Gritting her teeth against the pain, the boy was once again in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Enfin, Su Luoxue strode forward, wrapping her arms around him from behind, greedily inhaling his unique scent. Feeling the softness of his back, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He had previously told Su Luoxue that her embrace brought him comfort. He never anticipated that this beautiful girl would come to him for hugs every day, refusing to let go. Throughout the day, Lin Feng remained by Su Luoxue's side, their routines mirroring those of the previous day. The only variable being a message from his sister, Lin Xiao. Younger sister. Brother, Mom said I'm stupid again. She wants me to visit your school during the National Day holiday to find some motivation to study. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing he had become so detached from the outside world that he hadn't even noticed the approaching holiday. He casually replied to Lin Xiao's message. Old dang, you're inherently foolish. Call me when you arrive tomorrow. Younger sister. Dragon's expression is not pleased JPG. Lin Feng's eyes darkened at the sight of the emoji. This abstract image had corrupted his adorable sister. When Lin Xiao was younger, she would follow him around, calling him brother, but now she had grown abstract and less endearing. The person who invented those dragon emojis should be punished. Thankfully, he had such a beautiful and caring wife now. Otherwise, life would be unbearable. Before Lin Feng could send another message to mock Lin Xiao, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. He looked up to meet Su Luoxue's enchanting gaze, filled with a possessive yearning for him. Ah Feng, who is this? Why does she have a girl's profile picture? Lin Feng had previously transferred money to Xia Ningbing, which Su Luoxue was aware of. However, she had chosen not to dwell on it, believing that her confinement would secure his heart. Yet, she was dismayed to discover that he still maintained contact with her. Su Luoxue struggled to suppress the darkness in her eyes, realizing she couldn't control her emotions. Though the boy provided her with a sense of security, she couldn't accept him speaking with other girls, especially when he had just been smiling at his phone. What are you thinking, Shueshui? That's your little sister-in-law. Lin Feng noticed that Su Luoxue was behaving unusually and quickly sought to reassure her. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Before Su Luoxue could comprehend the situation, she was pacified by his words, though a hint of wariness remained in her eyes. Little sister-in-law? Who is that? That's my sister. Your sister is a girl. Fool. Lin Feng proceeded to enlighten Su Luoxue, clarifying that his relationship with Lin Xiao was not akin to Su Mingyao's with her, but rather a blood relation. Rest assured, no one can take me away from you. And I would never forsake you, Luoxue. Su Luoxue's heart melted, and she clung tightly to him. Is this what security feels like? Ah Feng, I was wrong. I bullied me. Lin Feng's lips twitched. How long had it been? Fool, what do you take me for? Besides, this isn't home. Was this Su Luoxue's way of compensating him? He felt as though his life was at stake. It was a blatant attempt at murder. They had barely slept the previous night, finally resting at 4 in the morning. Just consider this place as home, and then I can bully you? That won't do. The next day, Lin Feng woke at 8 o'clock, kissed Su Luoxue on the cheek, and went downstairs to prepare breakfast for her. After completing the meal, he went to the bathroom to help the beautiful girl wash her lingerie. As he hung the clothes on the balcony, Lin Feng received a call from Lin Xiao, stating that she was now at the entrance of Jiangxing University. After a few perfunctory responses, he walked to the bedside and gently stroked the tear-stained cheeks of his beloved. Luoxue, I'm going to pick up your little sister to have some fun. I've placed your clothes at the foot of the bed. And remember to drink the water on the bedside table. 10 minutes later, Su Luoxue stirred awake, her voice barely a whisper. Do you really have to go? Can you stay and let me sleep a little longer? Su Luoxue was aware that Lin Feng was going out with his sister today, but she hadn't anticipated the early hour. Had she known, she wouldn't have agreed to it last night. Lin Feng smiled, lying on his side. He pinched her waist playfully. If Shueshui doesn't want me to go, then I guess I have to cause some mischief. Su Luoxue let out a sharp intake of breath, the sensation igniting her senses. The pleasure was utterly irresistible, especially since the boy had learned massage techniques and knew precisely where to apply pressure. Ultimately, she had no choice but to allow him to fetch his sister. Lin Feng drove to the school, arriving at the entrance to find Lin Xiao standing there, looking vibrant. Had he not known the abstract thoughts lurking beneath her exterior, he might have mistaken her for a cute girl. He parked the car in front of her. But to his surprise, Lin Xiao merely glanced at the vehicle, thinking she was in the way, and moved aside. Lin Feng had no intention of greeting her. He wanted to see how long it would take for Lin Xiao to recognize him. However, after lingering for too long, she likely assumed he was a stranger and began to leave. Lin Xiao, where do you think you're going? Do you no longer wish to acknowledge me as your brother? Upon hearing her name, Lin Xiao turned around, finally recognizing that the expensive-looking sports car belonged to her brother. In that moment, she wished to believe she was dreaming. Brother, how did you get such a fancy car? Reflecting on her brother's wealth, a smile spread across her lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a look of sudden melancholy as she remembered that he was currently being supported by an affluent older woman. Lin Xiao gazed at Lin Feng's beaming face and let out a deep sigh. Why did her brother have to be so short-sighted? Chapter 39. The indulgent younger sister in the car. Lin Xiao continued to worry about her brother. Brother, can't you just leave that wealthy woman? If nothing else, you could always come home. Lin Feng sighed in resignation, wondering how Lin Xiao's perspective had become so narrow. Lin Xiao, do you think all rich women are old? If it helps, consider this. Could this car not have been purchased through my own efforts? Lin Xiao shook her head resolutely. It was too difficult for her to admit that Lin Feng was more capable than she was, let alone acknowledge his good looks in front of him. She had never seen him exert much effort during school. Surely, he wasn't working any harder now than she was. She couldn't fathom how this seemingly nonchalant brother of hers had managed to gain admission to Jiangqing University. At her current academic level, she could barely scrape by the second-tier university cutoff. Lin Feng shot her a disapproving glance. Well, aren't you in a hurry to get home? How about I take you to see your sister-in-law tonight? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu perked up and quickly agreed. After all, she had nothing to do at home and was tired of being nagged by Yi Xiaoxia. It would be far more interesting to see what the legendary sister-in-law looked like. Truth be told, if Lin Feng were to introduce her to an elderly woman, she would undoubtedly tell Yi Xiaoxia all about it. Lin Feng, uninterested in further conversation, drove her into the campus. Jiangqing University sprawled over 2,000 acres and had cost over 10 billion to construct, making it the most picturesque university in the entire city. Lin Xiu pressed her face against the glass of the sports car, astonished by her surroundings. As a high school student, she had never contemplated university life or its environment. Yet now, she felt a renewed motivation to study. However, after 10 minutes of awe, she slumped back into her seat, deflated. Brother, do you really think I can get in here with my current grades? They're not exactly impressive. Seeing Lin Xiu's dejected expression, Lin Feng refrained from mocking her, gently ruffling her hair with his right hand. Just put in the effort. You have 3 years. How will you know unless you try? If it gets overwhelming, take a break. The world won't end if you don't perform perfectly. Lin Xiu blinked at him, her eyes glistening. Brother, the 200 yuan for internet fees that you didn't TC when we were kids? I'm giving it back to you now. Lin Feng drove as usual toward the boys' dormitory, but didn't he call for Chun Haoran to come out this time. Brother, can I take a look at your dorm? I want to see what it's like inside. She gazed up at the 8-story building, her mouth forming a note its impressive facade. The decor was far more appealing than their home, and it was 8 stories tall. Brother, does the dorm have an elevator? Noticing the boy's silence, Lin Xiu tugged at his arm. Cat got your tongue? Speak up. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He would love to speak. But after being imprisoned by Su Luoxue for 2 years, he didn't have a dorm to return to. Even if he did, he wouldn't want to stay there. Only a fool would choose dorm life over living in a villa. When Lin Xiu tugged at his arm again, he led her away to explore other areas. There is an elevator, but don't expect to see the dorm. I can't take you in. Oh. Lin Xiu didn't press the matter further, linking her arm with his as they wandered about. Brother, why does it seem like there aren't many couples around? ISNT University is supposed to be a time of freedom? It is free, but most are busy gaming in their dorms. It's not like the dramas you see on television. There are no campus beauties or sweet romances here. Lin Xiu gave a nonchalant in response, only to be met with Lin Feng's intense scrutiny. You're not thinking of dating, are you? Because if you are, I swear I'll break the legs of anyone who dares approach you. Startled by his sudden proximity, Lin Xiu retorted, You're crazy. Dating? She had thought about it. Her criteria were simple. She wanted someone more handsome than Lin Feng, or at the very least, someone who would dote on her just as much. She had received plenty of love letters, but none had met her standards. Most were merely looking for a casual fling. Besides, given Lin Feng's demeanor, she feared he would truly become enraged if she started dating. I'm not. Don't say such things. After an hour of wandering, Lin Xiu's initial excitement waned, and she pulled Lin Feng to a public bench to sit down. Although it was October, Jiangqing only had summer and winter. The sun blazed overhead, and the ground felt as hot as 60 degrees. Leaning back in her seat, she sighed. Brother, I heard that cola is good for cooling down. You still owe me that 200 yuan for internet fees, he reminded her. Don't be so stingy. I really have no money right now. Eventually, Lin Feng succumbed to his indulgent sister and stood up to buy drinks. Watching him walk away, Lin Xiu initially felt pleased until she noticed 2 girls approaching her brother, smartphones in hand. Hello, can we add you on? The girls sidled up to Lin Feng, but before they could finish, a small whirlwind darted in front of the boy. Brother, let us go buy drinks. After another hour of aimless wandering around the campus, Lin Feng took his younger sister to the mall for a meal. Initially, he had planned to grab something simple from the school cafeteria, but since it was Lin Xiu's first visit, he couldn't let her think he was a miser. They ended up at a Western restaurant, ordering a few steaks. Though they didn't have much money at home, Lin Xiu had seen steak before. Upon entering the restaurant, she felt indifferent until she saw the price of a steak, 300 to 400 yuan, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, if mom knew you were spending like this, she'd definitely nag you. She inched closer to him. Once she saw the price, she lost her nerve to speak loudly, feeling that doing so would be beneath her. Just eat. Are you afraid of making me go broke? Lin Xiu thought for a moment, recalling Lin Feng's bank balance of over 40 million. The thought of him being supported by an older woman ignited her indignation. I'm going to eat. Help my dear brother bankrupt that wealthy woman. Unfortunately, by the time she finished her first steak, she had already lost all her fighting spirit. Staring at the large portion of steak and dessert left on her plate, she quietly pushed the remaining food toward Lin Feng. Do you think I'm picky? Go die? After their meal, Lin Xiu lounged in the restaurant for half an hour, idly scrolling through her phone and giggling. If Lin Feng hadn't lifted her up, she might have remained there indefinitely. Originally, Lin Feng intended to take her to see Su Luoxue's company, But Lin Xiu paused at a clothing store entrance, staring transfixed at the garments and dresses inside, completely silent. The beads of the abacus were nearly bouncing off his face. Yet Lin Feng instinctively inquired, "What do you want to do?" Lin Xiu had been waiting for this very question. She immediately turned, gazing at Lin Feng with an expression of pitiful longing. "Brother, I can't even imagine how happy I'd be to take a look inside, but I have no money. I wonder if she would let me in." Lin Feng felt a throbbing at his temples. If Lin Xiu had acted coy like she did in their childhood, he might have managed to tolerate it. However, witnessing her in such a state genuinely made him want to kick her. "No money, brother." Lin Xiu's eyes brimmed with tears as she clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm. Were it not for the crowd, she would surely have knelt before him in desperation. Just as she was about to throw caution to the wind, a cool voice broke through from in front of her. "Off phone." Chapter 40. Shall I take you to a shopping mall? Upon hearing someone call her brother's name, Lin Xiu immediately became alert. She then locked eyes with Su Luoxue, tightening her grip on Lin Feng's arm and positioning herself slightly in front of him. Su Luoxue exuded a powerful aura, yet Lin Xiu felt no fear. She conceded that both women before her were exceptionally beautiful, but she held an unwavering disdain for anyone who drew near to her brother, no matter how lovely they were. Standing behind Su Luoxue, Su Mingyao's gaze turned cold as she observed Lin Xiu clutching Lin Feng's arm. Her dear sister could no longer withstand any emotional turmoil. Su Luoxue, who should have been at the office, found it impossible to focus on work without the boy by her side. Following Su Mingyao's suggestion, she had come shopping with her sister, only to stumble upon the sight of the boy and another woman in a tender exchange. As tensions flared, just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Lin Feng tugged at his dear sister's arm. "Didn't you say you wanted to see what your sister-in-law looks like? Well, here she is." Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned. She could sense the woman opposite her was about to pounce. "You're telling her this is your sister-in-law now?" Su Mingyao quickly reacted, whispering a few words into Su Luoxue's ear. The beauty, who had been planning to keep Lin Feng eternally captive, suddenly went quiet. "Oh right. Lin Feng had mentioned he would be taking his sister out today." She had been so preoccupied with thoughts of him all morning that she had forgotten this detail. Moments ago, she had been a bit fierce. Now, she felt a wave of regret. Su Luoxue's mind went blank, overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. Would Lin Feng's sister think poorly of her, or even dislike her? In an instant, the battlefield that was once rife with tension fell silent. The culprit remained at the scene, wearing an expression of amusement. Lin Xiu glanced at her brother, then at the stunning Su Luoxue, whose beauty could almost bend her will. Wasn't he her brother's partner, a wealthy matron? Was he truly worthy of her? Though Lin Xiu felt embarrassed, she couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling within her. She tentatively stepped forward while still holding onto the boy's arm. "Sister-in-law?" Su Luoxue froze once more, hearing Lin Feng's sister refer to her as sister-in-law. The distinction between Lin Xiu's address and Chun Haoren's was worlds apart. To her, the latter had seemed like a man on the verge of death, while Lin Xiu was undeniably linked to Lin Feng by blood. Had she just gained recognition? I'm sorry for earlier." The beautiful woman found herself at a loss for words. Here stood a businesswoman dominating the Jiangqing commerce scene, utterly flustered because someone had called her sister-in-law. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, gently tucking a strand of hair behind Su Luoxue's ear. "Silly girl, is my reassurance not enough for you? I'm here with Lin Xiu. She was just considering buying some clothes. By the way, what brings you here?" "Well, I missed you." Su Luoxue felt utterly mortified. Avoiding eye contact with Lin Xiu, Lin Feng had never shown such a demeanor toward her, except perhaps before he had pursued her. He unhesitatingly shifted the blame to Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, look what you've done. You've frightened your sister-in-law." Lin Xiu shot a bemused glance at the boy. Nevertheless, she released his arm and approached Su Luoxue. "Sister-in-law? Huh, thank you. Wait, what?" Lin Xiu hadn't even comprehended why Su Luoxue was thanking her when 500 yuan suddenly appeared in her hands. Su Luoxue, flustered and stuttering, reached into her pocket, revealing only 500 yuan as she nervously pulled out her phone and opened the Skin app. "Add me on WeChat. I'll transfer you the money." "Silly girl, why are you transferring money to Lin Xiu?" Lin Feng chuckled, promptly halting Su Luoxue's next move. Clearly, she was elated to have been called sister-in-law. Calling her sister-in-law comes with a cash reward? You should let me call you that. But only when I can bully you again. Lin Feng thwarted Su Luoxue, and without hesitation, he transferred 50,000 yuan to his dear sister. "Lin Xiu, take your sister-in-law shopping. You should also buy a couple of pieces you like and chat with her." "Sure." Lin Xiu had never witnessed such extravagance. One moment, it was 500. The next, it was 50,000. This amount could practically buy her life. She hurriedly grasped Su Luoxue's hand and led her toward the store she had just spotted. It was the same store Lin Feng and Su Luoxue had visited previously. Upon seeing Su Luoxue walk in again, the staff rushed to assist. "Sister-in-law, let us go to this store. I think there's a dress in here that would suit you perfectly." Su Luoxue glanced in the direction Lin Xiu pointed. Wasn't that the white moonlight dress Lin Feng had bought for her? Perhaps it was a good choice, as it seemed Lin Feng truly favored it. The previous dress had been torn to shreds. Outside the store, Su Mingyao crossed her arms, observing Lin Feng. "Brother-in-law, I almost thought you were cheating. I nearly took action. Lin Feng gave her a fleeting glance, unimpressed. You're such a busybody. Do I strike you as the unfaithful type? Perhaps I should ask Chen Haoran to remove you from my WeChat. You give off the vibe of a heartbreaker. Su Mingyao looked downcast, fearful, and ultimately silenced. Muttering a feeble defense. I didn't misjudge. Your sister is just so beautiful. Who could know? The entire afternoon passed with Lin Xiao leading Su Luoxue on a shopping spree, while Lin Feng and Su Mingyao trailed behind. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that Lin Xiao finally paused her shopping excursion. In truth, she hadn't purchased much. The family's finances were strained. And even with Lin Feng's encouragement, she couldn't spend extravagantly. Most of the money had gone toward clothing for Su Luoxue, leaving her with scarcely anything for herself. As they exited, Lin Xiao continued to hold Su Luoxue's hand, chatting animatedly. Lin Feng could not discern the words, but he noticed Su Luoxue's expression was somewhat awkward. Yet she listened patiently to Lin Xiao's enthusiastic commentary about the clothes. Lin Xiao excitedly pointed out the beautiful outfits and asked Su Luoxue about her favorite shows. How could the beautiful woman possibly respond? She hardly used her phone and had no idea what watching shows even entailed. She felt anxious around the warmth of others, especially in the presence of Lin Feng's sister. Overwhelmed, she felt a tension building, fearful of saying something wrong. Lin Xiao remained oblivious to Su Luoxue's discomfort, persistently attempting to engage her in conversation. Sister Luoxue, what drew you to my brother? Was it his relentless pursuit? If you feel threatened, just blink. You possess both wealth and beauty. Why would you be discontent at such a young age? If I were you, I certainly wouldn't choose my brother. At the mere mention of Lin Feng's name, Su Luoxue's eyes flickered. It was I who brought Feng back. Initially, he was resistant. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Was her older brother truly so dismissive at first? It seemed both of them might be misjudging their own standings. When Lin Feng overheard Lin Xiao teasing him, it was too late for him to intervene. He could only ponder how to retaliate later. Having finished her jests about her older brother, Lin Xiao shifted to another subject. Sister Luoxue, I think the clothes here are exquisite. If I come back, I shall pick a few pieces for you. You truly are a living mannequin, you know? This left Su Luoxue in a tight spot, forcing her to awkwardly change the topic. Thank you for today, Lin Xiao. I see you have a penchant for shopping. Would you like me to gift you a shopping mall? What? Lin Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing her ears. Had she not just called Su Luoxue a mannequin? What on earth was this about a shopping mall? Was she out of touch with reality? Was this how conversations were conducted? Seeing Lin Xiao's lack of response, Su Luoxue felt a wave of panic wash over her, fearing she had not offered enough. Lin Xiao, feeling a bit stingy, quickly added, Actually, Sister Luoxue, I've already gifted Feng a shopping mall. How about I gift you 2? 3 would also be fine. Lin Xiao stared at Su Luoxue in bewilderment for a moment before glancing at her older brother. Upon seeing Lin Feng smiling at her with his arms crossed, she sensed an air of unreality surrounding the situation. Ultimately, Lin Xiao declined Su Luoxue's offer, content that her sister-in-law was good to her older brother. A shopping mall? Accepting such a gift would surely shorten her lifespan. As 2 luxury sports cars glided into the villa district, Lin Xiao was not as astonished as Chen Haoran had been upon his arrival. After all, she had turned down a shopping mall, so a villa was hardly surprising. However, upon reaching Su Luoxue's villa, she was taken aback. It was the finest in the neighborhood, boasting a vintage style. Lin Xiao adored such aesthetics. As a child, she had dreamt of living in a villa like this one day, spending her days admiring the scenery and tending to flowers, especially if it were by the seaside. Upon disembarking, she linked arms with Lin Feng and followed Su Luoxue into the villa's front yard, reminiscent of Chen Haoran's awestruck entrance. Brother, do you both live here every day? Did sister-in-law buy this, or is it rented? Does your sister-in-law even need to rent? That was a valid point. As Su Luoxue walked ahead, the repeated calls of sister-in-law from the Lin siblings seemed to lighten her steps considerably. Su Mingyao, walking beside them, couldn't help but click her tongue. Thinking that the siblings would do anything for Su Luoxue, her older sister was far too easy to please. Upon entering the villa, Lin Feng took Su Luoxue's hand and gently squeezed it. Luoxue, shall I show Lin Xiao around the villa? Would you care to join us? To be honest, it was Lin Feng's first glimpse of the entire villa in 2 years. Previously, when he wasn't accepting of Su Luoxue, she had kept him locked away, granting him little freedom. The villa was undoubtedly no less than 500 square feet. Even if Lin Feng's estimation was off, it could only be underestimated. The amenities included a swimming pool and an indoor gym, with many rooms still unoccupied. Xiue, we should find time to swim here. I've never seen you in a swimsuit. Su Luoxue replied softly, as long as Feng likes it. I'll have someone come to clean tomorrow. Throughout their stroll, Lin Xiao listened to the couple flirt. Feeling a tad awkward but too bashful to explore the villa on her own, thus enduring a barrage of dog food. She realized that Su Luoxue genuinely cared for her older brother. Whatever requests he made, she readily complied without a hint of hesitation. As for Su Mingyao, she had long since hailed a cab. She didn't wish to endure the dog food in front of Su Luoxue and Lin Feng, as it was far too perilous. She wasn't foolish enough to accompany Lin Xiao in exploring the villa, especially since her own home was hardly lacking, though it wasn't as grand as Su Luoxue's. Dinner was once again prepared by Lin Feng, and during this time, Lin Xiu continued to tease her older brother. Sister-in-law, my brother is utterly clueless. If he ever displeases you, just let me know, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Su Luoxue remained silent, pondering if Lin Feng ever listened to her. She was even troubled by her inability to find an excuse to confine him. Now that the boy provided her with a sense of security, she struggled to justify imprisoning him. Would she truly be limited to confining him for only 3 days a week henceforth? Lin Feng quickly finished preparing 4 dishes and a soup, his cooking skills now rivaling those of average restaurant chefs. At the dining table, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue continuously served each other dishes, while Lin Xiu dutifully assumed the role of a transparent observer. The three of them spent nearly an hour dining together, though it was primarily Lin Feng and Su Luoxue showcasing their affection, while Lin Xiu had already finished her meal 20 minutes earlier. Once she noticed Lin Feng and Su Luoxue putting down their utensils, Lin Xiu sprang up to wash the dishes, feeling as if the meal had been a torment. Throughout dinner, she was either scrolling through Douyin or reading novels, trying to focus solely on her phone, fearful of encountering any inappropriate scenes. Her sister-in-law appeared rather aloof, and Lin Feng's cheesy lines were unbearable for her. It was astonishing that Su Luoxue didn't feel embarrassed. Why did they have to flaunt their affection right before her eyes? Could she not leave? On the sofa, Su Luoxue watched anxiously as Lin Xiu washed the dishes, expressing concern. Ah Feng, should I wash instead? How can we let Lin Xiu do the dishes? The boy chuckled, gently pulling her onto his lap. Luoxue, when have you ever washed dishes? Do you even do it well? Of course I have. We had to wash our own dishes when we were kids. Su Luoxue pouted in displeasure. Who had ever helped her wash dishes during her childhood? She hadn't always been wealthy. Well, this is our house, and Lin Xiu is your sister. It feels a bit awkward. Lin Feng planted a playful kiss on Su Luoxue's cheek. Luoxue, why do you always think about Lin Xiu? Shouldn't you be more concerned about me? I'm still hungry. Su Luoxue's pupils trembled slightly. Was she not afraid with Lin Xiu present? Yet her hands still yearned to unbutton the boy's shirt. Lin Feng, bemused, tapped her on the head. He hadn't anticipated her taking it so seriously. He merely intended to tease her, not expecting her to follow through. Silly girl, do you not realize Lin Xiu is here? Why would you want to undress? But didn't you just say? Su Luoxue blinked at Lin Feng, who typically would have already claimed her by now. Yet at this moment, not only did he refrain from giving himself to her, but he was also trying to deceive her. Shall we ascend to the second floor then? As Lin Feng observed the madness gradually creeping into Su Luoxue's enchanting eyes, he realized he had perhaps indulged a bit too much. He swiftly embraced her tightly, murmuring, Luoxue, do not be too agitated, let us wait until tonight. Slowly, Su Luoxue regained her composure, though her breath remained slightly uneven. Truth be told, her restraint was not solely due to the boy's persuasion, but rather the presence of Lin Xiu at home. Although she was Lin Feng's sister, that did not mean she could simply overlook her. Not a sound could be made. Chapter 42, Staying Over. Su Luoxue glanced towards the kitchen, her concern shifting back to Lin Feng. So, does that mean Lin Xiu will be staying at home tonight? Despite the villa's excellent soundproofing, what if something went awry? Lin Feng, gently stroking Su Luoxue's silky hair, found himself in a bit of a quandary. Mother truly has a knack for dropping such troublesome situations into my lap. However, he surmised she could not have anticipated Lin Xiu staying over. She likely just intended for the boy to show her around the school. After all, she was still his sister. Abandoning her was simply not an option. Should I take Lin Xiu back later? Return tomorrow? He proposed, only to be met with immediate disapproval from Su Luoxue. What nonsense. Do you expect me to go a whole night without seeing you? That would be utterly unbearable. Moreover, the midnight hour, which belonged to the boy's freedom, was rapidly approaching. The time when she could confine him was slipping away, and she could not allow Lin Feng to venture outside. Then let us allow Lin Xiu to stay here for the night. Shall we, Luoxue? Su Luoxue nodded, realizing that this was perhaps the only feasible solution. Well, there is an unoccupied room on the 4th floor, though it hasn't been cleaned in a couple of weeks. Lin Xiu will just have to endure a little discomfort. Lin Feng chuckled. Endure? I doubt Lin Xiu would mind at all. She would likely be overjoyed. As expected, after finishing her dishwashing duties, Lin Xiu emerged and, upon hearing this, jumped with glee. She genuinely wished to spend the night, yet lacked the courage to voice it. Now that Su Luoxue had proactively suggested it, she felt no need to hold back. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Xiu bowed deeply to Su Luoxue, her delight evident on her youthful face. May I go check it out first? She was eager, both to see her room and to avoid being a third wheel. Certainly, go ahead and take a look. Rest up, your brother and I will shower and then turn in as well. Though Lin Xiu did not understand why Lin Feng and his wife insisted on retiring so early, she was too excited to dwell on it. Once Lin Xiu ascended the stairs, Lin Feng pulled Su Luoxue along, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Darling, shall we retire for the night? Su Luoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she softly replied, However, upon entering the room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As soon as the door swung open, Su Luoxue forcefully pushed Lin Feng's shoulder until he was toppled onto the bed. She had been holding back for far too long, and the presence of Lin Xiu had compelled her to suppress her feelings until now. Shue. Lin Feng was caught off guard, only to be met with Su Luoxue's bite on his neck. Lin Feng, you smell so good. When Lin Feng awoke, he found himself marked with traces of Su Luoxue. She lay beside him, her expression tinged with worry as she gazed at him. The intoxicating embrace had drained nearly half of his energy. Shue, what's wrong? Lin Feng gently squeezed the delicate girl before him, causing her to shudder slightly. Ah Feng, you treat your sister well, and you must also be good to your parents, correct? I'm so afraid. What if they take away the love that is rightfully mine? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, initially believing that yet another incident had caused her to lose control. Su Luoxue did not have parents and was unfamiliar with familial dynamics. However, witnessing the bond between Lin Feng and Lin Xiu had opened her eyes. Despite their apparent discord, she could see the affection Lin Feng held for his sister. When Lin Feng had previously mentioned family, Su Luoxue had yet to experience the feeling of love being divided. Yet now, with Lin Xiu's arrival, she felt the sting of reality. Since meeting Lin Xiu, a significant portion of Lin Feng's attention had shifted to her. The truth was, Lin Feng had more than one sister, along with parents. She would, at the very least, be deprived of 3/4 of his affection. Blood ties ran deep, and Su Luoxue did not believe her position could compare to that of Lin Feng's family. Thus, she surmised that the love she received would dwindle even further than a mere quarter. Seeing the helplessness etched upon Su Luoxue's face, Lin Feng struggled to sit upright and envelop her in his embrace. Silly girl, do you still not trust me? Is my affection for you truly insufficient? Hold me tightly and feel it. Su Luoxue, her gaze downcast, returned the embrace firmly. I just want Ah Feng to love me wholeheartedly. With others around, my love will become muddled and diminished. Having grown up without parents, Su Luoxue's longing for affection had fostered a particularly sensitive disposition. Lin Xiu's presence had indeed struck a nerve. Lin Feng was at a loss for how to explain that his love for Su Luoxue would never wane, despite Lin Xiu's presence diverting some of his attention. Luoxue, loving someone does not necessitate claiming all of their time. Though Lin Xiu is here, my love for you remains unchanged. Do you understand? I don't understand. I just want Ah Feng to be by my side forever. Lin Feng ceased his attempts at reasoning, determined to provide this enchanting girl with a sense of security. However, as Su Luoxue remained lost in her sorrow, she instinctively recoiled from his touch. Ah Feng, please. Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly as he slowly released her, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. What troubles you, Luoxue? Are you still unhappy? Su Luoxue averted her gaze, refusing to speak, which left Lin Feng in a state of distress. Luoxue, do you not wish for me to tease you? Su Luoxue continued to remain silent, resolutely pressing her lips together and shaking her head. Lin Feng studied her for a prolonged moment before reluctantly removing his arms from around her and standing up from the bed. Before long, Su Luoxue could no longer suppress a soft whimper, her strength waning. When Lin Feng inquired if she would allow him to tease her now, she feebly shook her head, her resolve fading until she could no longer even muster the strength to nod. Chapter 43. Is the boss out for a morning run? Ultimately, Lin Feng was unable to persuade Su Luoxue to acquiesce to his playful torment. He could only hold the beautiful girl in silence, feeling an intense heat rising within him. Luoxue, if you are unhappy, just embrace me, please. Do not remain silent. Su Luoxue's complexion flushed, yet she resolutely shook her head. Let us rest for a while. We won't do anything today. Lin Feng was on the verge of tears. Sleep? He needed to be able to sleep in order to do so. Under these circumstances, remaining sane was already a challenge. Observing Su Luoxue's reddening eyes, Lin Feng once more, undeterred, inquired if she truly did not wish to be teased. Unsurprisingly, he received a negative response. Su Luoxue pressed her body against his once more, desperately trying to adapt to the discomfort. Ah Feng, I'm so tired. Let us sleep for now. But we haven't showered yet. Are we really going to sleep now? I don't want to shower today. Lin Feng could only acquiesce to the wishes of the enchanting beauty before him. It appears that matters concerning Lin Xiu were still at hand, suggesting that he should remain subdued for the next couple of days until Lin Xiu's departure. Feeling the softness in front of him, Lin Feng took a deep breath and gently caressed Su Luoxue's hair. Let us slumber for now. We can wash up tomorrow. At the stroke of midnight, Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by someone shaking him. Blinking in confusion, he soon realized he was being tormented by the alluring maiden. Just as he attempted to move, he felt the constraints binding him. Have I been locked up again? After a moment of bewilderment, he grasped the situation. Today marked the beginning of his confinement. This captivating beauty seemed anxious about him waking in the dead of night, fearful of missing a moment to ensure his binding. Or perhaps, she intended to secure him first, only to further tease him later? Both scenarios were plausible. Su Luoxue was clearly enjoying this game of wits. As she beheld Lin Feng's astonished and irate expression, her satisfaction deepened. Yes, that was the very expression she cherished. 2 years ago, when Lin Feng had been tied up by her, he had worn that same face. It was only upon witnessing the boy in such a state that she felt a complete sense of control over him, an authority that even a simple embrace could not convey. In a fleeting moment, she decided to intensify her teasing. "Au fond, for the next 3 days, you shall remain here, unable to go anywhere." Su Luoxue finally rose at 11 in the morning, only to find Lin Feng awake and gazing at her. Unable to suppress her desire to tease him further, she was met with the sight of Lin Feng's temples throbbing. He had indeed not rested well the previous night. As Su Luoxue prepared to make a move, he quickly interjected, "No, Luoxue. Someone called earlier. It might have been Lin Xiao. You should check what she wants." Only then did Su Luoxue remember Lin Xiao's presence at home, hastily dressing and exiting the room. Lin Xiao awoke at 10 o'clock, oblivious to the whereabouts of Su Luoxue and Lin Feng's room. Observing no one on the first floor, she cautiously returned to her own room, hesitant to wander about the villa. During this time, she attempted to call several times, but Lin Feng had not answered. "Is he at work?" Lin Xiao mused. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she wondered if her brother and beautiful sister-in-law had forgotten her. How awkward and how hungry she felt. Approximately an hour later, her door was gently pushed open. "Sister-in-law?" Lin Xiao, feeling unsettled, turned at the sound. She was greeted by the sight of Su Luoxue, her hair slightly tousled. "Sister-in-law? You seem even more beautiful," Lin Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, for Su Luoxue was already breathtakingly lovely, and now she appeared to be wearing blush that looked utterly natural. Su Luoxue, caught off guard, could only nod in response. Lin Xiao, not wishing to make things awkward, refrained from conversing too much with Su Luoxue. Yet she couldn't help but steal glances at her. It must be said, Su Luoxue's beauty was beyond reproach. Her currently disheveled hair seemed to be perfectly tousled, as if crafted by the hands of a goddess. "Speaking of which, sister-in-law, where's my brother?" Au fond went to work. Su Luoxue's expression faltered slightly. Lying in front of Lin Feng's family was indeed a challenge for her. Really? Lin Xiao was filled with questions. Her brother was at work, while her affluent sister-in-law remained at home. Yet, she kept her inquiries to herself. Descending to the first floor, Su Luoxue retrieved her phone. Opening the WeChat chat with Lin Xiao from the previous day, she proceeded to initiate a transfer of funds. "Please receive 50,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's eyes widened at the sight of the message. Her brother had given her 50,000 yesterday, and now her sister-in-law was transferring her another 50,000? "Sister-in-law? Why are you sending me money? I can't accept this." Lin Xiao was reluctant to take it, feeling overwhelmed by the amount she already possessed. If she accepted this additional 50,000, she doubted she could sleep soundly at night. With Lin Feng not present, the atmosphere between her and her sister-in-law felt somewhat awkward. "Sister-in-law, I think I'll head back now. Goodbye." Noticing the young girl's refusal to accept her money, Su Luoxue felt a tinge of embarrassment but said nothing further. Thus, she returned to her room, channeling her frustration into Lin Feng. "Au fond, just watch me." Lin Feng was resolute in his defiance. He intended to resist Su Luoxue's attempts at confinement. Yet, he ultimately had to relent, acquiescing to her wishes. "Shueshue, what about Lin Xiao? How is she now?" Su Luoxue, taken aback, was surprised that the first person the boy expressed concern for was not herself. Thankfully, her mood remained exceptionally buoyant. Otherwise, she might have lost her temper. "I gave Lin Xiao 50,000. She has returned home now." Half an hour later, Su Luoxue's phone on the bedside table rang. A shiver coursed through her body as her eyes suddenly turned icy. Upon seeing the contact name Xiaoqing, she narrowed her eyes and leaned forward to cover Lin Feng's mouth. "Do not speak, not even a breath. I must answer this call." Once Lin Feng nodded, Su Luoxue pressed the answer button. "Xiaoqing, what is it?" Xiaoqing, on the other end, felt a chill run down her spine at Su Luoxue's tone. What could have possibly happened? Realizing the heavy breathing on the phone, Xiaoqing quickly grasped the situation. Her boss was out for a morning jog, and she had interrupted her. Chapter 44. I like you too. "Ms. Su, there are numerous important documents at the company that I cannot help you sift through. You need to personally review them." Su Luoxue merely responded with a disinterested rising to her feet and dressing. She felt somewhat disenchanted, regretting her decision to start the company. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance back at Lin Feng. "Au fond, I will return shortly. I plan to take a nap here at noon, but I may be late tonight." Lin Feng, rattling his chains in discontent, protested, "Shueshue, please let me eat by myself. At this rate, I will never finish." Watching as Su Luoxue took a bite of food from the bedside table and then climbed over to feed him, Lin Feng wore a look of resignation. "When will I ever finish eating?" At this, Su Luoxue's eyes turned cold, and she cupped Lin Feng's face, kissing him. "Au fond, do you not like it? Or would you prefer someone else to feed you?" Lin Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. He rather enjoyed the way the beautiful maiden fed him. Yet he found himself more concerned for Su Luoxue's well-being. He genuinely feared for her health, as he couldn't help but wonder whether she was getting sufficient rest, surely not the recommended 8 hours. He wished to hasten his meal so that she could indulge in a longer slumber. How could Su Luoxue misunderstand his intentions as a desire for another woman's nourishment? It was absurd. Who could possibly rival Su Luoxue's beauty, aside from his own mother? No one else held such a privilege. listening to the boy's flustered explanations. The dangerous glint in Su Luoxue's eyes gradually faded. I don't care. I simply must feed off phone. All right then, I shall heed Snow's wishes. Xiao Qing had been anxiously anticipating Su Luoxue's arrival at the company, waiting until 3 in the afternoon. Upon seeing Su Luoxue's radiant complexion, she realized without needing to ask the reason for her tardiness. Is the young master doing well? She had been pondering when her president would start his morning runs. It turned out to be quite the different scenario. Yet, reflecting on their phone conversation, although Su Luoxue's tone had been fierce, it was undeniably pleasant to the ears. Xiao Qing found herself smiling foolishly, contemplating whether she had fallen ill, captivated by Su Luoxue's voice. Today, Su Mingyao was absent from the office, likely at home chatting with Chen Haoren. It was also possible that they were already on a romantic date. If Su Luoxue were to voice her concerns about the multitude of matters, she would simply suggest binding him up. Meanwhile, Chen Haoren was engaged in conversation with Su Mingyao. Being a quintessential straight man, his conversational skills were leagues apart from those of the girl opposite him, forcing him to scramble for topics to discuss. Chen Haoren, are you there? Su Mingyao, thanks to you, I'm still alive. Chen Haoren, what are you up to? Su Mingyao, I made myself some fried rice today, though I think I didn't do it well. Chen Haoren, it's all right, mine's about the same. How many eggs did you use? Su Mingyao on the other end of the line froze for a moment. How was she supposed to know how many eggs she had put in? The fried rice had been purchased, costing 20 yuan per serving. Aren't you supposed to compliment my fried rice's appearance? She thought, exasperated. Why is your attention fixated on such peculiar details? In recent days, she had been teasing Chen Haoren, and although it seemed he might harbor some feelings for her, she struggled to maintain the conversation. Engaging with this straight man was bound to be infuriating. Perhaps, as Su Luoxue suggested, she should simply tie him up? But who could blame her for liking him? Patience was key, and she had ample time. No one could remain a straight man forever. She could gradually teach Chen Haoren the ropes. Before that, however, she wished to test the depths of his obliviousness. She didn't believe that someone could genuinely be this dense. Su Mingyao took a deep breath and sent over a provocative message. Su Mingyao, I just got my period, and it's a bit painful. On the other end, Chen Haoren was puzzled by Su Mingyao's delay in responding. When he finally saw her latest message, he sat up straight. Although he couldn't say much, he was confident he could tackle this question. Chen Haoren, drink more hot water. Su Mingyao's eyelids twitched upon reading his reply, but she quickly regained her composure. After a series of internal debates, her expectations of Chen Haoren had shifted. Her demands were modest. All she needed was for him to understand that this period was not the same as that period. If he could differentiate between the two, she would feel reassured. As for the drink more hot water remark typical of straight men, it seemed less significant now. What did it matter if he was a straight man? So long as Chen Haoren wasn't a complete fool, she could accept that. Due to her heightened excitement, Su Mingyao momentarily forgot to reply to Chen Haoren's message, leaving him in a state of unease. Had he answered incorrectly? But the internet had insisted that when someone had their period, they ought to drink more hot water. Oh, and ginger syrup too. At times, Chen Haoren genuinely questioned his own intelligence. He had a severe case of gynophobia, which made him feel tense even while conversing with Su Mingyao through his phone. Just a moment ago, he had impulsively sent the drink more hot water advice, knowing he had better responses at hand. After 2 agonizing minutes, Chen Haoren could no longer contain himself. Chen Haoren, are you there? Su Mingyao, I like you too. Chapter 45. Lin Feng had yet to sleep. The next morning, as the golden sun rose in the east, Lin Feng had not yet found rest. His face was paler than ever, yet the enchanting maiden beside him seemed unwilling to relent, compelling him to plead for mercy. Despite his desperate attempts to appease her, Su Luoxue appeared impervious to his words. From 8 in the evening until the early hours of 6, he had not been granted a moment of slumber. He was unsure how he managed to endure those subsequent hours. More importantly, Su Luoxue had maintained a stoic expression throughout the night. Lin Feng did not expect her to smile at him, but a slight curve of her lips would have sufficed, or a hint of bashfulness would have been welcome. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. Gently caressing the boy's face, Su Luoxue reflected on how she had spent the night teasing him, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now, she appeared vibrant and full of life, devoid of any dark circles or signs of fatigue. Really, it's gone, Luoxue. Lin Feng's lips quivered. On the verge of fainting, Su Luoxue was a constant source of energy, while he, Lin Zilong, thrived on bursts of power. With Su Luoxue restraining his freedom, he found it impossible to unleash his full potential, ultimately being drained by her relentless spirit. Afon, why are you crying? Don't cry. Su Luoxue leaned down to kiss away the tears from the corners of his eyes, pursing her lips at the sight of his distress. Perhaps she should head to work first, for Afong truly seemed on the brink of breaking down. Lin Feng was filled with frustration. Su Luoxue was merely echoing his own words from before. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to change the situation. As Su Luoxue slowly rose from the bed, the moment her feet touched the ground, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed into a deep slumber. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her fall, and only when he confirmed through his peripheral vision that she had not sustained any injuries did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, with Su Luoxue asleep. There was no one to untie the binding ropes that constrained Lin Feng. He had no choice but to stifle his urge to wake her, succumbing to sleep himself. Lin Feng's body was drenched in sweat, each droplet adding to his discomfort, yet the overwhelming fatigue pulled his eyelids down, leading him into a deep slumber akin to Su Luoxue's. It was only at 5:30 in the afternoon that Lin Feng awoke. After a brief visit to the restroom, he heard the voice of the enchanting maiden calling out, "Ah Feng, I'm back." His legs, still trembling, gave way beneath him, and he fell in a heap on the bathroom floor. "Ah Feng, what happened?" Su Luoxue rushed toward the restroom upon hearing the commotion, lifting the seemingly unconscious boy into her arms. Lin Feng took a moment to regain consciousness, and upon seeing the beautiful maiden sitting by his side, he gently grasped her hand. "Luoxue, can we go to bed early tonight? I'm so tired." He was not yet reduced to the status of a mere mortal, but if he continued this intense training regimen daily, he would soon find himself facing the king of hell. He certainly did not wish for Su Luoxue to become the most beautiful widow in the world at the tender age of 26. Such a fate would haunt him even in death. Nor did he want his parents to bear the sorrow of losing a child while their hair turned white. As for his earlier comments about being a man with a broad back, he decided to dismiss those words entirely. Su Luoxue's expression bore a hint of melancholy. It was time for slumber. She had initially contemplated returning home early to enjoy some playful moments with Lin Feng. However, witnessing the boy's pleading demeanor somewhat alleviated her despondency. It dawned on her that one need not bind the boy to enhance her sense of possession over him. Simply observing his submissive state could also yield a sense of achievement. "Very well, let us retire for the night," she concluded, before burrowing into the covers, cherishing the rare tranquility they shared. After their evening meal, Su Luoxue indeed refrained from tormenting the boy, and once they had completed their nightly rituals, they settled into a peaceful slumber. Yet, Su Luoxue's hands appeared to have a mind of their own. Lin Feng could only attempt to enter a meditative state, striving to shield himself from external distractions. Alas, the enchanting girl was too mischievous, and Lin Feng found himself unable to sleep, compelled to plead with her. "Shueshue, did you not promise me a restful night?" Lin Feng spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Su Luoxue pursed her lips, disregarding his protests. It had been over 10 hours since she had been close to Lin Feng, and the fear of absence gnawed at her. She ceased her playful antics and embraced the boy tightly, yearning for a sense of security. With a forlorn expression, Lin Feng placed a gentle kiss on her delicate face. "Luoxue, your antics are preventing me from sleeping as well. Tomorrow, please, let it be better?" Su Luoxue cast her gaze downward, ultimately acquiescing to his request. The following morning, Su Luoxue awoke early, her gentle gaze resting upon the boy beside her, who bore dark circles under his eyes. Lin Feng had succumbed to light slumber only around 3 o'clock, and Su Luoxue was not far behind. Over the past few weeks, she had grown accustomed to their shared routines, yet an abrupt change felt somewhat disconcerting. A sense of emptiness lingered within her, accompanied by a hint of fear that the boy might slip away when she was not paying attention. However, upon awakening to find him by her side, a wave of reassurance washed over her, even as her slender fingers began to wander restlessly. "Luoxue, please, behave," Lin Feng implored, still caught in the throes of sleep. But she stirred him awake, causing him to hastily grasp her hand and draw her into his embrace. Su Luoxue's expression fell. She had been compliant throughout the night. Yet the boy still seemed distant. A wave of insecurity washed over her, prompting her to voice her concerns. "Ah Feng, do you no longer like me? Please do not leave me." Feeling her grip tighten, Lin Feng hastily patted her back. "Silly girl, hold me tightly, and do not speak." Desiring to envelop the boy in her embrace, she sought solace in the warmth of his presence. Simultaneously, she recalled that Lin Feng had indeed provided her with a sense of security every single day without fail. Yet, her affection for him was insatiable. She craved even more reassurance, wishing for him to offer her comfort every hour of the day. This was the marital life Su Luoxue had envisioned from the outset. Being together every moment, how splendid it would be. "Ah Feng, may I take you to the office with me today?" "Of course, silly. It's not as if I've never been," Lin Feng replied, excitement illuminating his eyes. "To the office? Surely, I won't be bound this time." Yet, he soon realized that he had underestimated Su Luoxue's determination. She would never relinquish her hold over him so easily. Before their departure, Su Luoxue unfastened the chain from his wrist, only to produce 2 silver handcuffs. Securing his hands and feet, Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle at the sight. It appeared that Su Luoxue was loath to part from him for even a second. Moreover, he felt like a criminal, fearing he might be carted off at any moment. Attempting to move his limbs, he found the range of motion alarmingly restricted. Those cuffs seemed tailored specifically for him, a perfect fit. His lips twitched involuntarily. "Luoxue, did you measure me for these? How could they be so precise?" Believing the boy was upset, Su Luoxue lowered her gaze, reluctant to respond, yet she had no intention of releasing him. After repeated inquiries, she finally revealed the truth. "Actually, these were prepared 2 years ago for you. Ah Feng, I just couldn't use them back then. Initially, they fit perfectly, but But in the past week, you've lost quite a bit of weight, hence the slight discrepancy. Chapter 46. You promised to give this today. As the sports car came to a halt outside the company, Su Luoxue opened the passenger door and lifted the boy into her arms. Despite the effort required, her hands remained steady. Their entrance captured the attention of all employees. The scene was simply astonishing. Mainly, Su Luoxue radiated joy, cradling a man whose complexion was somewhat pale. Had he been drained by Miss Su? They mused, noting how Su Luoxue seemed to grow more beautiful by the day, as if she had her own beauty regimen. Feeling the weight of their stares, Lin Feng was overcome with embarrassment. After all, he was a grown man being carried into his workplace by his wife. What a spectacle. Yet, he realized he had little choice. Forget about it. At this point, it matters not, he resolved. As long as I remain unfazed, their opinions hold little significance. It was not that he lacked courage. Rather, he had lost face yesterday. He had indeed succumbed to Su Luoxue, and that was truly humiliating. Noticing the gaze of others lingering on her boy, Su Luoxue shot a fierce glare at the onlookers, causing them to fall silent. Although the boy was not currently under her thumb, his pale visage ignited within her a fierce protective instinct and possessiveness. She longed to enfold him tightly in her embrace, and she would not hesitate to dismiss anyone who dared to gaze too long. Yet, the icy demeanor she maintained with outsiders vanished in Lin Feng's presence. With him, she only ever displayed tenderness. Even during her rebirth, had another man dared to act brazenly in her home, he would have certainly seen no dawn. In those days, even when disappointment loomed large, Su Luoxue found herself unable to utter harsh words. She merely spoke of divorce, and in the following days, even that seemed impossible to voice. In the elevator, Su Luoxue turned her gaze toward Lin Feng, her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. "Ah Feng, you promised me we could have this today." Lin Feng's heart raced. No, this isn't at home. He truly felt unprepared. Though the office was devoid of people, it was still the office. No, this cannot happen here. Luoxue, shall we not focus on our work first? Might we be moving too quickly? He suggested, attempting to soften his tone while gently resting his hand on her shoulder. Su Luoxue averted her gaze, feeling a touch uneasy. Was she being too hasty? She believed she had exercised considerable restraint. Su Luoxue reflected on how. Had she not considered Lin Feng's feelings 2 years ago and indulged in the sweetness of their connection earlier, she might now be joyfully spending decades with the boy. Ultimately, her personality had already begun to transform for his sake, becoming more considerate and less self-indulgent. The fact that she now afforded him 4 days of freedom each week was a testament to this change. Yet, she pondered, was she truly that impatient? Despite the passage of nearly a day, Lin Feng had not acquiesced to her wishes. Lin Feng, noticing Su Luoxue's inner turmoil, gently coaxed her, "Shui. Let us finish our work first, shall we? You are the best, my Shui." Her eyes flickered, her heart softening at his words. With Lin Feng declaring her the best, she chose to forego her restraint. She seated him in the office chair and proceeded to lock the door, simultaneously disabling all the surveillance cameras in the office. Initially, she felt she could maintain control, but his words drove her to the brink of madness. Nevertheless, her affection for Lin Feng prevented her from tormenting him. After absorbing half an hour of his energy, she returned to her own work at the desk. Lin Feng sat across from her, his face flushed with embarrassment. Though he had lost some vigor to the enchanting girl, he felt invigorated. His speed in reviewing proposals significantly increased. Su Luoxue's company was vast, though it lacked a clear brand identity, dabbling in perfumes, handbags, and more. Primarily targeting the female demographic, with men's products being virtually non-existent. Isn't this a bit problematic? He mused. How can such a large company focus solely on women's brands? What a loss of market potential. That equates to a substantial loss of revenue. He looked at Su Luoxue with concern. "Shui. Why do you not consider the male market?" Su Luoxue set down her proposal, not dismissing his childish query with disdain. "Ah Feng, firstly, I simply do not like men. Aside from you, they are all bad, without exception. Moreover, do you believe that simply wanting to enter these markets is feasible? If it were that simple, why wouldn't those major brands dominate the automobile, air conditioning, and fragrance sectors? Even if we ventured into it, we would only be able to create men's fragrances and handbags." Lin Feng found her reasoning sound, but had merely posed a casual question. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that perhaps it was wise for Su Luoxue not to diversify her product range too extensively. If there were too many products, it would undoubtedly burden her. The executives on television often seemed to fall ill, and it was better for his beloved to maintain a more relaxed lifestyle. Though he recognized that such portrayals were dramatized, he felt there was some truth to it. Many high-powered executives suffered from stomach ailments due to their hectic schedules, often neglecting their meals. Inwardly, he resolved to take Su Luoxue for a medical checkup once he regained his freedom. A routine examination could only yield positive results, and ideally, she would emerge in perfect health. Chapter 47. Gastric ulcer examination. During the 3 days of confinement, Lin Feng felt utterly exhausted, both physically and emotionally. He had never experienced time passing so slowly, counting the hours in anticipation of dawn. On the 3rd day of their captivity, in the early hours, he weakly remarked, Shueshue, could you please stop playing? It is already midnight. Su Luoxue remained silent, her gaze lowered, her hands clenched tightly. How time flew. She felt as if those 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days a week were simply insufficient. She genuinely regretted her choices this time. Seeing her reluctant expression nearly brought Lin Feng to tears. Surely, his beloved would not resort to childishness again, as that would be an unfair exploitation of his good nature. He could hardly bear such treatment. Luoxue, we must uphold our integrity, right? It's unacceptable to keep playing games, be obedient. Reluctantly, Su Luoxue leaned forward to undo the chains. To Lin Feng, her movements seemed to unfold in slow motion. As the bindings fell away, Lin Feng strained to embrace her petite form. Initially, Su Luoxue had intended to tease him, but the embrace made her tremble slightly. Undeterred, she straightened herself. Though her usually composed demeanor now bore a look of vulnerability that no ordinary wife could replicate. Feng, are you not capable? Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. Such a question was unacceptable for a man. He was not incapable. He was merely retreating temporarily, not admitting defeat. Lin Feng lay back on the bed with Su Luoxue in his arms, gently rubbing her stomach. Shueshue, let us rest for the night. Tomorrow I would like to take you for a health checkup. Su Luoxue, who had been poking at the back of his hand, suddenly tensed at his words. Why must we go to the hospital? I am perfectly fine. Having rarely visited a hospital, she associated it with severe injuries or life-threatening situations. Much like her past car accident. Perceiving her anxiety as she clutched his hand tightly, Lin Feng softly reassured her. No, it is simply a routine checkup. There is nothing to worry about. Yet, Su Luoxue remained apprehensive. It was unusual for Lin Feng to mention the hospital unless there was something significant to discuss. Was it possible he had been hurt? That seemed unlikely, as she had been by his side all week. Could it be that Lin Feng was unwell? The thought made her voice tremble as she turned to face him, embracing him tightly. Feng, are you feeling unwell? Lin Feng, slightly annoyed, pinched her delicate waist. He had only suggested a simple checkup, and yet she was in a state of panic. After she had calmed down, he finally revealed the truth. Upon hearing that he wanted to take her to check for a gastric issue, Su Luoxue exhaled in relief. As long as Lin Feng was not suffering, that was all that mattered to her. As for Lin Feng's mention of ailments depicted in dramas, she had never watched them, but sensed they were not entirely credible. However, since he was insistent on visiting a doctor, she felt she had no choice but to comply, recognizing it as a sign of his concern for her well-being. Each day, as long as Lin Feng did not tease her, Su Luoxue would awaken early. At 8 in the morning, she sat up sleepily, searching for him. Her biological clock had originally been set for 7, but Lin Feng had inadvertently adjusted it. Before she could step out of the room, Lin Feng entered ahead of her. Today, he intended to take her for a health examination, so an early departure was essential. Luoxue, we cannot have breakfast before the checkup. Let us set off now. Su Luoxue nodded in agreement, though she showed no inclination to wash up, instead clinging tightly to him to absorb his energy. Lin Feng made no effort to rush her, gazing affectionately at his beloved. He felt certain that in a past life, he must have saved the world. Otherwise, how could he have been blessed with such an extraordinary wife? It was likely that she had been a celestial being in her previous life, for she had crossed paths with him. Thankfully, in this life, he had a second chance to make amends. After embracing for a moment, Lin Feng led Su Luoxue downstairs and drove her to the city's premier hospital. The hospital, renowned as the most authoritative medical institution in Jiangxing, guarantees both skilled practitioners and ample resources for treatment. Despite the breathtaking beauty of Su Lin and her companion, the passers-by within the hospital merely cast a few glances, never pausing to linger. The atmosphere is overwhelmingly oppressive, with countless parents seated outside the intensive care units, prompting Lin Feng to recall a poignant phrase he encountered online. If lives could be exchanged, surely heaven would be filled with mothers. It is indeed a challenging existence for everyone involved. Su Luoxue remains largely unaffected by the anguished cries echoing through the hospital. To her, as long as Lin Feng is by her side, the location holds little significance. Lin Feng had registered the previous night. The gastroenterology department was relatively uncrowded, and it wouldn't be long before it was Su Luoxue's turn. The procedures for testing gastric ulcers are quite numerous, requiring not only an endoscopy, but also a Helicobacter pylori test, taking approximately over an hour in total. After Su Luoxue completed her final procedure, Lin Feng hurried over to support her. Shueshue, do you feel any discomfort after the examination? Was the endoscopy painful? It didn't hurt. Su Luoxue, often expressionless, leaves Lin Feng unable to discern whether she is being truthful. The endoscopy is essential for diagnosing a gastric ulcer, and he had arranged for a painless procedure. Despite the assurance of no pain, he remains concerned that the delicate beauty might experience physiological discomfort or nausea. He led Su Luoxue to a bench in the gastroenterology department, allowing her to rest for a while. Upon noticing that she exhibited no adverse reactions, he finally took her hand and made to leave. Results for the gastric ulcer test are not immediate. If all goes well, they would not receive any news for at least a day. Su Luoxue furrowed her brow as she observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, tugging him back towards her. Feng, aren't you going to get checked? You need to get examined too. Lin Feng turned around, smiling as he ruffled the hair of the stunning beauty. Su Luoxue, what issues could I possibly have? Just look at how healthy I am. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to flaunt his biceps. That is not acceptable. Su Luoxue initially assumed Lin Feng intended to undergo his examination after hers, only to realize he had no intention of getting checked at all. Lin Feng, bemused by the stubbornness of the beautiful girl, replied, Luoxue, even if I wanted to do it now, I can't. I need to fast for 8 hours before an endoscopy. Su Luoxue pressed her lips tightly together. Lin Feng's concern for her naturally mirrored her own worries for his health. That afternoon, I will bring you for a checkup, and you must undergo it. Noticing the furrow in her brows, Lin Feng readily agreed, gently smoothing the lines of anxiety on Su Luoxue's forehead. All right, I promise you. Dear wife, please don't frown like that. It doesn't suit you. Chapter 48, Mild Gastric Ulcer. After some coaxing, Lin Feng finally managed to ease Su Luoxue's troubled expression, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket. Luoxue, take this candy to stave off hunger. You haven't eaten breakfast yet. I brought you a few. Initially, Su Luoxue felt a surge of anger at the boy for neglecting his health, but upon seeing him extend the candy, her pupils dilated, and her body trembled uncontrollably. A few years prior, a little boy had cared for her in a similar manner. Though the flavor of the candy had changed, the boy remained the same. Grasping the candy tightly in her palm, Su Luoxue fell into silence. When Lin Feng noticed her hesitation to eat the candy he offered, he assumed it was due to her disfavor and hastily pulled out an assortment of candies from his pocket. To his surprise, as he produced another piece, the beautiful girl clutched one tightly in her hand. Lin Feng, feeling a bit anxious, urged, Luoxue, please eat these candies. Even if you find them unpalatable, just take one to stave off hunger, or you might faint from starvation later. Su Luoxue shook her head, gazing down as she murmured, they're not unpalatable. I just can't bear to eat them. By the time the two exited the hospital, the sun had reached its zenith. Due to Su Luoxue's refusal to consume the candy he had provided, Lin Feng hastened to lead her to a nearby restaurant for a meal. The vicinity around the hospital boasted numerous dining establishments, and he selected a relatively decent Chinese restaurant. At the dining table, Su Luoxue exhibited little appetite, merely sitting in her chair and staring blankly at the candies meant for her. Lin Feng, perplexed by her demeanor, took it upon himself to serve her dishes while softly encouraging her to eat. Luoxue, are you still upset with me? I promise. I will definitely go for my examination this afternoon. Could you please eat something? Su Luoxue pursed her lips and glanced at him before finally picking up her chopsticks. Though genuinely hungry, her primary concern lay in alleviating Lin Feng's worries. With his gentle coaxing, even if she were not hungry, she felt compelled to take a few bites. Lin Feng, relieved to see the beautiful girl finally eating, watched her intently as he dined. Su Luoxue's eating habits could hardly be described as cute or elegant. Nevertheless, there was an undeniable aesthetic quality to it that captivated Lin Feng's attention. As he gazed at her, Lin Feng suddenly recalled his earlier goal. He must elicit a smile from this enchanting girl. If Su Luoxue were to smile, the beauty before him would undoubtedly become even more exquisite. He reached out, gently playing with her hair, and softly asked, Luoxue, could you smile for me? It's been so long since I last saw you smile. Su Luoxue did not comprehend why the boy was so intent on her smiling, yet she acquiesced to his request. At that moment, her smile remained somewhat stiff. Although it was not particularly charming, it was no longer as frightening as it had been before. The first time she had forced a smile, Lin Feng had genuinely thought his beloved wife was expressionless. Lin Feng smiled to himself, realizing he still had a ways to go in achieving his goal, yet he was willing to wait for that day when she could smile naturally. He tenderly caressed Su Luoxue's hair. Luoxue, may I propose something? I would like to take you to explore my school, if possible. I would love for you to experience campus life for a couple of days. Campus life? Upon hearing the word school, Su Luoxue furrowed her brow initially. However, she instinctively replied affirmatively, unwilling to refuse any request from the boy. At first, she believed Lin Feng intended to return to school and leave the villa, a notion that displeased her. It took her a moment to realize he meant to bring her along to his school. Su Luoxue had dropped out after middle school and was entirely unaware of her own examination results. Her achievements had been solely through her own efforts in leveraging relationships with other ambitious individuals, ultimately rising to become Jiangxing's most renowned businesswoman. Naturally, she had no idea what university life entailed, her understanding limited to what she learned from Lin Feng. Campus life did not particularly intrigue her. What mattered most was being together with the boy. After their meal, the two returned to the office for a brief rest before awaiting the 8-hour fasting period to complete their gastric ulcer examination. That day, Su Mingyao was also in the office, and upon seeing her beloved sister and brother-in-law, she greeted them with a beaming smile. Lin Feng, observing Su Mingyao's cheerful demeanor, could surmise the reason behind it. Aside from his good brother, he could think of no other individual capable of bringing her such joy. As expected, once they were seated, Su Mingyao eagerly shared her good news. Sister, brother-in-law, Chun Haoran asked me out this Saturday. Do you think he might be planning to confess his feelings to me? What if, one night, he suddenly kneels before me, presenting a ring and professing his love? What should I do? Should I maintain a sense of decorum? Or should I simply throw myself upon him? Su Mingyao chattered on, her excitement escalating to the point where she was gesticulating animatedly, as though Chun Haoran truly were kneeling before her in a proposal. Lin Feng could hardly suppress a smile. It seemed she was reveling in her own fantasies. Yet, he refrained from laughing, wary of provoking another episode of her exuberance. Observing Su Mingyao's unabashed enthusiasm, he found himself contemplating the suitability of her pairing with his good-natured friend. Chun Haoran was rather reserved in his dealings with the opposite sex. Having a lively spirit like Su Mingyao would undoubtedly bring a refreshing dynamic to their married life. That evening, Su Luoxue did not cling to the boy to elicit sympathy. After work, she simply accompanied him as he awaited the 8-hour fasting period for his medical examination. Lin Feng was unable to contain himself. He had thought he could evade this checkup. To his surprise, Su Luoxue had even remembered and had taken the initiative to book an appointment for him during lunchtime, gently running his fingers through the silky strands of her hair. He informed her that the fasting requirement for a gastroscopy was not strictly 8 hours, 6 hours would suffice, and the regulations were not as rigid as she believed. Then you should proceed with the examination promptly, she urged, her concern for his health surpassing even his own. As it was Lin Feng's first experience with a gastroscopy, he felt a flutter of anxiety upon seeing the doctor waiting with the instruments. He could not help but wonder if the procedure might inadvertently harm his stomach. Surely it wouldn't puncture anything. Nevertheless, the process lasted no more than 30 minutes and, contrary to his fears, was not as terrifying as he had envisioned. The most alarming moment came when the doctor shook his head. "Doctor, please do not shake your head. What could possibly be wrong?" Panic surged within Lin Feng. He dreaded the ominous silence that accompanied a head shake, reminiscent of a death sentence. Su Luoxue, sensing commotion from within the examination room, hurried inside. "Doctor, what is the matter with Ah Feng?" As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. The mere thought of Lin Feng's demise was unbearable to her. "Miss, you must be this gentleman's family member, correct?" The doctor inquired. "Yes," she replied, anxious. "He may be showing signs of early-stage gastric ulcers, but we cannot confirm it just yet. Please ensure he completes the remaining tests. Results will be available within 7 working days." Chapter 49. What gives him the right? Early-stage gastric ulcers? Is it even a possibility? By rounding it off, does that mean he is not seriously ill? Lin Feng sighed in relief. When the doctor had shaken his head earlier, he had feared the worst, an actual perforation of his stomach. However, Su Luoxue was not so easily reassured. Upon hearing of the potential gastric ulcer, she grasped Lin Feng's hand with palpable anxiety. "Ah Feng, the doctor said you might have a gastric ulcer." Although she did not fully understand the implications of a gastric ulcer, the news unsettled her greatly. The doctor, noticing Lin Feng's nonchalance, frowned. "Sir, this is no trivial matter. You must pay close attention to your dietary habits and ensure you eat regularly." "Of course, I will be mindful," Lin Feng replied earnestly, nodding repeatedly. He felt compelled to appease the doctor, lest Su Luoxue's growing distress escalate into genuine panic. The remainder of the examination was conducted under Su Luoxue's vigilant guidance. Having undergone a checkup herself that morning, she navigated the process effortlessly, anxiously keeping watch over Lin Feng as he underwent each test, fearing any misfortune might befall him. By the time all tests were completed, the moon had risen high in the sky. As they exited the hospital, Su Luoxue remained tight-lipped, her expression clouded with worry. "Luoxue, it's nothing to fret over. Early-stage gastric ulcers are not a death sentence. With proper care, they can be treated, and besides, the doctor did mention it was only a possibility." Lin Feng reassured her, feeling the warmth of her hand still firmly clasped around his. Truth be told, he was baffled as to how he had developed a gastric ulcer. He had not felt any significant discomfort recently. If his eating habits were irregular, it was only during intimate moments with Su Luoxue, during which meals were often overlooked. It seemed implausible that such neglect could lead to a gastric ulcer in just a few days. "Ah Feng, you haven't been eating properly for the past couple of years," Su Luoxue interjected, recalling a time 2 years prior when Lin Feng had been particularly listless, practically unable to eat. During that period, despite her concern, she had felt powerless to change his ways, allowing him to continue as he was. It was highly likely that he had developed the gastric ulcer during that time. Due to the need for localized anesthesia during the gastroscopy, Su Luoxue took the reins on their way home. However, instead of returning directly, she led Lin Feng to a nearby Chinese restaurant. Once seated, she promptly summoned a waiter. "Hello, may I take your order? I would like to have every signature dish you offer, and please expedite the service. Inform your manager that I will pay 10 times the usual price if everything arrives within 20 minutes. "Yes, of course." The waiter, taken aback by her demand, rushed to inform the manager. The manager, equally bewildered, quickly approached Su Luoxue. "Good day, madam. May I kindly ask you to pay for your meal in advance? We have a policy." Before he could finish, Su Luoxue activated her payment app. "There are still 18 minutes remaining." "Very well, my apologies." The manager bowed profusely before hastening to the kitchen to relay her request. Watching the manager's frantic enthusiasm, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. While the restaurant's dishes were reasonably priced, 10 times the cost was still a significant sum. Luoxue, why are you spending such extravagant amounts? A gastric ulcer is not something that can be cured instantaneously. It requires time and proper care. Su Luoxue dismissed his concerns. For her, the money was inconsequential. If it meant ensuring that Lin Feng ate on time, she would deem the meal worth 10 times its cost. Soon, dishes began to arrive in rapid succession, filling the table with over 20 culinary delights. Lin Feng's expression soured. Were there truly 20 signature dishes? Did Su Luoxue intend to exploit the tenfold pricing? He felt a wave of displeasure as he picked up the menu, confirming the absurdity of the situation. The surrounding patrons were equally astonished, hastily seeking out the waiter to voice their grievances. It's been 20 minutes, and our meals have barely been served. How is it that they can receive over 20 dishes when we arrived much earlier? Is your establishment's service based on attractiveness? Do you simply stop for a beautiful face? The manager, all smiles and bows, assured them that their orders would be fulfilled promptly, unfazed by the restaurant's predicament. Su Luoxue continued to feed Lin Feng, urging him, "Ah Feng, eat up. The doctor said you must maintain regular meal times." Realizing he was at the mercy of her insistence, Lin Feng decided to play along, smiling as he accepted the food from her chopsticks. The boy's bowl was incessantly filled with dishes as they dined. The beautiful girl repeatedly served him food, even feeding him herself. Before long, he slumped lazily in his chair, continually caressing his belly. "That's enough, Luoxue, truly enough. I can't eat another bite." Throughout the meal, Su Luoxue had not touched her own food, solely focusing on filling the boy's bowl. Noticing that his bowl remained brimming, she lowered her gaze and gently urged him. "Ah Feng, the doctor advised you to eat more." Lin Feng looked at Su Luoxue with amusement. "Silly girl, when did you hear the doctor say to eat more? He merely suggested that you eat on time." Oh, Su Luoxue certainly recalled. She had fabricated that statement. Seeing that the boy truly could not consume any more, she began to feed herself. Ultimately, the 20-plus dishes were far too many to finish. After a brief respite, Su Luoxue stood to settle the bill. The manager had been meticulously observing their table, anxious that they might dine and dash. As Su Luoxue approached, he greeted her with a broad smile. "Good day, madam. The total for this table is 6,890 yuan, but we can round it down for you. You may pay 6,800. Su Luoxue opened her payment app, scanned the QR code, and completed the transaction without so much as a blink. Although the manager had braced himself for this moment, he was still taken aback by the sight. 6,800. Nearly 7,000 yuan. The attire of this beauty appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat plain. She certainly did not seem like someone of wealth. He cast another glance at Lin Feng, who was at the table, carelessly rubbing his belly. Why does he deserve this? After Su Luoxue settled the payment, the manager seized the opportunity to open his phone camera, clicking the flip function. Looking at the unsightly hair on his mole and his protruding nasal hair, he promptly activated the beauty filter, maxing out the skin smoothing and whitening settings. Satisfied with his enhanced appearance in the camera, he nodded approvingly and playfully tousled his hair. He couldn't help but mentally scream, "What gives him the right?" Chapter 50, Blushing. On the way home, Su Luoxue drove while glancing at the boy's belly. And upon returning home, she continued to do so. After Lin Feng exited the car, he chuckled as he ruffled the hair of the lovely girl. "Luoxue, with the way you're staring at me, I might as well think I'm pregnant. There's nothing serious at all." Su Luoxue was displeased, for Lin Feng insisted daily that there was nothing amiss. The doctor had warned that this could potentially develop into a perforated ulcer, and the results were still pending. To put it bluntly, the boy was almost certainly facing a mild ulcer, if not something more severe. "Ah Feng, the doctor told you not to take this lightly." Noticing that the lovely girl was about to get upset, Lin Feng quickly admitted his fault. Su Luoxue's demeanor was cool and aloof. She took his playful banter seriously. Pressing her lips together, she cautiously placed her hand on the boy's belly. "Lin Feng, will this hurt?" "Of course not. Luoxue, I'll make sure to eat properly. You needn't worry so much." To reassure her further, Lin Feng deliberately pressed down on her hand with more force. This action startled the lovely girl, causing her to withdraw her hand as if shocked, and she shot him an annoyed glare. Lin Feng was taken aback. Had he just unlocked another expression from Su Luoxue? Now she had learned to glare at him too. It appeared that he had truly vexed her. That said, Su Luoxue looked rather beautiful even when angry. Primarily, she was reluctant to direct her ire at him. Her annoyance manifested merely as a tight-lipped glare. This expression, on her serene face, held a certain potency. Yet, to Lin Feng, it was akin to a playful pout. Inwardly, he entertained mischievous thoughts. Should he tease her further? Perhaps provoke her while playfully bullying her? Imagining her in tears yet still indignant was a scene he found beautifully poetic. However, it struck him that he hadn't teased her all day. Last night, he had been incapacitated, drained of his strength after being held captive by the lovely girl for too long, and had chosen to recuperate. Yet today, he felt the energies of the universe converging upon him, his strength restored to its peak. Tonight, he would vanquish demons. The villa district at night exuded an eerie stillness, with only one vintage villa bustling with life. This evening, Lin Feng would dismantle the opposition with overwhelming force, annihilating foes by the millions. Yet, to his dismay, the enemy consisted of elite warriors, and despite his relentless efforts, they uttered not a single cry of despair. Inside the room, Lin Feng tenderly wiped away the tears of the lovely girl. Luoxue. Su Luoxue pressed her lips tightly together, ultimately holding back her tears with sheer willpower. Lin Feng chose not to speak further, resigning himself to sleep beside her. Given the lingering resentment from her confinement, it seemed that the lovely girl was genuinely exhausted. After a while, Su Luoxue lifted her hand, staring blankly at her wrist. It's red. Lin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva, hastily lowering her hand. All right, let us sleep, Luoxue. Snowy. Let us sleep, Snowy. It won't be red tomorrow. The next day, Su Luoxue awoke at 12:30. And as soon as she opened her eyes, she stealthily descended to find the boy. Of course, her stealth was not by choice. She was compelled to be quiet. She wished to move quickly, but her body would not allow it. The villa's spiral staircase took her nearly a minute to navigate. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was heating up food when she stealthily approached him from behind, embracing him. Luoxue, you're awake? Lin Feng was genuinely surprised that Su Luoxue had risen so early. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The lovely girl had endured his teasing numerous times, and thus, she would not be as unaccustomed to it as before. Lin Feng harbored doubts that the lovely girl had absorbed some of his strength. He wondered if he might be reduced to a mere mortal. Su Luoxue, after a moment, recalled the doctor's words from the previous afternoon and rushed to grasp his hand. Feng, the doctor said you must eat on time. Haven't you eaten yet? Silly girl, the food has cooled down. It needs to be reheated before it can be eaten. Oh. As he spoke, Su Luoxue's gaze fixated intently on the microwave. Although her face bore little expression, Lin Feng could sense her anxiety. Silly girl, fretting now won't change anything. A minute or two won't make a difference. After saying this, he was met with another fierce glare from the lovely girl. On this matter, there was never any room for negotiation between Su Luoxue and Lin Feng. The doctor had warned that neglecting a gastric ulcer could easily lead to a perforation, which could inflict immeasurable harm on the body. Once the food was heated, Su Luoxue fervently served the boy, while her own bowl remained empty. Lin Feng pretended to be angry, glaring at the lovely girl as he placed food in her bowl. Luoxue, you must eat too. If you don't eat now, that constitutes irregular dining as well. If you refuse to eat, then neither will I. At first, Su Luoxue had paid little heed to the earlier part of his statement, but her demeanor shifted upon hearing his final words. She opened her mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately resigned herself to the necessity of dining. However, this enchanting maiden, while partaking in her meal, frequently glanced up at Lin Feng, vigilantly ensuring that he was eating with due diligence. In fact, the duration of her gazes exceeded the time she devoted to her own meal. It was only when the boy resorted to using himself as leverage that the beautiful maiden began to eat earnestly. After finishing their meal, Lin Feng took Su Luoxue to the sofa. The sofa was remarkably soft, prompting Lin Feng to relax both his body and mind. It was at this moment that he realized the first floor's living room was rather barren. Aside from the dining table, sofa, and coffee table, there was almost no other furniture. The first floor hall must have spanned around 100 square meters, and Lin Feng mused that descending to the living room in the dead of night would likely be quite eerie. Luoxue, let us find a time to furnish this home. Otherwise, it lacks any semblance of being a home, he suggested. Once seated on the sofa, Su Luoxue fixated her gaze on the boy's abdomen. Nodding in response to his words, Lin Feng, uncertain whether she was truly listening, waved his hand in front of her and reiterated his previous statement. Only after she responded did the beautiful maiden truly turn her attention to him. I heard you. I don't know much about adding furniture, but I'll just accompany Feng when the time comes. Although Su Luoxue had seemed lost in thought moments ago, she was indeed listening attentively. To her, the presence of furniture was trivial. As long as there were chains and a bed, that sufficed. In her mind, furniture could be deemed unnecessary, as she spent the majority of her days in the boys' room, rendering it superfluous. Chapter 51, Grandfather Turtle. Buying furniture was not an urgent matter, and Lin Feng was not in a hurry to procure any. Moreover, even if he were, Su Luoxue's workload had truly fallen far behind. He feared that this beautiful maiden would let her work pile up, leading to her health deteriorating swiftly. At present, she was indeed acting like a carefree overseer. And to say she was as inconsistent as fishing 3 days and sunbathing for 2 would be an understatement. Today, once again, it was the boy who took Su Luoxue to her company. Upon arriving at the security booth, the barrier remained stubbornly down, and Lin Feng knew that Grandfather Turtle was up to his antics. The barrier had an automatic sensor, yet Grandfather Turtle persistently switched it to manual mode. Lin Feng rolled down the car window and waved towards the booth. Grandfather Turtle, could you please open the gate? It's me. Initially engrossed in his phone, Grandfather Turtle emerged, leaning on his cane. Lin Feng had grown accustomed to this peculiar behavior. Despite being able-bodied, he insisted on using that worn cane, occasionally donning a pair of tattered sunglasses. Grandfather Turtle approached, carrying a small notebook used to record license plate numbers. He meticulously noted the license plates of company employees, and only after matching a license plate would he permit a vehicle to pass. As he stood in front of Lin Feng's car, he stared blankly at the sports car's license plate number. Lin Feng, exasperated, stepped out of the car, glanced at his license plate, and then at Grandfather Turtle. Approaching him, he patiently said, "Grandfather Turtle, why are you staring for so long? Isn't my license plate on the last page of your notebook?" Squinting, Grandfather Turtle flipped to the last page, then took a few steps forward to examine the sports car's plate closely. This behavior made Lin Feng's lips twitch in disbelief. "Ah, I see. It seems you forgot your reading glasses," he remarked. He entered the security booth and rummaged through the cabinet to find Grandfather Turtle's glasses. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found it was Grandfather Turtle. "Young man, are you attempting to steal something?" Grandfather Turtle's expression turned serious. Despite recognizing Lin Feng's familiar face, he suspected him of being a thief. Ignoring him, Lin Feng continued searching until he finally located the glasses and handed them to Grandfather Turtle, assisting him in putting them on. After blinking a few times, Grandfather Turtle pointed at Lin Feng. "Grandfather Turtle, it's me, Lin Feng. Do you remember?" Grandfather Turtle grew indignant, questioning why a thief would even ask if he recognized him. "What do I care about your name? Trying to steal my things?" Such audacity. Just as the situation escalated, the enchanting maiden stepped out of the car and approached Grandfather Turtle. "Grandfather, do you recognize me? It's Luoxue." "Oh, little Shui, I remember you. I'm currently apprehending a thief, so please don't stand too close." Su Luoxue patiently clarified, "Grandfather, that's not a thief. That's Ah Feng, my boyfriend." Grandfather Turtle exclaimed, "Oh, how did little Shui end up with a thief for a boyfriend?" After passing through the barrier, Lin Feng glanced at the beautiful maiden in the passenger seat with bemusement. "Luoxue, your company is predominantly female. Why have you employed Grandfather Turtle, a man, as a security guard? Moreover, I get the impression he might be suffering from a touch of senility." Lin Feng genuinely could not fathom why Su Luoxue had hired Grandfather Turtle. During the morning rush hour, he imagined the security booth would be congested. Who would be so bored as to switch the automatic barrier to manual? Wasn't he that simply idleness? Furthermore, Grandfather Turtle appeared quite elderly, seemingly at retirement age. Yet Su Luoxue had not dismissed him. Could it be that she felt pity for him and wanted to provide him with a simple job for his twilight years? In reality, Su Luoxue was not so benevolent. Given her profound disdain for men, how could she possibly feel sorry for one? Moreover, she was no saint. Even if a woman were to perish before her, she would not extend her sympathy. "Ah Feng, Grandfather Turtle is, in fact, my savior." After a prolonged silence, Su Luoxue finally recounted her dark past. After escaping the orphanage, she had contemplated suicide until she met the boy who dissuaded her from such despair. However, surviving in this society without money was a daunting challenge. At that time, Su Luoxue had just completed her middle school exams and thought of finding a simple job to sustain herself. Whether it was screwing bolts or serving tables, as long as she had food, it sufficed. Yet, she had underestimated society's aversion to vampires. During interviews, the first thing scrutinized was not one's appearance or work capability, but rather whether one was a vampire. Although the Dragon Kingdom ostensibly allowed vampires to coexist with humans, many employers were reluctant to take that risk. If a vampire were to cause trouble, even if the vampire bore the brunt of the responsibility, the establishment would still suffer repercussions. Su Luoxue could understand their rationale. Yet reflecting on it now, she realized that if she were in their shoes, she too would hesitate to hire a vampire. No one would jeopardize their business for a stranger. However, the actions of those employers had been undeniably unfriendly towards her during that time. Su Luoxue had found herself living under a bridge, and it wasn't merely a matter of having irregular meals. There were days when she couldn't eat at all, ultimately resorting to scavenging for food. However, the scraps she collected could barely sustain her, and within a few weeks, she collapsed beneath the bridge. At that time, Su Luoxue genuinely believed she was on the brink of death, until the arrival of Grandfather Turtle. Grandfather Turtle was also a homeless man, yet he was not in as dire a situation as Su Luoxue. At the very least, he would beg for money or rummage through trash cans for bottles to sell. Grandfather Turtle possessed a heart of gold, and upon witnessing Su Luoxue clutching her abdomen and collapsing to the ground, he shook his head in dismay. Alas, how could such a handsome child reside beneath a bridge? Grandfather Turtle generously handed his own loaf of bread to Su Luoxue. She vividly recalled that on that day, he abstained from consuming anything else. That bread was his sole sustenance. Subsequently, Grandfather Turtle and Su Luoxue cohabited in that bridge's shelter, where he imparted to her the art of eliciting sympathy from passers-by and the skill of scavenging for bottles. Although life with Grandfather Turtle still left Su Luoxue with intermittent meals, at least she would not succumb to starvation. Moreover, on her birthday, the typically frugal Grandfather Turtle gifted her a lovely little dress. As Su Luoxue matured, she recognized that a life of rummaging through refuse was unsustainable. She yearned to venture out into the world. Grandfather Turtle uttered no objections and permitted her to depart. The following chapter of her life unfolded with Su Luoxue achieving success and returning to seek out Grandfather Turtle. Initially, She intended to bestow upon him a substantial sum of money, but he adamantly refused. Thus, it came to pass that Grandfather Turtle took up a position as a security guard at her company, earning a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, a token of appreciation from Su Luoxue to the elderly man. After hearing Su Luoxue's somber past, Lin Feng fell into a contemplative silence. She had never confided such details to him, and he was unaware that this enchanting maiden had endured such a harsh upbringing. To speak candidly, it was truly fortuitous for Su Luoxue. Had she encountered Grandfather Turtle a mere 2 days later, she might have perished in that dismal state. Noticing the boy's melancholic expression, Su Luoxue gently clasped his hand. "Ah Feng, do not pity me. What I desire is your love, not your sympathy." She had refrained from sharing her past for this very reason, and also to avoid revisiting those painful memories. Now, in the embrace of love with the boy, there was no need to dwell on those shadowy chapters of her life. Lin Feng merely called her a fool, saying nothing further. He found it challenging to empathize with his former self. Reflecting on Su Luoxue's experiences, he thought of his own past, recalling his own fear of vampires. Su Luoxue took a deep breath and continued. "By the time I found Grandfather Turtle, he was already showing signs of dementia. Had I not recounted our shared history, he would not have recognized me. I have no particular demands for the security department at the company. Grandfather Turtle dislikes using modern equipment, so I let him be, as it would not adversely affect the company." At this point, Su Luoxue glanced at the boy, who appeared lost in thought. "Ah Feng, do you believe that Grandfather Turtle is too old to be a security guard now? Let me assure you, he could easily hold his own as a leader in the underworld." Lin Feng's lips twitched. He already knew this without needing to be told. He had never doubted Grandfather Turtle's physical prowess. After all, which elderly man could sprint 100 meters at breakneck speed? His speed was nearly on par with his own. He merely felt that Grandfather Turtle's age was a consideration. However, it seemed that age was of little consequence. This venerable man could continue working for as long as he desired, for he was Su Luoxue's savior, and thus, his as well. As their conversation unfolded, the elevator ascended to the 7th floor. Upon exiting, Su Luoxue noticed Lin Feng still in a daze and tugged gently at his arm. "Ah Feng, stop thinking about Grandfather Turtle and focus on me." At last, Lin Feng broke into a smile. How could this enchanting maiden be so utterly adorable? Regardless of whose jealousy she might stir, she always sought to invoke a reaction. He was utterly smitten by Su Luoxue's character. When the clock struck 5, the alarm rang, prompting Su Luoxue to grab her phone and silence it before diving back into her work. Lin Feng said nothing, instead poring over a proposal that Su Luoxue had previously dismissed. He realized he had occupied too much of her time. It was only natural for her to devote herself to her work. Furthermore, without her diligence, he could not indulge in the sweet comforts of her affection. When 7 o'clock arrived, Su Luoxue set aside the proposal and took up her phone, suddenly springing to her feet. After placing the proposal down, she hurriedly grasped the boy's hand and rushed out. Lin Feng, caught off guard by her urgency, was momentarily bewildered. Observing her anxious demeanor, he gently caressed her hair. "Luoxue, what is the matter? Why the rush?" Su Luoxue did not respond, her gaze fixed on the elevator's descending display, glancing at the time with growing agitation, even stamping her foot in frustration. Witnessing her near tears, Lin Feng wrapped his arms tightly around her. "Luoxue, if something troubles you, please share it with me. I can offer you a measure of reassurance." Tears glimmered in her eyes as she clung to him. "Ah Feng, it's already 7 o'clock. I lost track of time while working." Lin Feng tenderly stroked her back. "It's all right. 7 o'clock isn't too late, and besides, we have no urgent matters to attend to." Upon hearing his words, Su Luoxue clasped his arm more tightly, her voice tinged with an emotional tremor. "That won't do. The doctor said dinner must be served by 7 o'clock. Even if we leave now, we'll be late." Lin Feng stood frozen, realizing that Su Luoxue's thoughts were solely occupied with him. Initially, he had assumed she was in a hurry for a significant client meeting or some pressing business matter. It turned out she was simply anxious because she had forgotten the time. Ever since he was diagnosed with a mild gastric ulcer, she had been excessively on edge. Lin Feng dared not jest with Su Luoxue, gently pushing aside her bangs to gaze into her brilliant eyes. "Shueshue, there's no need to fret. Let us visit the hospital tonight to collect our reports. Who knows, perhaps I won't even have a gastric ulcer." Su Luoxue, upon hearing his comforting words, steadied her nerves. Although she recognized it as mere reassurance, she instinctively trusted him. What if Lin Feng truly did not have that gastric ulcer? However, after a moment, her worries resurfaced. Even if he did not have a gastric ulcer, it was still imperative to eat on time. Su Luoxue's company operated on a flexible schedule, and dinner was not provided in the evenings. Thus, she had no choice but to take Lin Feng to a nearby restaurant for dinner. At the table, Su Luoxue wore a pained expression, lamenting her negligence. She professed her love for the boy, yet had neglected to consider his health. Su Luoxue felt she owed him a debt of gratitude for the safety and affection he had given her over the past weeks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the peculiar thoughts swirling in Su Luoxue's mind. As dishes were served, he ravenously devoured his meal, resembling a famished ghost reborn. It was not until he encountered an actual delicacy amidst the pig intestines that he paused his chewing. Lin Feng's face contorted as he surveyed the plate of spicy pork intestines before him. Goodness, they actually intend to mask the taste of excrement with spice? The most absurd part was the inclusion of mustard. No wonder the dish had a hint of green. It was half excrement, half mustard. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to shove the plate down the chef's throat, but ultimately, Su Luoxue's well-being took precedence. He could only muster a smile and direct his gaze toward her. Luoxue, the food here is delectable. I'll eat plenty. So you needn't worry about my gastric ulcer. Su Luoxue lowered her gaze, even if she were oblivious to the emotions of others. It was evident that the boy was attempting to console her. Although the sweet nothings uttered could hardly alter the reality of her situation, they undeniably alleviated her gloom. She pressed her lips together, observing the boy for a while before gently clasping his hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget about your illness. There are reasons. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He initially intended to say it was nothing, but the words caught in his throat. With a smile, he embraced the enchanting maiden in his arms and remarked, "Then why did you forget, Shui? If your answer fails to satisfy me, there may be consequences." Chapter 53, Sage Mode. The boy's voice, imbued with a magnetic quality, whispered in Su Luoxue's ear, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Previously, Su Mingyao had quipped that her voice could make one's ears pregnant. At the time, she hadn't quite grasped the meaning behind such a phrase, but now, she seemed to understand. After regaining her composure, Su Luoxue spoke. "Didn't Lin Feng say he wanted to take me to school? I had planned to finish my work early so I could accompany you, which is why I got so busy and forgot tonight." Lin Feng had been pondering how to tease Su Luoxue, but her response left him momentarily speechless. Wait, does this beauty only think of me? The previous incarnation of Su Luoxue had been consumed by her own delicate afflictions, but now, while still preoccupied with him, Lin Feng sensed a hint of naivete in her demeanor. Perhaps this was her genuine character, with her prior frosty exterior merely a facade of protection. He sighed as he tightened his embrace around Su Luoxue, saying, "You silly girl, aside from me, what else occupies your thoughts? My desire to accompany you to campus does not necessitate an immediate departure. It's merely a plan. Moreover, the issue of not having dinner on time should be attributed to me." Su Luoxue regarded the boy with an expressionless face. "Without me? Would you prefer I think of someone else, Alphonse?" Silly. For the next 3 days, Su Luoxue immersed herself in her work, maintaining a clear boundary between her professional and personal life, leaving the office promptly at 6 and refraining from taking her plans home. Lin Feng, aside from one visit home, remained by her side. On the 4th evening, within their room, Lin Feng found himself enduring an inhumane torment. The emperor had decreed that Lin Feng be exiled to the southern wilds, forbidden from leaving for 3 days. Due to his numerous misdeeds, the emperor had humbled himself to personally judge Lin Feng. However, the torture had only just begun, and he was still holding up. The emperor issued commands to the prisoner. "Alphonse, call me by name." Seeing the notorious Lin Feng suffer punishment brought delight to the emperor. No, the condemned Lin Feng, enduring humiliation, was reluctant to comply with the emperor's gracious death. Then there's no other choice. For those unyielding or unwilling to cooperate, the penalties would only grow more severe. Just as Su Luoxue was still urging Lin Feng on, the doorbell of the villa rang. Su Luoxue's body quivered slightly, yet she chose to ignore the visitor outside. However, the person outside appeared rather insistent, unwilling to relent until the villa's owner emerged. Annoyance flickered across Su Luoxue's face as she glanced at the boy before rising from the bed to retrieve the clothes scattered on the floor. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and she was curious to see who it was. "Luoxue, I want to go too. I'm worried about you." Outside the villa, Su Mingyao, clutching a bouquet of flowers, frantically pressed the doorbell. Today, Chun Haoran had indeed confessed to her. Although it wasn't a grand proposal, it had nonetheless brought her immense joy. Eager to share her excitement, she grew impatient waiting for Su Luoxue, who seemed to be taking her time. Having pressed the doorbell for 10 minutes, she wondered if they had gone out. Su Mingyao's expression fell. Previously, Su Luoxue's routine revolved solely between work and home. Now that she had Lin Feng, perhaps she had genuinely gone out on a date. Su Mingyao felt foolish for pressing the doorbell for so long, her desire to share her news turning into frustration. She believed if she couldn't share her confession from Chun Haoran tonight, she would surely struggle to sleep. It seemed her only option was to text Su Luoxue instead. Just as she pulled out her phone to convey the joyous news, the villa's entrance slowly opened. Upon hearing the sound, Su Mingyao eagerly looked up to greet her sister, only to find Su Luoxue and her brother-in-law emerging with remnants of sleepiness. Su Luoxue, her voice chilly with lingering drowsiness, regarded her younger sister with indifference. "Mingyao, why are you here so late?" Su Luoxue had nearly lost her temper, but upon seeing Su Mingyao, she stifled her irritation. Noticing the flush on Su Luoxue's cheeks, Su Mingyao understood what had transpired and wished she could vanish into the ground. Gritting her teeth, she explained, "Sister, Chun Haoran confessed to me, and I wanted to share my feelings with you." Seeing Su Luoxue's unresponsive expression, Su Mingyao swallowed hard. "Sister, now that I've shared, I'll head home. Su Luoxue simply acknowledged her with an pulling Lin Feng into the entrance and shutting the door on Su Mingyao. No, I'm not leaving yet. Su Mingyao felt tears welling up. Although Su Luoxue had always been aloof, she had at least treated her well. Now, with her brother-in-law in the picture, it seemed she had forgotten her dear sister. A mere was all she received, lacking any further words. The enchanting maiden dragged the boy back into the room, locking the door behind them, yet she did not subject him to any torture. She had been reluctantly thrust into sage mode. Due to Su Mingyao's interruption last night, Lin Feng found himself cursing her ancestors in his mind the following day. Initially, he had felt relieved, but today was the last day, and a true man doesn't shed tears lightly. Enduring until his alarm rang at midnight, the beleaguered Lin Feng began to rattle the chains binding him. Luoxue, it's time. The enchanting maiden, feigning ignorance, kept her gaze lowered, showing no intention of freeing him. Stiffly, she diverted the conversation. Ah Feng, my proposal has been approved. Tomorrow, we'll adhere to your plan and take a look at the school. Lin Feng was well aware of her intentions, but could only acquiesce. All right, as long as it gets done, I'm rather looking forward to campus life. For the moment, he remained at the mercy of this enchanting maiden. If she were displeased, he was certain to suffer. Upon observing that the boy had ceased to mention his release, Su Luoxue took the opportunity to press further. Ah Feng, could you perhaps call me Shui again? Then you must smile first. Upon hearing his request, Su Luoxue forced a smile, which satisfied Lin Feng as he nodded in approval. Now, Su Luoxue's smiles appeared less rigid, and he believed she would soon be able to smile with genuine warmth. Lin Feng reflected on how his endeavor to elicit a smile from her seemed to be progressing well. However, the revolution was not yet complete. He needed to continue his efforts. As Lin Feng remained lost in his foolish laughter, a somewhat anxious voice from the lovely maiden broke through. Ah Feng, hurry. Call me Shui. Chapter 54, The Unashamed Beauty. The following morning, Lin Feng lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He realized he had been far too careless the previous night. He should not have so easily called that enchanting maiden Shui. Just as she had begun to regain her composure, he had insisted on calling her name. He had even foolishly suggested she laugh first before he called out. Now, he found himself awake at 8 o'clock, having only enjoyed a mere 3 hours of sleep. Yet, it was not entirely in vain. At least he had exchanged a few calls of Shui for several of her radiant smiles. Indeed, Su Luoxue's laughter had become considerably more natural. Although it still required special circumstances to elicit, it represented a significant improvement. How he wished he had captured that exquisite moment on camera. Moreover, despite the torment she inflicted upon him, Su Luoxue consistently remembered to feed him at noon and 7 in the evening. However, the manner in which she did so left the boy feeling somewhat bashful, gazing at the serene visage of the lovely maiden as she slept. Lin Feng picked up the phone from the bedside table. As expected, a number of messages from a contact labeled Chun Haoran awaited him. Yet, sensing his lack of response, perhaps Chun Haoran refrained from sharing his joy. Chun Haoran, Feng Ge, tonight, I'm going to confess to Su Mingyao. I'm so nervous. Chun Haoran, Feng Ge. Su Mingyao arrived before me. I saw her. I'll let you know the outcome tonight. Chun Haoran, damn it, Feng Ge. Su Mingyao kissed me. Chun Haoran, it was sweet, so sweet. Reading the messages from his brother, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, feeling Chun Haoran's exhilaration even through the screen. However, the matter of his partner's sweet lips was perhaps better left unshared. After all, Lin Feng had never mentioned to anyone that Su Luoxue's lips were sweet. He had no intention of divulging such details. It seemed that Chun Haoran was quite intoxicated by happiness. Lin Feng began typing a response when he suddenly felt 2 hands resting on his shoulders. Ah Feng, are you chatting with Chun Haoran again? The cool breath of the lovely maiden brushed against the boy's ear, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Feng understood that trying to explain his relationship with Chun Haoran would be futile. Instead, he chose to openly acknowledge her statement. Yes. Chun Haoran mentioned he confessed to Su Mingyao last night, and he's currently just as giddy as she was yesterday. Seeing the smile playing on Lin Feng's lips, Su Luoxue could not deny her envy. How many times had Lin Feng smiled at others? Moreover, he was not even attempting to explain himself to her, despite the fact that she rarely listened when he did. Noticing that the lovely maiden was not making any moves, Lin Feng turned to look at her. Just as he thought she might change her demeanor, he caught sight of her incisors, and a delightful sensation coursed through his neck. Today, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue were to go to school. According to Su Luoxue, her workload had significantly diminished, granting her ample time over the next few days. As long as their time at school did not encroach upon the hours she spent binding the boy to her, it was acceptable. After Su Luoxue had finished savoring Lin Feng's blood, her aura had elevated remarkably, temporarily forgetting the earlier intimacy between the boy and Chun Haoran. She took his hand and led him toward the entrance. Hey. Lin Feng tugged at the lovely maiden's hand. Ah Feng, what's wrong? Lin Feng took a moment to catch his breath. Having been tormented by the lovely maiden the previous night and now by her antics, he felt somewhat drained. Luoxue, we can't just go to campus like this. Shouldn't we dress more formally? Formally? Su Luoxue blinked. Do we need to wear work uniforms to school? The boy seemed to grasp her thoughts and chuckled, Silly girl, not that kind of formal. I was thinking you could wear a dress to school. And I'll choose something formal as well. Su Luoxue continued to blink in confusion, but I have no dresses left. Only that white one, the one you said you cherished. Lin Feng quickly covered her mouth, his face reddening. He could hardly fathom how Su Luoxue could utter such words with a straight face. The key was that the lovely maiden showed no signs of embarrassment. It seemed she was intent on putting him in an awkward position. Lin Feng found himself somewhat fearful. His dear wife still misunderstood certain things, such as human emotions and the concept of shame. He worried that if she were to meet his parents or sister, she might utter something scandalous. If the lovely maiden were to speak inappropriately in front of his family, Lin Feng felt he might as well relocate to another planet. After contemplating this, he swallowed hard and gently cupped Su Luoxue's face. Luoxue, don't you think what you just said might be a bit embarrassing? Embarrassing? What do you mean? I mean your previous comment. Don't you feel shy or anything? Not at all. Su Luoxue found Lin Feng's reaction peculiar. If she liked someone, why not express it openly? There was no reason to feel shy. Moreover, with only the two of them in the villa, she couldn't understand why Lin Feng felt awkward. All right then. Lin Feng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Su Luoxue's hair, suddenly realizing the truth. This lovely maiden was, after all, a bit of a yandere. Her lack of shyness was quite normal. Perhaps Su Luoxue loved him so deeply that she felt no shame? Furthermore, it was unnecessary for her to conform to societal norms. Su Luoxue was herself, and she had no obligation to fit into the mold of normal people. Lin Feng too loved the lovely maiden just as she was, and that was perfectly fine. Just as the boy concluded this thought, the lovely maiden's voice chimed again in his ear. So, we want to be wearing that dress tonight? Au phone. Aren't you fond of it? Idiot. Stop talking about it. Chapter 55, School. Once the lovely maiden was dressed, Lin Feng ascended the stairs to search for his formal attire. After a prolonged search, he could not find a single piece that pleased him. So he settled for something at random. Su Luoxue had never purchased many clothes for herself. She was not particular about attire. Anything would do as long as her husband looked handsome. After all, if he were too dashing, it might incite jealousy among others if he were paired with such a beautiful Su Luoxue. Upon descending, Su Luoxue observed Lin Feng's casual outfit but said nothing. In essence, she too was not picky about clothes. To her, her boy was the most handsome in the world, no matter what he wore. As they traversed the familiar route in a familiar environment, Lin Feng led Su Luoxue to campus. However, something felt amiss this time. About 10 students stood at the school gate, resembling a welcoming committee. There were even a few middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman present. Students seldom paid attention in class, and many might not even recognize their teachers, let alone the principal or the dean. Not long after Lin Feng entered the school, he was whisked away by Su Luoxue. He had neither met nor even laid eyes on the individuals in question. He was utterly unaware of the identities of the middle-aged men in the distance. However, he soon acquired the answers he sought. A middle-aged man standing behind the elder leader was scanning the driveway, seemingly searching for something. Despite multiple attempts, he found nothing until Lin Feng's car rolled up before him. The man's gaze was drawn to the luxury vehicle. Given that Lin Feng's car was a supercar, he naturally lingered a moment longer. Upon catching sight of Su Luoxue inside, he nearly failed to recognize her, as her appearance in person was quite different from her photographs. After a brief moment of realization, he hurriedly waved to halt the sports car and approached the passenger side with a beaming smile. Ms. Su, welcome to Jiangxing University. Hearing this, the elder in front and the board members behind him stepped forward, all smiling broadly as they regarded the sleek automobile. Su Luoxue frowned slightly. She was not fond of being the center of attention, especially with Lin Feng still seated in the car, more than their gazes upon her. She disliked the way their attention shifted to the boy. The previous night, she had informed this group of board members about her visit to the school. Initially, she had anticipated a smooth entry. She hadn't expected the elderly gentleman to turn up in full force. After nodding at the group, she turned to the boy beside her. Let us go, au phone. Oh. After the group of middle-aged men watched the supercar depart, their smiles faded. To be honest, their warm welcome had turned somewhat awkward, as they felt a bit out of place. The individuals present held significant status, and their presence was not obligatory. They had come at the behest of the elder board member, primarily for the sake of social niceties. Yet, embarrassment was to be shared, after all. So many board members were present, and they could collectively endure any loss of face. Another factor was that Su Luoxue had indeed contributed a substantial amount, and her standing in Jiangxing was not insignificant. Her donation of 100 million was aimed solely at securing a boy's academic position, with no other requests. For them, it was akin to receiving a financial boon. Sacrificing a bit of dignity in exchange for 100 million and some goodwill was a fair trade in their eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, upon learning the full context and intricacies of the situation, was left agog, his eyes wide and mouth agape. After a prolonged moment, he managed to stammer, Luoxue, you spent 100 million for me? Su Luoxue nodded lightly. Indeed, that sum had been quite a burden for her at the time. However, if 100 million could ensure the boy's presence, it was undeniably worth it. Lin Feng felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. 100 million. He couldn't fathom how long that amount could sustain someone. All this for the sake of preserving his academic position? His worth seemed to pale in comparison to such an extravagant sum. In the driver's seat, he muttered to himself, feeling the urge to weep. Yet, this sorrowful sentiment did not linger long. He was there to help Su Luoxue experience campus life, not to let that enchanting beauty witness his tears. Today, the parking spots beneath the dormitory were all occupied, compelling Lin Feng to park his car under a tree in the nearby park. Before he could properly stop, he found himself the center of attention. Almost every passerby slowed their pace to gawk at the supercar, whispering amongst themselves. Lin Feng was exasperated. If he remembered correctly, his university's classes began punctually at 8 o'clock. He glanced at his phone. It was already 7:58. Were these people not in a hurry to attend their lectures? Did they not fear being tardy? Having attended only a few days of college life, he could confidently state that he had never been late or skipped classes, although he had not been particularly attentive in lectures. Let us get out, Luoxue. Ultimately, Lin Feng chose to disregard the onlookers' stares. They could gaze as they wished. He certainly felt no embarrassment. Oi, bro, 6 o'clock direction, do you see it? I noticed it ages ago. I was already watching when that car parked. Damn, why didn't you tell me sooner? Once Lin Feng and Su Luoxue exited the vehicle, the surrounding crowd slowed their footsteps even further. Su Luoxue, clad in a striking white dress, drew considerable attention. Some individuals even stood in awe. The pair's arrival nearly brought traffic to a standstill. Of course, the university students were merely absorbed in admiring the handsome boy and beautiful girl. Hardly anyone considered Lin Feng or Su Luoxue particularly attractive. They were simply a captivating spectacle. Envy and jealousy bubbled beneath the surface, with some wishing to see the couple separated. Upon alighting from the car, Su Luoxue felt uncomfortable under the multitude of gazes. She was largely indifferent to the boy's attention, but keenly aware of the female student's scrutiny. Convinced that they were coveting her boy, Lin Feng, not one for idle chatter, quickly took her hand, leading her away from the throng. The early morning campus was deserted, and once they escaped the crowd, Lin Feng felt as though the very air around them was revitalizing. Turning to the beautiful girl with a smile, he asked, Luoxue, do you feel the essence of youth here? Or does the air seem fresher than at home? Su Luoxue shook her head, her thoughts still preoccupied with the envious glances from the girls. Little did she realize that a third of those girls were gazing in their direction not because of the boy, but due to her own striking beauty. She remained blissfully unaware of how extraordinarily captivating she was. In simpler terms, she was akin to the most formidable enchantress in a tale, effortlessly drawing in the energy of the protagonist. Manipulating those younger girls was child's play for her. All right, Luoxue, cheer up and give me a smile. Noticing that the beautiful girl was lost in thought, Lin Feng waved a hand in front of her face. Even without her speaking, he could tell what occupied her mind. Observing her continued gloominess and reluctance to cooperate, he decided to take matters into his own hands, attempting to elicit a smile from her. Unfortunately, his attempts at pinching her cheeks resulted in a rather awkward expression, neither a true smile nor a cry. Moreover, Su Luoxue, now slightly displeased, appeared both peculiar and comical. With no response from her, Lin Feng could only hold her hand as they strolled across the playground, engrossed in monologue. Luoxue, I remember this area well. I trained here during military training. It was the sunniest spot. You brought me back to your home when I was at my darkest and ugliest. Lin Feng's indignation grew as he recalled how the instructors had pushed them to their limits, insisting that as Jian University students, they ought to exhibit greater discipline and perseverance than those from other institutions. Each instructor had their distinct style. Some allowed students to use their phones during breaks, while others enforced strict sitting protocols. Lin Feng had found himself in the latter group. Though Su Luoxue was irked, she did not wish to dampen the boy's spirits. Upon hearing his words, she met his eyes and spoke earnestly. Even if Ah Feng were to be enveloped in darkness, my affection for him would remain unwavering. Ah Feng is far from unattractive. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in her company, he understood that she sought to comfort him. Uninformed observers might mistakenly believe that Su Luoxue intended to belittle him. Noticing the boy's prolonged silence, Su Luoxue furrowed her brows and declared, this is the truth. I genuinely think Lin Feng is not ugly. Lin Feng, in fact, considered himself to be reasonably handsome. Yet he found himself feeling self-conscious due to the compliments from the beautiful girl. Was he truly so unremarkable? He playfully poked her forehead and teased, Luoxue, are you implying that I am handsome? Well, that is more or less the sentiment, she replied. Lin Feng decided to abandon the struggle and awkwardly shifted the conversation. Luoxue, had we arrived a month earlier, we could have witnessed the university students enduring their military training. Back then, the seniors would have regarded me as a mere monkey. They must have appeared even more unappealing than I did. The beautiful girl nodded in agreement, certain that no one could rival her Ah Feng in attractiveness. After meandering about the playground for a while, Lin Feng resolved to take the beautiful girl to attend a class, to immerse her in the academic ambience. The classrooms at the school were quite spacious, with an average of 40 to 50 students per class, while smaller lecture rooms could accommodate up to 60. The larger amphitheater typically boasted 250 seats, and considering that some students might skip class, There was no need to worry about a lack of seating. Su Luoxue expressed her approval, prompting Lin Feng to pick up his phone to inquire if Chun Haoran had a class next period, as he intended to attend. Receiving an affirmative response, he eagerly grasped Su Luoxue's hand and led her to the dormitory building where Chun Haoran resided. After all, Lin Feng was unfamiliar with the classroom's location that Chun Haoran had mentioned. Chun Haoran had planned to be a sloth in his dorm, idly scrolling through Douyin during his upcoming water class. However, upon receiving Lin Feng's message, he sprang into action, hastily dressing and washing up. Their class had no morning sessions, leaving the dorm shrouded in darkness. Hearing Chun Haoran stir, two roommates peeked out from behind the curtains. "Haoran, are you going to attend Old Deng's class?" Chun Haoran could already anticipate their next words, sighing in resignation. "Just give me your phones." "Where are they?" Old Deng's classes typically did not require attendance. But when someone from the dorm intended to attend, it was customary to lend their phones to a roommate. After all, what if Old Deng suddenly decided to take attendance? When asked about the location of their phones, his two roommates spoke over each other by the desk lamp. "On top of my advanced mathematics book." After retrieving the phones, Chun Haoran cast a glance at his roommates on the bed, silently lamenting their misfortune. Today, a stunning beauty was set to grace their class, and they were missing out. Upon descending the stairs, Chun Haoran was taken aback by Su Luoxue, who wore a flowing dress. He was momentarily stunned before hastily averting his gaze, feeling as though she had become even more magnificent than before. That face exuded an extraordinary aura of authority. Due to the obstructive presence of Su and Lin, Chun Haoran merely exchanged brief greetings before leading them to the classroom. The atmosphere within was desolate. Even an AK-47 would struggle to take down many. In fact, Old Deng had yet to arrive. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. Was there such a blatant disregard for the teacher? Just as he was about to voice his incredulity, Old Deng entered the classroom, a thermos in hand, sipping water. Upon seeing the multitude of students, he promptly approached the podium, straightened his back, and cleared his throat. "Classmates, in our last session, we covered Chapter 5. Chun Haoran observed Old Deng, who appeared invigorated, as if he had been injected with enthusiasm. This poor fellow had endured too much bullying, but one could only blame his own lack of assertiveness. Since the second semester of their freshman year, Old Deng had been their instructor, teaching nothing but easy courses with no attendance checks. Chun Haoran occupied the second-to-last row, while Su and Lin whispered in the back. "Ah Feng, why are there so few people in this university class?" Lin Feng gently held the beautiful girl's hand, replying tenderly, "Luoxue, this is simply how university operates. Perhaps many are skipping class." Oh, Su Luoxue was not particularly interested in the surroundings. However, she mused that if she could hold hands with the boy throughout each class, it would not be an undesirable arrangement. She noted how lethargic the students seemed, either sleeping or engrossed in their phones. After a while, the beautiful girl earnestly grasped the boy's hand and spoke. At this moment, "I am grateful I have never attended university before." Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He had intended to introduce the beautiful girl to the youthful exuberance of university life. Instead, he found that the students of Jiangsheng were no different from idle fish. Was this not a slap in the face for his aspirations? Chapter 56. Yi Xiaoxia arrives at school. As Lin Feng lamented the lethargy of university students, he abruptly left the class with the beautiful girl. There was no other option. Old Deng's lectures felt more like storytelling sessions. He could now comprehend why Chun Haoran and others had grown disinclined to attend his classes. They were infinitely more soporific than their high school English and physics teachers. On the way back, Lin Feng repeatedly apologized to the beautiful girl. He lamented that his attempt to showcase the pure and charming side of university life had instead squandered her valuable time. "It's perfectly fine. Being with you, Lin Feng, is all that matters," Su Luoxue responded, never one to place importance on such trivialities. Surely, Ah Feng was not prioritizing matters incorrectly. Lin Feng chuckled, resting his hand on the beautiful girl's shoulder. His wife truly was the best in the world. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang, and he initially assumed he had forgotten something important. It turned out to be a call from his mother, Yi Xiaoxia. Upon answering, her first words left him utterly stunned. "Xiao Feng, I've arrived at the entrance of your school. Could you come out? The security 1T let me in." Lin Feng's mind exploded with disbelief as he stood frozen, gazing into the distance. Xiao Feng, if it's inconvenient for you, I can leave and let you focus on your studies." Hearing the guilt in his mother's voice, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Ah, Mom, I'm here. Where are you? I'll come to get you. I believe I'm near the main gate." "Okay." After hanging up, Lin Feng anxiously turned to the beautiful girl beside him. "Luoxue, my mom is here. Would you like to meet her?" The suddenness of the situation made his tone somewhat urgent, which in turn caused the beautiful girl to feel a twinge of anxiety. Su Luoxue had overheard the phone call and had been clenching her fists since then. Since the day Lin Xiu had come, she had felt a growing sense of unease as she watched the boy divide his time between her and Lin Xiu. Now, with his mother arriving, her anxiety intensified. Su Luoxue remained silent, her nails nearly piercing her flesh. She felt terrified. "Luoxue? Shui?" Noticing her distracted demeanor, Lin Feng waved his hand before her. Luoxue, do you want to go? If you're not ready to meet my parents yet, you can stay in the car. It's not urgent. No, I want to go. Since it was his mother coming to see him, Lin Feng nearly broke into a run. If it weren't for the fact that he was holding Su Luoxue's hand, he would have almost transformed into a racing car. As he jogged, his mind raced with thoughts. Why had his mother come to see him? Was there some urgent matter at home? Lost in contemplation, his thoughts drifted back to Su Luoxue. He had initially thought that his beautiful companion would not accompany him. Yet here she was, willing to meet his mother. Little did he know, Su Luoxue's eagerness stemmed from a fear that her mother might whisk him away. Otherwise, her previous emotional outburst would not have been so intense. After a good 10 minutes of running, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue finally arrived at the school gates. From a distance, Lin Feng spotted Yi Xiaoxia standing at the entrance with a bag in her hands. Although slightly nearsighted, Yi Xiaoxia stood on tiptoe, peering into the school, hoping to catch a glimpse of her child. Mom, Lin Feng shouted as he ran closer, disregarding his appearance entirely. Upon hearing her son's voice, Yi Xiaoxia's lips curled into a smile. However, as Lin Feng approached, she noticed the figure in a white dress following him, and her mind momentarily faltered, leaving her speechless as they stood before her. Mom, why did you bring so many things? Lin Feng reached for the bag, eager to assist his mother without glancing inside. His attention focused on her. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have come to pick you up earlier. Noticing Yi Xiaoxia's silence, he hung the bag on his wrist and took her hand. Yi Xiaoxia snapped back to reality, first scrutinizing her son and then glancing at Su Luoxue behind him. Finally, her gaze settled on their clasped hands. No, I just missed you and wanted to see you, Xiaofeng. Are you two dating? She hesitated to voice her thoughts too directly. Proud of her son for excelling academically and possessing good looks, she felt he was indeed worthy of the girl. Yet the city was far more developed than their hometown. The girl exuded an air of a city princess. And Yi Xiaoxia feared that mentioning the word girlfriend might frighten or anger Su Luoxue, potentially causing a rift between her son and the girl. Yes, Mom. This is Su Luoxue, and we are currently in a relationship, Lin Feng declared proudly, raising Su Luoxue's hand and waving it toward Yi Xiaoxia. Su Luoxue, uncertain of what to say, simply nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Xiaoxia felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. After returning Su Luoxue's nod, she said, Well, Xiaofeng, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back now. Seeing his mother in a hurry to leave, Lin Feng quickly grasped her hand. Mom, why would you rush back after coming all this way? His tone conveyed urgency. The drive home took him 3 to 4 hours, and during traffic, it could take even longer. Yi Xiaoxia had undoubtedly taken longer to arrive, and she might have even come the day before. Yi Xiaoxia, feeling anxious as Lin Feng held her back, glanced at him, and then at the expressionless Su Luoxue. Xiaofeng, I know you care for me, but not every girl thinks the same way. Ultimately, she succumbed to her son's insistence. She looked down at her attire, feeling a twinge of regret for not dressing more appropriately. Was she not embarrassing her son? A wave of inferiority from her rural roots surged within her. No matter how perceptive Lin Feng was, he could not fathom his mother's internal struggle. He simply thought Yi Xiaoxia wanted to give him and Su Luoxue some time together. Lin Feng led both of them through the school gates and into a nearby CAF. On the way, he sought conversation topics, eager to engage Yi Xiaoxia. She responded to his questions but offered little beyond that, remaining timid and inquisitive about the surroundings, as if she were an unsophisticated newcomer. With Su Luoxue present, she dreaded embarrassing her son. Inside the CAF, Lin Feng took out his phone to scan the QR code and begin ordering. He made sure to prioritize Su Luoxue's order before his own. Luoxue, what would you like to drink? I'll have the same as Feng, she replied. All right. After taking her order, Lin Feng turned to his mother. Mom, what would you like to drink? They have more than just coffee here. There's also milk tea. Yi Xiaoxia quickly waved her hand. Xiaofeng, I don't drink that. At my age, I don't really fancy such things. She had never tasted milk tea, having only seen it online, where it was often criticized for being unhealthy in excess. However, with Su Luoxue present, she refrained from discouraging her son from ordering it. Moreover, she had noticed the price, 22 yuan, and felt a pang of worry. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at her response. Mom, what do you mean by at your age? What's wrong with your age? To me, you are still as radiant as ever. He leaned his shoulder against hers, feeling that in his life, only Yi Xiaoxia could rival Su Luoxue in beauty. Yi Xiaoxia had never received such sentimental words before. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions. Yet, her lips curled into a smile, and the corners of her eyes crinkled with warmth. Mom, just take a look. It's genuinely delicious. Give it a try. Yi Xiaoxia blinked, finally raising her head to look at the phone, but everything appeared blurred. She could only rasp, then I'll have what Xiaofeng is having. Great. Seizing the moment while Lin Feng turned away, Yi Xiaoxia quickly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. After all, her son's friends were still present. Crying in front of them would not do. She glanced at Su Luoxue across the table and, seeing her still expressionless, felt even more awkward. By the time they finished their milk tea, the sun was high in the sky, prompting Lin Feng to seek out a restaurant nearby for a meal. He didn't hold back on ordering expensive dishes, even with Yi Xiaoxia present, which made her heart ache as she watched. Though he never showed her the payment screen on his phone, the prices of the dishes were evident. Noticing his mother hesitantly choosing only the more affordable options, Lin Feng took it upon himself to pile her plate with lavish dishes. Mom, don't just eat the scrambled eggs, you should try this too. It's really tasty. In truth, Lin Feng had longed to tell Yi Xiaoxia about his newfound wealth, 40 million yuan, enough to last a lifetime if spent wisely. Yet, he knew this revelation needed time. He observed his mother's demeanor, aware that although he might have misinterpreted some of her emotions, the essence remained. He feared she might struggle to accept the truth of their circumstances. Yi Xiaoxia felt a twinge of anxiety. Was it typical for a boy to serve his mother so lavishly in front of his girlfriend? After all, she was a girl from the city, and such behavior might diminish his standing. Fortunately, the boy had finished serving her food and immediately began to serve Su Luoxue, which eased Yi Xiaoxia's worries. However, she felt a flicker of concern. Girls from big cities often exude an air of sophistication and pride. If her son continued in this manner, their friendship would surely falter. After the meal, Lin Feng intended to take Yi Xiaoxia on a tour of the campus, but she insisted on returning home. Xiaofeng, I requested a day and a half off from work, and I must return tomorrow. You focus on your studies at school. I shall head home now. Mom, let me see you off. Yi Xiaoxia almost declined but instinctively nodded. She truly found it hard to part with Lin Feng. She had taken time off and spent several hundred yuan to visit him, intending to stay for the better part of the day, yet had barely managed half. However, if Lin Feng accompanied her, she could gaze at him a little longer, which was enough to satisfy her. Initially, she thought he meant to take her to the high-speed train station, but she gradually realized he was not heading towards the school's exit. Xiaofeng, I'm going to the subway station. Where are you taking me? Lin Feng smiled at Yi Xiaoxia. Mom, I'm driving you home. Taking the high-speed train is arduous. The high-speed train did not go directly to Lin Feng's home, necessitating a bus transfer and several kilometers of walking. As he spoke, Lin Feng approached his sports car and opened the door to the passenger seat. Mom, driving is much more convenient. You should trust me. Yi Xiaoxia stared at the car for a moment, dazed. Her son had purchased a vehicle that appeared quite luxurious. After several refusals, and seeing the boy's unwavering insistence, she ceased her resistance, dusting off her invisible worries before settling into the sports car. Once inside, Lin Feng finally relaxed. He turned to the expressionless Su Luoxue, who had been quiet for hours, and gently spoke. Xue, I'll drop my mother off first. Can you wait at home for me? Su Luoxue lowered her gaze and shook her head, a reaction Lin Feng had anticipated. He tenderly embraced the beautiful girl, resting his chin on her shoulder, softly exhaling near her ear. I'll be back tonight. Shall we have Xue tie up for an hour? The lovely girl's pupils quivered, and she gazed into Lin Feng's affectionate eyes, shaking her head with difficulty. Lin Feng was taken aback, standing there, momentarily at a loss. If this beautiful girl did not agree, he seemed to have no alternative. He genuinely could not bear the thought of Yi Xiaoxia taking the high-speed train alone. As he contemplated his options, Su Luoxue squeezed his hand and blinked. Would 2 hours be acceptable? Lin Feng never expected her to suggest that. After a moment of deliberation, he smiled and gently patted her head. You're bargaining now, Xue? All right, I agree. Su Luoxue's eyes brightened, and she nestled her head against Lin Feng's chest, striving to absorb his sense of security. After a while, she released him, urging him to the driver's seat with an undertone of reluctance. Feng, please return home early tonight. Upon entering the car, Lin Feng noticed Yi Xiaoxia staring downwards. He waved his hand in front of her. Mom, you need to buckle your seatbelt. We're setting off now. Yi Xiaoxia sat quietly in the car. But when she saw her son lingering outside, she glanced back, only to witness Lin Feng and Su Luoxue in a warm embrace. Her mindset remained quite conservative. Upon witnessing such intimate scenes, she immediately turned away, lowering her head, too shy to look around. Once Yi Xiaoxia had fastened her seatbelt, Lin Feng waved goodbye to the expressionless Su Luoxue at the window. Luoxue, please take a taxi home. I'll return tonight. The lovely girl responded with a soft mm. After driving for some distance, and no longer being able to see Su Luoxue, Yi Xiaoxia cautiously spoke up. Xiaofeng, is your car very expensive? Am I going to dirty it? Lin Feng felt a shiver at her words, and, after a pause, laughed. Mom, what nonsense are you speaking? You're not dirtying anything. Besides, this car is quite inexpensive. It's only worth 20 to 30,000 yuan as a second-hand vehicle. Lin Feng cast a pained glance at his mother. Recalling internet jokes about fathers who once scolded their children but eventually ceased, their once straight backs gradually stooping over time. Mothers, too, no longer nag as they did in childhood, ceasing to inquire about their opinions before every action. Lin Feng gently patted Yi Xiaoxia's shoulder with one hand. Mom, what is going on with you today? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Yi Xiaoxia refused to elaborate, and Lin Feng chose not to press further, swiftly shifting the conversation to other topics. As they conversed, the discussion naturally veered towards Su Luoxue. Xiaofeng, you seem to have a good relationship with that girl? Luoxue treats me very well. The mere mention of Su Luoxue brought a smile to Lin Feng's lips, She was his pride. Seeing her son's joyful demeanor, Yi Xiaoxia felt reassured, recognizing that if her son were not getting along with that girl, they would not be so affectionate. As for Su Luoxue's usual frosty demeanor, Yi Xiaoxia merely attributed it to her own lack of fashion, feeling embarrassed in front of the girl. However, what she did not realize was the prevalence of fleeting romances in college. Many students delight in the thrill of ambiguous relationships or the allure of physical attraction. Little did she know that Su Luoxue was a perennial ice princess. Yet, she did not need to know too much. As long as Su Luoxue bore no resentment towards Lin Feng because of her, that was sufficient. Xiaofeng, when you date, be sincere. That girl is quite lovely. Mom. Luoxue is not just lovely. She is exceptionally beautiful. Yi Xiaoxia observed her son's exuberance, hesitating to speak. While Su Luoxue was indeed beautiful, she had never encountered such a stunning girl before. Yet, being a girl from a big city, she feared that despite Lin Feng's capabilities, their family background might pose a challenge. She was concerned that Su Luoxue's parents might seek a son-in-law who matched their status. And that would undoubtedly sadden her son immensely. By the time they returned Yi Xiaoxia home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. She wished for Lin Feng to stay for dinner, but he declined. Mom, I promised Luoxue I'd return tonight. I can't stay. All right, Yi Xiaoxia smiled and refrained from pressing further, recalling that Lin Feng had mentioned to Su Luoxue at the window that he would return tonight. Her son had grown up and had his own life now. Before departing, Lin Feng remembered something, opening the trunk of the sports car and retrieving a bag. The bag appeared quite sturdy, resembling a burlap sack that concealed its contents from view. He initially assumed it was a gift from Yi Xiaoxia, yet she had never mentioned it. Lin Feng, upon realizing this, contemplated that Yi Xiaoxia had nearly forgotten about it. She promptly pushed the burlap sack back towards him. Xiaofeng, this is for you from me. Take it to school. Yi Xiaoxia spoke while unwrapping the burlap sack, revealing its contents. Xiaofeng, this is milk that I'm not even sure is delicious. My colleague mentioned it's called Anmuxi, a brand. And these are oranges I bought yesterday. Lin Feng listened to Yi Xiaoxia's gradual introduction of her purchases, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he gently embraced her. Mom, I understand. I'll head back now. I'll call you on WeChat when I get home, and then we can chat. All right, we'll talk later. By the time Lin Feng returned to the villa, it was already 9 o'clock. Initially, he had intended to rest at the service station, but recalling how that lovely girl urged him to return early, he decided against taking a break. She had finally mastered the art of haggling, and he certainly didn't want to dampen her spirits. He resolved to endure. Hoping Su Luoxue would be unreasonable. As he entered the foyer, he was immediately enveloped in a fragrant embrace. The sweet scent from Su Luoxue's hair wafted into his nostrils. Luoxue? Lin Feng smiled as he caressed her hair, realizing she had likely been waiting for him at the entrance. He had expected Su Luoxue to whisk him away to their room, but her first words were, "Ah Feng, why are you back so soon? Did you eat well?" Huh. Yes, of course. I definitely took your words to heart, Luoxue. Lin Feng felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, opting to weave a small white lie. This lovely girl seemed to prioritize his stomach issues above all else. If he confessed that he hadn't had dinner, she would surely become more troublesome than he could handle. Well, that's good. Su Luoxue held him tightly before leading him upstairs. Lin Feng's anxiety mounted. He still hadn't eaten. He had promised this lovely girl 2 hours of his time, and he hoped he wouldn't faint from hunger. Chapter 59. The Soft and Sweet Young Wife? As Lin Feng had anticipated, this lovely girl was both demanding and mischievous. Before long, all his strength dissipated. Seeing him in such a state, Su Luoxue anxiously shook him, her eyes glistening with concern. "Ah Feng, what's wrong? Xuexue, please stop shaking me. I'm just a bit hungry." Lin Feng struggled to open his eyes, feeling as though he might lose consciousness if this continued. Su Luoxue, upon hearing this, sprang to her feet, her worry palpable. Fortunately, she did not suspect that Lin Feng's earlier words were a mere pretense. She believed it was merely a symptom of his stomach issues. Frantically, she opened her phone to order takeout. "All right, I'll go get some now." 10 minutes later, the boy's room was filled with a variety of takeout, an array of enticing aromas flooding Lin Feng's senses. This time, Su Luoxue didn't resort to her usual method of feeding him. Instead, she meticulously spoon-fed him, tears brimming in her eyes. "Ah Feng, please eat." Lin Feng could only look at Su Luoxue in exasperation, thinking, "Silly girl, I'm truly just hungry, not gravely ill." Were it not for the fact that he was currently bound, he would have certainly dismantled her thoughts to understand her reasoning. "Xuexue, we should go to the hospital tomorrow to collect that test report. Otherwise, you'll worry endlessly, and I assure you I'm really not." "A problem? This is quite serious, young man." The doctor frowned, scrutinizing Lin Feng, who was still insisting that there was nothing to worry about. This young man seemed rather carefree. "While it's not an ulcer, you must pay attention to your diet. Otherwise, it could potentially develop into a mild ulcer." Lin Feng ceased his playful demeanor, nodding earnestly at the doctor. After exiting the hospital, he wrapped his arms around Su Luoxue from behind. "Wife, you heard the doctor. It's not an ulcer. As long as I eat regularly, I'll be fine." Su Luoxue felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing the doctor's reassurances, yet she remained vigilant. "Ah Feng, you must eat on time." "All right." With little else to occupy them that day, Lin Feng took Su Luoxue to Jiangxing University. However, they did not attend any classes. Instead, they aimlessly wandered the campus. It wasn't until they arrived at the basketball court that Lin Feng finally paused with his lovely companion. The college students he observed today were a far cry from the aimless ones he had seen the day before. There was a palpable energy among them. "Luoxue, look. These are the kind of college students I wanted to show you. They play basketball after class. That is what true passion and vitality look like." Su Luoxue nodded. Indeed, feeling the vibrancy of youth radiating from those around them. Lin Feng continued, "Back when I was in college, I dreamed of playing basketball every day and strolling hand in hand with my girlfriend. Though I'm 2 years late, it's never too late." Su Luoxue seized on his words, turning to him. "Ah Feng, do you really enjoy playing basketball?" "Yes, I played often in high school. I truly love it." Su Luoxue blinked, recognizing the sincerity in his affection for the sport. The group of college students initially played casually, but gradually, the intensity of their game escalated. Typically, they disliked having couples watch them, especially those who flaunted their affection while playing. Yet today was different. The presence of someone resembling a campus belle was enough to shift the dynamics. One of the players, seemingly oblivious to the change, remarked, "Changge, didn't we agree to play a relaxed game? Why is it so intense?" The player called Changge looked astonished. "Huh, I'm just playing casually. Do you think this is intense?" He deliberately slowed his dribbling, appearing quite relaxed. The unaware player stood, bewildered. Why does Changge seem so pretentious today? However, after a turn and jump shot, he caught sight of Su Luoxue standing nearby and began to sense the truth of the situation. Chaos erupted on the basketball court. Lin Feng had intended to soak in the youthful atmosphere, but soon lost interest as the game became unexpectedly heated. He and Su Luoxue meandered elsewhere, continuing their quest for the vibrancy of college life. Though elusive, they did encounter quite a bit of it, allowing Su Luoxue to fully experience the spirited essence of university students. Eventually, feeling fatigued from their wandering, they stumbled upon a bubble tea shop to rest their feet. Once seated, Su Luoxue suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's, resting her head on his shoulder. In that instant, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He turned stiffly to face her. "Su Luoxue, why are you?" He struggled to articulate his feelings, at a loss for words. "Ah Feng, don't you like this? I see couples doing this, and I thought you would enjoy it." Su Luoxue released her grip, no longer leaning against him, yet her expression remained calm, devoid of disappointment. "Like it? Of course I like it." As Lin Feng regained his composure, a smile remained perpetually etched on his lips. He hastily grasped Su Luoxue's hand, re-looping it around his arm, and tenderly rested her head upon his shoulder. "Su Luoxue, how can you be so wonderful? You are undoubtedly the finest girlfriend in the world." Su Luoxue was taken aback by the boy's sudden display of affection. Yet, witnessing his joy brought a measure of happiness to her own heart. With a stoic expression, she leaned into him, surrendering to the moment. Lin Feng's heart swelled with delight as he lifted Su Luoxue's chin, stealing a fervent kiss. If not for the crowd around them, he would have surely transformed into a woodpecker, pecking at her affectionately. Who dares to label his wife as an aloof xiao? She is, in truth, a sweet and soft darling. They lingered in the milk tea shop for over 10 minutes, during which Lin Feng's grin never faltered. It was only when he choked on his drink that he momentarily subdued his mirth. However, soon enough, he forgot the incident and resumed his silly laughter. After leaving the tea shop, Lin Feng lost count of how many times he had choked. It wasn't a penchant for self-punishment. He simply could not contain his laughter. Though Su Luoxue felt a twinge of anxiety, she could only watch the boy with an impassive expression, unable to intervene. After a brief pause, Lin Feng settled onto a bench beneath the tree's shade, and the beautiful maiden once again nestled against his arm, her head resting on his shoulder. Lin Feng savored the tranquility of time slipping by. Once the surrounding students had departed, Lin Feng stood up, stretching his neck to survey the area. Confirming it was entirely safe, he immediately cupped Su Luoxue's face, transforming into a woodpecker once more. However, when he noticed her eyes glisten with unshed tears, he felt a tremor of concern and refrained from pursuing his antics further. Here, the sense of security was far more elusive than at the office. "Luoxue, if you were to smile, you would undoubtedly be even more enchanting." Lin Feng gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. He felt that Su Luoxue's ability to link her arm with his, much like the other university girls, was a significant leap forward for her. Rationality urged him not to press Su Luoxue too soon about learning to smile, yet instinct compelled him to do so. He yearned to witness her eyes crinkle with joy as she clung to his arm. Humans are inherently insatiable, particularly when it comes to those they cherish. Upon hearing the boy's words, Su Luoxue instinctively curved her lips into a smile, unable to resist his heartfelt request. "Yes, Luoxue is truly beautiful," Lin Feng praised, unable to help himself as he admired her somewhat stiff smile. Curiously enough, whether it was a figment of his imagination or reality, her smile appeared to have become a touch more natural. The remainder of the afternoon saw Su Luoxue gracefully entwined with Lin Feng as they strolled through the campus. Although her expression remained inscrutable, Her presence drew countless glances. It was undeniable that even if Su Luoxue bore a stoic demeanor, her beauty was undeniable. Moreover, as she nestled against Lin Feng's arm, her delicate demeanor was irresistible to any man. Single men ground their teeth in envy, while those in relationships endured playful pinches from their partners. Only Lin Feng reveled in the delightful closeness of his enchanting companion, while also enjoying the spectacle of couples bickering. The most crucial task of the entire afternoon was to keep his lips in check, lest he provoke a playful reprimand. The two wandered until past 6 o'clock, taking a meal before returning home. Once they arrived at the villa, Lin Feng eagerly led Su Luoxue upstairs. With her remarkable progress today, he felt compelled to express his appreciation. At 11:30 that night, Lin Feng gazed at Su Luoxue with a smile. "Luoxue, when you met my mom yesterday, did you feel nervous?" "Yes, quite nervous," she replied. "You've already succeeded halfway in meeting my parents. Do you plan to see them again in the future?" Su Luoxue barely opened her eyes. She could not afford to lose focus on the boy's words, and simply requested he repeat himself. Lin Feng softened his tone, slightly raising his voice to reiterate his previous statement. The beautiful maiden began, but her thoughts were interrupted by Lin Feng. As previously mentioned, she struggled to concentrate on anything else, ultimately shaking her head. "I don't know. It's all right. I was just inquiring. Luoxue, you can think about it later." He reassured her. Deep down, Lin Feng genuinely wished to introduce Su Luoxue to his parents, especially considering the humble demeanor with which Xiaoxia spoke to him yesterday. If he were home, he could ensure their feelings were considered and gain a better understanding of what weighed on their hearts. However, he could not force Su Luoxue into anything she was unwilling to do. In truth, Lin Feng felt a sense of guilt towards Su Luoxue. Despite her reticence, she consistently made allowances for him, even when it meant stepping outside her comfort zone. For instance, she endeavored to loosen her restraints, learn to smile, and embody a more affectionate persona. His rebirth had indeed occurred, yet he felt he had never truly given her anything in return. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Su Luoxue rose from her slumber. It was not due to newfound strength, but rather because she had set an alarm before Lin Feng playfully teased her the night before. After tonight, she would have the opportunity to bind Lin Feng to her. With numerous proposals awaiting her attention at the office, she could not allow them to impede her plans for their time together. If possible, she would prefer not to take him to her workplace. Lin Feng's presence there prevented her from playfully teasing him, so she wanted to finish her tasks promptly to have more time to indulge in her whims. However, upon noticing Lin Feng still asleep beside her, she felt a sudden reluctance to leave for the office. Thus, she reset her alarm for 9 o'clock and nestled back into bed. When she next opened her eyes, Lin Feng was no longer beside her. Su Luoxue sat in bed for a moment, feeling invigorated. She glanced at her phone to find it was 11 o'clock. Had she forgotten to set her alarm? Staring blankly at her device, she discovered she had indeed set an alarm for 8:10, leaving her even more perplexed. Had she traversed time? Nevertheless, she did not dwell long on the mystery, shaking off the thought as she exited her room in search of Lin Feng. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found him rushing to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Spotting her, he hurried over and enveloped her in an embrace. "Silly, running so fast. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" Seeking a bit of reassurance? Lin Feng chuckled, holding Su Luoxue for a while before releasing her. "All right, Luoxue. I'm off to make breakfast." "Okay." As Lin Feng entered the kitchen to cook, Su Luoxue watched attentively. In truth, she had never really learned to cook. During her childhood, the orphanage provided meals, and in her youth, she had her grandfather to care for her. Later, she became a successful businesswoman, so cooking was never required of her. As for whether she had ever cooked, she genuinely could not recall. However, she no longer needed to concern herself with such matters. Her gaze fixated on the boy's chiseled profile as he prepared their meal. A Feng now cherishes herself deeply, as she receives culinary delights prepared by a Feng. Chapter 61. I'm being so proactive. After finishing their meal, the two hurriedly made their way to the office. Today, Su Luoxue was solely focused on her work, refusing to follow the boy wherever he suggested. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the thoughts occupying that beautiful maiden's mind, swallowing hard with difficulty. However, he found himself quite powerless, for he essentially remained a pretty boy. He should be delighted that his lovely maiden was diligently working. Having fallen behind on her tasks for several days, that enchanting beauty was nowhere near halfway through her proposals by 6 o'clock. When the alarm rang, she emerged from her work like a wilted flower. If there was too much work to be done, she would not be able to stay at home with Lin Feng tomorrow and would have to drag the boy to the office instead. Should anyone at the company harbor designs on her phone, they might as well gouge out their eyes. At 7 o'clock, the two sat down for dinner as scheduled, and thereafter, the lovely maiden began to rebuff the boy's advances, refusing to let him bully her. Lin Feng chuckled as he playfully pinched the lovely maiden's cheek. "Luoxue, you're being quite unreasonable, aren't you? This is clearly my free time." Su Luoxue felt a twinge of guilt for her behavior. Yet, if she allowed the boy to misuse his time to tease her, she would certainly not be able to lock him up at midnight. Observing the lovely maiden's silence, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile with a hint of resignation. "Luoxue, Are you truly brazenly being unreasonable? Don't you have any counteroffers? After saying this, Su Luoxue took the boy's arm as she had in the morning, casting a glance at his expression, seemingly conveying that she was not being unreasonable. But this was her way of expressing herself. Isn't this against the rules? Is the damage from a basic attack this devastating? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, smiling as he gently lifted the corners of the lovely maiden's lips with 2 fingers. Satisfied with his grand creation, he remarked, "Very well, I shall forgive you, Luoxue." At 11:50, Lin and Su sat on the bed together. Su Luoxue was intently gazing at the boy's arm, holding 2 iron chains in her hands. She awaited the chime of her midnight alarm. Lin Feng felt a throbbing at his temples, realizing he had spoken too soon. Wasn't this still a form of bullying? Luoxue, I need to use the restroom. The lovely maiden refused to budge an inch away from him, nearly pressing her body against the boy as he went to the bathroom. Lin Feng, initially feeling urgent, suddenly lost that sense of urgency. Luoxue, I'm merely going to the restroom. You don't need to feel secure, do you? Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Haoran felt somewhat awkward as he looked at Su Mingyao. It seems quite late now. We should head back soon. Hearing Chen Haoran's words, Su Mingyao nonchalantly tossed her high ponytail. What do you mean? It's not even 11 yet. That is hardly late. Do you not wish to stroll with your girlfriend? Or have you grown weary of me as your little girlfriend? Chen Haoran instantly became flustered, hastily denying, of course not. How could I ever grow weary of you? Su Mingyao tilted her head and suddenly brought her face close to the boy's. But if Haoran truly likes me, why does he still call me by my full name? We've been together for so long. Can't you use a different term of endearment? Perhaps, baby? Chen Haoran blushed furiously. The mere utterance of baby nearly choked him. Having been single for so many years and harboring a fear of women, those 2 syllables were exceedingly embarrassing for him. He felt he would rather perish than utter them. Su Mingyao, undeterred, seemed to have anticipated this outcome. To be precise, she had known it would turn out this way from the moment she confessed her feelings to Chen Haoran. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At least this silly boy liked her. She gently placed her hand on Chen Haoran's cheek, her tone remaining lighthearted. From now on, you may call me Mingyao. And don't you dare say you can't call me that. Why yes, Mingyao. Chen Haoran felt his cheeks burning intensely. Su Mingyao's delicate hand was cool to the touch, yet it ignited a burning sensation against his face. Su Mingyao could hardly contain her amusement at the boy's flustered demeanor. Despite having kissed, why was Chen Haoran still so shy? She wondered if, when the time came to push him down, he would still blush as he did now. A vivid image flashed through Su Mingyao's mind, causing her breath to quicken. It seemed she could hardly wait any longer. Mingyao, what is wrong with you? Chen Haoran, still shy about calling her by her name, looked down to find Su Mingyao's condition somewhat off. He disregarded his embarrassment and leaned down to embrace her tightly. Mingyao, what is the matter? Speak to me, or I'll call an ambulance. Upon hearing the boy's anxious tone, Su Mingyao finally lifted her head to look at Chen Haoran. She gently pressed against him, using her lips to soothe his tense emotions. While silencing him, she also scrutinized the boy's somewhat awkward expression. You really are a fool. By the time they parted, it was already past midnight. Chen Haoran was slightly out of breath, his eyes darting everywhere, unable to meet Su Mingyao's gaze. Su Mingyao, utterly drained, lay in the boy's arms. And upon seeing his reluctance to look at her, teased, Haoran, how can a boy like you still be shy? Your ears are so red. We should head back now, Mingyao. It's quite late. Although Su Mingyao had left him feeling awkward, Chen Haoran remained focused on the matter at hand. Even if he returned to Jiangxing University now, he wouldn't be able to get in. That wasn't too much of a concern. He could manage a night in an internet CAF. However, Su Mingyao could not. As a girl, she certainly shouldn't be spending the night in an internet CAF with him. Moreover, if they waited any longer, he genuinely wouldn't feel at ease letting Su Mingyao return home alone. He had read numerous accounts online of taxi drivers harassing female passengers or even dismemberment cases. Why must I go back? Do you so desperately wish to be apart from me? Su Mingyao feigned anger, though she understood the boy's good intentions. I'm simply worried about your safety at night. Chen Haoran grasped Su Mingyao's hand tightly, feeling utterly powerless against her unreasonable stance. You fool. Who said we must return home? And you know how dangerous it is? Even if I were to head back now, it would be fraught with peril. Only with you by my side can I feel at ease. Then what should we do? Chen Haoran was utterly befuddled, incapable of devising a solution. Can't you take me to a hotel, you fool? I've been hinting at you for so long. Could you not pretend to be a gentleman and take me to a hotel, then, while you communicate with the front desk when I'm not paying attention? Finally, you could tell me there's only one room left for one person? But isn't that deceiving you? Chen Haoran was utterly baffled by Su Mingyao's words. How could his girlfriend be so self-contradictory? Moreover, didn't this imply that she wanted to be with him? Will you or will you not take me to a hotel? I've said it's fine if you just trick me. If you are unable to find an opportunity to speak with the front desk, then I shall simply pretend I did not hear. As a young woman, I have already taken the initiative. Must you still act as though you are oblivious? Ultimately, Chen Haoran brought Su Mingyao to the hotel, and he naively followed her instructions, loudly conspiring with the front desk. It was indeed the first time the front desk had encountered such a situation. No, this is utterly shameless. He then glanced at Su Mingyao, who was trailing behind him, desperately covering her ears. Well, it seems I should not be astonished by Chun Haoran's antics any longer. There is something here that requires his greater astonishment. In the villa 2 days later, Lin Feng lay weakly, gazing at the enchanting maiden. Luoxue, I am not lying to you. Truly, it is gone. After uttering these words, Lin Feng's head tilted, and he fell into a deep slumber. Su Luoxue was accustomed to such scenes the previous night. The boy had also begged her in this manner before drifting off to sleep. She rose, pressed her lips together, and regarded the boy, before gently slapping him. Well, it seems Feng truly did not deceive himself today. However, today marks the final night. She glanced at the time on the phone resting on the bedside table, 11:30. There were over 10 messages from the board of directors at Jiangxing University. Miss Su Luoxue, we have arranged the venue and personnel. Please let us know when you wish to hold the basketball game. Initially, Su Luoxue had no interaction or conversation with those board members, especially since they were all men. Yet, for the boy, she broke the norm 3 times. 3 days prior, she had contacted the board of directors at Jiang University, expressing her desire to host a basketball game. She had no particular requirements, merely a sufficient number of participants and a suitable venue. Although she did not comprehend the allure of basketball, believing it to be less enjoyable than herself, the boy had expressed his fondness for it. She could not forget the look of envy in his eyes when he watched the group of university students playing basketball. What others possessed, her boy must also have. Thus, she made an unprecedented visit to Jiangxing University during the time she had set aside to bond with the boy, personally explaining the basketball game to those board members. Unaware of the expenses involved in organizing a basketball game, she carelessly provided some funds for them to arrange the event. She cast a glance at the unconscious boy on the bed and replied to the messages, the day after tomorrow. The following day, Lin Feng stared vacantly at the ceiling. Although the enchanting maiden had freed him from his chains, he felt no desire for movement. The enchanting maiden had been awake for some time, lying on her side as she admired the boy's sleeping face. Upon noticing Lin Feng had awakened, she quickly embraced him. Lin Feng feebly gazed at Su Luoxue, his hand weakly stroking her hair. His wife seemed to grow more beautiful by the day. He picked up his phone, opened the camera, and turned it around. Seeing his lips still tinted red, he momentarily froze. It seems I am not yet on the brink of death. Lin Feng, you truly are something. Once he had replenished the boy's sense of security, Su Luoxue spoke softly. Feng, Jiangxing University is preparing to host a basketball game. Would you like to attend? Lin Feng responded weakly with an ah, then released the enchanting maiden from his embrace, returning to his aimless gaze at the ceiling. The basketball game at Jiangxing University had nothing to do with me. I am not part of the basketball team. It does concern you. This is a basketball game I have organized for you. Su Luoxue's expression slightly dimmed. She had expected the boy would be delighted to know he was to participate in a basketball game. This is a basketball game that Luoxue prepared for me? Then I must go? Lin Feng propped himself up to embrace the enchanting maiden, initially uncertain about what the basketball game entailed. It turned out that this enchanting maiden had arranged it for him. Speaking of which, how could this enchanting maiden host a basketball game for him? Lin Feng pondered, then recalled that a few days prior, he had accompanied Su Luoxue to watch others play basketball. Could it be that she had recognized his fondness for the sport back then? Lin Feng lifted the enchanting maiden, gently brushing her nose with his fingers. Silly girl. Why didn't you mention sooner that this was a basketball game organized just for me? I thought Feng liked basketball, but compared to basketball, I prefer Luoxue. Feng, upon seeing the enchanting maiden's eyes turn crimson, Lin Feng hastily stifled her dangerous thoughts. You mustn't say that. Upon witnessing the enchanting maiden fall silent, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It was not in vain that he had spent so much time with this enchanting maiden. Her every word and action seemed to fall under his influence. Now, Su Luoxue appeared almost a bit foolish in his eyes. Lin Feng lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling for a full half-hour before finally groggily sitting up. The enchanting maiden had kept him company in silence for that duration, and upon seeing him rise, she promptly got up as well. Yet, Lin Feng merely took the phone from the bedside table and lay back on the bed like a salted fish. He had no particular intention beyond wanting to check the time. Su Luoxue lowered her gaze. It appeared she could not frequently tease Lin Feng any longer. He seemed to have changed a bit. 10 minutes later, Su Luoxue shook the boy gently. Feng, it's time for breakfast. Only then did Lin Feng gradually regain his senses, sitting up and embracing the enchanting maiden with a murmured okay. Su Luoxue had pre-ordered breakfast via a delivery platform. Seeing the boy's dazed expression, she felt reluctant to burden him with cooking. A thought crossed her mind. Should she hire a housekeeper? A male housekeeper would not do, as Feng had once mentioned his disinterest in male caretakers. As for females, that too seemed impractical. Ultimately, Su Luoxue dismissed the notion. There seemed to be no feasible solution. According to her and Lin Feng's standards, a housekeeper could not be a carbon-based life form. After the two finished breakfast and drove to the company, Su Luoxue sat at her desk working while Lin Feng lounged on the sofa like a salted fish. He initially intended to take the enchanting maiden on a tour of the school today, Yet unexpectedly, Su Luoxue had prepared a basketball game for him. Thus, it was imperative to rest today. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to appear foolish before his wife the following day. Nevertheless, it must be said that Su Luoxue was indeed remarkable. After enduring 3 days of torment from the enchanting maiden, he had come to realize that her formidable prowess could rival his own. He reached up to stroke his slightly prickly stubble, swallowing hard. Would he, too, become a disheveled old man? He was uncertain what aspect of himself Su Luoxue found appealing. If he truly became unattractive, would the enchanting maiden still desire him? Contemplating this, he abruptly rose from the sofa, approached the enchanting maiden, and took the proposal from her hands, anxiously gazing at her. Luoxue, why do you like me? What is wrong on the phone? Su Luoxue looked at the boy in confusion. It seemed he had posed this question to her several times before. 2 years ago, he had asked, and again after his rebirth. Why did she like a phone? Simply because she liked him. What reason could there possibly be? She had always liked him, even when he had previously angered her. However, if she were to pinpoint the moment she adored a phone the most, it would undoubtedly be when little Lin Feng had gifted her candy. Chapter 63. Really, do you both indulge in such antics? Because I simply adore our phone. And there is no need for a reason. Lin Feng's heart quivered, suppressing the tumult within as he embraced Su Luoxue beside him. Shueshue, may I ask what it is that you like about me? Is it my character, my appearance, or something else? I love everything about you. Au phone, she replied earnestly. Lin Feng chose not to press further, instead holding the enchanting beauty before him close. Truth be told, even if he had asked, he already knew the answer. This stunning maiden truly loved him to the core, and yet he found himself pondering whether she would still cherish him if he were to lose his looks. How superficial. After savoring the moment long enough, Lin Feng finally released her, lifting his phone to wave before her. Shueshue, I need to call Chen Haoran. If I have a basketball game tomorrow, I would like to invite him. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the room noticeably chilled, yet the beautiful maiden did not react. She glanced at the boy for a moment before turning her head away. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he dialed Chen Haoran. After a brief wait, the call connected, and Chen Haoran's voice came through, raspy with remnants of sleep. Feng Ge, what is up? Not much. Haoran, what were you up to last night? Lin Feng refrained from answering the question, shocked enough to hold the phone away from his ear. If he hadn't recognized Chen Haoran's voice, he would have wondered which debauched soul had pilfered his good friend's phone. Initially, he contemplated teasing Chen Haoran about a night spent reveling at a nightclub, but reconsidered. Knowing his friend wasn't he one to frequent such establishments. The truth dawned upon him. Why did it seem like his good friend and Su Mingyao were progressing so rapidly? Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that they had barely been dating for a month, and now they were already getting intimate? From the sound of Chen Haoran's voice, it appeared he was the one being pursued. He had urged him to exercise, but Chen Haoran had stubbornly resisted. Now, it seemed the tables had turned. After some idle chatter, Lin Feng steered the conversation back to business. Upon hearing about the basketball match, Chen Haoran perked up. Basketball? Now that is something. How long has it been since we played together? However, a moment later, he expressed concern. Feng Ge, it's not this afternoon, is it? I might be a bit tied up. On the other end, Chen Haoran struggled to move his limbs, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry of discomfort. Don't worry. Just rest at home. The game is tomorrow afternoon. All right. After ending the call, Lin Feng exited the chat with Chen Haoran and opened a pinned contact labeled Mom. Initiating a video call. After a brief wait, the call connected, revealing Yi Xiaoxia's slightly anxious yet joyful expression. She was at work, typically refraining from answering calls, especially video ones, for fear of displeasing her boss. However, today was different. This was her son calling, though Lin Feng called her nearly every night. Seeing his name still brought her immeasurable joy. Lin Feng shared a silly laugh with Yi Xiaoxia before flipping the camera to show the company's sofa. Mom, take a look at where I'm working part-time. Huh, Xiaofeng, isn't it Monday? Why aren't you in class? Mom, university classes aren't as frequent as you think. He replied with a smile, gently stroking the hair of the lovely maiden beside him. What kind of job is it? Yi Xiaoxia's curiosity seemed boundless as she effortlessly transitioned from one topic to another. I'm the secretary for my boss, who is an incredibly beautiful woman. Lin Feng teased, playfully pinching Su Luoxue's cheek and casting her a provocative glance. Isn't that right, boss? At his words, Su Luoxue's body tensed. She had already felt anxious upon hearing Lin Feng speak to Yi Xiaoxia, and now, with this new revelation, her nails dug into her palm. Fortunately, Lin Feng was aware that he didn't want to introduce her to his family just yet, so he refrained from turning the camera toward her. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to react. Xiaofeng, you're still working? I won't interrupt you then. With that, Yi Xiaoxia ended the call. While she sensed something unusual in her son's tone when speaking to his boss, she said nothing, never wanting to undermine him in front of others. All she could do was wait for Lin Feng to call later and remind him of the importance of dedication. The next day, the two awoke early to freshen up. Their night had been quite uneventful, and with the basketball game ahead, Lin Feng was determined not to indulge excessively. Meanwhile, the lovely maiden had spent the night with a forlorn expression, finally drifting off to sleep at 3 in the morning. Unlike other girls, She didn't seek affection or cuddles from the boy. She simply gazed at his sleeping face, waiting until she was truly exhausted before succumbing to slumber. Today, Lin Feng felt invigorated. Typically, he adhered to a rigorous regimen, but today was a rare day of rest, filling him with renewed energy. He gently massaged the dark circles under Su Luoxue's eyes, unable to stifle a chuckle at her listless demeanor. Shueshua, did you not sleep well last night? I was asleep by 11. Not picking up on the boy's teasing, Su Luoxue merely nodded quietly. Lin Feng's smile faltered, feeling a pang of pity for her. He embraced Su Luoxue, yet found himself at a loss for comforting words. After all, offering solace would come at his own expense. Perhaps it was best to wait until after the basketball game to address it. After breakfast, the pair drove to the school, although the basketball match had yet to commence. Their purpose for attending was not solely the game. Coincidentally, as they arrived at the dormitory, they spotted Chen Haoran and Su Mingyao. Chen Haoran found himself pinned against the wall by Su Mingyao, his face flushed with embarrassment. Just as it seemed she was about to seal the deal, he caught sight of Lin Feng. Mingyao, Feng Ge and the others are here. Su Mingyao's heart skipped a beat, but her actions were already too far gone. In Lin Feng's astonished gaze, she leaned in and playfully nibbled Chen Haoran's nose. Lin Feng glanced at Chen Haoran, whose ears were now crimson, then at Su Mingyao, who remained blissfully unaware, still teasing Chen Haoran. Really, do you both indulge in such antics? Chapter 64. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am indeed your wealthy girlfriend. Su Mingyao and Chen Haoran felt as though they could perish from embarrassment. How could fate be so cruelly ironic? Just as Su Mingyao's interest peaked, she impulsively initiated a wall slam, only to be caught in the act by Lin Feng and Su Luoxue. Couldn't you have arrived a tad earlier or later? Ultimately, the pair approached Lin Feng and Su Luoxue, heads bowed in defeat. Lin Feng was about to speak when darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. No peeking. As they drew closer, Su Luoxue finally registered what was happening, covering her boy's eyes with her hands. Why does my beautiful maiden seem a bit daft? Lin Feng, with a gentle smile, removed Su Luoxue's hand, teasingly chiding, fool. You only cover my eyes after the kiss. Your reaction time is a tad slow. After a moment of awkward silence, it was Chen Haoran who broke the stillness, forcing a laugh as he addressed Lin Feng. Bro Feng, aren't we supposed to play basketball this afternoon? I thought it would be nice for Mingyao to join us. Chen Haoran fell silent, yet the slight twitch at the corners of his pale lips betrayed his discomfort. Are you inviting your girlfriend over just to showcase your embarrassment? Noticing the atmosphere grow heavy, Chen Haoran proposed a rather foolish suggestion. Bro Feng, since the four of us are gathered, why don't we go out for a meal together? Lin Feng turned to the quiet beauty beside him and gently brushed aside her bangs. Shueshua, would you like to join us? If not, we can dine alone. Su Luoxue instinctively considered agreeing, but then recalled how Su Mingyao had persistently urged her to go out for a meal, which she had declined. Perhaps this time she could accompany her, bringing Ah Feng along as well. If Su Mingyao were to know her thoughts, she would surely scoff. Which of them was the afterthought? Chen Haoran led the trio to what he believed was the finest restaurant at Jiangxing University. It was a quaint Western dining establishment, one he had never visited, merely having heard about it from his roommate. Being a college student for 2 years, he had hardly explored the campus, save for that one time with Lin Feng. The restaurant, though modest, exuded an air of elegance, frequented mainly by couples. Welcome, please take a seat. The waiter ushered the four to their table. As soon as they were seated, the two boys began scanning the menu for dishes. Initially, Chen Haoran slouched casually, but upon glancing at the prices, he straightened up in shock. He had intended to treat his friends, yet the prices were rather daunting. Uncertain whether this establishment was within the university's budget, it was clear that it likely wasn't. The steaks were priced in the hundreds, and with a monthly allowance of nearly 1,200, half of which was devoted to his relationship, he wondered how he could possibly afford such extravagance. Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, who seemed unfazed by the prices, Chen Haoran felt the disparity between them keenly. In desperation, he discreetly opened WeChat under the table to message Lin Feng. Bro Feng, I'm out of cash. The prices here are outrageous. Lin Feng, initially grinning as he leaned against his lovely companion, suddenly lost his jovial demeanor upon receiving Chen Haoran's message. He swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the beauty beside him, who remained silent with pursed lips, causing a sense of unease to settle in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he shot a look back at Chen Haoran. Really, I'm sitting right across from you. Why not say it to my face? Your comment tonight might just land me in hot water. Lin Feng repeatedly squeezed the delicate hand of the beauty beside him, silently wishing she wouldn't have an episode here. Chen Haoran, misreading Lin Feng's tension as shared dismay over the prices, assumed his friend was merely feigning indifference. He thought to himself that Lin Feng was under his wife's thumb. After all, his sister-in-law was quite affluent, yet here he was, begrudgingly dining out. Caught in his own thoughts, Chen Haoran pondered where he might find a part-time job when Su Mingyao's voice, soft and slightly breathless, interrupted him as she leaned against his shoulder. Mingyao, don't speak, she warned, lowering her voice. With Su Luoxue present, she had momentarily shed her usual boldness, opting instead for a whisper. Chen Haoran felt his heart race akin to a quail under pressure. Su Mingyao leaned closer, feigning nonchalance as she perused the menu on his phone. Howren, I think this looks delicious. So absorbed in her own nervousness, she forgot that her companion and she were not of the same socioeconomic status. As Chun Howren's gaze fell upon the total amount required for payment, his face drained of color. How many months of instant noodles would he need to consume to cover this? It wasn't he until Su Mingyao had ordered 2,000 worth of dishes that she finally halted, only to notice the boy's pallor. Realization dawned on her. Her boyfriend's monthly allowance was a mere 1,200. With a wry smile, she recognized her foolish boy had not mentioned that he had ordered too much, likely anticipating a month of instant noodles ahead. In their budding relationship, Su Mingyao had been considerate of his pride. Yet, being new together, many details were easily overlooked. Deciding to drop the pretense, she thought, why not indulge a little? After all, her sister was essentially supporting her husband. Perhaps she could do the same. It appeared her dear boyfriend was rather fond of this soft life. Su Mingyao retrieved her phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Initially, she had contemplated sending 100,000, but reconsidered, realizing that such an act might inadvertently bruise his pride. She wanted him to savor this lifestyle gradually. Once he grew accustomed to it, she could fully embrace the role of a benefactor. Chun Howren, still dazed by the sudden transfer notification, blinked in disbelief at Su Mingyao, who was smiling at him. It felt surreal. What do you think? Surprised to discover your girlfriend is a little wealthy? She chirped, unable to contain her excitement. Caught off guard, Chun Howren felt a mix of joy and confusion, struggling to form a response. After a moment, he hastily declined. Mingyao, I can't accept your money. I have enough for now. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating part-time work, only to find out his girlfriend was affluent. Before he could finish, Su Mingyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quavering slightly. Chun Howren, do you not love me anymore? Are you refusing to accept even my money now? The sight of his naive friend left Lin Feng nearly in stitches. How could his brother be so oblivious? And Su Mingyao's pursuit of him was so direct and unyielding, almost as if she wanted her boyfriend to fully embrace this lifestyle. Su Luoxue, observing the boy's sunlit smile, felt her heart flutter as she rose and gently grasped his hand, leading him outside. Lin Feng, assuming she needed the restroom, quickly pointed towards the facilities. Shueshua, do you need to use the restroom? It's over there. Yet, the beautiful girl remained silent, pulling him along, and Lin Feng had no choice but to follow her out of the Western restaurant. Once outside, Su Luoxue guided him into a secluded alley. Just as Lin Feng was about to inquire about her intentions, she suddenly pushed him back against the wall. What is going on? Is this a surprise? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Was Su Luoxue about to confess her feelings? Chapter 65. Fool, let me teach you. In Lin Feng's astonished gaze, Su Luoxue paused, her eyes momentarily clouding over as if lost in thought. Lin Feng has now come to understand that this beautiful girl wishes to emulate Su Mingyao's earlier wall slam on Chun Howren. Foolishness. Must one learn such things? Or is it a tinge of jealousy? He has merely glanced at Su Mingyao's wall slam on Chun Howren a few times. Observing that the lovely girl remains motionless, Lin Feng playfully leaned in closer. Shueshua, shall I demonstrate? He remarked, you girls probably lack such experience. The beautiful girl firmly shook her head, uttering a resolute no before becoming lost in thought. She distinctly recalls how the boy smiled joyfully while watching Su Mingyao wall slam Chun Howren. And now she too desires to replicate that gesture. If other boys can do it, so must her boy. Ultimately, the lovely girl could not recollect how Su Mingyao had performed the act earlier. Her mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Lin Feng, leaving little room for anything else. Subsequently, she employed her own method, forcefully pinning the boy against the wall, her lips inching closer. Being shorter than the boy by a head, she was unaware that she needed to rise on her toes like other girls. In the end, she did not manage to kiss the boy's lips, but instead began to suckle at his neck. After a full 10 minutes, Su Luoxue finally ceased her actions. Initially, she had intended for it to last longer, but the presence of so many students nearby made her uneasy. She did not wish for her boy to be eyed by others. When she grasped the boy's hand to return to the dining hall, Lin Feng stood there, smiling, refusing to move. Under the lovely girl's gaze, the boy's face grew larger inch by inch until she felt his grip on her wrist. Lin Feng wore a mischievous smile and coaxed, Luoxue, that wasn't quite right. Let me teach you. In the dining hall, Chun Howren finally grasped the situation, his mind now processing the revelation that his girlfriend is a wealthy heiress. Following a rather delayed reaction, he tightly embraced his girl. However, being somewhat shy, he struggled to articulate his feelings in words. After the excitement faded, he glanced at the empty seat opposite him, questioning, Mingyao, where did Feng Ji and the others go? Should we call them? Don't. Su Mingyao quickly intervened, halting the boy's reckless intentions. What if we disturb my sister's enjoyment? Then Chun Howren would truly be in trouble. Besides, why should Howren be concerned about others right now? She felt a pang of jealousy and pinched the boy's thigh with determination. From now on, you shall be my little white face, and you must call me Yao Yao. Huh, hurry up and say it. Feng Ji also calls me sister. Half an hour later, Lin Su and the others returned to the dining hall, with Su Luoxue's lips slightly swollen, though she seemed oblivious to it. Meanwhile, the boy beside her felt a bit awkward. He genuinely wanted to teach the lovely girl how to perform a wall slam. Yet, here they were. Su Mingyao discreetly pinched Chen Haoran beside her, as if to say, "Did I not tell you? If you had gone, you would be in big trouble." Chen Haoran instantly lowered his head, realizing just how far his Feng Ji and sister-in-law were taking things. The atmosphere at the dining table was tense, with only Su Luoxue continuing to eat nonchalantly, occasionally offering food to the boy. The meal proceeded in silence, and after settling the bill, the four of them made their way to the basketball court. It was now 1:30 in the afternoon, and ordinarily, the court would be devoid of any presence. However, today was different, as several boys were actively playing basketball, likely the opponents Lin Feng and his friends would face. Banners announcing the Jiangxing University basketball tournament adorned the court, demonstrating the importance the university's board placed on this event, as if they were just shy of attending in person. The four friends rested in the shade beside the basketball court, watching the others play while the earlier awkwardness from lunch dissipated. Chen Haoran, no longer acting timid, felt invigorated by the sight of the game. "Feng Ji, shall we go practice a bit? I haven't played in ages, and I think it would be wise to warm up." Lin Feng silently applauded his good brother for this suggestion, as it served to provide them both with a convenient excuse. If their upcoming basketball match did not go well, they could blame it on their long hiatus from the sport. However, should their opponents falter against them, that would indicate their own skill had improved. Clearly, while his good brother might be somewhat foolish, at least he hadn't lost his wits to romance. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was astute. Stretching lazily, Lin Feng wrapped an arm around the lovely girl beside him. "Luoxue, I'm going to practice basketball with Chen Haoran. You stay here for now." Su Luoxue remained silent, yet her posture indicated her desire to join. Su Mingyao quickly interjected, "Sister, brother-in-law is going to practice. Why would you want to go out in this heat? Just stay here and keep me company." "All right, I'll sit here for now. It is rather hot outside." After much persuasion from Lin Feng and Su Mingyao, Su Luoxue ultimately abandoned her plan to follow the boys to the basketball court, though her gaze never strayed from Lin Feng's retreating figure. Su Mingyao was left speechless. No matter how much she liked Chen Haoran, she wouldn't cling to him so obsessively. Yet her good sister seemed as though she would perish if separated from her boyfriend. The school's basketball courts were interconnected, comprising 6 courts in total. However, with no basketball in hand, Chun and Lin could only intrude on others' games. "Hey, fellow student, can we join your game?" "Sure, but we're not very good." "No worries. We're not that great either." Upon hearing the opposing players describe themselves as not very good, Chen Haoran felt reassured. Although he was also somewhat inexperienced, he believed he could keep up with the less skilled players. Upon hearing Chen Haoran claim to be not very good, the boys opposite exchanged solemn glances. Recognizing they had encountered genuine competitors, true experts tended to be modest. One of the players, holding the basketball, tossed it to Chen Haoran, signaling him to take the first shot. To their surprise, Chen Haoran failed to catch the ball, and even more shockingly, Lin Feng behind him did not receive it either. The court fell into an awkward silence, revealing that their initial humility was genuine. Chen Haoran and Lin Feng exchanged glances, yet they could only press on. They could find excuses if they faltered, but to simply walk away would be utterly humiliating. The outcome was clear. Both Lin Feng and Chen Haoran had not played in ages, and it showed. Moreover, they lacked any semblance of teamwork. Lin Feng collided with one wall, while Chen Haoran crashed into another. It was not that they had no chemistry. Rather, they were merely playing their own games. "Dear fathers, could you leave a comment? Perhaps some emojis or something. It would help my book score higher when it's released. Thank you." Chapter 65. The most severe injury sustained while playing basketball. Sitting in the shade, Su Mingyao truly couldn't bear to watch the two. Was this what Chen Haoran meant by teaming up with Lin Feng? Although she did not understand basketball, it was evident that the opposing team was completely dominating her boyfriend and brother-in-law. She felt that it was quite satisfactory that the two of them didn't engage in any physical confrontation after the game. After she had finished her sarcastic remark, she turned to observe Su Luoxue's expression, only to discover that the stunning beauty was still intently watching the two players on the court. Su Mingyao believed that her dear sister genuinely harbored affection for her rather unremarkable brother-in-law. The fact that she could persist in watching the two players, despite their lackluster performance, was telling. "Sister, just how much do you adore my brother-in-law?" After uttering this, Su Mingyao hastily added, "I'm not coveting him, I merely wish to inquire. And I'd love to hear your love story. Perhaps I could even offer some strategies." Su Luoxue lowered her gaze. Could she really divulge the story of her romance with Lin Feng to Su Mingyao? However, the notion of seeking advice was intriguing. Initially, Su Luoxue thought she had no need for such counsel, as he was her boy. What did it matter if others offered suggestions? Yet, after experiencing the wall slam earlier today, she realized that matters might not be as simple as they appeared. Su Mingyao's romantic experience seemed to far exceed her own. Perhaps Mingyao could teach me how to execute a wall slam. Huh. Oh, okay. On the basketball court, Lin Feng and Chen Haoran were engaged in a chaotic game. Observing the boys' bemused expressions, Lin Feng felt somewhat awkward but was reluctant to exit the scene so soon. It was merely a warm-up. Losing face during the actual match would be the true embarrassment. After enduring an hour of relentless play, Lin Feng and Chun Haoren reluctantly left the court, still muttering to the boys about acknowledging their defeat. Today had truly been a humiliating experience. With their heads lowered, they intended to escape the scene quickly, only to find their girlfriends waiting for them by the court. Luoxue, Mingyao? The two girls held bottles of sports drinks in their hands. Su Mingyao took the initiative, handing a drink to Chun Haoren and then linking her arm with his. My boyfriend is amazing at basketball. I just witnessed it. After this, Su Mingyao turned and winked at Su Luoxue. Receiving the signal, Su Luoxue mirrored Su Mingyao's gesture, offering her drink to Lin Feng and then linking her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder. This action felt familiar to her now, no longer as stiff as it had once been. Feng plays really well. I saw that too. Lin Feng and Chun Haoren were nearly overwhelmed by the happiness of the moment, instantly forgetting the humiliation they had just experienced. Meanwhile, the expressions of the boys who had just defeated them were frozen in place. They had long noticed the two beauties outside the court, initially believing they had come to witness their impressive display against the opposing team. Little did they know, they were simply the girlfriends of those two. Even though they had just bested Chun Haoren and Lin Feng, it seemed there was no joy in their victory. It felt like winning a game, yet losing at life. Could they not spare a thought for the single souls among them? Truly excessive. This was undoubtedly the most severe humiliation they had ever faced in basketball. Without exception, the four of them departed the basketball court under the envious and resentful gazes of the boys. After Chun Haoren and Lin Feng finished the drinks their girlfriends had provided, the corners of their mouths remained turned upwards. The earlier embarrassment was swiftly brushed aside, as if the blunder had not been theirs at all. There was a sense of satisfaction in avenging their misfortune, albeit in a rather pitiful manner. Once their boys had recovered sufficiently, Su Luoxue tugged at Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng, it seems the basketball game is running late. Should we still go? Running late? The three of them turned to Su Luoxue. Noting that there was still no one on the court, how could the game have begun? Su Luoxue then revealed her chat records with the school board members. They had instructed her to attend the basketball game at Jiangda University, which was scheduled for 3 o'clock, yet it was already 10 minutes past. Huh, sister, why didn't you mention this sooner? I was too busy watching Feng play basketball. Su Mingyao had assumed the game wouldn't commence so quickly, or that the school deemed the two boys too weak to participate. Little did she know, it was simply her good sister's oversight. The reason was so plain and unadorned. It's all right. It's not too late for us to go now. Lin Feng quickly interjected, claiming that being late was inconsequential. After all, this match was organized for the lovely lady. How could they simply forego it? By the time they arrived at Jiangda University's gymnasium, it was already 3:30, and the place was bustling with people, yet no game was underway. The gym was adorned with banners proclaiming the Jiangda basketball match, explicitly welcoming Su Luoxue. In the center of the court stood an elderly gentleman, the school board member. He hadn't initially planned to attend, but after being notified that Su Luoxue was absent, he hurried over to manage the situation. However, managing the situation was a bit of an exaggeration. The actual management was primarily handled by the teachers and student council. After all, the students here were oblivious to his presence. They only recognized academic credits. Upon hearing that attending the basketball game would earn them 3 credits, they flocked in. The elderly board member glanced at his watch, then at the door blocked by the throngs of people. He picked up his phone, contemplating a call if Su Luoxue did not arrive soon. Just then, a teacher stationed at the entrance shouted, make way, please do not obstruct the flow of traffic." In the weary gaze of the old board member, Su Luoxue and her companions appeared at the edge of the basketball court. President Su has arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, the board member called out to the referee, signaling that the game could commence, positioning himself in a more visible spot among the crowd. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Why was it that commercial figures like Su Luoxue were always tardy? He vowed that if she ever subjected him to another such tedious event, he would certainly decline. Was this not a torment for his aging bones? Chapter 66, An Unexpected Turn. The moment Su Luoxue and her companions entered the court, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, with many whispering among themselves. The topic of discussion undoubtedly revolved around their striking appearances. All right, both sides prepare. We'll assign team members and then change into uniforms with Lin Feng and his companion's arrival. The male basketball players gathered closer to the center of the court. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine at the sharp gazes directed at him. These were clearly not friendly faces, and it felt as though their mere stares could deliver a beating. This was the genuine basketball team of Jiangqing University. They would not typically participate in such matches, but the allure of a substantial prize was too tempting to resist, regardless of victory or defeat. The only stipulation was that the formidable players had to be placed on the opposing team to maintain a balanced score. This was their first encounter with such a requirement. But as long as there was money to be made, they were willing to comply. It's just a matter of acting like a movie star. A small issue. The basketball game commenced amid the raucous cheers of the crowd. To be honest, The skill level of Lin Feng and the basketball team was not even remotely comparable. Had they not held back slightly, they would have been thoroughly trounced. Fortunately, Lin Feng's good looks saved the day. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have plummeted dramatically. Su Mingyao took a deep breath, observing her boy and brother-in-law struggling on the court, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she hastily grasped Su Luoxue's hand and urged her to leave. Sister, let us fetch some water for them. We can return to watch later. Su Luoxue's gaze remained fixated on the boy, not even turning to look at Su Mingyao. I don't want to. Su Mingyao, having begun to understand her sister's temperament, stifled a mischievous laugh and remarked, Sister, didn't you say you wanted to learn about romance techniques from me? Or do you wish for me to assist your husband instead? Upon hearing this, the beautiful girl indeed shifted her attention from the boy, fixing her gaze intently on Su Mingyao. Though her expression remained inscrutable, Su Mingyao felt a chill run down her spine. Oh dear sister, please don't feign selective deafness. After a moment, Su Luoxue seemed to remember something, finally following Su Mingyao out of the gymnasium. As they departed, Su Mingyao occasionally glanced back, apprehensive that this stunning beauty might suddenly harbor ill intentions towards her. However, her worries were unfounded. Once outside, Su Luoxue was entirely absorbed in thoughts of the boy playing basketball, having no time to pay attention to her. Su Mingyao waved her hand in front of Su Luoxue's somewhat dazed eyes, but the latter showed no signs of acknowledgement. This little girl began to suspect that Su Luoxue might be possessed or transformed. This was not the sister she knew at all. What of the aloof CEO persona? The eternally icy demeanor? She seemed merely a lovesick fool now. Su Mingyao began to wonder if the beauty's true nature was not that of an ice queen, but rather someone who simply preferred silence or perhaps lacked the ability to articulate. Moreover, the societal prejudice against vampires might render the high and mighty facade a mere protective guise. The abrupt change in Lin Feng's demeanor might have allowed that beautiful girl to perceive the world's warmth, prompting a transformation in her character. Alas, it seemed this newfound personality was only displayed for her beloved brother-in-law, leaving Su Mingyao feeling somewhat neglected. Su Mingyao and Su Luoxue spent about 10 minutes purchasing beverages. Initially, Su Mingyao expected to return to see her boy being beaten, but to her surprise, they were now engaged in a lively exchange with their opponents. She truly did not comprehend basketball. Even if the opposing team was deliberately underperforming, she would remain oblivious. Upon witnessing her boy score a point, an expression of sheer joy illuminated her face. Howren, so impressive. Chen Howren felt a surge of adrenaline upon hearing his girlfriend's exclamation, relying on his superior skills to rack up points. Although his performance was less than graceful, at least he was scoring. Next to Su Mingyao, Su Luoxue's pupils quivered as she watched the youthful boy on the court, momentarily lost in thought, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Feng seems even more handsome than before. Half an hour later, during the halftime break, Lin Feng and Chen Howren slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. Sister, let us go deliver some water. Upon hearing the referee announce the break, Su Mingyao eagerly tugged at Su Luoxue's hand, rushing forward. However, someone outpaced them, Xiao Ningbing, adorned with light makeup. Baby, you must be tired now. I brought you some water. The gymnasium erupted in excitement. Xiao Ningbing had not initially planned to attend the basketball game, but upon her roommate's arrival and the sharing of a video showcasing a handsome player, she was compelled to see the figure behind the lens, Lin Feng. After hastily applying makeup and purchasing a bottle of water at the convenience store, she rushed to the gym. In recent weeks, she had been unable to reach Su Xia, leading her to suspect that he might be pursuing another girl. Xiao Ningbing, known for her extravagant spending, found her finances strained without her boyfriend's support, prompting her to consider Lin Feng as another source of financial aid. She had not anticipated encountering Lin Feng today at Jiang University. On the basketball court, Xiao Ningbing lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's eyes, delighting in his momentary expression of shock. Surely, that meant he still thought of her. The audience's cheers further bolstered her confidence. Xiao Ningbing's mind began to wander, fantasizing about which handbag she would purchase next. Yet, suddenly, a searing pain coursed through her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself sprawled on the ground. Lin Feng glared at her in disgust, unable to fathom how she dared to utter the word baby. He had chosen to ignore Xiao Ningbing previously, unsure of how he wanted her to meet her demise. Yet, that no longer seemed relevant. He wished nothing more than for her to be obliterated. As for the incident of him striking someone at school, Lin Feng was unconcerned. He knew Su Luoxue would surely protect him, even if she could not. He was determined to fight back, having painstakingly built trust with that beautiful girl. After dealing with Xiao Ningbing, Lin Feng glanced around, swiftly making his way to Su Luoxue, who had intended to deliver water. Shue, I had no idea Xiao Ningbing was here. After speaking, he wiped his hands on his pants, as if having touched Xiao Ningbing was a revolting experience. Su Luoxue's gaze flickered, her eyes lowered in contemplation. Lin Feng felt a pang of anxiety. He had noticed the beautiful girl smiling during the game, but her current expressionless demeanor unsettled him. Just as he contemplated giving Xiao Ningbing a few kicks to demonstrate his loyalty, the lovely girl gently grasped his hand. I believe in you, Ah Feng. After uttering this, Su Luoxue led the boy to where Xia Ningbing lay incapacitated. She made no move to strike or trample her. Instead, she merely regarded her with a profound gaze. Xia Ningbing, with her high ponytail and light makeup, indeed embodied the vibrant spirit of youth, at least in comparison to Su Luoxue. Chapter 67, Rubber Band? Xia Ningbing stared wide-eyed at Su Luoxue, her mind struggling to comprehend. Could this be the wealthy mistress supporting Lin Feng? She appeared more radiant than any celebrity. Before events could escalate further, a frail voice emerged from the crowd. Hey, President Su, what is going on here? It was the aging school board member. He had lingered in the gymnasium for 10 minutes before returning to his office for tea. Upon hearing from the supervising teacher that President Su's partner had engaged in a fight with a student, he nearly choked. Shortly thereafter, he hurriedly drove back to the gym. Glancing at Su Luoxue and then at the fallen Xia Ningbing, he felt a throbbing in his temples. Noting that the beautiful girl remained silent, he could only assist Xia Ningbing to her feet. While addressing the violence was one matter, if the board member were to witness a student being assaulted and remain indifferent, it could lead to significant repercussions. The incident could easily make the news. Teacher, they're fighting Xia Ningbing, oblivious to the identity of her rescuer, began to weep as he helped her up. Child, please don't cry. Let us step outside to handle this. With that, the board member escorted Xia Ningbing out of the gymnasium, prompting Su Luoxue to follow closely with Lin Feng. The board member wore a grave expression, recognizing that this was not the appropriate venue for discussion. The only course of action was to escort Su Luoxue and Xia Ningbing to his office. Come on, get in the car. We shall discuss this matter further at my office. Given that Lin Feng's vehicle was parked quite a distance away, he and Su Luoxue opted to ride with the old school board member. In the front passenger seat, Xia Ningbing continued to lament, expressing her discontent about merely wanting to deliver a drink to Lin Feng, only to be unceremoniously beaten by him. The elderly board member hastily consoled her, Child, let us talk in the office shortly. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Hearing his words, Xia Ningbing finally felt a sense of relief. Her eyes glinted with resentment as she plotted to extort a substantial sum from them. Without at least 20 or 30,000, you shall not escape. What if Su Luoxue were to disagree? Then she would certainly escalate the situation. Upon arriving at the board member's office, she dropped her pretense and boldly demanded 30,000. Just as she anticipated the vexed expressions from Su Luoxue and Lin Feng, she was met with their incredulous gazes, as if she were a fool. Lin Feng, the instigator of this chaos, hesitated to speak, opting instead to pass the decision to Su Luoxue. All right, I will transfer the amount. Please provide me with your phone number. Xia Ningbing was taken aback by Su Luoxue's swift agreement. Yet considering her prior generosity towards the boy, it was not surprising. You must transfer it now. The moment Xia Ningbing finished her demand, the notification of the transfer echoed from her phone. Nearly unable to contain her laughter at the sight of the 30,000. She reveled in her triumph. The old board member had initially anticipated playing the peacemaker, only to find this situation resolved so effortlessly. My dear student, should you not feel a sense of indignation for the humiliation you endured rather than soliciting funds? However, witnessing such a swift resolution brought him a breath of relief. So, do you find this outcome acceptable? No. Teacher, I shall take my leave now. Xia Ningbing bowed to the old board member, genuinely fearful of Su Luoxue retracting her agreement. Although wealthy, she was not foolish. 30,000 for a mere slap. Was that not an astute bargain? If feasible, she mused, she would endure a few more slaps for such a payout. Seeing the matter resolved, Su Luoxue stood up, ready to leave with the boy, when the old board member called out to her. Ms. Su, your conduct today has been quite egregious. The old board member spoke frankly, forgoing any pleasantries. This incident would undoubtedly impact Jiang University. Should it not be handled properly, it could even trend online. 10 minutes later, Su Luoxue emerged with the boy. She genuinely listened to the old board member's admonitions, though it was merely an exercise in pretense as her focus remained on the boy. Had it not been for the possibility of him needing to graduate from this institution, she would have disregarded his lecture entirely. After they exited, the duo made their way to the dormitory to retrieve their vehicle and return to the gym. Su Mingyao had been waiting at the gym entrance. But the old board member's car could not accommodate so many passengers, and Su Luoxue had no need for her assistance. Thus, she remained outside, awaiting their return. Upon seeing her brother-in-law pull up in the car, Su Mingyao hurried over. Brother-in-law, why have you taken so long? Did that old man give you a hard time? Su Luoxue shook her head, while Lin Feng took it upon himself to speak on her behalf. Upon hearing that her sister had been reprimanded by the old board member, Su Mingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, my sister was actually lectured? Yet, she quickly discerned the reason and chose to remain silent. After a brief conversation among the four, Lin Feng drove them out of Jiang City and back to the company. Given the gravity of the situation, returning to play basketball was out of the question. The priority now was to manage the situation online. The Public Security Bureau would likely be activated in response to the scandal. As soon as the boy drove past the university gates, the alluring beauty fixed her gaze upon him. Ah Feng, let us return home. Huh, Shue Shue, aren't you going to handle the company's affairs? This seems rather significant. Su Luoxue shook her head, acknowledging that while it had some impact, it could be managed effectively. Besides, what purpose would it serve for her to return to the company? Such matters could be entrusted to Xiao Qing. After all, she was not well versed in public relations. Upon arriving home, Lin Feng parked the car and led the enchanting beauty into the foyer. Initially, he intended to grab a glass of water, but she hurriedly pulled him upstairs. Lin Feng could only chuckle helplessly, having just finished playing basketball. However, he was more than willing to indulge his beloved wife. Once inside the room, Lin Feng intended to change out of his basketball attire to shower, but he was interrupted by Su Luoxue, gazing intently into the boy's eyes. She blinked and said, "Ah Feng, I want to wear this." Lin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva. He raised his arm to sniff. While Su Luoxue could tolerate his sweat, he certainly could not. Moreover, he had a habit of not wanting to lie on his bed without showering first. Was she trying to kill him? Yet, Su Luoxue persisted, and he reluctantly agreed. Ultimately, he was more inclined to pamper Su Luoxue. He wrapped his arms around her and was about to start peeling onions when Su Luoxue tightly grasped his hand. Ah Feng, wait a moment. Lin Feng's heart sank. What was she up to now? At this rate, he was bound to get into trouble. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Luoxue's phone rang, prompting her to rush downstairs to the foyer. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Qing, panting heavily, opened the passenger door and handed Su Luoxue a bag of items, gasping, "Boss, this is what you wanted to buy. I must return to work now." All right. Once the enchanting beauty ascended the stairs, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the bag in her hand, eager to uncover her intentions. With anticipation, he watched as Su Luoxue retrieved an exquisite small box and slowly produced a rubber band from within. Chapter 68, High Ponytail. A rubber band? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed about Su Luoxue's intentions. Did she wish for him to wear it as a token of possession? It seemed plausible, as many young girls enjoyed having their boyfriends wear their rubber bands. Yet, Su Luoxue did not strike him as the type to engage in such antics. In a moment that left him astounded, Su Luoxue took the rubber band and fashioned it into a high ponytail. However, given that she had always worn her hair down, her attempts were clumsy and awkward. Lin Feng's understanding of the situation dawned upon him. It was likely that Su Luoxue had seen Xia Ningbing sporting a high ponytail. He quickly grasped her wrist, gently removing the rubber band from her grasp. "Luoxue, you mustn't do this." Immediately, Su Luoxue reclaimed the rubber band and insisted on tying her hair into a high ponytail, muttering to herself, "Ah Feng likes this, I know." Lin Feng's heart fluttered, and he tightened his embrace around the enchanting beauty before him. This cannot be allowed. Su Luoxue is not a mere substitute for Xia Ningbing. Moreover, in this lifetime, he had never held any affection for Xia Ningbing. His genuine love was reserved for this enchanting beauty. Observing the stubborn expression on her face, Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The confidence of this enchanting beauty has indeed been severely eroded by her own previous experiences. Despite my profound affection for her, she still perceives herself as merely a substitute for Xia Ningbing? Or perhaps her self-esteem regarding her appearance is lacking. Shui. At this moment, I wish to render Xia Ningbing's existence unbearable. Could you eliminate her? Lin Feng, frustrated by the ineffectiveness of his words, resorted to invoking Xia Ningbing as a point of reference to demonstrate his disinterest in her. Su Luoxue, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded, even without the boy's urging. She would seek someone to deal with Xia Ningbing. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Xia Ningbing is set to meet Su Xia in 2 days. However, the boy's words do not negate his fondness for the high ponytail. Su Luoxue once more clumsily attempted to secure her hair with an elastic band, only for Lin Feng to remove it once again, tossing it onto the bedside table before turning to lift the captivating beauty into his arms. Last night, while he had been teasing her, she had also been preoccupied with the matter of the hair tie. Lin Feng, resolute in his intent, was determined to make her aware of the folly in her actions. Thus, Su Luoxue did not rise until nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting out of bed, she bit her lip and gathered herself, striving to hold back her tears. After a brief pause, she moved to the bedside table to retrieve a bag of rubber bands. The elastic band had been cast aside by the boy last night, leaving her to experiment with others. Just as she opened the box and was about to tie her hair into a ponytail, Lin Feng entered with lunch. After a moment of speechlessness, he placed the meal on the bedside table and gently removed the elastic band from her hair, much like he had done the previous evening. Observing Su Luoxue's blank expression, he felt a smile tugging at his lips. Had she forgotten his words from last night? Or was she simply numb to the pain now? Su Luoxue, her gaze cast downward, could not bring herself to meet the boy's eyes and eventually murmured, "I just want to wear it." Lin Feng initially intended to offer further persuasion, but upon witnessing her stubbornness, he opted for a different approach. He embraced Su Luoxue tightly, whispering in her ear, Shui, I will always cherish only you. I adore both the high ponytail and your hair down. I truly, deeply adore you. So there is no need for you to mimic anyone else. In my heart, you are the one and only Su Luoxue, not a mere substitute for anyone." Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks onto Lin Feng's shoulder. This was the most sincere and moving confession she had heard from him since her rebirth. Ah Feng only loves her. She is irreplaceable. She had long perceived this, but was too afraid to inquire whether he considered her as Xia Ningbing. She feared that if she posed the question, he would cease the pretense and leave her. Fortunately, he remained steadfastly by her side. Ah Feng, I still wish to tie that braid. I want to see if you would prefer that version of me. Ultimately, Su Luoxue insisted on securing her hair into a high ponytail, to which Lin Feng could only respond with a smile and a reluctant agreement. As she struggled with the braid, Lin Feng took over, assisting her. However, both were equally inexperienced. Aside from some childhood play with his younger sister's hair, he had never styled anyone else's. After several minutes of effort, Lin Feng could only grimace at the unsightly ponytail he had fashioned. Was his hand truly this clumsy? At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Had Su Luoxue's hair not been so smooth, she might have been in tears from the discomfort. Left with no other options, he resorted to searching for hair braiding tutorials online, leaning against Su Luoxue's shoulder as she learned alongside him. Before long, he felt a surge of confidence and eagerly used Su Luoxue as a test subject. However, disaster struck as he pulled too tightly, accidentally yanking out a few of her hairs. Su Luoxue, ever resilient, remained silent despite the discomfort. Quietly, she picked up the boy's elastic and began to braid her hair herself. To Lin Feng's astonishment, she successfully tied a reasonably acceptable high ponytail. Seeing the boy's astonished expression made her heart race. Ah Feng, does this look unattractive? Lin Feng took a moment to come to terms with reality before quickly reassuring her. How could it possibly look unattractive? Luoxue, you are beautiful no matter what. However, I still believe you look better with your hair down. He spoke the truth. The high ponytail did not quite align with her graceful essence, bordering on discordance. I want to wear this hairstyle today. Su Luoxue was uncertain whether the boy's words were sincere or not, but she decided to maintain the hairstyle for now. As for how to gauge his preference, she was certain she would find out by evening. The boy would not vocalize his likes or dislikes, instead expressing them through his actions. Chapter 69. I am a 20-year-old worker, not a 20-year-old beast of burden. After finishing their hairstyles, the two enjoyed their meal and took a leisurely drive to the company in the afternoon. Upon arrival, the entire staff stared in disbelief at their boss. How had their stunningly beautiful leader suddenly opted for a ponytail? It was well known that they had never witnessed Su Luoxue tie her hair in all these years. What had prompted this change today? Lin Feng had begun to reconsider. Indeed, this enchanting beauty was not suited for a high ponytail, yet it did impart a youthful appearance. However, as Su Luoxue walked, her ponytail did not sway with the vivacity of youth, lacking a certain energy. Nevertheless, the boy still found it appealing. Playfully tugging at her ponytail from behind, unfazed by the employees' curious gazes, Su Luoxue led her boy to her office. Feeling his hand playing with her braid filled her with joy. Though Lin Feng often played with her hair, he had never been so enamored as he was today. Ah Feng was deceiving himself by claiming indifference. Throughout the afternoon, Su Luoxue focused diligently on her work while Lin Feng continued to amuse himself with her braid. If her braid lacked the playful sway, he would simply adjust it manually. Ironically, the most delighted individual was not Lin Feng, but rather the assistant, Xiaoqing, who was bustling about in the sixth-floor office. The young girl was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by an abundance of tasks. She felt utterly incapable of managing them alone. She had braced herself for an all-nighter, only to be surprised by her boss's return to the company. Her emotions were a mix of relief and joy, as she had not experienced a moment's respite since the young master and her boss reconciled. The crucial detail was that Su Luoxue had only raised her salary once, and it seemed she had forgotten to do so again. Yet, Xiaoqing dared not voice her grievances, caught in a conflict between indignation and resignation. After all, who could refuse such a lucrative salary? Perhaps her boss had genuinely forgotten about her pay raise. Maybe she would remember at the end of the month and grant her a bonus instead? It's all right, Xiaoqing. You will persevere and continue to work. After tiring of playing with Su Luoxue's hair, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, scrolling through his phone. His first order of business was to search for information regarding the previous day's incident at Jiang University. The matter had yet to gain traction online, with little viewership for the available content. Shui, has the public discourse been effectively managed? Lin Feng was acutely aware that Xia Ningbing was undoubtedly destined to meet her demise. Presently, he found himself devoid of any viable solutions to address her plight. Thus he decided to entrust her to Su Luoxue. The esteemed female executive of Jiangcheng was well equipped with means to handle such matters. Should Su Luoxue fail to eliminate Xia Ningbing, Lin Feng would then consider taking matters into his own hands. It was not that Lin Feng harbored no desire for vengeance. Rather, the endeavor of discreetly orchestrating a murder as an ordinary individual proved exceedingly arduous. Unbeknownst to him, after Su Luoxue concluded her conversation, she dispatched a message to Xiaoqing. The previous night, Lin Feng had spent considerable time elucidating the situation surrounding Xia Ningbing to her, and now she had ceased her inquiries regarding the dying woman. Upon receiving Su Luoxue's message, Xiaoqing, who had been attempting to reassure herself in the office, found her smile abruptly frozen upon reading it. She had only just contemplated treating herself to a cup of milk tea and some skewered delicacies. Glancing at the pile of proposals on her desk, she noted Su Luoxue's request for her to inquire about the progress at the Public Security Bureau. President Su, are you plotting my demise? I am but a mere employee in my 20s, not a beast of burden. At precisely 6 o'clock, the alarm rang, prompting Su Luoxue to rise promptly. Lin Feng was taken aback. The enchanting young woman had returned home late for the past 2 days. Yet today she was not inclined to linger. Shui, have you completed your work? Su Luoxue shook her head, opting for silence, her demeanor suggesting a sense of urgency. Once they descended the stairs, the charming lady finally articulated, I wish to buy clothes for a phone. Buy clothes? Lin Feng glanced down at his somewhat inexpensive attire. Uncertain of its origins, perhaps it was a gift from his mother or Lin Xiao. Though the most likely scenario was that he had haphazardly acquired it from an online thrift store. Shui, I have sufficient clothing already. And what need do I have for so many garments? Without further ado, Su Luoxue seized the keys from his hand, intent on driving. Lin Feng, bewildered by her sudden determination, yielded to her whims. She maneuvered the vehicle into the underground parking lot of a mall now registered in his name, leading him briskly to the second floor, the very location where they had previously purchased skirts together. Hello, welcome, the female attendant greeted, her spirits lifting upon seeing Su Luoxue and Lin Feng, recognizing them as valued customers. Hello, beautiful. Are you here to purchase skirts again? I wish to buy basketball jerseys. The attendant's eyelids flickered in surprise. It seemed this was an unexpected twist. Nevertheless, she patiently explained, I'm afraid we do not carry basketball jerseys here. However, we have a selection of skirts with new styles. Then I would like to purchase some elastic bands. The attendant inhaled deeply, exasperated. It was already a tedious workday, and now she had to contend with such absurdity. Shui, this is a store for skirts. They likely only sell skirts. Shall we peruse the skirts first? Lin Feng chuckled softly, affectionately smoothing Su Luoxue's high ponytail. He now understood her urgency. She was here to buy him a basketball jersey. Wait. I must first buy clothes for a phone. All right, let us procure my clothing first, and then we can return to examine the skirts. Lin Feng and Su Luoxue traversed the entire mall, ultimately locating a solitary shop that sold basketball jerseys, tucked away at the far end. Upon spotting the jerseys, Su Luoxue hurried over, selecting one and handing it to Lin Feng. A phone, a basketball jersey. I know. Lin Feng replied with a smile, gently stroking Su Luoxue's hair. Luoxue, shall I try it on here first? You can see how it fits. Su Luoxue had initially been inclined to agree, but upon noticing the surrounding female attendants, she promptly declined. A phone, let us try it on at home instead. Lin Feng, fully aware of her thoughts, whispered playfully in her ear, Shui, why not accompany me to the fitting room? This way, no one else will see. Su Luoxue blinked, seemingly convinced by his reasoning, and promptly followed him to the fitting room. The attendants outside widened their eyes in disbelief. Excuse me, handsome and beautiful, this is the fitting room. However, they dared not voice their objections. Were they to admonish Su Luoxue and Lin Feng for indulging in their romance within? Inside the fitting room, Lin Feng donned the basketball jersey. Yet, he found that wearing it no longer evoked the same thrill as the previous day. After all, he had genuinely played basketball then, and the combination of youthful exuberance in the attire had created a stunning effect. Now, however, it felt rather ordinary. Nevertheless, Su Luoxue cared not for such trivialities. To her, Lin Feng looked captivating in any attire. Even if he didn't exude the same aura now, she could easily conjure it in her imagination, as his previous appearance had been deeply etched in her mind. As long as Lin Feng wore the jersey, she was content, believing she could handle everything else on her own. Chapter 70. A stroll. After trying on the outfit, the duo emerged from the fitting room. Lin Feng now clad in his modest ensemble. The female attendants exchanged glances, assessing Su Luoxue's expression and Lin Feng's state, before collectively exhaling in relief. Yet, a tinge of disappointment lingered in their hearts, as if they had missed out on some juicy gossip. Had the two engaged in any untoward activities inside, they would have remained tight-lipped. As Lin Feng and Su Luoxue approached the counter, the attendants quickly masked their inquisitive gazes. Hello, sir, this jersey is priced at 199 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or card? Before the attendant could finish her sentence, Su Luoxue snatched the jersey from Lin Feng's grasp and produced a card from her pocket, handing it over to the attendant. I'll take all the basketball jerseys here, and this one as well. Due to the sheer volume of clothing, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue could not carry it all. He relayed his home address to the attendant and requested Su Luoxue to add her on WeChat. However, the charming lady insisted on taking a few pieces home first, and so he acquiesced. Once Su Luoxue completed her purchase, Lin Feng watched with a bemused expression as the attendant hurriedly packed the items. He had meticulously chosen each piece for Su Luoxue, while she had simply decided to buy out the entire store. After acquiring the basketball jerseys, they returned to the shop selling skirts. Lin Feng selected 8 skirts he fancied, then instructed the attendant to prepare an additional piece of each, resulting in a total of 16 skirts. The duplicates were intended for Su Luoxue's casual outings, while the formal ones remained undecided. Lin Feng similarly arranged for some of the skirts to be shipped to their villa, but he, like Su Luoxue, also kept a few for immediate use. With arms laden with various bags, Lin Feng continued to accompany Su Luoxue as they strolled through the mall. Earlier, while assisting her in locating athletic wear, he had spotted several attractive skirts and realized they needed to purchase some lingerie, as his wife was nearly out of undergarments. After their shopping spree, the pair made their way to the underground parking garage. Although Su Luoxue wore a composed expression, her delight was palpable. Her happiness was infectious, and it soon reflected on Lin Feng's face. After a while, he suddenly recalled a matter of importance. She still needs to buy some furniture. By the way, Su Luoxue, didn't I mention that I needed to purchase furniture? Now that we're out, let us visit a nearby furniture store. Furniture? Su Luoxue seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter, and when the boy brought it up, a look of confusion washed over her face. Did Ah Feng ever mention this? Although this lovely girl was entirely captivated by her boy, there were indeed trivial matters that slipped her mind. She was already exhausted from merely thinking about how Ah Feng teased her every night. Lin Feng's nightly antics were etched in her mind. I simply wish for our home to exude the warmth of a true dwelling. Lin Feng patiently explained to the enchanting girl. Our home feels too empty at present. I believe we should incorporate more furniture. Upon hearing the boy's description, Su Luoxue recalled that Ah Feng had indeed mentioned this before. She didn't rush to respond to him, but instead glanced at her phone, promptly shaking her head. Ah Feng, it's almost 7 o'clock. We need to go eat. Lin Feng immediately leaned in to check the lovely girl's phone, confirming that it was indeed nearing 7. He smiled, a hint of helplessness in his expression. You silly girl, how can you remember this so clearly? Very well. Let us head home first. Su Luoxue looked at the boy's cheek, seemingly perplexed. It seemed like Ah Feng wanted to scold her, yet he appeared so joyfully amused. Moreover, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't even bother with breakfast. She certainly had to keep that in mind, enjoying the unique tenderness of the lovely girl. Lin Feng hummed a tune while driving. He recalled how, upon his rebirth, Su Luoxue had truly ignored him, and now she was filled with thoughts of him. After returning home and finishing dinner, Lin Feng washed the dishes and then pulled the lovely girl to sit together on the sofa. Su Luoxue, how about we take a walk outside? I believe there's a park nearby, right? Su Luoxue shook her head. She was unaware of such details. Before being with the boy, her life had revolved solely around her home and work. This villa was merely a recommendation from Su Mengyao. She had no knowledge of what surrounded them. Lin Feng, feeling a bit helpless, took the lovely girl's hand and attempted to lead her outside. However, Su Luoxue resisted, and Lin Feng bent down, puzzled, to see what she intended to do. Luoxue, don't you want to take a walk? Su Luoxue quickly nodded, retrieving the sportswear she had purchased that evening from the coffee table and handing it to the boy. She then checked the time on her phone. Ah Feng, it's already 8 o'clock. Lin Feng's expression darkened. His intention in taking the lovely girl for a walk was to distract her from her incessant thoughts. And it's only 8 o'clock. Even on regular days, it wouldn't be so early. Does his beloved wife not regard him as a person? Is it normal for couples to go about their days like this? Shouldn't they hold hands and stroll together daily? This felt like an attempt to murder her husband. Lin Feng shuddered, quickly grasping Su Luoxue's hand. Luoxue, we won't be gone long. We're just going for a simple stroll. It's quite fashionable for couples to walk together these days. Remember when we visited Jiangqing University? Those couples were also holding hands while walking, right? Consider it a way to digest. Su Luoxue was somewhat swayed by his words, biting her lip in indecision. Do college students really do that? After a moment, she finally responded to the boy's question, can we return by 9:30? Sure, 9:30 it is. Lin Feng sighed. Why had the day's timeline shifted so early? But there was no helping it. The fact that this lovely girl was willing to accompany him for a walk was already a significant step forward. 3 minutes later, the two appeared hand in hand outside the villa's garden. It was nearly November, and the weather in Jiangqing was gradually cooling down. However, the breeze still felt refreshing. Luoxue, do you sense the essence of nature here? Lin Feng, for some reason, felt a surge of excitement walking with Su Luoxue, engaging her with cheerful banter. Perhaps it was because this was a different kind of first experience with Luoxue. No. Su Luoxue blinked, feeling that it was not much different from being at home. The essence of nature? She could only detect the fragrance emanating from the boy. She felt an urge to take a bite. Lin Feng continued to smile radiantly, releasing his hold on the girl and leaning against her from behind, resting his entire self against her. If Luoxue cannot perceive the essence of nature, that is perfectly fine. As long as you can feel the love I have for you. I can feel it. Chapter 71. This is what it means to be a man. The two chatted and laughed as they walked, even though it was primarily the boy who filled the air with laughter. Yet he felt immense joy, clinging to the lovely girl from behind, resting his head on her shoulder. Gradually, however, Lin Feng's smile began to fade. The main reason was that there were quite a few people out walking in the villa area. Due to Su Luoxue's stunning presence, wherever they went, they garnered a 100% rate of attention. Initially, Lin Feng felt incredibly fortunate to have such a beautiful wife despite his own ordinariness, until a man shot him a look filled with envy and disdain. Then came another and another. Lin Feng suddenly felt that this was unacceptable. After all, he was a man. What was he doing leaning against his wife? He promptly stopped walking, no longer leaning against the lovely girl. Su Luoxue felt a void in her heart when the boy distanced himself. She quite enjoyed having Ah Feng lean against her. It felt so comforting. Plus, the boy's scent would occasionally waft into her nose. Just as she turned to say something, the boy who had just stepped away now approached her, assertively taking her hand. Shueshua, you're leaning against me now. Su Luoxue was puzzled by the boy's sudden behavior, yet she obediently leaned against him. And wrap your arms around me. Whatever Lin Feng said, the lovely girl complied, slowly intertwining her arm with his. Only then did Lin Feng's previously faded smile return, the corners of his mouth nearly reaching the heavens. This is what it means to be a man. He was eager to see who would dare look down on him now. Unsurprisingly, from that point on, no one cast disdainful glances at Lin Feng during their stroll. Fortunately, most of the people here were affluent. Their girlfriends were likely to meet a high standard. Otherwise, this group would have likely banded together to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's vanity was thoroughly satisfied as he gently lifted the corners of the lovely girl's lips with his fingers. Observing her slightly stiff smile, he felt utterly fulfilled. Over an hour later, Lin Feng kept his promise and brought Su Luoxue home. However, even if he lost track of time, the lovely girl would ensure he returned. After an hour of shopping, she had been constantly checking her phone, leaving him no chance to delay even for a minute. It wasn't even 9:30 yet, but the villa area was already bustling with couples. On their way back, Lin Feng and Su Luoxue witnessed numerous couples embracing one another. Some were even indulging in kisses. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Are you all that eager? Just as he was about to head home, the enchanting girl beside him suddenly covered his eyes. What's the matter, Shueshue? Lin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. They were just a few steps away from home. Could it be that Su Luoxue wanted to engage in some playful antics right here? Perhaps she intended to surprise him by covering his eyes? However, after waiting for a moment, he realized that Su Luoxue was not making any actual moves, as if she merely wished to obscure his vision. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Feng whispered, Shueshue, what are you doing? Didn't you want to kiss me? Why aren't you making a move? Only then did Su Luoxue come back to her senses, blinking at the boy. I was watching someone wall slam. The beautiful girl spoke with such seriousness that it nearly caused Lin Feng to choke on his own saliva. Well, perhaps he had been overthinking things. He hurriedly freed himself from her grasp and pulled her back towards the villa. Yet, before leaving, he curiously glanced around. Sure enough, he spotted a couple nearby engaged in a passionate embrace. The man seemed rather wild, his hands roaming freely, while the woman was undeniably alluring. No wonder this beautiful girl didn't want him to see. As for whether that couple were merely friends or lovers, Lin Feng was uncertain. In this affluent neighborhood, who could keep track of such matters? Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng unceremoniously smacked Su Luoxue on her rear. Silly girl. Why were you watching someone else's wall slam? Don't you want to show me? I want to learn, he chuckled in exasperation, taking her hand and leading her to the wall, grinning as he looked at her. Shueshue, let me teach you. You don't need to learn from others. At that moment, he genuinely wished to delve into the depths of her mind to understand the surprises she constantly brought to his life. Unexpectedly, the stunning girl expressed her reluctance to be taught by him, even justifying her stance. I already know how. I learned from Meng Yao before. I merely wanted to see how it's done. Learned from Su Meng Yao? Lin Feng was taken aback. Wasn't he always by her side? How could Su Meng Yao have taught her about wall slamming? What kind of teaching was that? Surely, she couldn't have been wall slammed by her own wife. Lin Feng felt that this was entirely plausible. With Su Luoxue's captivating looks, Su Meng Yao must have been coveting his wife. How could she be so untrustworthy? He lamented. It was one thing to betray a close friend, but to betray her brother-in-law was utterly unacceptable. Lin Feng gazed at Su Luoxue with a pained expression. Shueshue, when did you ask Su Meng Yao to teach you? How come I didn't know? And how did she teach you? Facing the barrage of questions from the boy, Su Luoxue answered each one earnestly. It was when Feng was playing basketball outside. Meng Yao and I were sitting under a tree. She said she wanted to teach me about love, so I asked her. Upon hearing Su Luoxue mention that Su Meng Yao had blushed during the conversation, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Based on the beautiful girl's description, Lin Feng envisioned the scene. Su Luoxue, with a serious demeanor, inquiring about how to wall slam, while Su Meng Yao stammered and blushed in response. This beautiful girl truly had no sense of shame. With a sigh, Lin Feng placed his hand gently on Su Luoxue's head. However, considering how she had progressed from being completely mute to now watching others wall slam, he felt that time had flown by quickly, as if he had just recently been reborn. Come on, Shueshue, let me see what you've truly learned. After his sigh, the boy decided to give Su Luoxue a chance to showcase her newfound skills. If this beautiful girl still struggled, he, as her husband, wouldn't he mind sharing some of his experiences? All right, Su Luoxue replied, recalling the lessons Su Meng Yao had imparted to her, as well as the wall slam she had just witnessed outside. She slowly slipped her hand beneath the boy's shirt. Hey Luoxue, didn't we agree to practice wall slamming? Su Luoxue, however, paid no heed to him, furrowing her brow as if lost in thought. Meng Yao said that when a girl wall slams, she should look into the boy's eyes, grasp his wrist, and then lean in for a kiss. After a moment of contemplation, the beautiful girl finally stood on her tiptoes, amidst Lin Feng's eager gaze. Chapter 72. I'm thinking about how to be cute. The next day, Su Luoxue rose from bed at 11 o'clock. Last night, she had practiced wall slamming with Lin Feng, and afterward, they had spent several hours together on the second floor. The first thing Su Luoxue did upon waking was to carefully place the rubber band she had removed the night before back into its original box. However, she suddenly found herself disliking the high ponytail. Since Lin Feng was quite fond of her high ponytail, it had caused her some discomfort the previous night. Usually, Lin Feng would hold her wrist or take her hand, but last night, he had hardly done so. This stunning beauty likely had anticipated that she would become jealous of her own ponytail the moment she was reborn. Not long after she released her ponytail, Lin Feng opened the bedroom door and, upon seeing his beautiful girl awake, walked over with a smile. Luoxue, why didn't you put your hair up in a high ponytail? Upon hearing the mention of a high ponytail, Su Luoxue's expression fell. A Feng can't seriously prefer high ponytails over me, can he? I wouldn't allow that. She could only fabricate a lie, claiming that her rubber band was missing. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Lost your rubber band? You bought more than a dozen of them. Even if one is missing, you still have backups. It was clear she simply didn't want to wear one anymore. Lin Feng had resolved to help Su Luoxue break her habit of wearing a high ponytail, but he hadn't expected such success on the very first day. He felt a pang of sympathy for this beautiful girl. Yet, he hadn't realized that the reason Su Luoxue had abandoned her high ponytail was not due to discomfort, but rather her jealousy of it. Gently, he caressed Su Luoxue's hair, as if trying to soothe her wounds. Shui, your hair doesn't hurt, does it? Not at all. Su Luoxue shook her head. The pain was truly insignificant to her. That's good. They lingered for a moment before heading downstairs for breakfast. Although it was already 11, breakfast was still essential. Su Luoxue had recently developed a habit of skipping breakfast, but Lin Feng couldn't bear to wake her. Today was a rare occasion where the beautiful girl had risen early, and Lin Feng was determined to ensure she ate. At the breakfast table, Su Luoxue remained indifferent to the array of food laid before her. Despite her stomach growling, she made no move to eat. What's wrong, Shui? Is it not to your liking? Lin Feng thought perhaps she simply didn't enjoy the food and stood up to prepare something different. However, the beautiful girl grasped his hand, preventing him from leaving. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. I'm thinking about how to be cute. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He had no idea what this beautiful girl was planning. Wait, my wife is pondering how to be cute with me? He dug at his ears and quickly set down the breakfast. Sitting beside Su Luoxue with a hint of excitement. What do you have in mind? Shui, did you just mention that you were pondering how to act cute? Meng Yao remarked that in human romance, it is typically the girls who engage in such antics, claiming that boys are fond of this behavior. Lin Feng chuckled somewhat lewdly. It seems his little sister-in-law may prove to be quite useful. He regretted being too harsh back at the hospital. Lin Feng, how could you strike your benefactor? He hurriedly wrapped his arm around Su Luoxue, whispering, Shui, why don't you give it a try and show me how well you've learned? However, after uttering these words, Su Luoxue remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. The actions and tone demonstrated by Su Mingyao were simply too cheesy and nauseating. Within a minute of her demonstration, Su Luoxue had completely forgotten the lesson. Even if she racked her brain now, she couldn't recall a thing. Lin Feng, however, exhibited remarkable patience. This aloof female CEO was humbling herself to learn about romantic experiences for his sake. What reason did he have to complain? 10 minutes later, Su Luoxue drooped like a withered blade of grass. Ah Feng, I'm sorry, but it seems I cannot learn. Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy and quickly embraced the beautiful girl. Silly, if we can't learn, then we won't. I like you just the way you are, Luoxue. Why apologize? This was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed Su Luoxue in such a state. While he felt a twinge of sympathy, he also found her somewhat endearing. It was as if he were in a relationship with a girl possessing a dual personality. In front of others, she was the expressionless iceberg CEO, yet before him, she appeared as a slightly foolish girl, striving to learn how to flirt and act cute for his sake. How could she apologize for not mastering it? And that slightly despondent expression was quite lovely. Wasn't he it? Despite Lin Feng's comforting words, Su Luoxue remained unable to muster any joy. Meng Yao had said that men preferred those little darling wives. Only then could they capture their hearts. Well, Luoxue, just linking your arm with mine counts as acting cute, Lin Feng said with a smile. Entwining her hand in his arm and allowing her head to rest on his shoulder, he nearly forgot that this lovely girl had already acted cute with him before. Even if she had determined her mind at that time, her simply resting her arm on his, mimicking what she had seen from female university students, felt like acting cute to him. Besides, this personality of Shui wasn't suited for such antics. All she needed to do was be herself, and he would be quite pleased. Being myself, is that what Ah Feng likes? Su Luoxue blinked, looking towards him. Do you prefer it when I act cute? Or this current version of me? No. Has the current succubus reached supermodel status? How can I handle that? Lin Feng swallowed hard before managing to say, I adore both versions. After all, I simply like shui shui. Ah Feng is lying. Su Luoxue regarded him with an impassive expression. She might not fully grasp human emotions, but she understood Lin Feng well enough. Moreover, she wasn't he one to talk much. She wasn't he foolish. She could see through his inconsistency. Ah Feng surely favored her acting cute. All right, I enjoy your cute side. Is that sufficient? Lin Feng felt as if his heart were melting. When had this beautiful girl become so excessive? How had he not noticed it before? That previous blow had struck his very artery. Chapter 73. Ah Feng, feed me. The God King revived. Half a day's unsealing. This is Zhang Sanfeng's business acumen. Yet, the beautiful girl remained oblivious to how ordinary girls acted cute. Seeing her eager expression to learn, Lin Feng could only open Douyin to show her those couple bloggers. Hubby, you're so naughty, oh really? I have even naughtier things in store. The sounds emanating from Lin Feng's phone were somewhat indecent, startling him into thinking he had clicked the wrong app. To his surprise, he hadn't. Had Douyin developed to this extent? Stealing a glance at the focused Su Luoxue, he felt a flicker of anticipation. This lovely girl had yet to call him hubby. If she were to say, hubby, you're so naughty in the evening, Lin Feng could scarcely imagine the bliss that would ensue. Su Luoxue was diligently studying how girls acted cute in the videos. Upon hearing Lin Feng's silly laughter, she frowned slightly and slowly turned away, cutting off his view of her phone. Hey, Luoxue, aren't you being a bit selfish? You can watch others. But I can't. Lin Feng wasn't about to indulge Su Luoxue's bad habit. This lovely girl wouldn't let him see those couples while she enjoyed herself. If he accepted this, he'd have no outlet for his jealousy later. Su Luoxue, hearing his complaint, was at a loss for how to respond. She was already tongue-tied, unable to outwit him, so she merely turned her back on him. Ah Feng, I don't like talking. Please don't ask me. All right. So now we're playing the stubborn game, are we? After 20 minutes of effort, the beautiful girl had finally grasped something substantial. She turned her body towards him and said, Ah Feng, feed me breakfast. Su Luoxue set down Lin Feng's phone and handed her bowl and chopsticks to him. All right, I'll feed you, he replied, initially expecting her to have learned to call him hubby, but was instead met with this unexpected request. As he picked up the chopsticks to feed Su Luoxue, she would immediately eat whatever he brought to her lips. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Take your time and chew properly. Lin Feng felt as if he were caring for a child, watching the diligent girl learn. He was uncertain of the emotions swelling within him. Su Luoxue had not quite captured the essence of the videos. In those, the girls would take a bite and call their boyfriends baby. However, Su Luoxue simply focused on eating whatever he fed her with utmost seriousness. Today marked the last day of Lin Feng's freedom, and he was unsure where to take this lovely girl, so he decided to bring her to the office first. As usual, he sprawled on the couch like a lazy fish. He no longer felt the urge to study those proposals like a fool. If he were to assume Su Luoxue's position, he felt that simply avoiding loans would be a considerable achievement. At 11:30, Lin Feng sat up straight, glancing at Su Luoxue, who was still diligently working. Typically, this lovely girl would be seated beside him on the couch, waiting for the noon alarm to ring for lunch. He tiptoed over to her side, only to discover that she wasn't reviewing any documents. She was scrolling through Douyin, searching for how women act cute. Shui shui, how did you download Douyin? Are you specifically searching for this sort of thing? Upon hearing his voice, the lovely girl jumped slightly, startled. Although she couldn't explain why she felt nervous, Lin Feng's sudden appearance had taken her by surprise. Su Luoxue had put her phone on silent, and she too didn't understand why she did this. It was merely instinct. Silly, what else do you wish to learn? Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. How could my wife be so extraordinary? Not only is she wealthy and beautiful, but she has also made changes for my sake. Ah Feng, it's time for us to dine. The alarm is about to ring. Su Luoxue seemed rather disinclined to delve into this topic, as she grasped the boy's hand and led him to the elevator. With Thursday behind them, the ensuing days would mark the boy's loss of freedom. Lin Feng appeared to have resigned himself to this fate, languidly allowing the beautiful maiden to indulge in her whims as if he were a mere salted fish. Yet, on the following day, his pallor remained unchanged. On Friday morning, the roles of Lin Feng and Su Luoxue were reversed. The maiden rose at 8:30, while Lin Feng did not awaken until after 11. Upon regaining consciousness, he found the beautiful maiden on the phone, with an array of dishes spread across the nightstand. Once Su Luoxue concluded her call, Lin Feng mustered the strength to speak. Luoxue, I'm feeling quite hungry. His voice was weak, as he sensed his stomach was nearly empty. Ah Feng. Su Luoxue seemed surprised by his early awakening and hurriedly brought him food. This time, she did not employ her usual method of feeding him, instead using chopsticks, her expression tinged with urgency, as if pressed by some pressing matter. After feeding the boy, she quickly rose, exclaiming, Ah Feng, I must head to the office. All right. Observing her anxious demeanor, Lin Feng assumed there was a pressing issue at work and refrained from further inquiries. However, before she departed, he offered a gentle reminder. Shui shui, Even if you're in a rush, please don't drive too fast, and have you eaten? Remember to have your meals on time. Okay, yet. After leaving the villa, the beautiful maiden did not head towards her workplace. Instead, she veered in the direction of the abandoned factory where Su Xia had been trapped. The individual she had just spoken to was Haizi, who had called to inform her of Xia Ningbing's capture. Upon arriving at the dilapidated factory, Haizi greeted Su Luoxue with a smile, reminiscent of their previous encounter. However, unlike last time, Su Luoxue did not erupt in fury. She simply followed Haizi, who led the way. Given that Xia Ningbing was a girl, Haizi refrained from treating her as he had with Su Xia, merely gagging her and binding her tightly before discarding her within the factory. Miss Su, the person you seek is right here, Haizi announced, guiding Su Luoxue to Xia Ningbing. Upon seeing her still asleep, Haizi kicked her face with a little more force than necessary. Hey, wake up. Who told you to sleep here? Xia Ningbing jolted awake. Terror etched on her face as she beheld Haizi. Her gaze then shifted to Su Luoxue, standing behind him. She seemed to wish to speak, but the gag rendered her mute. Su Luoxue's darkened eyes scrutinized Xia Ningbing's face, her thoughts a mystery. After a moment, she slowly picked up a metal rod from the ground. Xia Ningbing's eyes widened in horror. She feared that should that rod strike her, it would surely cost her half her life. Her heart raced violently as she closed her eyes, silently praying that Su Luoxue would be gentle. Yet, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, she heard the sound of the rod clattering to the ground. Only then did she dare to open her eyes a fraction. Before her, Su Luoxue had lowered her gaze, the very rod she had held rolling to Xia Ningbing's feet. Initially, Su Luoxue had intended to strike. However, at the moment of action, she thought of the boy who yearned to see her smile each day. Luoxue, do you dislike me now? If you no longer wish for my company, I can leave, though I would find it hard to part from you. Quiet, I'm driving. And didn't I mention I wanted scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Huh, did you? Luoxue, please don't frown, it doesn't suit you. Shueshue, smile for me. You look truly stunning when you smile. Shueshue, this is the vibrant youth I wish to show you, the essence of spirited adolescence. Chapter 74, The Death of Xia Ningbing. Alphone, I haven't harmed anyone. I'm striving to be youthful and lively, please wait for me. Su Luoxue chose to disregard the bound Xia Ningbing. Had it been in the past, any obstacle to her relationship with the boy would have faced her wrath, and she would have certainly dealt a fatal blow. No matter her kindness, she would have at least tortured that individual. But things were different now. Alphone would likely disapprove of such behavior. She could not resort to violence, for fear of inciting his disdain. Haizi, witnessing Su Luoxue walking away without a backward glance, was taken aback. She chose not to act. He recalled how she had once left a man beaten and bruised, still languishing deep within the factory. Had this woman perhaps saved the galaxy in a past life? He glanced at the bound Xia Ningbing with a quiet sigh. Based on Su Luoxue's previous tendencies, her silence often indicated she would handle matters herself. Yet, although the former Su Luoxue had been ruthless, she would never allow her female adversaries to suffer at her hands. Perhaps it was due to her being a woman herself, that she could not bear to witness another woman endure such humiliation. What a pity to waste such beauty. Haizi hoisted Xia Ningbing and made his way deeper into the factory. After all, she was a genuine university student. Even when he and his companions frequented those extravagant establishments, true students were a rare find. Some even claimed to be university students at 40, only to admit they attended a driving school when pressed about their institution. As they reached the innermost part of the factory, Haizi slowly removed the gag from Xia Ningbing's mouth, his smile broadening. At this moment, Xia Ningbing likely began to grasp the gravity of her situation. Initially, she had thought Haizi sought to assault her, but upon Su Luoxue's arrival, she understood the truth. Haizi was not interested in her. Rather, Su Luoxue aimed to confront Lin Feng's adversaries. Yet, with Su Luoxue refraining from any violence, did this mean she might survive? Handsome, please let me go. I will comply with whatever you desire. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Truly I do. Haizi slapped her across the face, finding her incessant noise intolerable. It was best to silence her for the time being. When Xia Ningbing opened her eyes again, she found herself suspended, completely naked, above a slowly rotating meat grinder. No, please. I beg you. Please. Ultimately, Xia Ningbing's pleas faded within the factory, and she ceased to exist in this world. When Su Luoxue returned home, it was already 3 o'clock. At that moment, the boy lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the small pearls decorating the chandelier. Alphone. Upon catching sight of her beloved, Su Luoxue rushed toward him with urgency. What's wrong, Shueshue? Lin Feng, nearly on the verge of slumber, had been oblivious to the approach of this enchanting maiden. I didn't do anything wrong, just wait for me. Upon hearing her seemingly nonsensical utterance, the boy felt as though his very CPU might overheat. Silly girl, what have you done wrong before? Su Luoxue, however, offered no reply, instead murmuring insistently, just wait for me. Left with no recourse, Lin Feng decided to play along with her whimsical words. I've been waiting for you. Shueshue. It was only then that Su Luoxue ceased her murmuring, softly responding with a simple okay. At that moment, she was utterly convinced of the boy's genuine affection for her. Yet, upon seeing Xia Ningbing, a wave of insecurity washed over her, instilling a fear that the boy might be taken from her at any moment. Consequently, she refrained from visiting the office that entire afternoon, instead drawing energy from Lin Feng. All right, Shui Shui, I need to take a shower now. At 10 o'clock that evening, after Su Luoxue had finished her bath, Lin Feng finally found himself granted a brief moment of freedom. Su Luoxue gazed longingly at the boy's retreating figure into the bathroom. Under normal circumstances, she would still be unshowered at this hour, but having read that women should show understanding toward their men, she did not wish to give Lin Feng the impression that she lacked empathy and thus refrained from teasing him further. Inside the bathroom, Lin Feng lay in the bathtub, nearly succumbing to slumber himself. He felt a bit lifeless at that moment, finally grasping why it was said that men at the age of 25 were only suited for conversation. In truth, he could handle things quite well under normal circumstances. And then some. Yet, with Su Luoxue, it felt like a peak competition. He suspected that this exquisite maiden ranked among the top 100 nationwide. Lin Feng, however, was hardly accustomed to such high-stakes affairs. His only strategy now was to linger in the bathroom for as long as possible, hoping to avoid any further whims from Su Luoxue. Outside the room, Su Luoxue sat on the bed, diligently observing how girlfriends should act coy. While there were many aspects she found difficult to emulate, she remained earnest in her studies. Suddenly, her phone on the bedside table rang. Instinctively, she assumed someone was calling for her, completely oblivious to the fact that her own phone was in her hand. Hello? Hello, Xiaofeng. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, and Su Luoxue felt as though her heart had momentarily ceased its rhythm. Yi Xiaoxia was calling via video. Upon seeing the rosy-cheeked Su Luoxue and the lavishly decorated room, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Yi Xiaoxia who broke the silence. Dear, I send Xiaofeng with you right now? I'll call him later. Okay. Su Luoxue dared not utter a word. Typically, she was the one to hang up on others, but faced with Yi Xiaoxia, she seemed hesitant to end the call first, waiting instead for the other party to do so. Yi Xiaoxia, however, was not one to hang up first either. Thus, the two of them engaged in a silent standoff until Lin Feng emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Shui Shui, shall we go to bed early tonight? I'm truly exhausted. Observing that the enchanting maiden did not dare to look at him, Lin Feng assumed she was still engrossed in her studies of coyness, and suddenly leaped onto her. All right, there's no rush in learning these things. I'm not in a hurry, Mom. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he turned to see Su Luoxue's somewhat displeased expression. Realizing the situation, he quickly tightened his towel and hurried to dress. 20 seconds later, Lin Feng appeared in front of the camera, scratching his head in confusion about what to say. Xiaofeng, are you about to sleep? I won't disturb you then. Yi Xiaoxia, perceptive as always, immediately discerned what had transpired between her son and the girl from the city. Lin Feng felt that now was not the time for conversation, deciding to return Yi Xiaoxia's call the following day. As for how to gain freedom from the enchanting maiden's hold, he would have to resort to offering a bit more charm. After hanging up, Lin Feng's heart gradually steadied as he turned to the now-dazed Su Luoxue. Shui Shui, have you lost your senses? Seeing her in such a state, Lin Feng felt his tension dissipate. Was he truly fretting over something so trivial? He had successfully won over such a stunning fiancée and should feel proud of himself. After a brief moment, Lin Feng pondered another pressing issue. Su Luoxue's reluctance to meet his parents was becoming a significant concern. November was upon them, and soon the new year would arrive. Was it feasible for him to not return home for the celebrations? Absolutely not. Yet, what if Su Luoxue refused to accompany him? Lin Feng realized that this matter was indeed rather delicate. After some contemplation, he cautiously inched closer to the still pondering maiden and asked, Shui Shui, do you truly not wish to meet my parents? Upon hearing this, Su Luoxue's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of worry on her previously aloof face. She nodded gently, offering a soft Why is that, Shui Shui? Is there an issue? Lin Feng's tone softened, striving not to impose too much pressure on the enchanting maiden. After a moment's hesitation, Su Luoxue finally voiced her fears. In truth, she was apprehensive that Lin Feng's family might take away the love that belonged to her. Moreover, she harbored another fear she had yet to share with him, the possibility that Yi Xiaoxia or Lin Feng's father would disapprove of their relationship. She was but a vampire, having monopolized their son for 2 years. Lin Feng was so exceptional, in every regard, appearance, character, and all. What if Yi Xiaoxia and the others found her unworthy? She truly could not fathom what made her deserving of the boy's affection. Perhaps it was merely her wealth. Observing the anxiety etched on her face, Lin Feng contemplated before speaking, would you like to have a romantic wedding with me, Shui Shui? Although Su Luoxue did not verbally respond, the conflicted expression on her face indicated her desire. Let us get some rest, Shui Shui, and not dwell on this matter for now. Lin Feng decided against pursuing the topic further, fearing that the enchanting maiden might struggle to sleep. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he found himself adorned with handcuffs. Watching Su Luoxue earnestly clasp them onto him, Lin Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he overthought things? Did Su Luoxue truly absorb his words? Perhaps they simply went in one ear and out the other? Nevertheless, it was for the best. He genuinely feared she might lose sleep over such matters. The following 2 months passed uneventfully until Chun Haoran sent Lin Feng a bombshell of news. Brother Feng, I met Meng Yao's parents, and I plan to hold a wedding after the new year. You must come. Lin Feng, while rubbing his sore back, nearly dropped his phone upon reading the message. Similarly, Su Luoxue received the same news, albeit from Su Meng Yao. Sister, I'm going to have my own family. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of meeting Chun Haoran's parents, and it seems they were quite satisfied with me. Haoran and I have decided to get married during the Lunar New Year. As I glanced at the message on my phone, I could almost envision Su Meng Yao leaping for joy before me. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of melancholy washed over me. Meng Yao and that Chun Haoran are getting married? They have already met each other's parents? Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards the boy. We have known each other for 2 years, and Lin Feng has suggested several times that he would like to introduce me to his parents. After biting my lip, I turned to Lin Feng, who was sitting beside me, only to find him quickly closing his phone when he noticed me looking his way. I shifted closer and flipped his phone over, revealing the message from Chun Haoran announcing his upcoming nuptials. Shue, please let me explain. It's fine, I'll phone. As the boy expected me to react with my usual melodrama, I instead wrapped my arms tightly around myself. It's all right, I'll phone. I won't throw a tantrum anymore. So don't be afraid. Lin Feng thought that I had finally recognized the nature of his relationship with Chun Haoran. But little did he know that I had been researching ways to charm my partner and be the perfect girlfriend all month. This occasional emotional turmoil made Lin Feng feel incredibly happy. However, hearing my words just now caused him a pang of sorrow. He was a bit masochistic. While he felt a twinge of fear when I displayed my possessive side, he also knew that if the beautiful girl before him completely shed that aspect of herself, he would genuinely lose sleep over it. That would not be the true Su Luoxue. She was altering herself into a version that was not truly her for his sake. Lin Feng gently embraced the lovely girl in his arms and softly said, Shue, where did you read such things? Loving someone doesn't have to be this way. I believe your previous behavior was not unreasonable. It was simply your way of expressing your affection for me, and I found it quite delightful. Hearing his words, I felt a flicker of temptation, but resolutely shook my head. I had been genuinely happy to see Ah Feng this month. He must be deceiving me. I began to question whether being my true self even mattered, as long as the boy was content. Moreover, I had no clear concept of what being my true self entailed. Wasn't I still myself in this manner? Lin Feng feigned annoyance and pinched my cheek, seriously asking, So, Shue, do you trust my words, or those from the internet? Do you want to make me happy, or do you want to please those people online? I want to make Ah Feng happy, then that's all that matters. I believe that even if you want to learn from what you find online, you shouldn't completely change who you are. Lin Feng lightly tapped my forehead in jest. This silly wife of his truly needed some gentle prodding. How could she be so astute in business, yet appear somewhat foolish with him? Lin Feng had intended to remain idle today, lounging in bed. But then Chun Haoran sent him another message. Brother Feng, Meng Yao and I are going to try on wedding dresses. Would you and your girlfriend like to join us? Instantly invigorated, Lin Feng excitedly grasped my hand. Shue, they're going to try on wedding dresses. Should we go as well? Wedding dresses? I understood what they were, having looked them up online when I insisted on obtaining a marriage certificate with Lin Feng. However, I did not fully grasp the significance behind wedding dresses. I only knew they were meant for brides. Seeing the boy's joyful expression lifted my spirits as we set off together. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place with Chun Haoran, Lin Feng did not see him, but rather Su Meng Yao holding hands with a handsome young man at the entrance. Lin Feng approached the young man in disbelief, scrutinizing him closely. You're Haoran? His reaction was somewhat restrained. As the pale-faced Chun Haoran looked as if he might faint, without his distinct features, Lin Feng would not have recognized him. Su Meng Yao had nearly drained the life out of him. Brother Feng, what are you saying? Of course, I am Haoran. Chun Haoran lowered his head in embarrassment. He had anticipated Lin Feng's reaction. After all, his parents had looked at him in the same way yesterday, momentarily failing to recognize their son. Su Meng Yao's appearance had blossomed, transforming from a youthful girl into someone radiating a more mature charm. She shot Lin Feng a glance before turning to me. Sister, let us go inside and check out some wedding dresses. You and brother-in-law can help us choose. Unlike the somewhat cheerful demeanor of Lin Feng and the others, I remained silent. The bridal shop was adorned with glass walls, allowing me to see the exquisite wedding gowns and matching suits inside clearly. My pupils trembled slightly, stirred by an indescribable feeling. This bridal store was quite renowned in Jiangqing, boasting a myriad of wedding dress styles. Throughout the visit, Su Meng Yao and Chun Haoran wore smiles that never faded, hand in hand, exploring the dresses. It was obvious who among the four was about to wed. After about 3 minutes of browsing, Su Meng Yao came to a halt in front of a wedding dress, unable to move. The attentive shop assistant promptly approached to offer assistance. Miss, this is a traditional Chinese wedding dress. Without further ado, Su Meng Yao inquired, how much is it to try on this dress? Are there matching suits available? The shop assistant bowed respectfully, responding, Miss, trying on the wedding dress costs 300 yuan, and our photographer can take pictures for you. However, there isn't a matching suit for this dress. Su Mingyao nodded, not particularly concerned with the price, as long as they did not treat her like a fool. 3 minutes later, she selected an extravagant suit for Chen Haoran. Sister, come over here. Wei picks him out. Lin Feng was still wandering aimlessly with me when we heard Su Mingyao's call and followed her over. The 300 yuan covered the cost of trying on and indoor shooting. However, it was money well spent, as the bridal shop had a professional photography area and skilled photographers. Ah Feng, the wedding dress is beautiful, I said, gazing enviously at the couple posing for their wedding photos. I longed to capture such moments with the boy. Naturally, Lin Feng, being the doting husband, immediately leaned down when he heard me express my desire to take pictures. Xue likes wedding dresses? We can go take photos now. While Su Mingyao and the others are shooting, we can find another photographer. Can we take photos even though we're not married yet? I asked, sounding a bit dim-witted. It was hard for Lin Feng to fathom how this icy facade could pose such a question. Of course, silly. Didn't Haoran and Mingyao do the same? They're shooting for 2 hours, and we can shoot for 4. Then Ah Feng should also take photos absolutely. Lin Feng had not spent much time selecting wedding dresses, as he and I had already chosen ours earlier. He merely wanted to wait for Chen Haoran and the others to finish before capturing moments with his beautiful girl. Unfortunately, my taste was somewhat lacking, and I ended up selecting a relatively inexpensive suit for him from the shop. Upon noticing that Su Luoxue appeared somewhat perplexed, the shop assistant promptly approached her. Miss, you may select your suits over there. There are also exquisite traditional Chinese suits available. It was from that section that your boyfriend chose your wedding dress, she explained. Su Luoxue nodded and proceeded towards the high-end section. In truth, she struggled to discern the differences among the suits, yet she complied with the assistant's suggestions. Ultimately, guided by the shop assistant, Su Luoxue selected a suit with a distinctly Chinese flair. After Lin Feng completed his selection, his gaze remained fixed upon Su Luoxue. He found amusement in the sight of the female CEO, who, while choosing attire for him, furrowed her brow and pressed her lips together in contemplation. Lin Feng was well aware that Su Luoxue possessed a rather lackluster sense of fashion. Otherwise, the stunning beauty would not have only possessed loungewear and work attire, both of which were quite ordinary. Nevertheless, she foolishly followed the assistant's guidance and chose an outfit that the assistant claimed would suit Lin Feng. He observed all of this with keen interest. Silly wife, can you truly discern any differences?